Star Odyssey Chapter 494 to Chapter 544. Luin felt melancholy, and his thoughts were complicated. He did not wish for Xuede Night to die, and he had come here for her. Hey, look! There are so many meteors! Xianxia shouted as she pointed at the sky. Luin looked up and saw that they were not meteors, but rather spacecraft. There were actually over 100 of them, and they were all heading in the same direction. There were only two reasons for this: either they were from the same organization, or they had discovered something incredible and had sent more people to that area in order to seize it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let's go. Xianxia grunted and followed Luin in the same direction. The spacecraft seemed to have landed not too far away, but it was actually quite far away. It was even further than the distance between Northline Flowzone's mountain range and Pyrolite Mountain. Luin and Xianxia flew over with star essence in hand, recovering their star energy as they flew. Only a few people could use star essence to recover their star energy. Most of them used star crystals, including Northgate Gang and the others. From this, Luin knew that he was not on the same level as them. Luin and Xianxia weren't the only Lemeters they encountered along the way. The smaller ones were in groups of 3 to 5, while the larger ones were in groups of dozens. All of them were heading in the same direction, which made Luin certain that they had discovered something incredible. There was another discovery that Luin did not know whether to feel sad or sympathetic: some Lemeters were being used as mounts. There was no star energy on planet Pyrolite, and flying at high speeds required star energy consumption. For some people, constantly absorbing star crystals to replenish their energy consumption was a huge expense, which was why human mounts had appeared. As the name implied, a person would be used as a mount, and they would ride on that person's back and let that person fly. At this moment, Luin saw a group of human mounts. Xianxia looked on in shock, as this was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she could not understand it. To those who were being used as mounts, this was a great humiliation. Furthermore, they were being watched by various organizations in outer space. If it were her, she would rather die than become someone's mount, but now, she saw a group of such people. Why is this happening? Even if it's to preserve their lives, these people might still be wiped out by their respective organizations after they leave planet Pyrolite. Xianxia was puzzled as she looked at the group of human mounts and the Lemeter sitting on some of them. They'll definitely die, but at the very least, they'll be able to live for a bit longer. That extra time might bring them a chance of survival. Xianxia turned to look at him. But do they not care about their dignity? Luin smiled. I've said it before. You were born into a noble family, and you'll never understand how terrifying it is to be at the bottom of society. Death is very distant to you, and you only treat it as a word. It's very difficult for you to treat it as a necessary part of your life because your father is protecting you. But if you break away from your status, then you'll be able to experience the despair and sorrow that death brings. Xianxia frowned. This was the first time that she had seen Luin destroy a spacecraft, and the deaths of so many people had impacted her greatly. However, she was still an adult, so she could accept it and quickly recovered from it. However, this person's mount was something that she could not understand. Between dignity and life, which was more important? Luin and Xianxia flew past the mounts, and Xianxia purposely glanced at them. She saw the expressions of the people who had been used as mounts, and their hearts were ashen. However, there was still a trace of unwillingness and anticipation in their eyes. They knew that they were going to die, but they still held on to hope for the future. These people had chosen life and abandoned their dignity. Xianxia did not know if these people had made the right choice, but she had no right to judge them because their lives were not hers. She turned around and took a deep breath, intending to forget those gazes. Suddenly, scorching flames swept through the sky, forming a wall of flames that blocked Luin and Xianxia's path. The two of them stopped and looked in the direction of the mounts, where the flames were coming from. The mounts surrounded Luin and Xianxia, and in the middle, one of them flew out. On its back was an old acquaintance of Lu Yin's, Jared. You can either become someone's mount or die. Choose one, Jared said in a low voice as he stared at Luin and Xianxia. The two of them did not fly very quickly, so they were treated as soft persimmons. Xianxia was stunned. These people wanted her to become someone's mount? How audacious, Xianxia subconsciously blurted out. Jared raised a brow. You're courting death. Luin frowned. He had noticed Jared earlier, but he had ignored him as he did not want to complicate matters. He had not expected this person to take a fancy to them, so there was no need to be courteous. He did not waste any time and raised his hand, aiming his palm at Jared. Space render palm. The air trembled as a transparent shockwave swept forward. Jared's eyes widened as he felt the pressure. Not good, this is an absolute expert. He tried to dodge without thinking, but he was still a step too late. His right shoulder was swept by the shockwave and shattered. The human mount beneath him was crushed to the ground by the shockwave, and it was doomed. Luin did not pity him. This was how the universe worked, and sympathy could not be exchanged for a person's dignity. Luin would just let him end this quickly. The people from the Blaze realm all attacked Luin at the same time. Jared shouted, "Stop!" The space render palm had clearly shown him the difference between him and this person. This person was definitely a top-tier Lemeter, and he was at least at the Astral Combat Academy's Realm Master level. He was not someone they could match up to. Luin grabbed Xianxia and swept past the cultivators from the Blaze realm to appear in front of Jared. Jared's eyes narrowed. It's a misunderstanding. We'll leave now. However, Luin did not plan on letting him go. He had wanted to deal with this person back in the centipede's body, but things had changed. Now, he would not let him go. This person was not the Blaze realm's only successor, and he was not qualified to be killed. There was no burden in killing him, and it did not matter if the Blaze realm knew that he was the culprit. As long as it was not a terrifying clan like the Day-Night clan, Luin did not care. Xianxia's reputation was enough to make the Blaze realm apprehensive. There was a thump as Jared spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not even have time to use a battle technique before his organs were shattered. He could not believe it. How could the difference between them be so great? Luin moved closer to Jared. Go in peace. Jared's expression changed. This voice belonged to Luin. His fingers trembled. No wonder the difference between them was so great. He had met the strongest Lemeter, but unfortunately, he could not make a sound. His vitality quickly faded away as his body fell to the ground. Everyone from the Blaze realm was stunned. Jared, the strongest of them all, had not even been able to retaliate. Who was this person? Jared's power was only above average among Lemeters, and there were many who surpassed him. There were also many who could instantly kill him, so Luin was not worried about exposing his identity. At this moment, no one dared to stop Luin. He was just about to leave with Xianxia when he felt his heart palpitate. He lowered his head and looked at Jared's corpse, which had been incinerated by an unknown flame. The karmic flame sword. Luin suddenly recalled this battle technique. Jared's body contained karmic flames. There was a whoosh as the ferocious flames tore through the sky and burned the ground. Jared's corpse completely disappeared as the karmic flames burned the ground. Luin felt that it was a pity. If he had known earlier, he would have thought of a way to remove the karmic flames from Jared's body. What a waste. Xianxia was shocked. What a powerful flame. How could this person have such a powerful flame? Luin did not explain and simply left with Xianxia. Around them, the cultivators from the Blaze realm were confused, as they did not know where to go. In outer space, within the Blaze realm spacecraft, Huahui was enraged. The Blaze realm's strength was already weak on planet Pyrolite, and now, even Jared had died. It did not matter if Jared died, but the Blaze realm had lost a strand of their karmic flames. This was what angered Huahui the most, as the Blaze realm did not have much karmic flames to begin with. Is she not here yet? Huahui barked. A disciple from the Blaze realm trembled. She's almost here. She's already arrived in the Outerverse. Huahui's eyes narrowed. It's time to reveal my identity. My Blaze realm is not without outstanding disciples. Spacecraft occasionally landed in the distance, and when Luin and Xianxia arrived, they could faintly smell the stench of blood in the air. They could also hear the sounds of fighting. Those who were qualified to compete on planet Pyrolite were the elites of the Lemeters. Even the weakest of them were considered experts in the various powers of the smaller flow zones. There were not many people, but the fact that this area had become a battlefield showed how many Lemeters had been attracted. This place was not a mountain range, but rather a rare red lake on planet Pyrolite. Hai-Chi-Chi's eyes widened, and she looked at the lake in surprise. There were at least 1,000 Lemeters fighting both inside and outside the lake. There were battles in the sky and on the ground, and the area of effect was very wide. Luine casually grabbed one of the Lemeters and interrogated him about the situation in this area. This lake is called Pyrolite Lake, and there's a lot of pyrolite ore at the bottom of the lake, the Lemeter said in a trembling voice as he looked at Luine in horror. This person had lifted him up like a little chick, and his strength was too terrifying. More than Pyrolite Mountain? Luine asked. The Lemeter shook his head. I don't know. I haven't investigated it in detail, but there shouldn't be a small amount. Even if it can't compare to Pyrolite Mountain, it shouldn't be too far off. Luine released his grip and allowed the Lemeter to leave. He then scanned the entire Pyrolite Lake and expanded his domain. He wanted to find Xuede Knight. Most of the people fighting here were from the smaller flow zones. Even if there were some from the 8 great flow zones, they were not very strong. There were very few geniuses who had comprehended a domain, but that did not mean that they did not exist. When Lu Yin's domain extended outwards, it was met with resistance, and it was even attacked. Luine frowned and looked 1,000 meters to his right. There, a woman was staring at him provocatively. She had comprehended a domain, and when she sensed that Lu Yin's domain was expanding, she immediately attacked him. She even tried to use her domain to suppress Luine. Luine was just about to attack when Hai-Chi-Chi pursed her lips and caused layers of ripples to appear in the air. The ripples then spread out and covered almost half of Pyrolite Lake. Not only did she suppress Lu Yin's domain, but she also suppressed the other geniuses who had comprehended a domain. Above Pyrolite Lake, a few people looked up in shock. Who could have such a powerful domain? Luine also looked at Hai-Chi-Chi in shock. This girl's domain was very powerful. Although it could not compare to Lu Xiaoqiu's, it should not be any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu's when he did not display his force field. This girl couldn't have comprehended a force field, could she? The woman who had provoked Luine was frightened and hurriedly ran away. With such a powerful domain, one could only imagine her strength. Hai-Chi-Chi proudly raised her head and glanced at Luine, as if she was waiting for praise. Luine did not disappoint her. You've comprehended a force field, right? Hai-Chi-Chi blinked and smiled. I don't know. You can go ahead and guess. Luine had only been testing the waters, but judging from Hai-Chi-Chi's expression, she might really have comprehended a force field. Up until now, Luine had only seen 3 people who had comprehended a force field. If Hai-Chi-Chi really had, then she would be the 4th. A force field was a powerful force. Mu Rong had used his force field to force Ling Ke to defend himself with. The soul-splitting triple blade, and Lu Xiaoqiu's force field from the 4th sword had snatched Pyrolite Mountain away. A force field was not something that the average person could comprehend. It was already difficult for Luine to comprehend a domain, so he had no hope of comprehending a force field. If Hai-Chi-Chi had truly comprehended a force field, then her strength would not be simple. At the very least, she would be comparable to Zhongding Tian. As expected of the Sea King's daughter, she was definitely not weak. How large is the area of your force field? Luine asked. Hai-Chi-Chi thought about it. I'm not sure, but it should be quite large. Help me find this person. Luine activated his gadget and brought up Xuede Knight's image. Hai-Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at him. Why should I? Help me find her, and I'll let you play wherever you want, Luine tempted. Hai-Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Deal. She then released her force field with all her might. After being suppressed by her force field, the average Lemeter would not be able to tell what was going on. However, the geniuses who had comprehended a force field all knew that someone incredible had arrived, and they did not dare to release their own force field. Instead, they secretly joined forces and gradually surrounded Luine and Hai-Chi-Chi, with the woman who had provoked Luine as their leader. Pyrolite Lake was only so big, and these people had fought with each other before. They had even reached an agreement to work together to deal with the heirs of powerful organizations. Now, Hai-Chi-Chi and Luine were the heirs of powerful organizations in their eyes, and they needed to work together to deal with them. Louis noticed this and casually glanced behind him. There were 5 people in total, and they lived up to their reputation as the elites of various large organizations. 5 geniuses who had comprehended a force field had appeared all at once, and their strength was comparable to an area master in the Astral Combat Academy. One of them might even be a realm master. However, to him, these people were still too weak. Haichichi completely ignored him and continued to search for Zhude Knight with her domain. Luin slowly turned around, raised his hand, and aimed it at one of the domain geniuses. Space Render Palm. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm trembled and distorted the void as a shockwave swept out. In that instant, the 5 domain geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Through their domains, they could sense just how terrifying Lu Yin's palm was. The domain genius who had been attacked by Lu Yin's attack even narrowed his eyes and hurriedly retreated. The shockwave from the Space Render palm brushed past his shoulder and swept him away, leaving half of his body numb. "I'm not interested in this place. I'm just here to find someone," Luin said coldly as he swept his gaze over the domain geniuses. Several people stared at him in horror. This was too terrifying. They were just Lemeters, so how could the disparity between them be so great? This person was definitely a top-notch monster. He was not someone they could afford to offend. Without another word, they left immediately. In order to survive in the universe, having more friends was always better than having more enemies. Luin didn't like killing, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't kill anyone. The battle at Pyrolite Lake had been going on for a long time, and it still hadn't stopped. The surface of the lake was red, but it had become even redder after being stained with blood. In the sky, spacecraft after spacecraft crashed down and landed around Pyrolite Lake. Even more Lemeters appeared. Haichichi looked around and then shook her head. "I didn't find her." Luin was disappointed. Haichichi said, "I'll try again." Luin did not say anything. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the chances of Zhude Knight surviving that battle were very low. Even if she had, the chances of her coming to Pyrolite Lake were also very low. "Ah!" Haichichi suddenly exclaimed and looked to the east. "What's wrong?" Luin asked. Haichichi pointed to the east. "There's an expert from the Day-Night clan." Lu Yin's brows rose, and he looked in the direction that Haichichi was pointing. A group of more than 20 people were rushing towards Pyrolite Lake, led by Night Queen Xianxia. Pyrolite Mountain had already been occupied by the Sword Sect, so it made sense for the Day-Night clan to want to seize Pyrolite Lake. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he stared at a figure not too far away from Night Queen Xianxia. That person was Zhanlong Day-Night. "I've been looking for you for a long time." Luin almost couldn't resist the urge to grab Zhanlong Day-Night and ask him why he had been able to leave. Had he reached an agreement with Ming Xiaoshu? But after some thought, he decided not to act rashly. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. He had to find Zhude Knight and send her to outer space before he could find Zhanlong Day-Night. The arrival of the Day-Night clan meant that Pyrolite Lake would belong to them. Even if all the Lemeters here worked together, they would not be a match for the Day-Night clan. Furthermore, they did not dare to compete with them. Haichichi had just used her domain to search for Zhude Knight, and she had coincidentally clashed with a domain expert from the Day-Night clan. Their tracks had been locked onto. Numerous Day-Night clan cultivators appeared in front of Luin and Haichichi and stared at them coldly. "Who are you? What are we doing?" Counting the population, Haichichi retorted. "That domain just now was yours, wasn't it?" The Day-Night clan cultivator stared at Haichichi cautiously. Haichichi pointed at Luin. "His." Luin was speechless. It wasn't like they couldn't sense it. The Day-Night clan cultivator frowned. "I don't care who you are. Pyrolite Lake has already been taken over by the Day-Night clan. Leave immediately." Luin did not want to reveal his identity, so he pulled Haichichi away. But at that moment, Night Queen Xianxia came over. Although she had not comprehended a domain, she could still sense the power of Haichichi's domain. The fluctuations that had flashed past had shocked her. "Wait." Night Queen Xianxia blocked Luin and Haichichi's path. She glanced at Luin and then at Haichichi. "Who are you?" Haichichi rolled her eyes. Your day-night clan specializes in counting the population. Who we are is none of your business. Good dogs don't block the way. Luin sighed. They were about to fight. This brat's ability to provoke others never disappointed. Sure enough, Hai Chi-Chi's words angered the day-night clan members, and Night Queen Yanqing's brows jumped. Little brat, you lack discipline. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Although Hai Chi-Chi's words were vicious, she would not provoke others all the time. However, she was especially displeased with Night Queen Yanqing, especially with her large breasts. They had been an eyesore in the videos, so she was particularly aggressive. There's no need for that. It's obvious that you're an old auntie. Night Queen Yanqing's anger completely exploded. The words old auntie reminded her of Yo Year, as that brat had called her that. Another person had appeared in front of her, and Night Queen Yanqing subconsciously combined Yo Year and Hai Chi-Chi together. Her four-lined battle force suddenly erupted, and her purple eyes flashed as she punched Hai Chi-Chi. She wanted to make these two brats pay a heavy price. Hai Chi-Chi curled her lips, and the void around her body trembled. Her domain caused Night Queen Yanqing's movements to falter, and a roar that sounded like the roar of the sea swept past. Layers of the air overlapped and transformed into a terrifying force that swept towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's fist was unstoppable, and it tore through the domain as she grabbed at Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi immediately looked at Luin and blinked pitifully. Luin had no choice but to grab Hai Chi-Chi and lift his foot. He instantly swept past Night Queen Yanqing and rushed into the distance. Night Queen Yanqing's attack had missed, and she was shocked. She suddenly turned back to stare at Luin. His speed was terrifying. Even further away, above Pyrolite Lake, Xianlong Day Night also looked over. What speed? Interesting. His eyes gradually filled with battle intent. Luin knew that he could not wait any longer, or else Xianlong Day Night would attack. Thus, he grabbed Hai Chi-Chi and prepared to leave. Wait, hey, wait. I have a question. Hai Chi-Chi struggled in Luin's grasp. Luin stopped. What's the question? Hai Chi-Chi looked at Night Queen Yanqing and pointed at her breasts. Those two lumps of yours are fake. They're drooping. Drooping, 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 drooping. Above Pyrolite Lake, countless people stared blankly at Hai Chi-Chi. Her voice was especially loud, and not only did Night Queen Yanqing hear it, but even the Day-Night clan and Alameters who were gradually retreating had heard it. Suddenly, countless gazes turned to Night Queen Yanqing's breasts. Night Queen Yanqing's face flushed red, and her eyes filled with killing intent. She roared, "You damned brat, I'll definitely kill you." She then activated her Night King's body and charged towards Luin and Hai Chi-Chi. Luin grinned, grabbed Hai Chi-Chi, and ran away. His speed far surpassed Night Queen Yanqing's, and they soon disappeared from sight. Because of Hai Chi-Chi's words, Xianlong Day Night had subconsciously looked at Night Queen Yanqing's breasts, which had prevented him from attacking in time. Night Queen Yanqing held madly in midair, and an enormous amount of star energy swept out in all directions. She was furious. She had never been so furious before. In the distance, Luin stared at Hai Chi-Chi in amazement. For some reason, Hai Chi-Chi seemed especially lofty to him at this moment. Language was an art, and Hai Chi-Chi's words were a weapon of mass destruction. Seventh bro, I've suddenly realized that I like this brat a lot. In the future, when we run into any enemies, we can just get her to taunt them. I guarantee that they'll die from anger, the ghost monkey said with a strange smile. Luin seriously considered the monkey's words, and they were not without reason. He had clearly sensed that Night Queen Yanqing's aura had become chaotic. If she had been in such a state during the astral combat tournament, then Luin would have won much more easily. Hey, why are you staring at me? I'm warning you, you won't be able to obtain my body, and you won't be able to obtain my heart either, Hai Chi-Chi warned him. Luin retracted his gaze, as he realized that Hai Chi-Chi had definitely been merciful to him in the past. Night Queen Yanqing did not chase after him, as she could not catch up to him with her speed. Luin did not go far either, as the best place to find Shui Day Night was the Day Night clan. He wanted to capture a Day Night clan member and ask them about her whereabouts. The atmosphere at Pyrolite Lake was a little strange. The Day Night clan had occupied this area, and the cultivators who had been fighting had all retreated. It was very quiet, but everyone who had retreated couldn't help but glance at Night Queen Yanqing, especially her breasts. Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists, and her face flushed red. "Leave for a while." "They'll leave soon," Xianlong Dayknight said as he walked over to Night Queen Yanqing's side. As he spoke, he also subconsciously glanced at her. Night Queen Yanqing glared at Xianlong Dayknight with hatred, but she did not leave. She was stubborn by nature, and the more people looked at her, the more she would not leave. She was Arbiter Zhenwu's younger sister, and she did not want to embarrass him. There were times when Xianlong Dayknight admired this woman. She was bold, stubborn, and unwilling to admit defeat. She was despicable and jealous, but she also worked hard to improve herself. She was a woman who was full of contradictions, and she had caused him to be imprisoned in the mausoleum. Logically speaking, he should hate her, but for some reason, he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he felt a little sad for her. Everything she had done was to be worthy of her brother, Arbiter Zhenwu. Arbiter Zhenwu was the pride of the entire Dayknight clan, and he was the greatest genius in the history of the clan. Even someone as crazy as Xianlong Dayknight had to admit that Zhenwu was a genius that could not be surpassed. With such a brother, Night Queen Yanqing's life was very tiring. Enduring the countless gazes, the cultivators gradually retreated. Night Queen Yanqing stood in place and stared into the distance. She coldly ordered, "Start mining immediately." The Dayknight clan members hurriedly complied. Half a day later, there were no more cultivators from the other powers around Pyrolite Lake, and no more spacecraft descended from the sky. However, Xianlong Dayknight and Night Queen Yanqing did not relax. If they wanted to completely occupy Pyrolite Lake, they still had to deal with Ling Quebec. The other powers did not dare to compete with the Dayknight clan, but the Wen family was different. They were originally the ruling family of the erudite flow zone, and their strength was not any weaker than the Dayknight clans. They had also invited Ling Ke to help them, so they could not deal with him. Night Queen Yanqing did not have any confidence in Ling Quebec. Even if the Dayknight clan joined forces with the second-grade Hall's experts, they would not be able to deal with him. Now, it all depended on how they negotiated with Ling Quebec. Hopefully, he would not come. Luyin took some time to capture a Dayknight clan member and interrogate him about Zhuo Dayknight's whereabouts. He learned that Zhuo Dayknight had been abandoned and that her fate was unknown, but she should still be around Pyrolite Mountain. Luyin guessed that she might be hiding underground, and that she was very close to Pyrolite Mountain. He should have gotten closer, but it was a pity. He did not have time to think too much about it, so he brought Hai Chi back to Pyrolite Mountain. Hai Chi was not happy, as she had already been to Pyrolite Mountain. She wanted to go somewhere else to play, but she could not do anything about Luyin's tyranny. She could only attack him with her venomous tongue, and Luyin pretended not to hear her. About half a day after the two left Pyrolite Lake, they suddenly landed. Up ahead, a figure rushed towards them at high speed. It was Ling Quebec. When he saw Luyin and Hai Chi, he didn't pay them any attention. However, he did praise Hai Chi's appearance, and he raised an eyebrow and flashed a charming smile. Hai Chi suddenly exclaimed, "Narcissist!" In the sky, Ling Ke's figure paused as he stared blankly at Hai Chi before descending. Luyin was speechless. He'd gotten himself into trouble again. "Miss, what did you just say?" Ling Ke asked. Hai Chi said, "Narcissist." "Who?" "It's whoever answers." Ling Ke pursed his lips, and his expression did not look too good. Ever since it had been revealed that he had spent money to hire the support team back in the Starfall Sea, there had been quite a few people talking about him behind his back. However, Hai Chi was the first person who had dared to call him a narcissist to his face. "Miss, you should know your limits. Be careful of what you say. Just like what you told Murong." Hai Chi asked innocently. Ling Ke choked and rolled his eyes. He looked at Luyin. "Teach her well." Ling Ke, don't hit women, but I won't go easy on you." Hai Chi was just about to speak when Luyin covered her mouth. "Got it. Sorry, this woman doesn't think before she speaks. She mistook me for someone else. Don't mind her, don't mind her." Ling Ke glanced at Hai Chi again and felt that it was a pity. She was quite a beautiful woman. With that in mind, he soared into the sky and left. Only after Ling Ke was far away did Luin release his hand. Hai Chi gasped for breath and glared at Luin. "Hey, are you trying to suffocate me? Are you trying to anger me to death?" Luin retorted. Hai Chi was furious. "I was just speaking the truth. Didn't you see that he was deliberately teasing me? But you shouldn't have said such nasty things. I don't want to reveal my identity. What if he attacks me? Everyone will know who I am. I don't care. It's wrong of him to tease me, and he even dared to teach me a lesson. Help me beat him up." "No, you can't reveal your identity. Luin, I'm breaking up with you, you coward." Luin was speechless. He grabbed Hai Chi and left. Hai Chi was furious and shouted loudly, but Luin used his star energy to block out her voice. They were about to reach Pyrolite Mountain, but Hai Chi was still unwilling to give up. Luin said, "Help me find that person, and I'll let you have your fun." Hai Chi could not resist the temptation and agreed. Luin warned her, "Mu Rong is at Pyrolite Mountain. Your domain is child's play to him. Be careful and don't get too close. Search slowly, especially underground." "Got it." Hai Chi grew impatient and carefully released her domain. She was not stupid, and she was not stupid enough to compete with Mu Rong in terms of domain. Luin hoped that he would be able to find Day Night this time. Otherwise, he really did not know where to start. He just hoped that she was not dead. In outer space, Granny Chan, Lily and the other higher-ups of Northline Flow Zone looked towards the vicinity of Pyrolite Mountain. They looked at Luin and Hai Chi, but they did not know what they were doing. Only Lily and knew that Luin had mentioned that he had come to planet Pyrolite to save someone. Could that person be hiding near Pyrolite Mountain? Soon, everyone in Northline Flow Zone shifted their gazes away from Luin and towards Pyrolite Lake. Ling Ke should have arrived, and a great battle was about to begin. However, after a while, someone said with uncertainty, "Ling Ke is running in the opposite direction." Lily and blinked. It really did seem like he was running in the opposite direction. "He couldn't have gotten lost, right?" someone asked strangely. "It's possible. Pyrolite Lake is too far away from his current location, and there are scattered pyrolite ores all around. It's impossible to pinpoint his exact location. The Wen family is rushing towards Pyrolite Lake. If Ling Ke isn't there, then the Wen family will be in trouble. The Day-Night clan will cripple the Wen family first. Then, even if Ling Ke arrives, the Wen family won't have anyone left." In outer space, the various great powers realized that Ling Ke had run in the opposite direction. The Wen family was the most anxious, as Wen Qian'er and the others were already very close to Pyrolite Lake. Wen Kitchen, an elder of the Wen family, widened his eyes as he stared at Ling Ke on the screen. He could not hold back any longer, so he tore through the void and appeared outside of planet Pyrolite. He wanted to shout for Ling Ke, but the moment he appeared, Night Queen Qiuyu appeared and looked at him smugly. "You're not allowed to attack the juniors who leave planet Pyrolite, and you're not allowed to interfere with the battles on planet Pyrolite. These are the rules. Wen Kitchen, you're not thinking of violating them, are you?" Wen Kitchen's face twitched, and he sighed helplessly. "No, I'm just taking a walk." "Alright, then I'll accompany you for a walk," Night Queen Qiuyu said. She was worried that Wen Kitchen would tell Ling Quebec. Generally speaking, a powerhouse at the cruiser realm or above would be able to spread their words throughout the entire planet. In order to prevent the pyrolite on planet Pyrolite from exploding due to the shockwaves generated by a powerhouse's words, the various great powers had long since established a set of rules. One of the rules was that no one was allowed to speak about the situation on planet Pyrolite outside of outer space. Wen Kitchen glanced at Night Queen Qiuyu and then returned to the Wen family's spacecraft. He helplessly stared at the screen, but Ling Ke had already run in the opposite direction and was not coming back. He wanted to send someone to planet Pyrolite to inform Ling Ke, but there was not enough time. Furthermore, he did not know where Ling Ke had run off to, and they had not agreed on a rendezvous point. Even if he sent someone, they might not be able to find Ling Ke on the vast planet Pyrolite. No matter how many people he sent, it would be pointless. Besides, they were fighting for time. They had to get Ling Ke back before Wen Qian'er and the others reached Pyrolite Lake. With Ling Kei's extreme speed, he might be able to catch up. Mira also stood in front of the screen with a helpless expression. Ling Kei was too unreliable, and it would be great if Luin could help. Suddenly, she thought of an idea, and she told the Wen family about it. Not long after, spacecraft after spacecraft flew towards planet Pyrolite and landed at Pyrolite Lake. Since they were not allowed to speak, the Wen family used a spacecraft to do so, and they directly indicated where they would land. Not only that, but the spacecraft also formed words at the intersection between the sky and outer space, lake opposite. With the strength of a limiter, they could see outer space. Thus, almost half of planet Pyrolite could see the words formed by the spacecraft. Many people stared at them blankly. What did this mean? Night Queen Xiaoyu stared at the scene in a daze, and she became flustered and exasperated. Wen Kitchen, you cheated. Wen Kitchen proudly walked out. Night Queen Xiaoyu, don't spout nonsense. When did I cheat? I just sent people to planet Pyrolite normally. Why? Are the rules restricting the number of people who can enter planet Pyrolite? Night Queen Xiaoyu was furious, but the Wen family had not violated any rules, so there was nothing she could do. The various powers were watching the Wen family's performance, but Ling Kei did not see it. He believed that he was a man who kept his promises and was a man of integrity. Since he had promised the Wen family that he would occupy the Pyrolite mine, he would work hard. Right now, he only wanted to rush to Pyrolite Lake and help the Wen family occupy it. Thus, he kept running and did not see the words formed by the spacecraft in the sky. Wen Kitchen grew anxious. One more time. Mira spoke up. There's no time. Senior, I suggest that we use the spacecraft to warn Xian and the others so that they don't act rashly. They can't be discovered by the Day-Night clan. Wen Kitchen immediately ordered the spacecraft to move out again. Very quickly, spacecraft after spacecraft flew towards planet Pyrolite. Night Queen Xiaoyu was furious, and she wanted nothing more than to destroy these spacecraft. Luin looked up at the sky. Lake? Opposite? What did that mean? That direction was Pyrolite Lake. Opposite? Did someone run in the opposite direction? Could it be Ling Kei? That would be interesting. Hai Chi also looked at the sky. How interesting. Hey, do you think there will be more words formed by the spacecraft below? Luin shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Everything was a little strange. Hurry up and search. Be careful, and don't let Mu Rong discover you, Luin urged. Hai Chi rolled her eyes and continued to use her domain to cover the ground as she searched for traces of Zhuo Day-Night. Not long after, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky. This time, they formed the same three words, Wen, don't move. On planet Pyrolite, many Lameters stared blankly at the sky. When Xianer and the others saw this and immediately stopped. At this point, they were less than 3 hours away from Pyrolite Lake. Suddenly, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky and formed the words, Wen, do move. When Xianer was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Wen Kitchen was furious. Night Queen Xiaoyu is despicable. Continue launching the spacecraft. Following that, a very exciting scene played out in the sky. Wen, don't move. Lake, opposite. Wen, do move. Wen, don't move. Wen, move. Wen, retreat. Bai, Yi, chase. Countless people watched in a daze, as if they were watching a show. Even Mu Rong was attracted by the commotion. With so many spacecraft performing in the sky, anyone would be attracted to the commotion. Only Ling Kei foolishly focused on one direction and rushed forward without thinking about anything else. He didn't even look up. All of you, shut up. Another batch of spacecraft appeared. This time, it was from the Sword Sect, and the Sword Sect could not bear to watch any longer. The Wen family and the Day-Night clan were competing in the number of spacecraft, but from the Sword Sect's point of view, they were being ridiculed. They were great powers on the same level, so how could they be ridiculed? However, the Wen family had gotten off to a good start. Over the next period of time, spacecraft constantly formed words in the sky to guide the various Lameters and help them avoid danger. Planet Pyrolite skies were bustling with activity, and the number of spacecraft rapidly decreased. Suddenly, North Castle Weave, Frostwave Weave, and the surrounding weaves received a large number of orders to purchase personal spacecraft. Even the Great Yu Empire received a large number of orders. The Great Yu Empire's finance minister, Gavin, was delighted, and he ordered people to send the obsolete spacecraft that the Great Yu Empire had accumulated over the years to North Castle Weave to be sold off. It was foreseeable that planet Pyrolite would become a graveyard for spacecraft, and countless spacecraft would crash down. At this time, Wen Kitchen had already ordered someone to take a spacecraft and head in front of Ling Quebec. He planned to stop him and tell him that he was running in the wrong direction. Wen Xianxia and the others had already received a warning, so they did not approach Pyrolite Lake. As long as they brought Ling Ke to Pyrolite Lake, it would belong to the Wen family. Although Night Queen Xiuyu continued to launch spacecraft and form confusing words, Wen Xianxia was determined not to move. Someone from the Wen family had already reached planet Pyrolite and informed her of the situation. Wen Xianxia cursed Ling Ke to death in her heart, as she had almost been tricked. The Wen family had sent at least 30 people to stop Ling Ke on planet Pyrolite, and they hoped that they would succeed. Luin watched a great show, but after a while, he lost interest. Someone had a brainstorming idea that there would be countless spacecraft forming words. One day later, Ling Ke finally felt that something was wrong and stopped. Why hadn't he reached Pyrolite Lake yet? Around him, dozens of cultivators from the Wen family were engaged in a fierce battle with the cultivators that the Day-Night clan had sent out to stop him. They were afraid that Ling Ke would discover them and find Pyrolite Lake. Ling Ke turned on his detector, hoping to find a nearby pyrolite mine. If there was a pyrolite mine, then there should be people there. He ran in a different direction. Although it was also wrong, at least it was not the complete opposite. More importantly, there were cultivators from the Wen clan in that direction. Furthermore, Ling Ke saw various words formed by spaceships in the sky. What was going on? Wen Kitchen heaved a sigh of relief, as Ling Ke had finally realized that something was wrong. Wen Kitchen felt extremely tired, even more so than when he had fought with Night Queen Xiuyu. Luin and Hai Chi were already very close to Pyrolite Mountain. They had been searching for Zhui Day-Night for more than a day, but they still hadn't found her. If they got any closer to Pyrolite Mountain, they might be discovered by Mu Rong, but Luin couldn't give up. Chi, let's keep going. Okay, wait, what did you call me? Call me Sister Chi, said Hai Chi. Freedom and play, Luin said indifferently. Hai Chi obediently continued to release her domain to search for Zhui Day-Night. On Pyrolite Mountain, Mu Rong suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Hai Chi and Luin. He stood up, took a step forward, and vanished. Many disciples of the Sword Sect were astonished. Ever since Mu Rong helped them occupy Pyrolite Mountain, he had not left. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold, as he was unable to avoid Mu Rong in the end. Hai Chi used her domain to search underground, but it suddenly distorted. She cried out in alarm and looked up, only to see Mu Rong appear in front of her. She was startled and immediately ran behind Luin, looking at him warily. Mu Rong stared at Luin. Who are you? I don't have any hostility. It's just that a friend of mine went missing during the battle at Pyrolite Mountain, and I want to see if he's hiding underground. Mu Rong's expression was calm. No, there's no one underground. Luin was disappointed. So there really wasn't anyone here? Why should we believe you? Hai Chi poked her head out. Mu Rong calmly replied, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. You can search for him yourself. He then turned to leave, as he had only wanted to confirm whether or not Luin was an enemy. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to look at Luin seriously. You look very familiar. Luin had used the invisible aura technique to hide his aura and change his appearance. Even a hunter might not be able to detect him, so it was normal that Mu Rong couldn't see through him. I look very ordinary, Luin said. Hai Chi nodded her head seriously. Mu Rong's eyes flashed, but he stopped thinking about it and returned to Pyrolite Mountain. Luin hadn't expected Mu Rong to be so easy to talk to. He turned to Hai Chi and said, search Pyrolite Mountain with everything you've got. Hai Chi grunted and released her domain. This time, Mu Rong wasn't the only one who sensed it, even Lu Xiaoqiu, who was even further away, felt it. What a powerful domain, but it wasn't a threat to him. He looked up at Mu Rong but didn't pay it any mind. In the current universe, there were only 2 Lemeters here. Unless that person appeared, no Lemeter could threaten Pyrolite Mountain. Hai Chi quickly retracted her domain and shook her head. There's no one. Luine had a complicated expression. She really wasn't at Pyrolite Mountain, so where could she be? Was she really dead? Had her corpse been destroyed? That was the only thing he could think of. With Shuadainite's strength, she had been struck by the shockwaves from Mu Rong's battle. Furthermore, she had been heavily injured, so the chances of her death were very high. Luine was helpless, as he had already done his best. Planet Pyrolite was huge, and he couldn't possibly search every inch of the planet. His current plan was to find Xianlong Day Night and ask him about the situation on Shenwu continent. Then, he would return to the Outerverse and contact Night King Yuanjing. He would ask the Day-Night clan outside of planet Pyrolite to search for Zhui Day Night. Right, there was also the Northline flow zone, so they could search together. As long as Zhui Day Night wasn't dead, they would definitely be able to find her. Right now, they were heading to Pyrolite Lake. Luine brought Hai Chi to Pyrolite Lake once more. On the other side, Ling Ke was traveling at an extremely fast speed towards the Pyrolite mine. Halfway there, a cultivator from the Wen family saw Ling Ke and excitedly chased after him. Ling Ke glanced at him and then left without paying him any mind. In outer space, Wen Kitchen had almost smashed his spacecraft. This was what he was most worried about. No matter how many people he sent to search for Ling Ke, they might not be able to find him. Even if they did find him, they might not even be able to say a single word to him. Even if they did, Ling Ke might not even be able to hear them. Being fast was not always a good thing. However, in the end, the cultivator from the Wen family still managed to find Ling Quebec. He was very smart, and he also searched for the nearest pyrolite mine. Then, he met Ling Ke face to face and recounted everything that had happened in the sky over the past day. Ling Ke was stunned when he heard this, as he had never expected that the words in the sky would appear because of him. He did not know what to do, and he had actually gotten lost. At this moment, the Wen family launched another batch of spacecraft into the sky. This time, the designs of these spacecraft were old, and it was obvious that they had been hastily put together. They formed the words like, "Here." Ling Ke pursed his lips, his thoughts complicated. However, before he could set off, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky and formed the words like, "Here." This time, there was a difference in their directions. Generally speaking, they were all in the south, but one was in the southeast, while the other was in the southwest. Ling Ke was stunned. Where was it? Soon after, another batch of spacecraft was launched, but they did not form words. Instead, they formed arrows that pointed in a certain direction. Then, batch after batch of spacecraft formed arrows to indicate their direction. Ling Ke stared blankly, as there were already more than 10 arrows. Which one was the real arrow? He grabbed the cultivator from the Wen family, feeling flustered and exasperated. Where is Pyrolite Lake? The cultivator from the Wen family was also dumbfounded. How would he know? He only knew that it was in the south, but he could not pinpoint its exact location. In outer space, Wen Kitchen was furious. The Day-Night clan was despicable and shameless, and they had actually mixed up the directions. Mira was also helpless. Fortunately, at least Ling Ke knew that he had gone in the wrong direction. The worst that could happen was that he would search in different directions. Ling Ke had also thought of this, and he did the same thing. He covered his head and started running towards the south. He wanted the Day-Night clan to pay the price. Night Queen Xiaoyu was helpless. She had tried her best, but Ling Ke would definitely find Pyrolite Lake in the end. He was not stupid, and a fierce battle was unavoidable. Outside Pyrolite Lake, a desolate figure appeared, her long black and white hair fluttering in the wind. A Day-Night clan member saw the figure and immediately stepped forward to shout, "Zhui Day Night, why did you only appear now?" The figure was Zhui Day Night. The battle at Pyrolite Mountain had sent her underground, but fortunately, she had not been completely struck by the shockwaves. She had managed to escape and find a place to recuperate. She had only come here because she had seen the words. Actually, when Luin had gone to Pyrolite Mountain for the first time, he had only needed to run a little further south to find Xuede Knight. It was a pity that he had missed her. Xuede Knight glanced at the man and then indifferently walked towards Pyrolite Lake. The man snorted. Every Day Night clan member who had entered planet Pyrolite knew that Xuede Knight was a thorn in Night Queen Yanqing's side. One was a Day Knight, and the other was a Night Queen. They naturally knew which choice to choose. Aside from Xianlong Day Night, who had helped Xuede Knight block an attack from Night Queen Yanqing, the others were all eager to see Xuede Knight die. Night Queen Yanqing and Xianlong Day Night also saw Xuede Knight arrive at Pyrolite Lake. Xianlong Day Night did not pay her any mind, but Night Queen Yanqing sneered. It's good that she's here. The battle with the Wen family is unavoidable, so I'll let her die here. Xuede Knight stood by Pyrolite Lake and looked at her reflection. Perhaps she would never be able to go back. She looked up, and her gaze seemed to cross the endless sky. She saw her parents, her clan members, and the nightmare that had terrified her for the rest of her life. Father, Mother, I'm really tired. I'm sorry. The battle at Pyrolite Lake erupted a day later. Even though the Day-Night clan constantly tried to interfere with Ling Kei's location, he still managed to find Pyrolite Lake. He captured people and interrogated them, as many cultivators had been defeated at Pyrolite Lake. As for Wen Qian'er and the others, they did not approach, as they were afraid of being destroyed by the Day-Night clan. Instead, they moved further and further away from Pyrolite Lake. Ling Kei faced the entire Day-Night clan alone, just like when he had first arrived at Pyrolite Mountain. Night Queen Yanqing stood in front of Ling Kei and pretended to be wronged. Brother Ling, are you really going to make things difficult for me? My Day-Night clan has always been respectful to you, and we've never slacked off. Ling Kei looked at Night Queen Yanqing's charming face and alluring figure. His eyes burned with passion, but his mood was quickly ruined by the numerous spacecraft in the sky. Your Day-Night clan has played me quite a bit. Night Queen Yanqing helplessly replied, We're doing this for your own good, Brother Ling. The clan elders don't want to make things difficult for you, which is why they're interfering. Brother Ling, are you really going to force me? The second volume is about to begin. Soon, soon. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Before Ling Kei could reply, Xianlong Day Night threw a punch at Ling Quebec. What nonsense are you spouting? The Day Night clan doesn't need to wag their tails and beg for mercy. Xianlong Day Night's fist transformed into a gust of wind that could be seen with the naked eye as it smashed into the ground, but Ling Kei easily dodged it. He then raised his hand, causing his Kei's mighty slash to pierce through the void and disappear. Xianlong Day Night's expression changed as he clashed with Ling Kei's fists. In that instant, the void distorted as layers of shockwaves spread out in all directions with Xianlong Day Night at the center. His Kei's mighty slash pierced through the void and headed straight for Xianlong Day Night, but it was obstructed by the shockwaves midway, causing its might to greatly decrease. Even though it was still able to draw a line of blood, it was unable to deal much damage to Xianlong Day Night. This was the method Xianlong Day Night had come up with to deal with Kei's mighty slash. Lu Xiaoqiu used the second sword to form a defense, switching between offense and defense. He could do the same. When he punched himself, the force generated was enough to form a defensive shockwave. Ling Kei was surprised. Interesting. Night Queen Yanqing was cursing Xianlong Day Night's stupidity, but she did not hesitate in the face of battle. Her purple eyes flickered as she suddenly shouted, Brother Ling. Ling Kei reflexively looked at her and met her purple eyes. In an instant, the soles of Ling Kei's feet turned into stone, and the stone quickly spread out. This was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, purple eyes, which could turn everything into stone. Ling Kei's eyebrows twitched as his body suddenly trembled. Following that, a second Ling Kei appeared. This was a spirit clone, and the petrified Ling Kei gradually disappeared. Miss Yanqing, you've gone too far. Ling Kei's tone turned cold. He had been ambushed. Night Queen Yanqing felt bitter as her Night King's body and battle force erupted. I'm sorry, Brother Ling. I didn't want to, so please don't blame me. With a whoosh, Xianlong Day Night swept past Night Queen Yanqing and punched out at Ling Quebec. Ling Kei's mighty slash flickered as he slashed out horizontally. Thunder accompanied the explosion of sound waves as it tore open a giant spatial tear in the void. It was as if a black slash had traveled across the entire Pyrolite Lake. Xianlong Day-Night twisted his body and dodged the attack. He then lashed out with a kick at Ling Quebec. At the same time, Night Queen Yanqing attacked from another direction. Ling K's mighty slash spun rapidly around his body, allowing Xianlong Day-Night and Night Queen Yanqing to attack him. The ground was instantly shattered, and the three of them were smashed into the ground at the same time. Terrifying waves of air surged upwards, sweeping the ground high into the sky. Xianlong Day-Night and Night Queen Yanqing immediately leaped out of the ground. The next moment, all of the surrounding Day-Night clan members simultaneously attacked the ground. The Day-Night clan wanted to use their combined strength to defeat Ling Quebec. In outer space, Night Queen Xiaoyu stared at the screen. Would this be useful? Wen Kitchen frowned. Ling Ke had been too careless. The Day-Night clan was no weakling, and every Day-Night clan member had mastered a battle technique that had a certain degree of effectiveness against spiritual force attacks. So many Day-Night clan members had attacked at the same time, but they did not expect to cause any harm to Ling Ke's body. Their goal was to attack his spiritual force. This was also the reason why the Day-Night clan had not been able to cause too much damage to Pyrolite Lake even though they had attacked together. Although their attacks did not seem to be very destructive, they were actually very damaging to one's spiritual force. After the first round of attacks, many of the Day-Night clan members were panting heavily. Xianlong Day-Night clenched his fists tightly, as this was the first time he had ever bullied someone with so many people. It made him sullen, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could not defeat Ling Ke in a one-on-one battle. Night Queen Yanqing looked on expectantly, hoping that Ling Ke would not be able to hold on. However, reality disappointed them. Ling Ke slowly walked out of the ground, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The Day-Night clan's first round of attacks had not been completely ineffective. He had felt a little dizzy, and this had further enraged him. Ling Ke raised his head and swept his cold gaze across the Day-Night clan members. Do you all want to die? Night Queen Yanqing's heart skipped a beat. Everyone, retreat. Xianlong Day-Night growled and punched Ling Quebec. Ling Ke's body trembled, and he leaped up with his K's mighty slash. A crack extended through the void and eventually tore through the sky. Xianlong Day-Night fell to the ground with a loud thud as he bled profusely. Ling Ke looked around, and his K's mighty slash disappeared. The next moment, more than 10 Day-Night clan members had their necks ripped apart, and they were instantly killed. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed, and she hurriedly tried to escape. Ling Ke's eyes narrowed, and his K's mighty slash appeared and then disappeared as he stabbed it towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing felt her scalp go numb. Brother Ling, please have mercy. Ling Ke's gaze was cold and arrogant. Even though he was a little narcissistic and lecherous, he was still Ling Ke, one of the 4 unequaled leaders. He was also a super genius of the Lingling clan, and he would not tolerate any humiliation. He was infatuated with Night Queen Yanqing's respect and worship for him, but the battle just now had crossed his bottom line. She had to die. Powerhouses all had their own bottom lines, and those who crossed them were nothing more than wild beasts. Night Queen Yanqing truly felt the threat of death looming over her. She would fall under his K's mighty slash in 3 seconds at most. 1 second, 2 seconds. On the 3rd second, she suddenly made a move and grabbed Shui Day-Night, using her as a shield. Shui Day-Night had participated in the previous attack, and the moment Ling Ke revealed his killing intent, she knew that she would die without a doubt. Shui Day-Night's face turned ashen when she was grabbed by Night Queen Yanqing. It was time to end this. K's mighty slash appeared in the void and pierced towards Shui Day-Night's forehead. Ling Ke showed no mercy, and his gaze was icy cold. Night Queen Yanqing hid behind Shui Day-Night, her face deathly pale. Shui Day-Night's death would only buy her 1 second at most, and during that 1 second, she did not know how to block the K's mighty slash. Ling Ke was too terrifying. Above the planet, Night Queen Xiaoyu could not help but make a move. Night Queen Yanqing could not die. But at that moment, just as Shui Day-Night felt that her forehead was about to be pierced, 2 fingers suddenly appeared in front of her and clamped down on the mysterious K's mighty slash. The void trembled, and everyone felt as if their hearts had stopped beating. Even the air became silent. Everyone stared blankly at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of Zhude Knight. This person had used 2 fingers to clamp down on the K's mighty slash. Ling K's mind trembled as he stared at the scene before him in shock. How was this possible? Even Mu Rong could not do such a thing. Night Queen Yanqing stared in disbelief at the man who was just inches away from her. He was a stranger, but this person had saved her life. Beep. Drip. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Even though the K's mighty slash had been clamped down, it had still pierced through Zhude Knight's forehead. She had completely fainted, or rather, she was on the verge of death. The person who had appeared in front of Zhude Knight was naturally Lu Yin. He had seen this scene as soon as he had arrived at Pyrolite Lake. He had immediately shifted the fates en around his heart and left arm, unsealing most of his physical strength. Only then had he been able to clamp down on the K's mighty slash with 2 fingers. However, he had still been a step too late, and the K's mighty slash had still pierced through Zhude Knight's forehead. In the distance, Hai Chi covered her mouth, as she could not bear to watch this scene unfold. The blade had pierced through the forehead, and her forehead had split open. This was a fatal wound, and even Shamrock Enterprises' best medicines could not treat it. Humans could reconnect most parts of the body, but there was nothing they could do about an injury like this. This was because the moment the blade had pierced through her forehead, Zhude Knight's life had been cut off. Pyrolite Lake was completely silent. Lu Yin's arm trembled, and his eyes flickered as he stared at Zhude Knight. Zhude Knight's gaze was dim. She had finally seen Lu Yin, but he was a stranger. Lu Yin had disguised himself, but she was not unwilling. Perhaps death was a form of release for her. The K's mighty slash that had pierced through Zhude Knight's forehead had disappeared as Ling Ke had retrieved it. Lu Yin hugged Zhude Knight as a shockwave spread out from his body, forcing Night Queen Yanqing to retreat. He then rushed out of Pyrolite Lake. He had suddenly thought of something, that white fruit. He had spent over 100 star essence to upgrade it to the point where it could help him avoid danger. The trial master had said that the older this fruit was, the stronger its effects would be. Some fruits could even bring one back to life and be filled with life energy. Lu Yin did not believe that it could bring the dead back to life, but he had no choice but to use it on Zhude Knight. Everyone else was stunned. Only Ling Ke stared at Lu Yin and suddenly rushed over. Stop right there. Who are you? In the entire universe, Ling Ke could not think of any Lemiter who could clamp down on his K's mighty slash with 2 fingers. Mu Rong could not do it, and Lu Yin should not be able to do it either. So who was this person? This person was the universe's strongest Lemiter, and Ling Ke had to figure out his identity. It wasn't just Ling Ke, everyone wanted to know this person's identity, including the experts from the various great powers. Wen Kitchen, Night Queen Qiuyu, Viletree, and the others were all staring at the scene. When had such a powerful Lemiter appeared? How could they not know about it? Only Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan, Lily and a few others were aware of this, but they had not expected Lu Yin to be able to clamp down on his K's mighty slash. This completely overturned their understanding of the strength of a Lemiter. Even Granny Chan and Enlighter could not understand how Lu Yin could possess such strength despite only being a Lemiter. Ling Ke quickly chased after Lu Yin and raised his head. His K's mighty slash shot out and pierced through the void towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned, as he did not want to reveal his identity. He had Hai Chi leave on her own while he turned around and faced the K's mighty slash. The moment the blade appeared, Lu Yin tilted his body, grabbed Zhude Knight, and smashed them into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and pretended to look at Ling Ke with unwillingness before quickly fleeing. Ling Ke stood in place, confused. This person had been injured by his attack, and the blood on his K's mighty slash was real. This person should not have been able to block Ling Ke's mighty slash, but how had he been able to clamp down? He could not figure it out. No one could figure it out, and there was only one explanation. This person had used his innate gift to clamp down on his K's mighty slash, but such an innate gift could not be used continuously. This was the only explanation, as there were all sorts of innate gifts in the universe. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that this person had pretended to be injured, but no one could think of a reason for that. This was an opportunity to become famous throughout the universe, so it should not be fake. Many people relaxed when they thought of this possibility. Fortunately, no unpredictable powerhouses had appeared. Luin had purposely allowed himself to be injured by the K's mighty slash in order to confuse everyone. He did not want to reveal his identity. As for rescuing Zhude Knight, perhaps some people would have guessed that it was him, but as long as he did not reveal his true identity, he would be fine. Luin hugged Zhude Knight tightly as he stomped on the ground and sank down, avoiding the surveillance of the various powers in outer space. He then took out the white fruit from his cosmic ring, pried open Zhude Knight's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Whether or not she could be saved would depend on luck. Seventh bro, what did you feed that woman? Why does she have such a surging life force? The monkey asked. At that moment, Xianxia arrived. She hadn't been too far away from Luin, and when she saw him staring at Zhude Knight, she hurriedly said, "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Someone's coming after us." Luin grabbed Xianxia and carried Zhude Knight before charging into the sky and flying off into the distance. Many people wanted to chase after them, but they couldn't because Luin was too fast. Even if he can't defeat Ling Ke, with his innate gift of being able to catch the K's mighty slash and his speed, he's definitely one of the top leaders, someone exclaimed. No one objected, as this was the strength that Luin had displayed. Back at Pyrolite Lake, Ling Ke had killed many people from the Day-Night clan, severely injured Xianlong Day-Night, and almost killed Night Queen Yanqing. The Day-Night clan didn't dare to stay any longer, so they had no choice but to retreat from Pyrolite Lake. Pyrolite Lake was now officially occupied by the Wen family. This battle had fully demonstrated the terror of an unparalleled powerhouse. Just like how Mu Rong had helped the Sword Sect occupy Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake was now occupied by Ling Ke alone. Any one of the four unparalleled leaders could only be stopped by the other three. Of the four, no one could stop Luin. This was what everyone thought, but unfortunately, Luin hadn't come. Everyone retreated from Pyrolite Lake and waited for the Wen family to arrive. Xianlong Day-Night crawled up. He had been severely injured by Ling Ke, but his injuries had healed in an extremely short amount of time. This caused many to call him a freak, and even Ling Ke was surprised. Xianlong Day-Night's recovery ability was much stronger than his own. North of Pyrolite Lake, Luin grabbed Xianxia and Zhude Knight and quickly left. He didn't know where to go, but he wanted to find a place to settle down. He looked down at Zhude Knight and saw that the wound between her eyebrows was gradually healing. Luin was shocked. Could it really be healed? This was inconceivable, as this was a fatal injury. Xianxia cried out, "She's not dead?" Luin looked up in front of him. With his current speed, even Ling Ke couldn't catch up to him. He had been running for half a day, so he should be quite a distance away from Pyrolite Lake. If he didn't use his current speed, he would need a few days to cover this distance. In other words, if he had headed northeast, he would have reached Pyrolite Mountain. This place looks very familiar. Xianxia was surprised. Luin looked at the mountain range in front of him, and his eyes flashed. This was the mountain range that many cultivators had fought over when they had first landed here. In the end, Luin had snatched it and gifted it to the Northline flow zone, but he had never thought that he would end up back here. This mountain range was directly north of Pyrolite Lake, which meant that this mountain range, Pyrolite Mountain, and Pyrolite Lake formed a triangle. He didn't think too much about it, but he felt that the Zhude Knight in his arms had become a little strange. How should he put it? From the very beginning, Zhude Knight had given him a very unreal feeling. There was an illusory feeling of confusion. It was as if he wasn't hugging Zhude Knight, but Zhude Knight was in his embrace. Luin and Xianxia returned to the mountain range, and under the puzzled gazes of Northgate Gang and the others, they blasted a hole in the ground. Luin hurriedly put Zhude Knight down and looked at her in amazement. At this moment, Zhude Knight's hair had changed color. It had turned a grayish silver, and her entire body was enveloped in a layer of white light. The white light was gentle, but it was ancient and full of vicissitudes, as if it had transcended countless years. What was going on? What was the use of the white fruit? Wasn't that supposed to be used for healing? Xianxia also looked at Zhude Knight in shock, and her face was filled with confusion. Seventh bro, she's glowing, the monkey muttered. Luin pulled Xianxia out of the hole. Go play by yourself. You're not allowed to leave this mountain range. Hai Chi was dissatisfied, but she didn't argue with Luin. She knew that he was in a bad mood, and she guessed that the woman might be someone that Luin liked. Luin could only leave Zhude Knight's situation to the heavens. If you still die this time, then I'll have that woman, Night Queen Yanqing, accompany you. This mountain range was occupied by the Northline flow zone, so there weren't many outsiders here. Northgate Gang and the others didn't disturb Luin either. Hai Chi wandered around the mountain range for a while before returning with a bitter expression. Planet Pyrolite's geology was unique. It was dry, and there weren't many plants or animals. Rather than calling it a mountain range, it would be more accurate to call it a mound. There wasn't anything special about it. She only hoped that she could leave, but if Luin didn't agree, she couldn't leave. Sometimes, Luin was curious about what the Sea King had said to Hai Chi that made her follow him closely. Not long after, Pyrolite Lake was confirmed to be occupied by the Wen family. When Qianer and the others had played hide-and-seek with the Day-Night clan before Ling Ke had arrived at Pyrolite Lake. One party searched while the other hid. Now that the Day-Night clan had been defeated, they were finally able to reach Pyrolite Lake. When Qianer felt very apologetic towards Ling Ke, as they hadn't done anything at all. However, Ling Ke didn't mind. His mind was filled with the scene of that person clamping down on his K's mighty slash. Had that person really relied on an innate gift? Ling Ke looked to the north and really wanted to find that person, but he didn't know where that person was. That person was also extremely fast, and Ling Ke might not be able to catch up. Ling Ke couldn't stop worrying about someone who could clamp down on his K's mighty slash. He suddenly thought of Luin. It couldn't be him, right? But then, he shook his head. That shouldn't be the case, as Luin hadn't displayed any innate gifts. Ling Ke had also asked around about Luin, but he hadn't heard of any innate gifts that could clamp down on his K's mighty slash. As for Lu Yan's physical strength, Ling Ke shook his head again. That shouldn't be possible. He was very clear about the power of K's mighty slash. Luin could dodge or block it, but he definitely wouldn't be able to clamp down on it with 2 fingers. If he could do that, then his battle with Mu Rong wouldn't have been so difficult, and he wouldn't have been injured by K's mighty slash a second time. Suddenly, Ling Ke recalled the final moment of Lu Yan's battle with Mu Rong, when the Farmer Boy's song had played. Ling Ke hadn't been able to experience that strength because he had been too far away, but he knew that it was terrifying. Could that strength have clamped down on his K's mighty slash? Ling Ke was at a loss. Right now, he wanted to find Mu Rong and confirm Lu Yan's explosive strength. If that person could clamp down on his K's mighty slash, then that person would definitely be Luin. His injuries from the K's mighty slash had been an act, but if he couldn't, then that meant that a strange powerhouse had appeared on planet Pyrolite. Atop the mountain range, Luin had been waiting beside the cave for a few days now. Over the past few days, the cultivators from the Northline flow zone had encountered something strange. When they closed their eyes to rest, they would see a vast expanse of whiteness. Planet Pyrolite's main body was dark red, and there was no white to be seen. However, the cultivators were still able to see white when they were resting, which was very strange. Northgate Gang saw it as well, and everyone was bewildered. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Hai Chi saw it as well, and she approached Luin fearfully. Actually, Luin had seen it as well. Not only had he seen it, but he also knew the cause. This white light was exactly the same as the white light that covered Zhude Knight's body. He looked at the cave in astonishment. What had happened to Zhude Knight that could affect everyone? Monkey, you really don't know? Luin asked. The monkey was helpless. 7th bro, I'm just a Lameter who's been cultivating for 20 years. How could I possibly know everything? Even if you ask those almighty enlighters, they might not know the answer. 2 more days passed, and Zhude Knight was still emitting the same white light within the cave. The wound on her forehead that had been pierced by the K's mighty slash had already healed, but there was still a vertical scar left behind. It was inconspicuous, but anyone could see it. Her silver-gray hair fluttered in the wind, and she exuded a gentle aura. Over the past 2 days, not only had everyone seen white when they closed their eyes, but they had also seen white when they opened their eyes. This caused Northgate Gang and the others to panic, as they felt as if they were being watched by something. Northgate gang had specifically sought out Luin to investigate the matter, but Luin had a confused expression on his face. Finally, after 3 days, the crowd no longer saw the white light, which allowed them to relax. However, over the past few days, the Northline flow zone cultivators had become much more haggard. Even Haichichi's face had turned pale. Within the cave, the white light around Shude Knight's body had disappeared, and her silver-gray hair had turned back to a blackish-white color. She looked exactly the same as before, and she had returned to her original appearance. Luin walked into the cave and stared at Shude Knight. He crouched down and carefully examined her. She was still breathing, so she wasn't dead. Shude Knight suddenly opened her eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. Her eyes were filled with surprise, confusion, and finally gratitude and complex emotions. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Luin replied. "Why did you come to planet Pyrolite?" Shude Knight straightened her back, and her gaze returned to normal. She looked at Luin, but there was no joy in her eyes. Luin raised his brows. "You know who I am?" Shude Knight looked at him. "Shouldn't I know?" "How did you know?" Luin was puzzled, as he had obviously disguised himself. Shude Knight did not answer. She merely touched the scar on her forehead and fell silent. Luin thought that she was concerned about her appearance, so he comforted her. "Don't worry, this kind of scar is easy to remove." Shude Knight replied, "There's no need to remove it. Just keep it." Luin did not say anything else. He stood up and stretched out his hand. Shude Knight did not hesitate and reached out as well. She grasped his right hand and allowed him to pull her up. "I thought I was dead for sure." "What did you feed me?" Shude Knight asked curiously. Luin shrugged. "I obtained a type of fruit during lockbreaking. My mentor said that it had a lot of life force, so I tried it. I didn't think that it would actually save you." Shude Knight looked at Luin with a complicated expression. "Why did you save me?" Luin was stunned. Yes, why? He did not know either. All he knew was that he had come to planet Pyrolite when Shude Knight had been in a life-or-death situation. First, it was for Shude Knight, and second, it was to find Xianlong Day Knight to understand the situation on Shenwu continent. No, the main reason was because of Ming Yen. Strange, why was it all for women? When Luin did not answer, Shude Knight lowered her head. "I owe you my life, and I owe you a huge favor." Luin was puzzled. "A favor?" Shude Knight looked at Luin seriously, and a strange expression appeared in her eyes. At the critical moment, I comprehended a battle technique. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Is it related to your hair color?" Shude Knight looked at her black and white hair and nodded. "The battle technique is called Night's End, Daybreak." Luin did not understand. However, the monkey suddenly exclaimed, "Night's End, Daybreak? Isn't that a battle technique that shocked an entire era in ancient times?" Luin was shocked. It had shocked an entire era. "Night's End, Daybreak is an inherited battle technique of my Day-Night clan's Day King. It's a pity that no one else comprehended it after the Day King passed away. I never thought that I would be the one to comprehend it at the critical moment," Shude Knight said with a complicated expression. "I'll add another chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your support, thank you." Seventh bro, that's right. Night's End, Daybreak is a battle technique from the Day-Night clan, and it's a top-tier inherited battle technique. I've read about it in the autobiography of an ancient powerhouse. Night's End, Daybreak ruled over an entire era. During that era, everyone lost their color, and even the stars were white. The monkey's words shocked Luin. Was it really that exaggerated? "So you're saying that you're the only person in the Day-Night clan who comprehended Night's End, Daybreak?" Luin asked. She nodded. "Yes, I'm the only one. The Day King's inheritance." "Then what about your caged cage technique?" Luin hesitated. She looked at him in shock. "You know about it?" Luin nodded. She replied, "I can remove the caged cage technique at any time. The Night King bloodline does not have the right to imprison the inheritor of Night's End, Daybreak." "Let me experience your Night's End, Daybreak," Luin said expectantly. The monkey's words had piqued his interest. She raised her hand and closed her eyes. A gentle white light flickered in her palm, and after a while, she lowered her hand. Sorry, I can't use it as I wish right now. Louis nodded and did not force her. However, I can try to let you experience it. She looked at him, raised her hand, and waved it slowly. Louis only saw a vast expanse of white in front of him, and then he felt as if he had entered a dream. It was as if he had fallen into an endless white abyss. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at her in shock. He had thought that he would be lost forever. Was this night's end, daybreak? Was this an illusion? He had been forcefully dragged into the illusion without any ability to resist. Xuede Knight's face was pale, and she stared at Louis in shock. Night's end, daybreak was not effective on everyone. The stronger one's spiritual force was, the more difficult it would be to drag them into the illusion. The moment Louis had been dragged into the illusion, she had been unable to withstand it. It was just too strong. Fortunately, she had removed it quickly, or else she would have been seriously injured by Lu Yin's strength. Both were shocked by each other's strength. So this is night's end, daybreak. What a terrifying technique. Lu Yin sighed. That white abyss had left him with lingering fear. Xuede Knight coughed and leaned against the wall. Lu Yin said, daybreak. Rest for now. Xuede Knight nodded and sat down. Lu Yin walked out of the cave and saw Hai Chi kicking pebbles in boredom outside. Lu Yin walked to the other side and looked at his right arm. Do you feel it? Night ends, day dawns. The monkey solemnly replied, I felt it. No one was able to resist being forcefully dragged into the illusion. Seventh bro, this is an unbreakable battle technique. Lu Yin frowned, as Xuede Knight had actually comprehended this battle technique. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques all had the ability to damage one's spiritual force, and this night's end, daybreak was too terrifying. It was no longer just damaging, but rather sinking into oblivion. Daybreak, daybreak s daybreak, 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 daybreak. Daybreak. Daybreak, 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 daybreak. Daybreak, daybreak. Daybreak, daybreak. Daybreak. Is. But if it's not her, but Night Queen Yanqing or even Zhanlong Day Night, then I'll be in trouble. Daybreak. 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 How could a legendary battle technique that had dominated an entire era be so easy to deal with? Of course, there was one thing that Lu Yin did not mention, he had the Stonewall scriptures. If he really was dragged into an illusion, he just had to recite the scriptures to have a 90% chance of escaping. He had already experienced the wonders of the Stonewall scriptures. Oh, right. He filled his eyes with star energy and scanned the cave. In that instant, he saw Xuede Knight's rune lines. Her rune lines were no less than Zhanlong Day Knight's. Not only was she recovering, but she was also cultivating night's end, daybreak. She had only comprehended one battle technique, but her strength was already comparable to Zhanlong Day Knight's. As expected of a legendary battle technique. Seventh bro, I have to remind you that this woman is still from the Day Night clan. Your relationship with them is definitely not good. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he smiled. You're wrong. She's not just from the Day Night clan, but also from the Day King bloodline. What do you mean? The monkey was puzzled. Lu Yin calmly replied, nothing. While Xuede Knight was recuperating, Lu Yin spent every day either chatting with her or dealing with Hai Chi-Chi's unreasonable tantrums. The brat was already at her limit, and she even had the urge to destroy a mountain range. Northgate Gang was very vexed, as he realized that Hai Chi-Chi was specifically targeting him. Every now and then, she would verbally attack him, which almost caused him to suffer internal injuries. This was Hai Chi-Chi's only form of entertainment, so Northgate Gang had no choice but to slip away. He would rather go to dangerous places than stay with Hai Chi-Chi. Lu Yin and the rest quieted down. Almost all of the various powers had a stable place to mine pyrolite, and there were many spacecraft flying back and forth in outer space every day, either transporting pyrolite or cultivators. In short, planet Pyrolite was like a mine that had been covered in a mechanical shell. Xuede Knight rested for a few days, and her condition improved considerably. Shamrock Enterprises' special medicines were very powerful, and Lu Yin had bought a bunch of them. They had all been reimbursed by the Sea King's medallion at the Sea King's dome. Now that her injuries had improved, Shui Day Night planned to visit the Day Night clan. "You're not planning on revealing that you comprehended Night's End, Daybreak," Luine said. Shui Day Night shook her head. "Of course not. You're not stupid. If you reveal Night's End, Daybreak, you'll probably be exterminated by the Night King clan." Shui Day Night looked at Luine. "You seem to know a lot about the Day Night clan. Why?" Luine casually answered, "I'm just curious. The first time I heard you talk about the caged technique, I was curious. I never thought that the Night King clan would be so cruel." Shui Day Night's gaze was sorrowful, but she did not speak. "How many members of the Day King clan are left?" Luine asked. Shui Day Night replied, "I don't know. Nobody knows." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Is it because they all have their own masters?" Shui Day Night's body trembled, and she fell silent. "If you want the Day King clan to regain their freedom in the future, then Night's End, Daybreak might be your only hope. If I'm not wrong, gray hair is the symbol of the Night King clan, and the symbol of the Day King clan's descendants is silver hair." Shui Day Night stared at Luine warily. "You're guessing too much about the Day Night clan. I'm very grateful that you saved me, but it's best that you don't touch the Day Night clan. They have a foundation that you can't even imagine." Luine laughed. "What does the Day Night clan have to do with me? I'm just worried about you. I don't want to save you for nothing." Shui Day Night retracted her gaze and looked outside the cave. "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. How do you plan on explaining why I saved you?" Shui Day Night frowned. She had thought about this before, but she hadn't been able to come up with a solution. Luine reached out and retrieved a source box from his cosmic ring. He tossed it to Shui Day Night. "I'm a lockbreaker. I saved you because you had two harmless perceptive intermediate source boxes that caught my eye. In exchange, you gave me one of them. As for your injuries, the K's mighty slash only pierced your skin and did not damage your skull." Shui Day Night looked at the source box and softly said, "Thank you." Luine currently had two harmless perceptive intermediate source boxes on him. One of them had been a reward from the Astral Combat Tournament and had come from the Nalan family. He had obtained the source box from the Sea King's dome, and he had given it to Shui Day Night as an excuse for her to return it to him the next time they met. A harmless source box that was suitable for perceptive intermediate lockbreakers was extremely tempting to lockbreakers, especially those who were close to the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker level. Saving someone in a situation where it was within his capabilities was not a bad excuse to obtain this source box. It was impossible to determine the value of any source box from its appearance. It was possible that an ordinary source box could unlock a treasure that could shake the universe. This was something that could never be confirmed, so it was normal for lockbreakers to do anything for a source box. "This source box should be enough to offset the lockbreaking promise I made to you, right?" Luine asked. Shui Day Night straightforwardly threw the source box back to Luine and turned to leave. Luine was stunned. "This source box is very valuable, but it's not enough to offset the promise?" Shui Day Night seriously replied, "Whether it's because you saved my life or because I owe you a favor, it's already more than that promise. But unless I die, I won't use that promise to offset it. That promise represents hope." Luine pursed his lips and tossed the source box back to Shui Day Night. "Take it with you. That promise is still valid." Shui Day Night's eyes flashed, and she thanked him again before leaving the mountain range. Hai Chi stood outside the cave and watched Shui Day Night leave. When she saw Luine walk out, she smirked. "Hey, you're quite bold. You're actually looking for a mistress in front of the first wife." Luine rolled his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. How can there be a first wife?" Hai Chi pointed at herself proudly. "I'm the first wife. Hurry up and let me go out to play, or I'll tell father that you're a scumbag." Luine was speechless. "Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. I still have to meet people." "What do you mean? Am I not good enough for you?" "I don't know how to lie. You're despicable." With Shui Day Night's current strength, she was able to protect herself, so Luine did not need to worry about her. The next step was to find Xianlong Day Night and ask him about the Shenwu continent. In the sky, spacecraft constantly formed words to guide the cultivators below. Ever since the Wen family had set a precedent, everyone's imaginations had been stimulated, and all sorts of strange guidance methods had appeared. There was even one power that had created a huge detector in an attempt to scan the entire planet. Of course, it had ended in failure. Over the past few days, another huge pyrolite mine had been discovered, and it was located northwest of the mountain range. If nothing unexpected happened, this place would definitely be occupied by the Day-Night clan. Northgate Gang returned with a solemn expression. He immediately went to find Luin and told him a terrifying truth. Many powers had even forced the older generation of explorers to lower their strength and come to planet Pyrolite to compete for the pyrolite mines. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The various powers had no lack of explorers. Once these powerhouses lowered their strength and became Lemeters, their average power level would be higher than a normal Lemeters. This was a price they were willing to pay. It seemed like planet Pyrolite contained more pyrolite than expected. Thank you for your continued support. The second volume is about to be released. Right now, he was worried about the Day-Night clan, the Sword Sect, and other powerful organizations. They had no lack of outstanding explorers, and once these people appeared, even Luin would have to be cautious. Quantity could make up for the difference in quality, and Ling Ke had almost been knocked unconscious by the Day-Night clan's attacks. Has anyone mentioned the research progress on the method for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite? Luin asked. Northgate Gang solemnly replied, no, but based on the Northline flow zone's current progress, it's almost impossible. However, we don't know what methods the other great powers have, especially the Ross Empire, which is technologically advanced. They might have found an unimaginable method. Luin looked up. Even if the great powers weakened their explorers to the Lemeter realm, he was not worried, as it would not affect him. He was invincible, and even if he was, the great powers would not be willing to sacrifice their top 100 rankings experts to compete for Pyrolite. However, if explorers could enter planet Pyrolite, then things would be different. The top 100 rankings experts would appear one after another, and the situation would change completely. It seemed that he had to find Xianlong Day-Night as soon as possible and ask him about the Shenwu continent before leaving. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he did not want to compete for Pyrolite. In outer space, many powers discovered a strange phenomenon. Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake, and the recently discovered Pyrolite Plains formed an equilateral triangle. This discovery surprised many people, but they did not delve too deeply into it as they thought it was just a coincidence. In outer space, in the Ross Empire's warship, a dozen researchers were excitedly watching a screen. They were geologists from the Ross Empire, and the moment they had arrived on planet Pyrolite, they had scanned the entire planet and deduced the changes in the planet's geology over the past tens of thousands of years. They wanted to use this method to deduce the location of the pyrolite mines. Now, after continuously supplementing the data, the results were finally about to be revealed. Many maps of pyrolite mines appeared on the screen, and they constantly combined and changed. The time of the calculations went from hundreds of thousands of years to tens of thousands of years, then thousands of years, and finally to the present. On the screen, a dot of light flashed. Everyone stared at the screen. The flashing dot of light overlapped with the current map of planet Pyrolite, revealing a location. "Why is it there?" someone exclaimed. The others stared at the map, looking at the place with the most pyrolite ore. That place was a mountain range, and outside of the mountain range were Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake, and Pyrolite Plains. As the light screen reassembled, a clear map of the pyrolite ore distribution appeared. The most eye-catching part of the map was an inverted cone-shaped map with Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake, and Pyrolite Plains as the points. These cone-shaped maps contained the most pyrolite ore and went deep into the ground. I understand now. Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake, and Pyrolite Plain were all formed by a gigantic pyrolite mine. That gigantic pyrolite mine was actually under the mountain range, and it hadn't moved at all. No wonder we couldn't find it. It's so close to the core of planet Pyrolite that our detectors couldn't detect it. We've finally found the location of the largest pyrolite mine. This information has to be kept a secret. No one can leak it, shouted someone. Suddenly, a beeping sound was heard. Everyone looked towards the corner and saw a man with an ashen face taking off his gadget. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had committed suicide. The others were shocked and hurriedly picked up their gadgets. It's too late. The image has already been sent. Bastard, who recruited this person? No one answered. An old man suddenly appeared. No one is allowed to leave this place. He then disappeared again. Everyone was shocked. They recognized that old man as Scholar Newmoon, one of the Ross Empire's most knowledgeable elders. He was also one of the few almighty enlighters. Before this, no one had known that an almighty powerhouse had arrived. To the current Ross Empire, the most important thing was to race against time. However, the image had already been sent out, and they could not monopolize the largest pyrolite mine. Thus, after sending a large group of Lemeters to planet Pyrolite, Scholar Newmoon appeared in the Blaze Realm's warship. At the same time, he sent a message to the dire barbarian clans Lei Long. The biggest problem was that they did not know who the image had been sent to. It would be fine if it was a power from a small flow zone, but that possibility was too low. The most likely possibility was that it was a power from one of the 8 great flow zones. They hoped that it was not the Sword Sect, the Wen family, or the Day-Night clan. Otherwise, they would not even have the right to compete. On planet Pyrolite, Luin was just about to leave with Hai Chi-Chi when over 100 spacecraft flew towards the mountain range. Northgate Gang and the others were shocked. Why were there so many people trying to seize the mountain range? Luin could not leave, as Northgate Gang and the others would not be able to defend the mountain range. Boom. 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 Spacecraft after spacecraft crashed into the mountain range, and many of them headed straight for Northgate Gang and the others. Their actions were rather tyrannical. Northgate Gang and the others did not hesitate and immediately attacked. Suddenly, the sound of spacecraft explosions reverberated throughout the mountain range. At the same time, Lemeters charged out and attacked Northgate Gang and the others. Rays of light shot into the ground. These were technological weapons. Luin was shocked. These were not Lemeters, but rather modified humans who had combined cultivation and technology. Only one power could create such modified humans, the Ross Empire. The Ross Empire wanted to seize this mountain range, and it seemed that they were determined to do so. The various powers on planet Pyrolite avoided using technological weapons for fear of triggering a chain reaction from the Pyrolite mine. However, the Ross Empire had acted out of the norm and attacked with all their might. This abnormal scene caused many powers in outer space to feel strange. The reason given by the Ross Empire was simple: the son of an important person had been killed in this mountain range, and they wanted revenge. Although the various powers did not believe this, there was too little pyrolite in this mountain range, and there was no value in seizing it on a large scale. Within the Blaze Realm spacecraft, Scholar Newmoon, Huahui, and the dire barbarian clans Lei Long were all watching a screen. You don't even know which power sent that person. If it's a power like the Sword Sect, then we won't be able to seize that mountain range even if we work together, Huahui said. Scholar Newmoon was helpless. We're already investigating. Who would have thought that the Geological Research Department, which we've never paid much attention to, would be infiltrated? There's no point in thinking about this. Newmoon, you're a scholar. Such a large-scale attack would have attracted the attention of everyone. How are we going to keep this a secret? Lei Long complained. Newmoon sighed. The secret has already been leaked, so there's no point in talking about it. Everyone, the most important thing right now is to seize that mountain range or form an alliance with the strongest external aid. Huahui's eyes trembled. The strongest external aid? What do you mean? Whoever becomes an unparalleled Lemeter will be the strongest external aid, Newmoon said confidently. An unparalleled Lemeter could seize any place on planet Pyrolite. There were 4 such people, but the strongest had not come. Newmoon's intentions were simple: Mu Rong. You want to form an alliance with the Sword Sect? Lei Long asked. Newmoon shook his head. I'm not the one forming an alliance. The 3 of us will form an alliance with the Sword Sect. Huahui's eyes narrowed. This old fox was indeed cunning. If the Ross Empire cooperated with the Sword Sect on their own, then they would definitely suffer a great loss. However, if they formed an alliance with the three of them, then things would be different. No matter how powerful the sword sect was, it would not be able to directly suppress the three of them. It was no wonder why the old fogey had come looking for them first instead of forming an alliance with the sword sect. Huahui was even more afraid of being silenced by the sword sect, which was why he wanted to form an alliance with the three enlighters. Although the news has already spread, it shouldn't spread too quickly. We need to seize that mountain range in the shortest time possible and then use the map and the mountain range as a condition to form an alliance with the sword sect. Only then will we be able to guarantee the greatest benefits, New Moon said slowly. Huahui and Lei Long did not object, as this was their only option. Half a day later, they had thought that the mountain range would be quickly seized by the Ross Empire's cyborgs, but reality was the exact opposite of what they had expected. Those cyborgs had been crushed by a single girl. Atop a mountain range on planet Pyrolite, Xianxia's domain enveloped the entire mountain range. Cyborgs were defeated one after another, and their bodies fell to the ground while emitting green smoke. Her attacks were not heavy, and she did not kill them. However, her attacks were enough to render the cyborgs unable to attack again. Northgate Gang and the others were dumbfounded. They had not expected Xianxia to be so powerful, and the strength of her domain made them sigh in amazement. Luin was not surprised, as Xianxia's domain was much stronger than his, and she might even have comprehended a force field. She could be ranked within the top 3 on planet Pyrolite, and she was only second to Murong. Thus, defeating these cyborgs from the Ross Empire would not be difficult. Xianxia was very pleased with herself. She had been holding back for a few days now, and she had been itching to fight. Although these cyborgs were not very useful, they had still managed to satisfy her competitive spirit. What do you think? I'm amazing, right? Xianxia proudly asked Northgate Gang and the others. She even glanced at Luin as she spoke. Northgate Gang immediately praised her, but he was still met with Xianxia's merciless ridicule. Her words were just as powerful as her domain. The battle in the mountain range did not attract much attention. Although the Ross Empire's actions were unusual, most powers still focused on their own people. Above the planet, New Moon and the others had ugly expressions, as they had not been able to seize the mountain range. A mere Northline Flowzone's power had actually stopped the Ross Empire. The Blaze Realm and the Dire Barbarian clan should make a move as well, New Moon said calmly as he stared at Xianxia. This girl was not simple. Huahui frowned. If all 3 sides make a move, it will definitely attract attention. It's not wise. The Ross Empire alone won't be able to take it. That girl is very powerful, New Moon said. Huahui stared at Xianxia on the screen, and the more he looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. Suddenly, his eyes widened. I remember now. This girl was with the youth who killed Jared. The other 2 looked at him. Huahui coldly asked, do you still remember the battle at Pyrolite Lake? That person caught the K's mighty slash with 2 fingers? That scene had been a classic, so how could the other 2 forget it? That youth killed a disciple from my Blaze realm. This girl is with him, and that youth is in this mountain range, Huahui said. Lei Long lowered his voice. If that's the case, then the Lemeters from our 3 forces won't be able to take this mountain range. Let's confirm it first. If that youth is really in the mountain range, then we'll immediately hand over the map to the Sword Sect so that they can seize the mountain range, New Moon said. The 3 parties quickly reached an agreement, and the Ross Empire sent another batch of androids to planet Pyrolite. This time, their goal was not to seize the mountain range, but rather to search for traces of Luin. As long as they could confirm that Luin was there, they would immediately contact the Sword Sect. No matter what the reason was, the fact that this person had caught the K's mighty slash with 2 fingers proved that he was nearly as strong as Ling Quebec. He had even killed Jared in an instant, so the Lemeters under their command could not match up to him. They had to rely on the Sword Sect. However, man proposes, God disposes. The 3 parties of the Rossi Empire did not expect that the person who had sent out the sample was not a spy from one of the major factions, but a fugitive under the control of a small gang of more than 10 people. This small gang used all sorts of methods to manipulate the fugitive to obtain confidential information from certain factions, then sold it for money. This small group had originally only wanted to obtain information about the Ross Empire's geological research, but they had coincidentally participated in the geological analysis of planet Pyrolite and obtained the map. That person had not died of his own accord, but had been forced by the small group and his family. He had no choice but to send out the map, but he had also been afraid of being interrogated by the Ross Empire, so he had chosen to commit suicide. The Ross Empire's attention was focused on the various major powers, so they had not expected such a daring group to covet their information. The small group was short-sighted, and they did not have the ability to cooperate with the major powers to obtain pyrolite. They simply sold the map to many intelligence organizations in a short amount of time and then disappeared without a trace. The three parties from the Ross Empire were planning to cooperate with the Sword Sect, but the map they had been relying on had already been sold by several intelligence organizations and appeared on the screens of the various major powers. Everything had happened too quickly, so quickly that the Ross Empire had not even confirmed whether Luin was in the mountain range. Some of the major powers had already sent spacecraft towards the mountain range. Newmoon and the others were stunned. Hundreds of spacecraft were rushing towards the mountain range, so even an idiot would know that something was amiss. Huahui stared at Newmoon. "What's going on?" Newmoon frowned, but before she could speak, someone reported that the map had been sent out, and every major power had a copy. This report left Huahui and the others speechless for a long time. This was the bargaining chip they had used to cooperate with the Sword Sect, so how had it been leaked so quickly? Were the people who had obtained the map idiots? Or did they not understand the value of pyrolite? They had assumed that the powers who had obtained the map would secretly try to seize the mountain range like them. Who would have thought that they had no plans to take the pyrolite and simply sell it for a good price? The three parties' plans fell through, and they no longer had the capital to work with the Sword Sect. But at that moment, Luin felt that something was amiss. In the sky, spacecraft after spacecraft were hurtling towards them with incredible momentum. Northgate Gang and the others were dumbfounded. "Look," someone exclaimed. Northgate Gang and the others looked up into the sky, only to see a group of spaceships forming the words Northline, defend. "What do you mean? Defend the mountain range?" Northgate Gang was stunned. Afan and the rest were confused. Who could tell them what had happened? Granny Chan's face was gloomy. "Immediately send someone to the mountain range to inform Northgate Gang and the others of what happened. Also, ask Luin to defend the mountain range. Northline Flow Zone will naturally reward him." Lilian's expression was grave. "What if Luin isn't willing?" Granny Chan looked helpless. "Then give up. That's not something we can defend." Lilian nodded, as they had also obtained a sample map. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary vein would actually contain the largest pyrolite mine on planet Pyrolite? It was such a pity, as it would be great if the other powers did not know about this. Countless explosions rang out from the mountain range as craters were smashed into it. Leaders from various parties descended and began fighting over the mountain range. In the sky, batches of spacecraft formed arrowheads that pointed towards the mountain range, guiding the cultivators under their command to head there. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiu and the others from the Sword Sect moved out and headed towards the mountain range. At Pyrolite Lake, Wen Qianer and the others looked at Ling Quebec. He frowned, but still headed north. At Pyrolite Plains, Zhanlong Day Night and the others looked towards the south and exchanged glances. Between the mountain range and Pyrolite Plains, Zhuo Day Night raised her head and looked in the direction of the mountain range with worry. She did not know what had happened, but the mountain range seemed to have become a crucial location that everyone on planet Pyrolite was fighting over. Atop the mountain range, Luin let go of a cultivator who had fainted. His expression was ugly as he casually waved his hand, causing a shockwave to sweep out and send more than 10 meters flying. He then looked at Northgate Gang. "Retreat immediately. This isn't a place that you can defend." He already knew what had happened, but he had no intention of helping Northline Flow Zone defend this mountain range. Defending this mountain range would be equivalent to becoming enemies with all the other powers, which went against his original intentions. Northgate Gang wanted to retreat as well, but the words formed by the spacecraft in the sky were still flashing. "This was an order from Northline Flow Zone's Granny Chan," I said, "retreat immediately. I can help you leave, or I'll leave on my own." Hai Chi could feel the cruelty of the battlefield, especially since more and more people were arriving. The air was already filled with the stench of blood. She had just killed someone, and it had been her first time killing someone. She felt terrible, but she did not have time to think about it. The feeling of killing someone left her in no mood to speak. Suddenly, her body trembled, and she looked up at the sky in disbelief, her eyes flickering. Northgate Gang's expression changed, and he shouted, "Everyone, retreat." Luin heaved a sigh of relief, raised his hand, and struck out. The shockwave from his space render palm swept out and opened up a path. In outer space, Granny Chan and the rest had ugly expressions. Luin was planning to leave. Scholar Newmoon and the rest helplessly looked at the screen. From the moment that the sample map had been leaked, this mountain range had no fate with them. The most likely outcome was that it would be controlled by the Sword Sect because they had Murong. Within the mountain range, Luin shouted, "Chi-Chi, let's go." Hai Chi appeared beside Luin in a flash and grabbed his arm. "We can't leave." Luin frowned. "What do you mean?" Hai Chi's gaze was complicated, and there was a trace of apology in it. She was no longer as lively as before, and she whispered, "My second brother is here." Luin was stunned, and then a thought flashed through his mind. His body trembled, and he glared at Hai Chi. "You tricked me." Hai Chi looked at Luin with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." When Hai Chi had mentioned Hai Dasha's appearance, Luin had figured it out. The Sea King's Dome really wanted to obtain pyrolite, and Luin was a pawn that the Sea King's Dome wanted to use to obtain the pyrolite. The Sea King's Dome must have considered this by allowing Hai Chi to follow him. As long as Luin entered planet Pyrolite, he would no longer be able to make any decisions. It was no wonder why Hai Dashao had so readily used his name to support the Great Yu Empire. The Sea King's Dome only wanted Luin to enter planet Pyrolite, and as long as he did, Hai Chi would definitely be able to expose his identity. At that time, he would have to help the Sea King's Dome obtain the pyrolite, as the Great Yu Empire was under the Sea King's Dome's protection. Right, those battle videos on the internet had been deliberately shown to him by Hai Chi. No, those battle videos might have even been filmed by the Sea King's Dome. From the very beginning, Luin had been part of the Sea King's Dome's plans. The only thing they had missed was the fact that this mountain range was the largest pyrolite mine. However, this made it easier for them to compete for it. Hai Dashao had appeared when Luin had wanted to withdraw from the competition, and there were probably even stronger experts from the Sea King's Dome. But why hadn't the Sea King's Dome forced Luin to come to planet Pyrolite? Why had they used such a method to lure him in? With the Sea King's Dome's strength, as long as the Sea King said the word, Luin would have to come regardless of whether he wanted to or not. There was no way for him to resist, so why had they made things so complicated? Was it because of his status as a prospective son-in-law? Luin stared at Hai Chi in a daze as his mind raced. Hai Chi lowered her head. She truly had not known about any of this until just now. Although she had always mocked Luin and disliked him, she still did not feel good about scheming against him like this. "What if I insist on leaving?" Luin asked coldly. Hai Chi pursed her lips. "I don't know, but you won't be able to escape Elder Tong's methods. All of this should have been arranged by Elder Tong. He's very smart, and he's the military advisor of our Sea King's Dome." Luin was puzzled. "Why scheme against me? Wouldn't it be better to just threaten me?" Hai Chi shook her head. "I don't know. I really don't know. Don't ask me, and don't look at me like that. I'll feel guilty." Luin raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if he could see Hai Dasha's arrogant gaze in the darkness of space. There were too many things that could be threatened, and the simplest was the Great Yu Empire. Would the Sea King's Dome use the Great Yu Empire to threaten him? If the Sea King's Dome had schemed against him for the sake of pyrolite, then using the Great Yu Empire to threaten him was not impossible. If that was really the case, then Lu Yin's only option was to follow the Sea King's Dome's arrangements and seize the pyrolite or before becoming enemies with the various great powers. Luin remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Can the Sea King's Dome promise to protect the Great Yu Empire?" Hai Chi nodded. "Yes. Before we left, my father said that as long as you speak, I can make this promise on his behalf. Luin mocked himself. I thought I was smart, but I was schemed against at every step. The Sea King's dome and the Sea King are truly formidable. Xianxia sighed as she looked at him. She could hear his resentment, helplessness, and sorrow, but so what? The difference between the strong and the weak was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, she could not understand. If her father really wanted to obtain the pyrolite ore, then he could have just sent this person over to snatch it. Why did he have to make things so complicated? This was not her father's style. Could it be that her father really wanted this person to be her husband? Xianxia's expression changed, and her mouth twitched. That shouldn't be the case. In the distance, Northgate Gang and the rest looked at Luin. Without Luin to pave the way, they would suffer heavy losses. Luin sighed. After today, the Great Yu Empire would be under the Sea King's dome's protection. If he still wanted freedom, then he would have to leave. He would remember the Sea King's dome. He was not good at scheming, and he could not surpass the Sea King's dome or the other great powers. However, he believed that with his innate gift, he would be able to settle this debt one day. Although his name had spread throughout the universe and he had become the #1 leader in the universe, Luin was not happy about it. The various great powers were like giant pythons that coiled around him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Because of this, he had no choice but to think of all sorts of ways to obtain various identities in order to protect himself. These powers had monopolized the universe and monopolized the paths of countless cultivators with no background. Perhaps this was one of the reasons for the rise of the 10 Arbiters Council. The council gave young cultivators a relatively fair environment and background, even though this background was still shrouded by the various great powers. More and more people are coming. Northgate Gang couldn't help but shout in the distance. He looked up at the sky in fear. Spacecraft after spacecraft landed, and there were many experts from the 8 great flow zones among them. There were probably no less than 2,000 lemeters gathered in the mountain range, and it was far more intense than the fight at Pyrolite Mountain. Luin said, "There's no need to leave. We'll stay." Xianxia pursed her lips, feeling a little uncomfortable. She didn't look at Luin, but her apologetic look only grew deeper. Northgate Gang and the others were shocked. Stay? Wait for death? The Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, and other behemoths are coming. Luin raised his head. No matter how smart a nobody was, they would never be able to escape the grasp of a powerhouse. He had understood this before, and now, his understanding had deepened. His identity and background were all fake, and he was the only one who was real. It was too difficult to control one's own fate, and the process was extremely long. But now, he could control the fates of the people in front of him. At least on planet Pyrolite, he was invincible. No matter what the outcome of the fight for Pyrolite ore was, he was bound to become an enemy of the various great powers. Perhaps he was born to be unable to stand on the side of justice. The Sea King's dome had schemed against him and had never interfered in the struggles of the innerverse or outerverse, which meant that Luin could not join them. In that case, there was only one path, Leon's Armada. Luin smiled bitterly, as he had never thought that he would have to travel to the Cosmic Sea in such a manner. He wasn't worried about whether or not he could reach the Cosmic Sea safely. Although he didn't know how strong Mr. Mu was, it shouldn't be a problem for him to send him safely to the Cosmic Sea. Perhaps after leaving planet Pyrolite, he would never be able to return to his ordinary life. The Cosmic Sea or even the legendary Neoverse would be his path. In that case, he would make this battle on planet Pyrolite even more splendid. Up until now, the people from Northline Flow Zone hadn't attracted much attention, as there were too many cultivators fighting. Luin and the others quietly watched from a mountain peak. They didn't participate in the battles, and nobody took the initiative to cause trouble. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand why the cultivators from these small powers would fight to the death, but in the end, they would still be snatched away by the Sword Sect. What was the point of fighting so intensely? Reality proved that there were still quite a few smart people. Many spacecraft in the sky formed the word "Stop and Unite," and the battles on the mountain range gradually calmed down. The various powers seemed to have come to a decision. Nearly 2,000 lemeters stopped fighting and looked up at the sky. A spacecraft entered planet Pyrolite's atmosphere and exploded in the mountain range. A handsome man walked out and looked down at everyone in the mountain range with a smile. I wonder if anyone still remembers me, Prince Pisces. On the mountain range, everyone was looking at him. Dark red smoke rose vertically into the air from all directions, bringing with it a boundless air of desolation. The air was still filled with the smell of blood, and at this moment, that man seemed to be the center of the mountain range. Lu Yin's gaze grew more serious. This person had some strength. Lord Pisces? 100 years ago, there was a super genius who defeated a cruiser as a Lemmeter, and he was able to join the 10 Arbiters Council. He was one of the counselors, someone exclaimed. As soon as he said this, many people suddenly remembered who he was, and they all looked up at the sky in shock. It was rumored that this person had become an explorer a long time ago, but he still hadn't become a cruiser. Why had he appeared here? Furthermore, he seemed to be a Lemmeter? Lord Pisces raised his head proudly. At least someone still remembers me. In the mountain range, someone hesitantly said, it's not the 10 Arbiters Council, but the Youth Council. Many people looked at him. That person looked at Lord Pisces fearfully, but he still replied seriously, only the 10 people from this year's council have the qualifications to be called the 10 Arbiters. The previous council members were only counselors, so they couldn't be called the 10 Arbiters. That's right. This year's 10 Arbiters Council is completely different from the previous ones. They've truly given power to the younger generation, and they've also created 10 monsters. The previous counselors were at most realm breakers, and they couldn't compare to the current 10 arbiters. I've heard that Arbiter Zhenwu once defeated several counselors from the previous councils on his own. He's truly separated this council from the previous ones. In the sky, Lord Pisces' face sank, and the void around his body distorted. An enormous aura swept across the area, shocking everyone. Let's cut the crap. I've been hired by the various great powers to unite everyone and resist the powerful sword sect, Wind Family, and Day-Night Clan, Lord Pisces announced loudly. Within the mountain range, many cultivators looked up at the sky. Countless spacecraft had formed words that represented the various powers' attitudes. There was no point in a chaotic battle, and only by working together would they be able to stop the monopolies of the other powers. At this moment, the second grade hall's experts arrived. Kuang Wang was at the front, and his injuries from the battle with Ling Ke had mostly recovered. Although the second grade hall was the weakest power in the Beast Tamer's flow zone, it was still an organization below the Divine Grade Hall. The entire Beast Tamer's flow zone could be considered a single power, which was the Divine Grade Hall. However, the Divine Grade Hall was divided into the First Grade Hall and the Second Grade Hall. Thus, the Second Grade Hall could completely represent the Divine Grade Hall, and Kuang Wang was an expert from the Divine Grade Hall. When they saw Kuang Wang and the others arrive, the cultivators from the various powers became nervous. The difference between these geniuses and ordinary Lemmeters was too great. Even if there were a few geniuses who had comprehended domains and battle force, they still weren't confident in defeating Kuang Wang. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lord Pisces. Lord Pisces landed on the ground and faced Kuang Wang and the others. Many of the pyrolite mines on planet Pyrolite have been snatched away by you. The various powers have joined forces here, and we won't back down. Kuang Wang remained calm. You're also an explorer whose realm has been weakened. After paying such a huge price, do you really think that you can resist the Sword Sect and the others? Lord Pisces' face was gloomy. He was an explorer, but his realm had been forcefully weakened, and he would never be able to step into outer space again. To him, this was cruel. Only by defending this mountain range and making contributions would he be able to live out the rest of his life in peace and give his descendants a chance. Although he had been famous when he was young, he had been unable to break through to become a cruiser, which had led to his current situation. He did not want his descendants to suffer the same fate. Under the seemingly arrogant appearance, there was a heart of despair. The power behind him had promised him that as long as he defended the mountain range, his descendants would receive the greatest support from the sect. He had to defend the mountain range. It's not just me against the sword sect, but all of us. Lord Pisces shouted. Behind him, on the mountain range, more than 2,000 Lemmeters roared back. At this moment, no matter what kind of grudges they had with the powers behind them, they had to set them aside. If they wanted to defend the mountain range, they had to join forces. In the distance, Xiyu and the others had also arrived, and they stared at the mountain range in shock. These small powers had finally been forced to this point, but was there any use? Even further away, Ling Ke and the Wen family's cultivators were rapidly approaching. The Day-Night clan, Sword Sect, and other powers were also rapidly approaching. More than half of planet Pyrolite's cultivators had gathered in this mountain range, and all of the strongest leaders had arrived. "They're here," Northgate Gang said in a trembling voice as he stared at the group of people approaching from below. This group was led by Ling Ke and the Wen family's cultivators. The arrival of the Wen family caused the more than 2,000 leaders present to tremble. Rather than the Wen family, it was more accurate to say that it was Ling Quebec. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Quang Wang's expression changed, and he stared at Ling Quebec. This person had severely injured him with a single slash, and his strength was unfathomable. Lord Pisces' eyelids twitched, as this was the most difficult moment for them. However, he had already thought of a solution. When Xianxia and the others followed behind Ling Ke and stared at the peaceful mountain range with unfriendly expressions. The situation was on the verge of erupting. "You can all leave now," Ling Ke said as he coldly swept his gaze across the front. Even Lord Pisces was ignored by him, as he was nothing more than an outdated piece of trash from 100 years ago. The universe had undergone a revolution, and ever since the appearance of the 10 Arbiters, the younger generation was completely different from the past. In the past, Lord Pisces had been weakened from an explorer to a leader, and he had possessed unparalleled strength. Now, however, he was nothing in Ling Ke's eyes. Lord Pisces could feel Ling Ke's indifference, and he was furious, but he forcefully suppressed it. "Brother Ling, we can retreat, but can you stop Mu Rong by yourself?" Ling Ke frowned. "You and I can work together, along with the 2,000 cultivators present and the people from the second grade hall." "How about that?" Lord Pisces suggested. This was his plan, and it was also something that the various great powers had come up with. It was a plan that could not be considered a plan, but rather, it was to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. As for the final outcome, it would depend on the will of the heavens, as no one could guarantee that they would be able to defeat Mu Rong and Ling Quebec. These two could not be defeated by numbers, unless one possessed a technique like the Day-Night clans that could damage one's spiritual force. Ling Ke had already suffered a loss before, and he would not repeat the same mistake. When Xianxia was tempted, they had already been defeated in the contest for Pyrolite Mountain, and Mu Rong could not be defeated by Ling Ke alone. Ling Ke's eyes narrowed. Working together? It was a good idea, but it was a little embarrassing. At this moment, the Day-Night clan arrived, and they attracted everyone's attention once again. Night Queen Yanqing looked at the peaceful mountain range and raised an eyebrow. This group of trash had actually teamed up. Lord Pisces looked at Night Queen Yanqing and shouted, "Day-Night clan members, how about we work together to defeat Mu Rong first? Otherwise, no one will be able to keep him in check." Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flashed, and she looked at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke looked over at the same time. Although he did not speak, it was clear that they had decided to work together. At that moment, a sharp aura rushed over. They had finally arrived at the Sword Sect. Lu Xiaoqiu and Lu Xiaoyun walked at the front while Yo Yi'er excitedly followed behind them. Mu Rong was at the back with a calm expression. Mu Rong's appearance was like a huge mountain weighing down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, this mountain range was filled with the universe's top leaders. Outside of planet Pyrolite, the various great powers were all staring at the mountain range. Lord Pisces took a deep breath and looked at the Sword Sect members. He shouted, "Sword Sect members, are you trying to seize this mountain range?" Lu Xiaoyun looked at Lord Pisces. "So what if we are?" Lord Pisces' gaze was fierce. "You've already taken over Pyrolite Mountain, and the Pyrolite ore in this mountain range should be divided equally among the various great powers. If the Sword Sect still wants to seize it, then isn't that too much?" Lu Xiaoyun ignored Lord Pisces, as the current situation was clear to her. She turned back to look at Mu Rong. Mu Rong stepped forward. "If you want to block me, then feel free to try." He did not care about Lord Pisces at all. From start to finish, all of their schemes and alliances had been useless. Only a few people could truly decide everything. I'll add another chapter at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your support, thank you. He did not care about this so-called alliance. Lord Pisces had thought that all of the Lemeters would be able to resist Mu Rong and divide the Pyrolite ore between them, but his actions were laughable. He had achieved his goal, but the outcome was not something he could control. Lu Xiaoyun took the lead, and an endless rain of swords descended from the sky, targeting everyone in the mountain range. From the very beginning, the sword sect had assumed that everyone else would be their enemy. Regardless of whether Lord Pisces acted or not, the battle would not change. In the face of the sword sect's powerful attack, many of the cultivators retaliated. In an instant, the earth and mountains crumbled, and the void distorted as cracks exploded like lightning. Northgate Gang and the rest were stunned. This was a true top-tier battlefield. In the distance, Shiyu, Wen Qianer, and the rest were shocked as well. Mu Rong and Ling Ke had both acted. This was the second time the two had clashed on planet Pyrolite. Ling Ke immediately split his soul, and 3 Ling Kes combined 3 blades stabbed towards Mu Rong. On the ground, green grass spread, and the farmer boy's song appeared at the right time. The 3 K's mighty slashes froze in the void, and in the next moment, Zhanlong Day Night and Night Queen Yanqing attacked Mu Rong at the same time. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword, and sword light flashed, illuminating planet Pyrolite with a cold light. A top-tier battlefield was not something that ordinary people could participate in. Lord Pisces stared blankly. He had thought that he had the situation under control and could unite everyone to resist the sword sect, but when the battle truly began, his plan seemed laughable. He realized that even without him, the battle would not have changed at all. Everyone would have joined forces to resist the sword sect because Mu Rong was too strong. The scale of this battle far exceeded that of Pyrolite Mountain. Not only were Mu Rong and the other strongest Lemeters participating, but there were also many older explorers who had weakened their realms to participate. There were no longer just 1 or 2 people who were qualified to approach Mu Rong and Ling Ke's battle. There were nearly 10 people from the Day-Night clan, the Wen family, and the Sword sect. One of them had even released a powerful astral beast. He was from the Divine Great Hall. If they did not defeat Mu Rong, they would never be able to seize this mountain range. This was what everyone agreed upon. Above the planet, the various great powers stared at the mountain range. Perhaps this would be the biggest battle since the start of the Pyrolite ore. Countless spacecraft descended like shooting stars, and Lemeters appeared one after another to join the battle. The shockwaves sent hundreds of Lemeters flying, and they all lost their ability to fight. Mu Rong's farmer's song had controlled countless people. Even Luin had almost harmed himself in the past, let alone others. Mu Rong's farmer's song had severely injured a third of the cultivators and shocked the universe. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his eyes, and the second sword descended. Countless people were dumbfounded. Was it really wise to make an enemy of the sword sect? This was not a battlefield that they could join, even if everyone joined forces. Lord Pisces clenched his teeth and attacked Lu Xiaoqiu. 2 strange fishes formed a strange diagram in an attempt to suppress Lu Xiaoqiu, but Lu Xiaoqiu cut them apart with a single slash. You're already past your prime. Lu Xiaoqiu's second slash caused Lord Pisces to vomit blood and crash into the mountain range. Zhanlong Day Night appeared behind Lord Pisces and punched at Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword to block, but his body was sent flying into the ground. Lu Xiaoyun slashed at Night Queen Yanqing, but the attack was blocked by the Night Queen's Night King's body. Her purple eyes looked at everyone from the sword sect, but her surroundings suddenly changed. This was the quadrangular dragon lock array, and it was Yo Year. Her eyes were cold as she looked to the right. Yo Year winked playfully. Old auntie, let's play again. Night Queen Yanqing was furious. You brat, I'll kill you. Just as she finished speaking, a strange fluctuation suddenly swept across the area. This was a domain. Not only Night Queen Yanqing, but even Yo Year was shocked. Was this a domain? Old auntie, who are you trying to kill? Hai Chi-Chi's voice rang out, and she appeared to Night Queen Yanqing's left. Yo Year looked at Hai Chi-Chi, and Hai Chi-Chi looked back at Yo Year. Night Queen Yanqing was enraged, and she unleashed all of her power, but she still could not break free from Yo Year's quadrangular dragon lock array. Hai Chi-Chi was surprised. What a powerful battle technique. What is this? Yo Year was pleased. It's a battle technique from the Yo court, the quadrangular dragon lock array. What do you think? It's powerful, right? Hai Chi nodded continuously and excitedly said, it's so powerful. Teach me. She had already forgotten about the apology she had felt from the Sea King's dome, and she had returned to her normal self in the blink of an eye. Yo Year happily agreed. Night Queen Yanqing bellowed. What did these two brats take her for? At that moment, the void was torn apart, and K's mighty slash descended. It pierced through the quadrangular dragon lock array and rescued Night Queen Yanqing. Yo Year retreated more than 10 steps and gritted her teeth as she glared at the distant Ling Quebec. That bastard. He's fighting Mu Rong, yet he still has the time to meddle in other people's business. Ling Ke was already under a lot of pressure from facing Mu Rong, and he had continuously expanded the scope of the battle in order to avoid being controlled by the farmer boy's song. He had no choice but to divert his attention to save Night Queen Yanqing. Mu Rong had taken advantage of Ling Ke's moment of distraction to sweep through 3 powerhouses with weakened realms. The picture of a farmer boy herding cows had suppressed the entire battlefield, causing nearly 10 powerhouses with weakened realms to cough up blood. Mu Rong was too terrifying. Even though he was surrounded by many powerhouses, he still seemed invincible, including Ling Quebec. Night Queen Yanqing only wanted to kill Yo Year and Hai Chi. This time, she was more careful and would not be trapped by Yo Year's quadrangular dragon lock array. Every time Yo Year attacked, she would quickly leave her original position and bombard the area with powerful star energy. Yo Year cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran away. Hai Chi shouted, "Follow me." Yo Year hurriedly followed. Night Queen Yanqing's hatred for Hai Chi surpassed that of Yo Year. She ignored everything else and chased after them, charging into the mountain range. Most of the leaders in the mountain range had been heavily injured by Lu Xiaoyun and Lu Xiaoqiu's sword techniques. Only a small portion of them could still walk, but they did not intend to participate in the battle. Night Queen Yanqing was definitely powerful, and as long as she was prepared, Yo Year's battle techniques would be useless against her. Even Hai Chi domain was no match for her. The 2 girls were chased by Night Queen Yanqing, and they soon arrived where Northgate Gang and the others were. Northgate Gang was stunned, and he knew that something was wrong the moment he saw Hai Chi excitedly rush out. Sure enough, she had provoked a powerful enemy and returned. Everyone felt the pressure suddenly increase when they faced Night Queen Yanqing, and they could not resist at all. They could only look at Luin. Hai Chi shouted, "Help! This old auntie is killing people." Yo Year also shouted, "Who can save us?" Night Queen Yanqing's eyes were filled with a cold murderous intent. Even if it was the Yo court princess, she would still kill her first. The Night King clan did not fear anyone. Hai Chi pulled Yo Year past Luin and suddenly stopped. "We're safe." Yo Year blinked. "How are we safe?" Night Queen Yanqing raised a hand and grabbed at the 2 girls. As for Luin, she completely ignored him and did not even look at him. Suddenly, when Night Queen Yanqing passed by Lu Yin's side, she felt her scalp go numb and a chill run down her spine. Based on her many years of battle experience, she could sense danger and instinctively dodged to the side. However, her shoulder was firmly grabbed by a hand. "Night Queen Yanqing, long time no see." This one sentence caused Night Queen Yanqing's eyes to shrink. When she heard this voice, she turned around in a daze and looked at Luin. Luin looked up and saw that he was still in his disguise. Night Queen Yanqing was confused as she recognized this person. He had used 2 fingers to clamp down on her K's mighty slash, which had indirectly saved her life. She had been looking for him all this time, but she had never expected to find him here. But why did this voice sound so familiar? Wasn't that him? The next moment, Lu Yin's appearance changed, and he returned to his original appearance. Night Queen Yanqing's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and she was in disbelief. Luin? Less than a meter away, Hai Chi patted her chest. Beside her, Yo Year also looked at Luin in shock. "It was him? Thank you for taking care of me all this time," Luin said calmly. He was currently in a bad mood, as he had been forced to fight over pyrolite ore. In the end, he might not be able to obtain anything, and he might even have to leave the cosmic sea. To him, this was bad luck, and whoever appeared at this moment would be unlucky. Night Queen Yanqing felt an intense pain in her shoulder as a majestic force pushed through her shoulder and into her organs. A trace of blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Lu Yin, how dare you appear here? Aren't you afraid of implicating the Frostwave Weave? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yes, everyone is sure to take care of me. However, from now on, this threat will no longer exist. Help me tell Elder Yuanjing that I, Lu Yin, will always remember his care. He then flung Night Queen Yanqing away. Night Queen Yanqing was suppressed by Lu Yin's strength and was unable to move. Her entire body smashed into the ground like a cannonball, and her Night King's body and battle force collapsed as she fainted. Everyone was shocked by Night Queen Yanqing's miserable state, and they all looked towards the mountain range. Was there someone who could defeat Night Queen Yanqing? Ling Ke also looked towards the mountain range in shock. Although Night Queen Yanqing was not a top-tier powerhouse, she was still one of the powerhouses who had been qualified to participate in the siege against Murong. She was one of the top 5 powerhouses present, but she had been beaten so badly. In outer space, Night Queen Qiuyu was so angry that her entire body trembled. She glared at the screen. It's actually him. This brat is looking to die. How dare he attack my Day-Night clan? Contact Karthika immediately and have him destroy the Great Yu Empire. In the Sword Sect, Elder Viletree frowned. That's Lu Yin? Why did he appear? In the Wen family's spacecraft, Mira was also staring at the screen in shock. Lu Yin couldn't be that stupid, right? Why would he attack the Day-Night clan? He should have stayed out of this. In the second grade hall, Karthika clenched his fists. Lu Yin had still come, but he had actually attacked the Day-Night clan. Was he not afraid of implicating the Frostwave Weave? Or did he really think that he would be safe with Hai Dasha's personal promise? As long as it wasn't the Sea King's promise, they would not care if Lu Yin violated everyone's interests. In the Northline flow zone, Granny Chan and the others were pleasantly surprised. Was Lu Yin going to help them seize the mountain range? But why? The situation had changed too quickly. The various powers were all attracted by Lu Yin. Previously, it had been Murong, but now, Lu Yin was the greatest barrier. Below planet Pyrolite, everyone looked at Lu Yin. They were all familiar with this person, as he was the strongest Lemeter who had surpassed Murong. He was an invincible powerhouse. Murong and the others stopped fighting. Underground, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night walked out and stopped fighting as well. Lord Pisces' face went pale, and he looked up. There was someone even more ruthless here? Lu Yin's appearance had changed the situation once again. He was no longer afraid of being surrounded, and since he had decided to act, he would not hesitate. He would show these people what it meant to be an invincible Lemeter. Thank you for Little Pow's tip, and thank you all for your support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The second volume was about to begin. Outside the mountain range, Zhuo Day-Night looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Are you going to make a move? All of your previous concealment will be meaningless. He alone was like a tall mountain. His shadow seemed to envelop everyone. At this moment, even Murong's shadow was dim. High up in the sky, a group of spacecraft suddenly formed words that read, "Join forces to kill Lu." These were simple words, but they displayed an unparalleled determination. These were the Day-Night clan spacecraft. The next moment, Zhanlong Day-Night was the first to attack. He raised his right fist and gathered all the strength in his body before striking out with a majestic might that distorted the void. Lu Yin, it's been a long time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he watched Zhanlong Day-Night's fist approach. Everyone watched as Lu Yin slowly raised his right palm. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and dust flew everywhere. The shockwave transformed into visible ripples that pushed Hai Chi-Chi and the rest away. The mountain range split apart, and a horizontal crack appeared in the void. Countless people were shocked by the scene. With a whoosh, the dust settled, revealing Lu Yin's calm face. He hadn't even taken half a step back, and his palm was still tightly gripping Zhanlong Day-Night's right fist, preventing him from advancing or retreating. Countless people were dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open as they stared at the scene in disbelief. This was Zhanglong Day Night, a top powerhouse of the Day Night clan who had fought Lu Xiaoqiu to a standstill. He was someone who was qualified to join in the siege against Mu Rong, but Lu Yin had easily blocked his punch. It had to be known that even Ling Ke and the others had to either defend themselves or dodge Zhanglong Day Night's punch. None of them had been able to block it as easily as Lu Yin. Zhanglong Day Night stared at Lu Yin, his eyes flickering with disbelief. Your strength. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You're too weak right now. He then exerted force with his right palm, and with a crack, Zhanglong Day Night's right fist was broken. His entire body was smashed into the ground like Night Queen Yanqing, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin looked down at him. I'll look for you after I've dealt with the others. He then took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the mountain range. In just 2 moves, he had defeated 2 top powerhouses of the Day Night clan. Lu Yin's strength left a shadow in everyone's hearts. Yo Yer was shocked. This person was indeed powerful. Hai Chi blinked. This guy was actually quite pleasing to the eye. It made sense for her father to make him his son-in-law. No wonder he hadn't forced Lu Yin to steal the pyrolite mine. Wait, that wasn't right. What was she thinking? What was she thinking? What son-in-law? There was no such thing. In outer space, Night Queen Qiuyu's expression changed. Zhanglong Day Night and Night Queen Yanqing had both been defeated, and their opponents had only attacked twice. How could this be? Was the gap between the meters really that great? Lu Yin's strength reminded her of the 10 arbiters. On planet Pyrolite, below a mountain range, Sir Pisces stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. This person had appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, and he was now less than 5 meters away from him. Ling Ling, Ling Ke, Ling, Ling Ling calm to Ling Ling to the Day Night. Ling Ke raised his head and took a few steps forward. He stared at Lu Yin coldly. How domineering. Lu Yin, even if you're the strongest Lemeter, can you stop everyone? Lu Yin looked at Ling Quebec. You can try. Ling Ke's eyes widened. Everyone attacked together. If we don't defeat him, no one will get this mountain range. He then took the initiative to attack. His K's mighty slash tore through the void and stabbed towards Lu Yin. He used his full strength right from the start, as he had already guessed that Lu Yin was the one who had caught his K's mighty slash with 2 fingers. Lu Yin was not someone with an extraordinary innate gift. Aside from this person, who else could have caught his K's mighty slash with 2 fingers? To the side, Mu Rong also attacked. He had chosen to team up with Ling Ke against Lu Yin. Previously, Ling Ke and the others had joined forces to attack Lu Yin, but now, everyone joined forces to attack Lu Yin. The void tore apart in front of Lu Yin, and the K's mighty slash appeared in front of him. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing the blade to fly to the side with a bang. He then raised a palm to face Ling Quebec. At this moment, he had already moved all of the fate sand from his heart and left arm away, hiding them under his clothes. In other words, 2/3 of his sealed physical strength had been released. At this moment, Lu Yin was invincible. The shockwave from the Space Render palm shattered the void, and it roared like a monster as it charged towards Ling Quebec. Ling Ke's pupils shrank. He knew that Lu Yin was very strong, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Flicking away his K's mighty slash with a single finger was enough to topple Ling Ke's worldview. There was a boom as the Space Render palm swept out in one direction. Ling Ke dodged it, but everyone else in that direction was struck by the Space Render palm's force and lost their ability to fight. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. You haven't learned your lesson yet. Your song is useless against me. Then, his body trembled, and the void tore apart. He raised a palm and aimed it at Mu Rong. Mu Rong's face changed, and he hurriedly dodged. A huge shockwave blasted out from where he had been standing. 2 palms had forced Ling Ke and Mu Rong to retreat. Not only had he flicked away the K's mighty slash, but he had also caused the farmer's song to collapse. The strength that Lu Yin had displayed in the past few seconds had caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Monster! He's a monster, someone shouted as they stared at Lu Yin in fear. Following his words, everyone immediately retreated. This person is a monster. He's invincible. Monster. Against Mu Rong, everyone could still fight if they joined forces with Ling Quebec. However, against Luin, even with Mu Rong's help, they felt like ants trying to shake a tree. This was not a battle that could be won by numbers. When Qian'er stared blankly. This was the strength of an unequaled leader. She had overestimated herself and wanted to experience it for herself, but even Ling Ke was far from being able to match up to Luin. Ever since Mr. Mu had raised Lu Yin's physical body to its limits, he had reached the realm where his battle soul could be in a domain with his eyes closed. In other words, he was truly invincible. Perhaps the 10 arbiters might have been able to contend with him when they had been leaders, but now, none of them could stop him. Mu Rong looked at Luin solemnly, as the current Luin made him feel powerless. He had exchanged blows with Luin before, and he had truly experienced this person's strength. In the beginning, the two of them had been evenly matched, and Luin definitely did not have the strength to shake off the farmer's song. It was only towards the end that he had released that level of strength, which was something that he had comprehended during his battle with the Sea King at the Sea King's Dome. Now, Luin had released his strongest strength right from the start. This strength was not something that Mu Rong could block, and neither could anyone else. Right now, only explorers or even cruisers could fight against him. He was invincible against leaders. Above the planet, the various great powers were stunned. The difference between them was too great, and it was not something that could be made up for with numbers. In the Sword Sect, Elder Viletree was shocked. This kid is unbeatable. Think of a way to send explorers to planet Pyrolite. Order Lu Xiaoqiu and the others to retreat to Pyrolite Mountain. Don't fight with this kid. Yes, Elder. Within the Wen family's spacecraft, Mira was also shocked. She had not expected that Luin would become so strong in the short time that she had not seen him. His strength was a little exaggerated, and even the 10 arbiters would have to look askance at Luin. They had also been invincible when they had been leaders, but they should not have surpassed Lu Yin's strength. He might already have the strength to match her own. Who would have thought that an ant from Earth who had just started cultivating would be able to reach such a level? In the domain of leaders, Luin had the aura of a supreme existence. The Day-Night clan and the Wen family simultaneously issued orders for everyone to retreat. These seniors could clearly see the difference between them, and Luin was not someone that the younger generation could contend against. As the words in the sky changed, they all turned into a single word: retreat. At the foot of the mountain range, everyone inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief, as there was no need to fight with this monster. Luin looked up. These powers were indeed worthy of being able to mingle in the Innerverse. They were decisive in their actions, but the fact that they had retreated so decisively meant that they were thinking of other methods. They were either threatening Luin or looking for another powerhouse. In the Sword Sect, Lu Xiaoqiu walked out with a resolute gaze. Lu Xiaoyan's expression changed. What are you doing? The elders have ordered us to retreat. Everyone else looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu resolutely walked forward and faced Luin. You and I have an agreement to challenge the top 100 rankings together. That's right, Luin replied. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze turned cold. I have a feeling that this battle will be our final battle as leaders, as well as our first. I don't want to miss it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You're not my opponent. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped his sword hilt. So what? This is my way of the sword. In outer space, Elder Viletree and the rest fell silent. Lu Xiaoqiu had inherited the 13 swords because of his own way of the sword. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, he had to take action. Otherwise, his way of the sword would crumble. Compared to a Lu Xiaoqiu whose way of the sword had crumbled, they would rather fight him, regardless of whether they would live or die. Of course, the Sword Sect did not believe that Luin would dare to kill Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's head hurt. People with such high beliefs were the most troublesome. Zhang Dingtian was one, and Lu Xiaoqiu was another. Luin himself had cultivated to his current level by relying on his die and luck, and he did not have such beliefs. At this moment, when he saw Lu Xiaoqiu's resolute gaze, Luin felt that he lacked something. He himself should have some sort of belief. Go ahead, Luin said calmly. Everyone looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. Even Ling Ke and Mu Rong had not been able to defeat the fourth sword. Was Lu Xiaoqiu going to use the fifth sword? Each of the 13 swords was shocking, and everyone wanted to see the might of the fifth sword. Lu Xiaoqiu took a deep breath and gripped his sword hilt tightly. His eyes were resolute, and he was indeed going to use the fifth sword. This was a sword that he had yet to comprehend. Using the fourth sword as a limiter was already very terrifying, and the fifth sword should have been something that he could only come into contact with after becoming an explorer. But now, he had to use it, or else he would not even have a chance. Perhaps after the fifth sword, he would become a cripple. But he did not regret it. At the foot of the mountain range, many cultivators continuously retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Lu Ying did not attack, as he wanted to show his respect for Lu Xiaoqiu's beliefs. He would give Lu Xiaoqiu enough time. The cultivators continuously retreated, and one of them suddenly looked at his sword in shock. His sword was shaking, and soon after, many swordsmen cultivators around him also noticed that their swords were shaking, as if they were not under their control. This was a force field that had not yet been displayed, but it truly existed. The fourth sword manifested this force field in the form of sword qi, and it was the strongest attack. At this moment, this force field had merged with the environment. Yo Yeer looked down from the mountain range, and she recalled a description of the sword sect's fifth sword from her seniors. Man and sword is one, sword and domain is one, man and domain is one. This is the fifth sword. What did you say? Hai Chi was confused. Yo Yeer shook her head. Nothing. Do you think that person can block the fifth sword? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. I don't know. Below the mountain range, Lu Yin's expression turned serious. He could feel Lu Xiaoqiu's force field and the terrifying power of the fifth sword that seemed to merge everything into one. This sharp aura had yet to appear, but it had already caused cracks to appear in the void. In Lu Yin's eyes, Lu Xiaoqiu had already transformed into a sword, and countless spatial cracks had spread out from his body. Ling Ke stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in shock. The sword sect's 13 swords truly lived up to its name. If Lu Xiaoqiu had completely comprehended this sword, then Ling Ke might not have been able to defeat him. Mu Rong also stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in amazement. The inheritors of the 13 swords were indeed not simple. Countless people were looking forward to Lu Xiaoqiu defeating Lu Ying in one strike. Lu Xiaoqiu suddenly opened his eyes and unsheathed his sword. With him at the center, a sharp aura spread out in a circular manner. Everything within 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters was enveloped by this aura, and it caused everyone's scalps to go numb. This was a power that could decide their life or death. Mu Rong raised a hand, and a very thin trace of blood appeared on his palm. It wasn't just him, everyone who had been enveloped by the fifth sword had been injured to varying degrees. Many cultivators were terrified, and they hurriedly retreated. Lu Ying raised a hand and flicked his finger. The void flickered, and a white shockwave slashed towards the ground. The fifth sword had not been completely released, but it was already trying to injure Lu Ying. It was impossible. After coming into contact with the fifth sword's power, Lu Ying suddenly shook his head. You can't use this sword. No one had expected Lu Ying to suddenly say such a thing, and most of them were confused. Only a few looked at Lu Xiaoqiu with pity. In the starry sky, Elder Viletree shook his head and sighed. The fifth sword, man, sword, and domain is one. He managed to fuse man with his aura, and man with his sword, but he was unable to fuse his sword with his domain. His power leaked out, causing him to fail on the verge of success. Behind Elder Viletree, Lu Sanjian looked at the screen with pity. If he could use the fifth sword, then Xiaoqiu would definitely be the strongest. Elder Viletree calmly replied, not necessarily. No, that's not right. Even if he can use the fifth sword, he's still not the strongest. He then looked at Lu Ying. I've seen this kid's battle with Mu Rong. This kid possesses extreme strength, and it's not something that a powerhouse at the same level as him can contend against unless they've also reached the pinnacle in a certain aspect. Lu Sanjian was confused. Extreme? Elder Viletree sighed in amazement. Yes, the pinnacle, just like the 10 arbiters. Lu Sanjian was shocked. This kid can rival the 10 arbiters? Elder Viletree did not answer, but he did not deny it either. The sword sect had the 10 arbiters, so they were well aware of their strength. Their monstrous reputation was not an exaggeration, it was the truth. Even for a powerhouse like Xianxia, who was close to becoming an enlighter, the 10 arbiters' strength when they had been limiters was inconceivable. It was precisely because they understood the 10 arbiters' strength when they had been limiters that they did not pay much attention to Luin and the other 10 arbiters' candidates. The difference was too great, and they were not even on the same level. The so-called 10 arbiters' candidates were just words of encouragement, but now, someone who could rival the 10 arbiters had appeared. Xianxia was very clear on how terrifying and unfathomable someone who could rival the 10 arbiters' limiters was. To all limiters, such a person was a monster. It was no wonder why Elder Viletree had ordered everyone to retreat after Luin had made his move. He was an existence that could not be resisted. On planet Pyrolite, just as Luin had said, Xiaoqiu could not use the fifth sword. His force field had collapsed, or rather, it had been destroyed by his own sword qi. He could not combine his sword and domain. Xiaoqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled. Luin calmly looked at him. Although you haven't been able to use that sword, you're not far from being able to. I'll wait for your challenge. I probably won't become an explorer before you do. Xiaoqiu was unwilling to accept this. Are you pitying me? Luin shook his head. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. It will be more difficult for me to become an explorer. However, even if I don't become an explorer, I can still challenge the top 100 rankings. The original agreement is invalid, and the current you cannot challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time as me. Xiaoqiu silently left. He had been defeated before the battle had even begun, but he did not regret it. If he did not even have the courage to fight, then how could he talk about surpassing his ancestors? Most of the people left one after another. With Luin overseeing things, no one could seize this mountain range. At this moment, a few Day-Night clan members charged up the mountain range in an attempt to take Xianlong Day-Night away. Luin casually waved his hand, and a shockwave from his Space Render palm swept out, sending the Day-Night clan members flying. You can't take this person away. The Day-Night clan members were terrified. Luin, do you want to become mortal enemies with the Day-Night clan? Luin indifferently replied, wait until I'm done with my questioning. You. At this moment, Night Queen Yanqing finally regained consciousness. She had been severely injured, and Luin still remembered the fact that she had used Shui Day-Night as a shield. He had not held back when he had attacked her just now, and she had only survived thanks to her Night King's body and battle force. Night Queen Yanqing stood up with the help of the Day-Night clan members, but she glared at Luin as if she wanted to eat him alive. Luin glanced at her and then turned to leave. Luin, Pyrolite is a strategic resource. If you dare to take it, even Elder Yuan Jing will not be able to protect you, much less the Great Yu Empire, Night Queen Yanqing threatened. Luin stopped in place and slowly turned around. In the distance, the Sword Sect, Wen Family, Second Grade Hall, Dire Barbarian Clan, Blaze Realm, and other great powers were all watching this scene. If possible, they did not want to retreat, but it seemed like the Day-Night clan was about to break the rules. If they were up against any other power, the Day-Night clan would not be able to break the rules, just like how Wen Kitchen had been stopped by Night Queen Qiuyu when he wanted to break the rules. However, they were up against Luin, who had no background. At most, he was the Sea King's prospective son-in-law, but he was only a prospective son-in-law and not a real son-in-law. If the Day-Night clan could threaten this person and force him to give up the mountain range, then they could continue fighting over it. However, they were also worried that Luin would be roped in by the Day-Night clan, which would be even more troublesome. Are you threatening me? Luin stared coldly at Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing panted heavily as the surrounding Day-Night clan members looked at Luin in fear, afraid that he would attack. Luin retracted his gaze. You're one step too late. He then pointed at the mountain range. There's someone with a higher status there. Everyone subconsciously looked at the mountain range. Yo Yeer blinked and looked at Hai Chi-Chi. Aside from the people from the Northline flow zone, there was only this brat here. Hai Chi-Chi did not back down. She took a step forward and hovered in the air. She wanted to speak, but she could not think of a good opening line. She rolled her eyes and said, Trash, I'm your sister Chi. The mountain range fell silent as everyone stared at Hai Chi-Chi, including Mu Rong and the rest. Trash? Was she referring to them? Yo Years gazed towards Hai Chi-Chi suddenly became one of worship. This opening line was amazing. Hai Chi-Chi blinked and looked at everyone. Was what she said not good? Louis knew that Hai Chi-Chi had a venomous tongue and was unreliable, but he had not expected her to be this unreliable. In such a serious situation, he had been led astray by her. This caused his resentment towards Hai Chi-Chi to lessen by more than half. The person who had schemed against him was the Sea King, not Hai Chi-Chi. Night Queen Yanqing glared at Hai Chi-Chi. This damned brat, she would tear her mouth off sooner or later. Hai Chi-Chi looked at Luin. Luin answered, her name is Hai Chi-Chi, and she's the Sea King's daughter. There was an uproar below the mountain range, and everyone stared at Hai Chi-Chi in shock. The Sea King's daughter? Mu Rong was shocked. He had participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection, but he had never seen the Sea King's daughter before. Was this person really the Sea King's daughter? He suddenly rejoiced that he had not pulled out the Sea King's trident. Ling Ke stared blankly, feeling that something was amiss. The Sea King's daughter's opening line was a little too brazen. Shiyu looked at Hai Chi-Chi. She was Lu Yin's fiancée? The two of them were quite compatible. Night Queen Yanqing's pupils shrank. The Sea King's daughter. No wonder she dared to humiliate her. She suddenly felt that she would never be able to do anything to this brat in this lifetime. Yo Year was shocked. She was the Sea King's daughter? Hai Chi-Chi raised her head and looked at everyone with satisfaction. This was the effect she had wanted, and this was the way she had wanted to appear. It was too flashy. As a woman, she wanted to be in the limelight even more than a man, but she had always been suppressed in the Starfall Sea. She had agreed to the selection so that she could find someone to accompany her, and now, her dream had finally come true. Night Queen Yanqing was speechless when the Sea King's daughter appeared. Allowing his daughter to accompany Lu Yin was a clear indication of the Sea King's attitude, and the Day-Night clan's threats were useless against him. The other side. Sure enough, Lu Yin definitely had something to rely on if he dared to make a move. At that moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Ripples appeared in the dark red air, and the void trembled. Everyone felt an enormous pressure descend upon them, and they all looked up to see a face reflected in the sky. It was the second-grade Hall's Enlighter, Karthika. This was the first time an Enlighter had directly intervened on planet Pyrolite since the beginning of the struggle. The Sea King's dome has not promised to protect your country. Kid, I advise you to think about the consequences before you act. Karthika's voice spread throughout planet Pyrolite. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Hai Chi-Chi suddenly shouted, "You scared me to death, you shameless old man. Get rid of your stupid face." Karthika was furious, but he could only pretend that he did not see Hai Chi-Chi. He glared at Lu Yin. Kid, did you hear that clearly? Hai Dashao's personal promise does not represent the Sea King's dome. Furthermore, the Sea King's dome will not interfere in the struggles of the Innerverse and Outerverse, so your country will not be protected by the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin did not respond, and he just looked into outer space. It's time for you to show up, Hai Dashao. Sure enough, Karthika's face changed the next moment, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. Planet Pyrolite fell silent once more, and at this moment, the Enlighters from the various great powers were all staring at a young man standing outside of planet Pyrolite with astonishment. This person was Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao's appearance had caught the various great powers completely off guard. Was the Sea King's dome going to interfere in the struggle for planet Pyrolite? Thank you, Kei Lian, for your tips. Thank you, brothers. Night Queen Xiaoyu was the first to appear, and she stared coldly at Hai Dashao. Senior Sea King has never interfered in the struggle for hegemony in the Innerverse or Outerverse. Second Young Master Hai, are you going to break this tradition? Hai Dashao faced Night Queen Xiaoyu and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Senior, you've misunderstood. The Sea King's dome has not interfered in the struggle for supremacy of the Innerverse or Outerverse, and the Sea King's dome will not interfere in the struggle for planet Pyrolite either. However, Frostwave Weave will be protected by the Sea King's dome, as this is a promise that father has made to his future son-in-law. Night Queen Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with anger. Future son-in-law? That Lu Yin? That's right, Haidasha replied firmly. To the side, the sword sex elder Viletree walked out of the void and looked at Haidasha with a rueful expression. How many years has it been since the Sea King's dome interfered with the struggles of the innerverse and outerverse? Who would have thought that a youngster would make an exception? Haidasha raised an eyebrow. Senior, I've already said that the Sea King's dome will not interfere with the struggles of the innerverse and outerverse. We're only here to protect our future son-in-law. A mere border weave is not enough to catch your attention. That's easy for you to say. That brat has now stolen the largest pyrolite mine on planet Pyrolite, and he's affected the fundamental interests of the various powers. If your Sea King's dome doesn't interfere, then immediately retreat and take that brat with you. No one will make things difficult for him, Lei Long from the Dire Barbarian clan said in an unfriendly tone. Right after that, the Blaze Realm's Wahowie, the Ross Empire scholar Newmoon, Karthika, and other enlighters appeared one after another. They all stared at Haidasha with unfriendly gazes, vaguely surrounding him in an attempt to coerce him. Pyrolite ore was too important to the various great powers. Even if they were up against the Sea King's dome, they would not give in. It was rumored that the Sea King's dome transcended worldly affairs, and that the Sea King's strength had reached the level of an envoy with a power level of at least 500,000. However, no one had been able to verify this for many years. Gradually, the various great powers no longer feared the Sea King's dome too much. Only the Day-Night clan, the Sword sect, and the Wen family, who possessed extraordinary backgrounds, did not force Haidasha. They had never forgotten how terrifying the Sea King was. Otherwise, the Starfall Sea would not have become the Sea King's backyard. Haidasha looked around at the crowd, and his lips curled up. Seniors, are you dissatisfied with the Sea King's dome? Night Queen Xianxia, Viletree, and Wen Kitchen exchanged glances, but they did not speak. Lei Long stepped forward and glared at Haidasha. Junior, you don't have the right to talk to us. Get your seniors to come out. Haidasha looked up at the sky. How many years has it been? Has the Sea King's dome been forgotten? It seems that Imperial Father should come out for a walk. His words caused Night Queen Xianxia and the others to tremble. The Sea King is coming out? That would not be a simple matter, and it was possible that the clan's powerhouse, who was overseeing the destiny, would show himself. That would be a storm that would sweep through the innerverse and outerverse. Suddenly, Night Queen Xianxia and the rest felt their hearts sink as an indescribable pressure swept over them like an invisible storm. Everyone felt as if they had been grabbed by an invisible hand, and they found it difficult to breathe. Viletree's pupils shrank. They were all enlighters, so anyone who could give them such a feeling was definitely an old freak who had yet to show himself. After thinking about it, he immediately asked, I wonder which senior from the Sea King's dome has arrived? Please show yourself. Lei Long and the others turned pale. Did this pressure come from the Sea King's dome? Haidasha smiled as he looked at Lei Long, Wahowie, and the others. Beside him, an old figure slowly appeared. The old man's back was stooped, and he was only about a meter tall. His appearance was ordinary, and he was dressed casually. He looked like an old man from next door, and his cloudy eyes seemed to be unable to see anything clearly. However, when this old man appeared, Viletree and Night Queen Xianxia's expressions changed. They had roamed the Starfall Sea when they were young and had visited the Sea King's dome. They had seen this old man before, and he was Elder Ren, one of the 4 great elders of the Sea King's dome. He was an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. No one had expected that an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands would suddenly appear on planet Pyrolite, and he was even from the Sea King's dome. Lei Long felt fear from the bottom of his heart when Elder Ren looked at him. He felt as if he could be killed at any moment. Karthika did not even dare to breathe loudly. Wahowie, Scholar Newmoon, and the others did not dare to move, and they all stared at Elder Ren in shock. Soon after, enlighters appeared one after another. These enlighters all came from smaller organizations, and they had not held much hope in competing for the mountain range. Thus, they had not shown themselves to pressure Haidasha. However, now that Elder Ren had appeared, all of the enlighters showed up, including Granny Chan, in order to show their respect. If someone uploaded this scene to the network, it would definitely shock countless people. It was rare for even one enlighter to appear in the outerverse various weaves, but here, more than 10 of them had appeared at once, which caused even the heavens to tremble. Elder Ren looked around and slowly said, "It's been a long time since I've been out and about. I've almost forgotten what the astral wilderness is like. How nostalgic." The sword sex Vile Tree stepped forward and bowed respectfully. This junior greets Elder Ren. Does Elder Ren still remember this junior? Elder Ren looked at Vile Tree with his weathered eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face. So it's you, kid. You've grown old as well. Vile Tree respectfully replied, I didn't expect Elder Ren to still remember this junior. Elder Ren smiled. You're a genius from the sword sect. Of course I remember you. He then looked at Night Queen Choyu with a flash of astonishment. Young lady, you're here as well. Night Queen Choyu stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Elder Ren. Elder Ren nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. Where's that kid? Night Queen Choyu's body trembled, and a bitter look appeared in her eyes. He's not here. Elder Ren sighed and looked at Night Queen Choyu. In the end, we still separated. This is fate, and you can't blame anyone else. Night Queen Choyu closed her eyes to hide the pain in her eyes. When Northline Flowzone's old monster, Northgate Taisui, whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands, had appeared, the various great powers had not been too alarmed. The main reason was that Northline Flowzone was too weak. Even if Northgate Taisui's power level surpassed Elder Ren's, his status in the universe was still low. This was the power of the Sea King's Dome. Even the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect had no choice but to lower their heads. Hai Dashao spoke up and pointed at Lei Long Elder. That person said that our Sea King's Dome is not qualified to manage Frostwave Weave. Lei Long's expression changed when he heard this. Hai Dashao, don't spout nonsense. I never said that. Elder Ren looked at Lei Long, and his turbid eyes suddenly changed. Lei Long felt as if the heavens had become unfamiliar, and his power had completely escaped his control. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Everyone was shocked, as this was too terrifying. Lei Long was an enlighter with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, but he had not been able to retaliate at all. Elder Ren did not attack a second time. Out of respect for your clan's elders, I'll let you off this time. Lei Long lowered his head with a venomous look in his eyes, but he did not dare to speak again. Those who could cultivate to the enlighter realm were geniuses among geniuses, and those who could cultivate to power levels of 300,000 to 400,000 were even more geniuses. Furthermore, Elder Ren was from the Sea King's Dome, and even someone at the same level as him would find it difficult to defeat him, let alone Lei Long, who was much weaker than Elder Ren. Challenging a Realmbreaker was not too difficult for a powerhouse from the Sea King's Dome. The surrounding enlighters subconsciously distanced themselves from Hai Dashao, not daring to approach him. Wen Kitchen stepped forward and bowed to Elder Ren. Junior Wen Kitchen from the Wen family greets Elder Ren. Elder Ren looked at Wen Kitchen and nodded with a smile. The Wen family is a reasonable family, and they're all scholars. I like to talk to scholars. Wen Kitchen smiled bitterly and bowed to Elder Ren again. Senior, may I ask if what second young Master Hai said is true? Does the Sea King's Dome want to protect Frostwave Weave and Luin? Elder Ren shook his head. No. Everyone's eyes lit up. Hai Dashao was stunned, and he looked at Elder Ren strangely. Elder Ren slowly explained, the Sea King's Dome is not protecting Frostwave Weave and Luin. Rather, it's protecting the future son-in-law of the Sea King's Dome and his hometown. Nonsense, that's not the same. Everyone cursed inwardly, but no one dared to say it out loud. Wen Kitchen smiled bitterly. Junior understands. The Wen family will not act against Luin or his friends. In the battle on planet Pyrolite, the strong will win, and the defeated will retreat. Elder Ren nodded and looked at Wen Kitchen approvingly. Kid, you're very sensible. Not bad, not bad. You're worthy of being a scholar. Wen Kitchen was speechless. Elder Ren was scolding him, and no matter how he looked at it, it sounded like he was being scolded. However, the praise on Elder Ren's face was very strange, and Wen Kitchen did not know if the old man was praising him or scolding him. Everyone understood that the Sea King's Dome wanted to protect Luin, and they could not threaten that youth. It was no wonder why the elder had dared to act so recklessly. In the battle on planet Pyrolite, Lemeters had no chance. Luine was like a mountain that no Lemeter in the universe could cross. The only way to do so was to become an explorer. After Wen Kitchen, Night Queen Xiaoyu, Vile Tree, and the other Enlighters left, the other Enlighters left one after another. Lei Long's expression was vicious, and when he returned to his spacecraft, he immediately ordered his subordinates to speed up the search for a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. He even wanted to find a way for cruisers to enter. As long as cruisers could enter, planet Pyrolite would belong to the Dire Barbarian clan because Avery was here. It wasn't just the Dire Barbarian clan, all of the other powers focused their attention on finding a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. All of the Lemeters on planet Pyrolite had retreated from the mountain range. Only one person remained, Xianlong Day Night, who had been captured by Luine. Karthika's disappearance made Luine realize that all threats no longer existed, and the Sea King's dome would shoulder the burden. However, he was not happy, as this meant that from now on, Frost Waveweave would belong to the Sea King's dome, and as long as he did not withdraw, he would also belong to the Sea King's dome. He was not naive enough to believe that the Sea King was protecting him out of kindness. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, he wanted to know what had happened to Shenwu Continent and why Xianlong Day Night had been able to leave. Xianlong Day Night had been severely injured by Lu Yin's attack, but with his freakish recovery abilities, he woke up in less than half an hour. The injuries on his body had even healed considerably, which made Hai Chi rather curious. Xianlong Day Night crawled up with great difficulty and looked at Lu Yin before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Long time no see. Lu Yin looked at Xianlong Day Night. You know why I kept you here. Xianlong Day Night grinned. Do you think I'll tell you? A cold glint flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. You can choose not to tell me, but I can also choose to kill you. The two of them stared at each other. On the mountain range, the people from Northline Flow Zone spread out, occasionally looking at Lu Yin with fear and fanaticism. Who would have thought that this person would become so powerful? Northgate Gang looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. An unequaled Lemeter was a legend, and Lu Yin was so close to becoming one. Hai Chi looked at Xianlong Day Night curiously, especially at the wounds on his body. They were healing at a visible rate, which was very interesting. Not long after, Xianlong Day Night exhaled and sat down. He leaned against the dark red stone wall and looked at Lu Yin. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Lu Yin looked down at him. Do you belong to the Day King bloodline, the Night King bloodline, or just the Day Night clan? Xianlong Day Night's eyes flashed, and he frowned. You know quite a bit. I know more than you think. Your Day Night clan has already decayed. Since you were able to leave the Shenwu continent, you must want to do something. Are you willing to die like this? Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. I have the Sea King's dome behind me, and the Day Night clan won't risk their lives for someone who isn't even a Night King. Xianlong. Day Night sighed and smiled bitterly. You're right. Fine, I'll tell you, but not because you're trying to scare me. Even if I don't tell you, others will. I'm not the only one who left the Shenwu continent. All the foreigners who were captured by the Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu, have escaped. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Xianlong Day Night shrugged. The Shenwu King, Ming Zhao Tian, was heavily injured by the 10 Arbiter Scholar, and the Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu, betrayed the Shenwu Empire and declared himself king. He even cooperated with the foreigners. The current Shenwu continent has changed, and the foreigners are no longer scurrying rats. They're now Ming Zhaoshu's collaborators. Lu Yin was shocked. Ming Zhaoshu was able to withstand the attacks of the Shenwu Empire's martial sovereigns? Xianlong Day Night sneered. You're underestimating Ming Zhaoshu too much. His ability to endure is the most ruthless I've ever seen. While Ming Zhao Tian was heavily injured, he stole Ming Taijing's inheritance and broke through to the martial sovereign realm, which is equivalent to becoming a cruiser. Then, he fought Ming Zhao Tian to a draw. He comprehended a domain, and even a force field. Lu Yin was shocked. He knew that Ming Zhaoshu's forbearance was terrifying, but he hadn't expected it to be to this extent. A force field was definitely not an ordinary power. Even the geniuses that Lu Yin had met in his generation had only comprehended a few force fields, but Ming Xiaoshu had actually comprehended one without anyone knowing about it beforehand. Scenes from Shenwu continent replayed in Lu Yin's mind, the grudges between the crown prince and the reverent king, the demon hunters society, the Ming constables, the 5 sealing planets, and so on. Now that he thought about it, the ones that had left the deepest impression on him were the reverent king, Ming Xiaoshu, and his most beloved, Ming Yan. Ming Xiaoshu had once told Lu Yin that he wanted to ally with the outsiders and that he would wait 10 years to help Shenwu continent escape its current predicament. At that time, Ming Xiaoshu had not only used this forbearance on himself, but also on Lu Yin. Because of Lu Yin's achievements in the astral combat tournament, Ming Xiaoshu had been willing to use Ming Yan as bait and even told Lu Yin about the secrets of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ming Xiaoshu's ability to read people was admirable. If not for Ming Xiaotian's sudden injury, Ming Xiaoshu definitely would not have rebelled, and Lu Yin would not have had the chance to obtain the inheritance of the Tower of Resonating Light. Xianlong Day Night and the others would not have been able to escape either, and they should be grateful to Xianxia. Ming Xiaoshu wouldn't have let you go for no reason. Does he want to work with the Day-Night clan? Lu Yin asked. Although Ming Xiaoshu had once said that he did not like working with people who could decide his own fate, that was then and this was now. For the sake of obtaining Ming Taijing's inheritance, he had betrayed the Day-Night clan in advance. Once the pressure became too great, it was very likely that he would borrow the strength of a powerful clan. Xianlong Day Night replied, not at the moment, but he asked me to pass on a message to the clan. The Shenwu continent is not as simple as it seems. The 5 sealing planets are not Ming Taijing's handiwork. Lu Yin was shocked. It seemed that obtaining Ming Taijing's inheritance had given Ming Xiaoshu a deeper understanding of the Shenwu continent. He must have grasped some sort of secret, which was why he dared to ask Xianlong Day Night to pass on a message to the Day Night clan. In other words, this secret could force the Day Night clan to help him at any time, making him practically invincible. Is there anything else? Lu Yin asked, as he was most concerned about Ming Yan. Xianlong Day Night frowned. What else do you want to know? I've already told you everything. Why did you attack Ming Xiaoshu's daughter back then? Lu Yin asked. Don't you already know? It was to provoke a fight between Ming Xiaoshu and Crown Prince Ming Hao. What happened after that? After Ming Xiaoshu's betrayal, didn't Crown Prince Ming Hao send someone to attack Ming Yan? Lu Yin asked as he stared into Xianlong Day Night's eyes. Xianlong Day Night shook his head. I'm not sure. The Shenwu continent has changed, and no one cares about a girl's life or death. But since she's Ming Xiaoshu's daughter, she'll definitely be fine. Lu Yin relaxed, as it seemed that Ming Xiaoshu had not used Ming Yan to make an issue out of it. He did not dare to ask any more questions, as he was afraid that Xianlong Day Night would find out about his relationship with Ming Yan. That would be another weakness for Lu Yin. He did not intend to kill Xianlong Day Night, and even if the Frost Wave Weed belonged to the Sea King's dome, Lu Yin would not join it. Although Xianlong Day Night was from the Day Night clan and not the Night King clan, he had comprehended the Day Night restoration technique and held an important position in the Day Night clan. Killing him would not be any better than killing Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Yin had already asked everything he needed to know, so he waved a hand. You can leave now. Xianlong Day Night raised his brows. You're willing to let me go? There's no enmity between us, so killing you won't do me any good. Xianlong Day Night spat out another mouthful of blood. By this time, his injuries were more or less healed, and he looked at Lu Yin seriously. I owe you my life. He then leaped up and charged towards Pyrolite Plains. Lu Yin watched Xianlong Day Night leave and then looked away. It seemed that he could not wait much longer. Even if he used Darkstar Gorge to divert the threat of external enemies away from the Shenwu continent, the internal situation would become increasingly unstable. Ming Xiaoshu was a cruiser, and he could fight evenly with Ming Xiaotian while he was heavily injured. But once Ming Xiaotian recovered, Lu Yin would be in trouble. He would definitely do his best to prevent Ming Xiaotian from recovering, but for how long? Ming Yan would not be safe in the chaotic Shenwu continent. Should he head to Shenwu continent after the battle on planet Pyrolite ended? With his current strength, what could he accomplish if he went to the Shenwu continent? What a headache. That person's injuries healed so quickly. Did he take any medicine? Hai Chi asked curiously. Lu Yin fell silent. Hai Chi looked at Luin and pouted. I've already explained. I really don't know. Don't you believe me? Luin glanced at her and then said, his name is Zhanlong Day-Night, and he cultivates the day-night restoration technique. His recovery speed is several times or even dozens of times that of a normal person. Hai Chi was shocked. There's such a powerful technique? The day-night restoration technique sounds very powerful. He's a professional punching bag. Luin turned around. Everything that came out of Hai Chi's mouth had changed. No enlighters appeared to threaten them, and when a cultivator from Northline Flowzone arrived to explain the situation, Northgate Gang and the others finally relaxed. This mountain range had already been confirmed to be theirs. No, it was Lu Yin's. No, it was the Sea King's. No one was stupid, so why would Luin want pyrolite? Even if he obtained pyrolite, he would not be able to use it. Once Frostwave Weave was branded as the Sea King's Dome, it would no longer be able to participate in the struggle between the Innerverse and Outerverse. Only the Sea King's Dome would be able to obtain pyrolite. Northline Flowzone was currently vexed over whether or not they could get a share of the loot from the Sea King's Dome. Granny Chan was even considering whether or not she should invite Northgate Taisui over to have a chat with Elder Ren. Planet Pyrolite was temporarily stabilized, and with Elder Ren overseeing it, no one dared to threaten Luin. The video of the battle at the mountain range was circulated and spread all over the internet, causing countless people to be shocked. In Frostwave Weave, Hua Qingshan, Hua Xiaoling, and the others watched the video with expressions of shock and pride. This was their royal regent. In Yu Academy, Schutz, Gerbach, and a few others were stunned. Behind them, Jerlin, Geraldine, Baron, Parlai, Eddie, and the others who had participated in Earth's trial were all stunned. This was too terrifying. Was this the power of an unequaled Lammeter? This completely surpassed their understanding. In their minds, even explorers could not reach this level. The people from Earth who had joined Yu Academy also watched the video, including Fu Xiaoshu, Jin Tong, Songshi, Zhao Yu, Huan Sha, Qin Xian, and the others. Most of them watched the video fervently. Indeed, Earthlings were not weaker than humans, and they could also produce unequaled powerhouses. In the Anna family, Jenny Anna stayed in a dark room and calmly watched the video. You're getting stronger and stronger. You're so much stronger than when you were in San Dios. In prison, Sigmund Mathers watched the video excitedly. In front of him was Wu Kai Mathers, who had participated in Astral 10's entrance exam and lost an arm, but had obtained a battle technique. Now, his name had spread throughout Frostwave Weave. Not only had he joined Yu Academy, but he had even surpassed Gerbach and the others to become the only person who could fight against Schutz. In the Blademaster Mercenaries, Dina was drunk and had one arm around Ian as she watched the video. Isn't that the Royal Regent? You fought him before, ha ha ha. Ian smiled. Yes, that's my proudest memory. Back then, he had lost to Luin and had been ridiculed by the Academy for joining the Blademaster Mercenaries. Now, however, those humiliating memories had changed. Not everyone had the experience of fighting against a legend. The video spread further and further, and eventually, it reached Vast Earthweave and the Vast Earth sect. This person is Junior Sect Master's classmate, Luin. He's a true unequaled Lammeter. How terrifying. I heard that Junior Sect Master once competed with him. Once he matures, he'll be at least an enlighter. Junior Sect Master has made a friend. Adonis Weave, Darkstar Gorge. That's Luin. The mysterious powerhouse who cut off my Darkstar Gorge must have something to do with him. He can't be allowed to mature, or else he'll be too terrifying. He might even lead a new era. In East San Dios, Puyu's face was gloomy as he slammed a stone table. Elsewhere, Lu Xiaogo watched the video in amazement. I can't fall too far behind. This is getting more and more interesting. Thank you. Lonely Wind Brothers tip, I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you very much. At Wendy Yushan's residence, a girl tripped and got up. She looked around in confusion. Where am I? Why am I here? After a while, the girl cried out, so that's how it is. Oh, no, I have to deliver tea to the counselor. She hurriedly stood up. Her name was Zhao Ran, and she often lost her memories. In outer space, a luxurious spacecraft was cruising through space. Inside, the alluring Madame Malin was watching a screen with a strange glint in her eyes. If you can lead an era, then so what if you become enemies with the 10 arbiters? In a dark corner of umbral butterfly weave, Amu watched the screen with a cold expression, but there was a trace of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. He had changed too much from when he had first met Luine. In North Castle Weave, on a bustling planet that was close to the astral wilderness, there was a place known throughout the universe, the Mavis Bank. Universal currency floated down like leaves, showcasing the Mavis Bank's extravagance. A man walked into the Mavis Bank and took a deep breath before finding the bank manager. Half an hour later, the man walked out with the manager's shocked gaze behind him. All of the star essence in their branch had been exchanged for. The same thing was happening at other banks as well. Every bank or family that had star essence had been exchanged for by a mysterious person. This incident did not attract much attention until a month later, which was exactly 1 month after Luine and the others had occupied the mountain range. The Ross Empire's warship exploded, and Scholar Newmoon tried to intervene, but he was stopped by a mysterious enlighter, and a fierce battle broke out in outer space. The battle was short, but it attracted the attention of all the powers. Soon after, a piece of news was revealed. More accurately, it was not news, but rather a method to allow explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. The Ross Empire had always been at the forefront of technology, and they were the most likely to allow explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. Thus, the other powers had been keeping an eye on them. No one knew who the enlighter who had attacked the Ross Empire was, and even if they did, they would not interfere since the benefits would be split evenly. The method developed by the Ross Empire was simple and crude. It was to cover the outermost layer with another layer of skin, similar to clothing. An explorer's body would undergo a transformation that resonated with the universe. If they wanted their body to function, they would need to absorb star energy, or else they would enter a period of exhaustion. In fact, this was the price that explorers had to pay in order to wander the universe with their physical bodies. If they didn't want to absorb the energy from the outside world, they would have to put on another layer of skin, and this layer of skin had to be made of star essence. Otherwise, an explorer's physical body would still unconsciously absorb the energy from planet Pyrolite, which would cause the Pyrolite to enter their body and cause them to self-destruct. When this method was exposed, the various great powers immediately began researching its feasibility. At the same time, they ordered people to search for all the star essence in the nearby weaves. However, when they made their move, they discovered that regardless of whether it was North Castle Weave, Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave, or any of the other weaves, the star essence in the nearby weaves had almost all been used up. They were not stupid, and they immediately realized that the Ross Empire must have been the one to redeem the star essence. They had no choice but to set their sights on even more distant weaves as well as gather star essence from the inner verse. They had also considered Frostwave Weave, but Frostwave Weave had been isolated from the outside world due to Lu Yin's orders. Since Elder Ren was still around, none of the great powers dared to do anything to Frostwave Weave, so they could only give up. In a month's time, a third of the Pyrolite ore on Pyrolite Mountain had been harvested. It was about the same in other places. Pyrolite ore had long since been harvested, and battles were constantly breaking out on planet Pyrolite. As for the mountain range that Luine occupied, it had already been dug deep into the ground, and Pyrolite was being mined there as well. However, no one knew exactly how much Pyrolite was being mined there, but one thing was for sure, there were more Pyrolite mines than Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake, and Pyrolite Plains combined. Even so, the various great powers were still very eager to seize control of the mountain range. The longer Luine occupied the mountain range, the more Pyrolite the Northline flow zone would mine. Although the Pyrolite had been taken over by the Northline flow zone, even a fool would know that it would eventually end up in the Sea King's Dome's hands. The Northline flow zone did not have the guts to compete with the Sea King's Dome for Pyrolite, and they were already satisfied with just a small portion. Luine sat on a crimson cliff and looked at the bottomless mine not too far away. From time to time, Pyrolite would be transported out. If the Sea King's Dome did not participate in the battles between the innerverse and the outerverse, then what did it need Pyrolite for? Luine had asked Hai Chi-Chi this question before, but he had been mercilessly mocked by her. Don't say that I don't know. Even if I did, so what? Why would I tell you? Can't you use your brain? To the great powers, planet Pyrolite had been quiet for a month. Luin did not know when the pyrolite ore in this mountain range would be completely harvested, but he did not believe that the great powers would allow the pyrolite ore to be harvested. He had a premonition that an even more intense battle was approaching. There were basically no star essence in the outerverse. If one wanted to find some, they could only search the reserves of a few great powers or the Mavis Bank. Thus, the great powers did not have a smooth time collecting star essence. Aside from the Ross Empire, they had started collecting star essence a month earlier than the other powers, and they had already collected a considerable amount of star essence, which amounted to nearly 10,000 star essence. This was a rather large sum. To the outerverse, even a single star essence was hard to come by, let alone 10,000 star essence, which was enough to cover several weaves around North Castle Weave. Such a large amount of star essence had successfully given one person a second skin. This person was called Kaze, and he was an explorer from the Dire Barbarian clan. Although he had not left his name on the top 100 rankings, that was because the Dire Barbarian clan was afraid of attracting too much attention. In Avery's words, Kaze's true strength was comparable to the top 80. If it had been because of Kaze's strength, then the Ross Empire might not have been willing to hand over their hard-earned star essence to someone from the Dire Barbarian clan. This was because Luin had not been at a disadvantage against Faceless during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, so Kaze might not have been his match. However, Kaze's true purpose was to test Lu Yin's strength. He had an innate gift that enhanced his hearing, which allowed him to sense a person's physical strength and even hear the fluctuations of their star energy. It was precisely because of this that the Dire Barbarian clan's Lei Long had convinced Scholar Newmoon to let Kaze take action. Based on Kaze's assessment of Lu Yin's strength, they could then decide who would be the next to attack. To prevent wasting star essence, they had to ensure that the second person to attack could truly defeat Luin. Of course, Kaze himself was not weak, and he could lead the Dire Barbarian clan, the Ross Empire, and the Blaze Realm to seize Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake, or Pyrolite Plains. The Dire Barbarian clan did not hide Kaze's situation, as they could not do so even if they wanted to. Kaze would definitely appear on planet Pyrolite, and at that time, he would be noticed by the various great powers. Thus, the Dire Barbarian clan generously exposed Kaze, and under everyone's watchful eyes, Kaze boarded his personal spacecraft and flew towards planet Pyrolite. On the mountain range, Xianxia cried out, "Someone's coming." Northgate Gang, Ah Fan, and the rest all looked up at the sky. It had been a long time since anyone had come to this mountain range, and now that one had appeared, they all grew worried. Which power could send an explorer here? The most likely possibility was the Ross Empire. Luin calmly watched as the spacecraft crashed into the ground. There was a loud boom, and shockwaves shot out in all directions as a giant crater appeared on the dark red ground. As the dust settled, an ugly-looking man slowly rose into the air. He faced the mountain range and stared directly at Luin. The undulations of an explorer spread out, causing Northgate Gang and the others' eyelids to twitch. So, an explorer had finally appeared. The price of sending an explorer to planet Pyrolite was not small, so every explorer who entered planet Pyrolite was not weak. Xianxia's eyes widened, and she pointed at Kaze in an exaggerated manner. "He's so ugly. He's way too ugly. Luin, he's even uglier than you." Luin sighed, as Xianxia's venomous tongue could not be changed. She was the type of person who would scold anyone she saw, and he was already used to it. He ignored her and slowly stood up to face Kaze. In outer space, everyone was watching this scene, and Kaze's information was quickly sent to the various great powers. The various powers had not expected that the Dire Barbarian clan had hidden such a character who was comparable to the top 80s of the top 100 rankings. He was definitely an expert, and it was no wonder why the Ross Empire was willing to use all of the star essence they had collected on this person. Kaze stood in the air and stared at Luin. His ears twitched as he listened attentively to the sounds coming from Lu Yin's body. The vibrations of Lu Yin's muscles, the rumbling of his heart, and the flow of his blood were all transmitted to his senses in a way that others could not comprehend. This allowed him to understand the strength of the person in front of him. Luin was not careless, and his eyes filled with star energy as he looked at Kaze. In an instant, numerous rune lines appeared in his eyes, which surprised him. This person had a lot of rune lines, surpassing Northgate Lies, who was at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. This person should be able to rival Faceless. This was an expert, and Lu Yin subconsciously shifted the Fate Sand from his heart and left arm, unsealing most of his physical strength. Meanwhile, Kay's expression was incomparably solemn, as he had just heard something incredible. Originally, he had not paid much attention to this mission, as someone who was comparable to the top 80s of the top 100 rankings would be able to easily crush a Lammeter. Even an unequaled Lammeter would not be of much help. However, at this moment, he truly understood how abnormal this so-called unequaled Lammeter was. This youth's physical strength was a little exaggerated, and only Avery was stronger than this person in the entire Dire Barbarian clan's younger generation. Even Kays was left in the dust. Kays had heard of many people before, including explorers, cruisers, and even hunters, but none of them were as complicated as this person in front of him. He did not know how to describe it, but it was very complicated, and he could not understand it. The mountain range was silent as everyone watched this strange scene unfold. Kays did not make a move, and neither did Lu Yin. It was Haichichi who broke the silence. "Hey, don't tell me you two have taken a liking to each other." Kays' eyes trembled, and his ears twitched again. He stared at Lu Yin, but his mouth did not move. He was using his star energy to vibrate the air to produce a sound. This was to prevent the pyrolite from entering his body through his mouth and nostrils, so not only could Kays not speak, he could not even breathe. "You know my goal. I want to leave this place." Lu Yin raised his right arm and clenched it into a fist. "You try." "Seventh bro, this guy isn't weak," the monkey reminded him. Third update, thank you for your support, please subscribe, please send me a gift. Thank you. Kay's eyes turned sharp, and he raised his hands high. The air trembled and then transformed into lines that intertwined with each other in an irregular manner, forming a sphere that grew larger and larger. Countless people watched this scene. That sound. He's manifesting sound in a form that can be seen with the naked eye. As expected of the Dire Barbarian clan. They're experts at using sound battle techniques. As the sphere of sound waves grew larger and larger, Lu Yin frowned. He did not have the habit of passively taking a beating. He raised a palm and unleashed a space render palm. Space distorted, and a visible shockwave formed into a shockwave that blasted towards Kays. No Lammeter could ignore Lu Yin's unsealed physical strength. Back then, Lu Yin had unsealed most of his physical strength and broken Mu Rong's farmer song, forcing Mu Rong to admit defeat. A month ago, Lu Yin had even used 2 of his attacks to force Ling Kai and Mu Rong to retreat. At this moment, Lu Yin's physical strength had reached an abnormal level. Neither Lammeters nor explorers could ignore his attacks, not even the top 100 rankings. Kays heard the attack and was shocked by Lu Yin's strength. He smashed the sphere of sound forward and collided with Lu Yin's space render palm. In that instant, the void expanded and transformed into countless spatial cracks that scattered like black raindrops, causing Northgate Gang and the others to tremble. Lu Yin did not wait for the shockwaves to dissipate. He used Flash to appear beside Kays and swept out with his leg. Kays' eyelids twitched, and he did not dare to let Lu Yin hit him. He hurriedly retreated, but he was still pushed back 100 meters by the shockwave. Kays gritted his teeth. This freak's physical strength had actually reached such a level. It was no wonder why he'd heard that he'd once suppressed Faceless. Kays could not withstand this level of strength. Helpless, Kays roared and instantly erupted with all of his star energy. His hair stood on end as sound waves converged and ignited like flames. Black flames formed from the sound waves formed Kays' strongest battle technique, Raging Flames. Everyone in the mountain range felt their hearts skip a beat. It was as if they had heard an earth-shattering boom. Kays pushed his palms forward, and the flames formed by the black sound waves swept across the land. The attack range covered almost a radius of 10,000 meters. Lu Yin's body shuddered as cracks appeared beneath his feet. He frowned, and his face paled as the sound wave swept out. His head felt dizzy, and his right hand swept out in front of him to tear apart the sound wave. He then leapt towards Kays and raised his palm to press down on Kays. Kays' pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. The shockwave from Lu Yin's palm struck his abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the attack, but even so, he was still heavily smashed into the mountain wall, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Kaze did not hesitate, and when he saw Lu Yin's gaze sweep over him, he endured the pain in his abdomen and left the mountain range. On the spot, the sound waves gradually disappeared. Lu Yin exhaled and rubbed his head. This type of sound attack was unavoidable, and he had to endure it head-on. It was very painful, but fortunately, this person's attack had not reached the limit of what he could endure, or else he would have been in trouble. This was only the first, as more explorers would appear one after the other. Lu Yin didn't know if he would be able to defend this mountain range. Perhaps it would be even better if he couldn't, as the Sea King would have no reason to blame him, and the various great powers would not target him. The battle between Kaze and Lu Yin had ended with Kaze's complete defeat. This had exceeded the various great powers' expectations, but it was also within their expectations. Lu Yin had once suppressed Faceless and had even briefly clashed with Qingwu. His strength was comparable to the top 70 of the top 100 rankings, so it was not strange for him to defeat Kaze. However, the fact that he had been able to defeat Kaze so quickly could only mean that Kaze's defenses against Lu Yin's attacks were too weak. The dire barbarian clan's sound attacks were impossible to defend against, and they could win by surprise. However, Lu Yin's physical strength was so powerful that it was unique to him. Anyone who faced his physical attacks would not be able to defend against them. Fortunately, Kaze had run away quickly. Otherwise, he would have been heavily injured by Lu Yin, and he might not have been able to breathe. At that point, he might have self-destructed. In outer space, the dire barbarian clan's warship was completely silent. Lei Long stared at the screen with a gloomy expression, as Kaze had still been defeated. Not long after, Kaze returned to outer space with a deathly pale face. Everyone looked at him. Scholar Newmoon and Huahui also appeared and looked at Kaze. They desperately wanted to know Lu Yin's strength so that they could find a powerhouse who could defeat him. They did not want to experiment one by one, as that would consume too much star essence. Even if they could transfer star essence from the Blaze realm, they could not afford to waste it. Speak. How strong is that kid? Lei Long asked in a low voice, his tone rather unpleasant. Kaze replied in a low voice, according to my hearing, one needs to be at least in the top 70 of the top 100 rankings to defeat him. No, maybe even in the top 60. Huahui's expression changed. Is that kid really that powerful? Kaze bitterly replied, his physical defenses are too powerful, and they're also very complicated. With his strength, he might not be able to defeat someone in the top 70 of the top 100 rankings, but it won't be easy for someone in the top 70 to defeat him either. Everyone fell silent. This meant that kid's defense surpassed his offense. Interesting. Elder Lei, let me go accumulate star essence. I want to play with him, a voice rang out from a corner. Everyone looked over, and Kaze's expression changed. Avery? Avery smiled as he looked at the screen. Was his physical defenses strong? Coincidentally, Kaze was the same. He liked people like that, and he liked to tear apart those with strong physical bodies. Lei Long was put in a difficult position. Avery, with your strength, if you want to coat your skin with a layer of star essence, you might need 10 times more than Kaze, or even dozens of times more. Even the family would find it difficult to come up with such an amount of money. Coating one's skin with star essence was not always the same. Otherwise, even a hunter would be able to step onto planet Pyrolite. The density of star essence would vary according to each person's physical body. Kaze had used up more than 1,000 star essence, which meant that more than 1,000 star essence had been processed to correspond to the amount of energy a human body could absorb and increase its density. The 1,000 star essence had been compressed into a thin layer that formed a new type of skin tissue. If Avery wanted to coat Kaze's skin with star essence, then the amount required would not be just 1,000. It might even be 3,000, 4,000, or even 10,000. After all, Avery was not just a cruiser, but also a freakish genius who was ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings. For a powerful clan, they could afford to take out 10,000 star essence, but it also depended on how they used it. At present, they had not reached the point where they needed Avery's help. The Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire also had their own experts, and if the three of them worked together, they would be able to contend with any power. Avery disdainfully replied, "It's because of you conservatives that the clan has been unable to do anything." Anger flashed through Lei Long's eyes, but he did not argue with Avery. This kid was already the pride of the Dire Barbarian clan, and he was the clan's greatest genius in the past 10,000 years. He was publicly recognized as the powerhouse who would stabilize the clan's fate for the next 10,000 years, and he was not someone who Lei Long could criticize. Although Case had been defeated, he had successfully logged onto planet Pyrolite and had even fought a battle. This had caused the various powers' desire for star essence to grow even greater. Many powers had already begun to gather star essence from the Innerverse, but the distance from the Innerverse to planet Pyrolite was too great. It would take at least half a month, which made the various powers impatient. Right after Case, an explorer from the Ross Empire and another from the Blaze Realm entered planet Pyrolite. They had already been notified by the Ross Empire, so they were able to gather star essence much faster than the other powers. However, because the three powers had used most of their star essence on Case, these two explorers could not be considered experts. They were just elites among explorers. Their goal on planet Pyrolite was not to compete with Luin over the mountain range, but rather to steal the Pyrolite mines of the other powers. Case teamed up with two explorers, and aside from Pyrolite Mountain and Pyrolite Lake, they could rob anywhere else, including Pyrolite Plains, which was controlled by the Day-Night clan. Of course, they did not dare to make a move on Pyrolite Plains, as the Day-Night clan was too powerful. They could only rob other powers, such as the Soldream tribe. Xiyu had been warned by the words formed by the spacecraft, and she had led the Soldream tribe out of the Pyrolite mines early on to avoid being completely annihilated by Case. It had to be said that Myra's idea had prevented many deaths, and it had also caused the skies above planet Pyrolite to become more lively. When Haichichi was bored, she would look at the sky and look at the words formed by the spacecraft. She would also make guesses, and she had actually guessed correctly a few times. "Hey, look! The Ugly Man tribe is facing off against the Beautiful Woman tribe." Haichichi excitedly shouted as she pointed at the words formed by the spacecraft in the sky. Luin looked up and saw the words formed by the spacecraft occasionally appearing in the sky. "Run, B is chasing. Chase, snatch the moon. Run, west. Block, west. Run, north. Block, north." The sky was very lively. Luin was speechless as he watched the scene unfold, but Haichichi was very happy. Suddenly, another batch of spacecraft appeared in the sky and crashed into the Soldream tribe spacecraft without hesitation, destroying all of them. The Blaze Realm or the Ross Empire had taken action to help the Dire Barbarian clan intercept Xiyu and the others. The Soldream tribe could not help Xiyu and the others in the sky, so it was only a matter of time before they were blocked by the Dire Barbarian clan. Even with Ling Kei's help, the other two explorers could still slaughter the entire Soldream tribe. Luin frowned, as he had heard quite a bit about the Dire Barbarian clan and the Soldream tribe. If Xiyu was captured, she would suffer a fate worse than death. At that moment, a spacecraft crashed into the mountain range. Everyone could not help but look over, including the various great powers in outer space. The mountain range had become a point of interest for all of the great powers. A woman appeared from within the spacecraft. She was beautiful and dignified, and her clothes had a dark blue musical symbol on them. This was the insignia of the Soldream tribe. She walked out of the spacecraft and immediately flew towards the mountain range, heading straight for Luin. In outer space, the Dire Barbarian clan members' expressions changed. This woman was Lan Yu of the Soldream tribe, and she wanted to seek Lu Yin's help. Luin quietly watched as the woman approached. Haichichi sized up the woman, and she was not bad looking. "Brother Lu, I'm Lan Yu. Do you still remember me?" the woman asked with an apprehensive expression. Luin nodded. "I do. What's the matter?" Lan Yu bowed to Luin. "Please help save my Soldream tribe compatriots." "Lan Yu thanks you." Luin raised a hand and helped her up, but he did not immediately reply. Instead, he fell into deep thought. "Thank you. A few words have arrived. Thanks for your tip, I'll update at 3 p.m. Lan Yu pursed her lips. Brother Lu, once Xiyu is captured by the dire barbarian clan, her fate will be extremely miserable. I hope that Brother Lu can save Xiyu for the sake of her former classmate. Xiyu once told the clan that she had met Brother Lu before. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Where are they? Pyrolite Lake. It's currently heading east. Lan Yu was overjoyed. Lan Yu was right, he had interacted with Xiyu before, and he did not want to see her die in vain. As for the dire barbarian clan, the Blaze Realm, and the Ross Empire, they were all enemies, so why should he care about them? Previously, he had been hesitant because the Soul Dream tribe had tried to deceive him and use him to participate in the contest for the pyrolite mine. However, this had nothing to do with Xiyu. That washboard was quite interesting. Back in space, the dire barbarian clan was enraged. Lei Long's eyes turned cold as he immediately ordered his men to launch a spacecraft towards planet Pyrolite. Not long after, Lu Yin looked up and saw a warning from the dire barbarian clan, Lu. Retreat. Lu Yin sneered. He had already become public enemy number 1, so why should he be afraid of the dire barbarian clan? The Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire were both enemies, and the dire barbarian clan was not a threat to them. In the worst-case scenario, he would take Ming Yan to the Cosmic Sea after the battle on planet Pyrolite and join Leon's armada. That way, the dire barbarian clan wouldn't dare to go to the Cosmic Sea to look for him. In the south, Xiyu led a group of Soul Dream tribe members towards the east. In the sky, the arrowhead formed by the flying ships was aimed at them. Even if the Soul Dream tribe sent a flying ship to crash into the arrowhead, it was useless. The arrowhead would still appear. A personal spaceship appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was overjoyed. Xiyu, you should return to outer space. Run. Don't let the dire barbarian clan catch you, one of the Soul Dream tribe women shouted. Xiyu, let's go. There's only one ship and only you can go. Xiyu, don't worry about us. Xiyu was sad. Knowing that leaving was the best outcome, she gritted her teeth and rushed towards the personal ship. However, before the spacecraft could even fly 1,000 meters, it was destroyed by a formless sound wave, and Xiyu fell out of the spacecraft in a sorry state. She stared at Kaze and the other 2 explorers who had appeared behind her. Kaze stood tall in the sky and arrogantly stared at Xiyu with a fervent gaze. He used his star energy to vibrate the air as he spoke. I've been looking for you for a long time, little sheep. Xiyu clenched her fists and raised her cosmic ring. Kaze, don't force me to detonate all the pyrolite. Kaze sneered, do you think we're still at the beginning of planet Pyrolite's discovery? Based on the amount of pyrolite you've extracted so far, you'll only be able to extract a few grams at most. That's only a few tens of thousands of combat power. I can just stand there and let you blast me. Want to give it a try? Xiyu's body trembled. Beside her, the Soul Dream tribe members gathered around Xiyu, looking at Kaze in fear. Kaze sneered as he slowly descended and stared at Xiyu. I'll give you a chance. Give me your cosmic ring, and I'll let you die with dignity. At the very least, I won't leave you naked. Despicable. Shameless. Obscene. The Soul Dream tribe woman angrily shouted. Behind Kaze, the 2 explorers frowned. They disliked the dire barbarian clan's actions, but there was nothing they could do about it. Kaze was the strongest here, so they had to listen to him. Look at the sky, an explorer behind Kaze shouted. Kaze looked up and saw the words be, quick. Kaze's eyes flashed, and he pushed out with both hands. Sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye converged into lines. He wanted to destroy these people in one blow and make them unable to resist. Suddenly, the void was torn apart as a blade pierced through the void and stabbed towards Kaze. Kaze's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. The blade left behind a trail of blood as it disappeared into the void. Everyone turned around and saw Ling Ke, who was standing not too far away. Xiyu and the rest were delighted. Kaze's face darkened. Ling Ke, are you going to interfere? Ling Ke looked at Kaze with disgust. Your dire barbarian clan is a tumor in the spirit seal flow zone. I've wanted to get rid of you for a long time. Kaze's eyes went wide. Cut the crap. If the Soul Dream tribe hadn't married off so many women to your Lingling clan, would you have protected them like this? You're just a whore trying to build a monument to her chastity. Ling Ke was enraged, and he immediately split his soul into two, then three K's mighty slashes that shot towards K's. K's body trembled as he immediately used raging flames. Terrifying black sound waves swept through the area, causing the three K's mighty slashes to become unstable. Ling Ke was not Luyin, and compared to Lu Yin's freakish strength, Ling Ke was more normal. He could not easily suppress K's strength, and although the three combined blades could threaten K's, it was not enough to force him to retreat. The power of raging flames repelled everyone, and only the three K's mighty slashes could contend against it. In outer space, Lei Long was enraged. Anyone would dare to challenge the dire barbarian clan, and the Lingling clan was powerful. However, Ling Ke was only a Lamiter, and yet he dared to challenge the dire barbarian clan. Although he was furious, he did not dare to order Ling Ke to be killed. Otherwise, the dire barbarian clan would be massacred by the Lingling clan. K's was tied down by Ling Ke, and the other two explorers looked at each other. They decided to deal with the Soldiering tribe and snatch the pyrolite ore. Shiyu and the rest were on guard. As long as it wasn't K's, they would be able to fight. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of everyone and blocked their path. The next moment, the two explorers collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling violently. It was obvious that they had suffered a huge blow. Shiyu stared blankly at the person who had suddenly appeared. Luyin? Luyin turned around and looked at Shiyu. Long time no see, washboard. Many of the Soldiering tribe members had strange expressions on their faces. Washboard? Shiyu's face turned red. You bastard. You're the washboard, rogue. Luyin shrugged. I'm not a rogue, he's the one. He then pointed at K's. K's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to escape. 3K's mighty slashes brushed past his shoulders, and two missed while one pierced his arm. However, he did not stop and endured the pain as he tried to escape. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and his body disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of K's. I heard that there's a lot of star essence outside your skin. On the way here, Lu Yin had suddenly thought of this. His goal in saving Shiyu was no longer as simple as it seemed. He had seen countless amounts of money converging towards him, and he would not let any of it go. After rolling his die at the Sea King's dome, he only had 120 star essence and 800,000 star crystals left. It was too little, and he had not dared to roll the die again. Rolling the die was the best way to increase his strength. When K's heard Lu Yin's words, his face went pale. What are you doing? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he grabbed at K's. K's gritted his teeth and used berserk fury once more in an attempt to force Lu Yin back. However, Lu Yin's strength increased once more when faced with money. Five-lined battle force enveloped his body, and a single palm pierced through the black soundwave flames. He grabbed K's hair and smashed him to the ground. There was a thump, and the ground shook as a huge crack spread across the surface. Everyone was dumbfounded. K's, an expert from the dire barbarian clan, had been heavily injured by Lu Yin like a club. Against Lu Yin, whose physical body had reached the pinnacle, anyone who was slightly weaker could face a tragic end. K's was one such example. Even if his true strength was very strong, he would be finished as soon as Lu Yin grasped the opportunity. Ling K's eyelids twitched when he saw K's miserable state, and he turned to leave without a second thought. The other two explorers paled, and they endured the pain as they tried to leave. However, they were crushed by Lu Yin's space render palm, and they were both pressed to the ground. The members of the Soldiering tribe looked at Lu Yin with fear and admiration. He was just too powerful. Shiyu had a complicated expression on her face. The gap between the two of them was like a chasm between heaven and earth. During the astral combat tournament, she had still been determined to catch up to Lu Yin, but now, she no longer had the slightest bit of hope. This kind of freak was not someone who could catch up to. In outer space, Lei Long roared angrily, eager to charge onto planet Pyrolite and slaughter Lu Yin. The other powers all had ugly expressions, as this kid was incomprehensible. Not many explorers could defeat him, and this kid was already giving everyone a headache. Elder Ren and Hai Dashao stood in outer space and looked at Lu Yin in admiration. This kid is pretty good. After so many years, He's definitely one of the top few in the younger generation that I've seen. Haidasha did not deny it, as the strength that Luin had displayed was overwhelming. Luin stepped on K's and looked around. He then looked at Xiyu. Are there any spacecraft nearby? Xiyu shook her head. Lu Yin's domain extended further and further into the distance. Finally, he discovered a spacecraft that had been hidden underground in the southwest. This was the only time that the value of a foldable spacecraft could be seen. If Xiyu had one, she would have escaped long ago. It was very fast to ascend from the ground into outer space, and K's might not have been able to react in time. Once in outer space, no one was allowed to pursue her. This was a rule, which meant that as long as she had a foldable spacecraft, she would be safe. Unfortunately, she did not have one. There was a reason why a foldable spacecraft was so expensive. Right, where's Ling Ke? Luin remembered that Ling Ke had just been here. He looked around, but Ling Ke was nowhere to be found. He had really run off quickly, but Luin did not mind. He grabbed K's and brought him outside the spacecraft. After stuffing him inside, Luin thought about it and grabbed the other two explorers. He then ordered one of them to strip the other two of their star essence. K's woke up and looked at Luin in shock. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What? Is there a problem? K's was furious. Don't go too far, Luin. Luin stared at him coldly. Without star essence, it won't be easy for your dire barbarian clan, the Blaze Realm, and the Ross Empire to send more people here. My actions will save you a lot of trouble. You'd better think this through. Once you do this, any explorer who appears on planet Pyrolite will be stronger than me. The various great powers won't be willing to waste star essence for nothing, so they'll leave the star essence for the strongest person. Can you stop them? K's bellowed. Luin sighed, as this was true. Once these 3 star essence skins were stripped, the dire barbarian clan, which had suffered heavy losses, would definitely give the star essence to the safest person. Who was the safest person? Naturally, it would be a powerhouse who would not be any weaker than this person. It had to be said that K's words had touched Lu Yin's heart. However, there was one thing that Luin had not revealed: his Fatesan and even the Fatesan on his right leg had not moved. The various great powers did not know his true strength. Strip them. Luin barked, his tone resolute. The explorer who had been pointed out had a bitter expression on his face. First, he removed the star essence from another explorer's skin. Then, he removed K's star essence skin, and finally, he removed his own. He then stuffed the 3 of them into a personal spacecraft and had them take off. Any later and they would self-destruct from breathing in the pyrolite. He didn't want to kill anyone, as the people below might not even dare to meet him face to face. Luin was excited as he looked at the 3 sparkling star essence skins on the ground. They had been made at a great cost, but it was a pity that he couldn't sell them for the same amount of star essence. For example, if he used 1000 star essence to make a single skin, it would be pretty good if he could sell it for 500 star essence. After all, it was only useful on planet Pyrolite, and if he sold it to someone else, it wouldn't be that much even if it was turned into star essence. That wouldn't do, as that would be a loss. Luin thought about it. At that moment, Xiyu and the others arrived. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw them, and he put the 3 skins back into his cosmic ring. Xiyu walked up to Luin and looked at him with a complicated expression. Her eyes were filled with gratitude, shame, and an incomprehensible emotion. Thank you. Luin waved a hand. You're welcome. Washboard. Xiyu raised her brows and glared at Luin. I'm not a washboard. Luin subconsciously glanced at Xiyu's chest. It's a little big. Hooligan. Xiyu blushed, and the other soldiering tribe members behind her all had strange expressions. Where are the 3 of them? Xiyu asked. Luin pointed at the sky. I threw them back. He suddenly leaned in close to Xiyu. Want to make a deal? Xiyu retreated, her face red. Stay away from me. Luin pursed his lips and took out a set of star essence skins. I'll sell them to you for 1000 star essence. Xiyu's eyes went wide, and the other soldiering tribe members behind her did the same. You took their star essence skins? Lu Ying nodded. How about it? I'll sell them to you for 1,000 star essence. Xiu stared blankly at the skin, but she didn't refuse. Her eyes flickered, as it took a long time to make a star essence skin. If she could buy Lu Yin's skin directly, it would be much cheaper and save time. How about it? Do you want it? If you don't want it, then I'll sell it to Northline Flow Zone. Before he could speak, a voice rang out from afar. Brother Lu, the Soul Dream tribe wants it. The next person to arrive was Lan Yu. She had been much slower than Lu Ying and had only just arrived. When she saw Lu Ying waving the star essence skins around and hawking them, she hurriedly bought them. He generously tossed the star essence skin to her. 1,000 star crystals, thank you. Lan Yu accepted it. The star essence skin was smooth to the touch, as it was completely constructed from star essence. It felt very comfortable to wear, and with this, the Soul Dream tribe would be able to send another explorer to planet Pyrolite. Brother Lu, you still have 2 more, right? Lan Yu looked at Lu Ying expectantly. Lu Ying nodded and took out the other 2 items. Give it all to us. 3,000 star essence, Lan Yu said excitedly. Lu Ying sneered. I remember that you were the one who spoke to me in outer space. You wanted to trick me, and now you're still trying to trick me. Lan Yu's expression changed, and she unnaturally asked, Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Do you really want me to spell it out? You wanted to tempt me with a marriage alliance and also set the conditions for the Great Yu Empire to enter the Innerverse. You just wanted me to help the Soul Dream tribe compete on planet Pyrolite and establish contact with the Sea King's dome. Am I right? Lan Yu's face paled. Xiu looked at Lan Yu, as she had not known about this matter since she had already been on planet Pyrolite. Brother Lu, I think you've misunderstood. Our Soul Dream tribe is sincere about forming a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire. If you don't believe me, we can immediately arrange it once we leave planet Pyrolite. We can also provide you with financial support and do our best to bring the Great Yu Empire into the Innerverse. How about that? Lu Ying did not believe her, as the Sea King's dome had already clearly stated that it would protect Frostwave Weave. The Soul Dream tribe was eager to form a marriage alliance and establish a relationship with the Sea King's dome. There's no need to say anything more. I understand your intentions. I still have 2 star essence skins left, and I'll give this one to you for 1,000 star essence. Lu Ying gave Lan Yu another star essence skin. As for Kay's star essence skin, he kept it for himself. Lu Ying was no fool. Kay's was clearly much stronger than the other 2, and the star essence skin's production cost was completely different as well. The 2 star essence skins could only be used by elite explorers at most, and explorers who could rival the top 100 rankings would not be able to use them unless they were reforged. However, Kay's skin was different. His skin could be directly used by the top 100 rankings experts. Lan Yu actually wanted Kay's skin the most. Although the Soul Dream tribe did not have any experts on the top 100 rankings, that list only referred to the younger generation. Among the older generation, there were explorers who could rival those on the top 100 rankings, but Lu Ying had no intention of giving them to her. Helpless, Lan Yu could only accept these 2 skins. Fortunately, she had not made a loss, as these 2 skins would definitely cost more than 1,000 star essence to make. Brother Lu, how do you want to trade? Do you want me to transfer the money to your Mavis bank account or give it to you directly? Lan Yu asked. Lu Ying replied, give it to me directly. Send someone to deliver it to the mountain range. Lan Yu nodded and glanced at Xiu. She also wanted to obtain Kay's star essence skin, but Xiu pretended not to see it. She was not that close to Lu Ying. Lu Ying left and returned to the mountain range. Above the planet, the various great powers all had the same opinion about this matter. They could not send anyone weaker than Lu Ying to provoke him. Otherwise, not only would they fail to obtain the Pyrolite, but they might also lose their star essence skins. The Dire Barbarian clan, the Blaze Realm, and the Ross Empire had all suffered a great loss, and many powers were gloating over their misfortune. Who asked you to rush out? Now, your retribution has arrived. However, Lu Yin's bad habit of plucking off other people's star essence skins was a headache. No one wanted to spend so much effort to create these skins to be gone after a trip to planet Pyrolite. The loss of star essence was acceptable, but the time spent transporting and creating these skins could not be made up for. This was the greatest loss. The next day, Luin sat on the mountain range as usual, occasionally looking up at the sky as he waited for the soldiering tribe to send someone to deliver the money. Haichichi rushed out of the mine and sat down beside Luin in boredom. Hey, we can't go anywhere before the pyrolite is completely mined, right? Luin nodded. In the distance, a spacecraft rushed into space. This was the ship used to transport pyrolite, and it would arrive once every few days. Over the past month, the Northline flow zone had already transported quite a bit of pyrolite. Father has that much confidence in you? Does he think that you can defend this place? Haichichi was puzzled, and she tilted her head to size up Luin. You're just a Lemmeter. Go ask your father, Luin replied. Haichichi pouted. Father was wrong to scheme against you, but he didn't harm you. He even promised to protect your hometown. What are you unhappy about? Luin did not say much to Haichichi, as she would not understand even if he did. He would rather become a pirate than join the Sea King's dome and lose his freedom. A red light fell from the sky, heading straight for the mountain range. Luin looked up and squinted. His eyes filled with star energy, and he saw the rune lines that represented the spacecraft. There were many of them, but they were only at the level of an elite explorer. There was also a dark blue symbol on the outside of the spacecraft, indicating that it was from the Soldering tribe. There was a loud boom as the spacecraft crashed outside the mountain range, creating a crater in the ground. From a bird's-eye view, the surroundings of the mountain range, including the interior of the mountain range, were filled with craters caused by the spacecraft's crash. Haichichi's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked at the spacecraft. The door opened, and a young woman walked out. She was beautiful, but her eyes had a weathered look that did not match her appearance. She was clearly not a member of the younger generation. The woman walked up to Luin and waved her hand. 2,000 star essence glowed with a faint light as Luin stored it in his cosmic ring. The Soldering tribe thanks Brother Lu for your help, the woman said courteously. Luin nodded. She quickly left. Haichichi looked at Luin. Not bad. Others are fighting for their lives, but you're making money. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as he was rather proud of this fact. He also admired himself for always being able to come up with ideas to make money, and he had even managed to come up with so many at once. 2,000 star essence was an unimaginable amount in the past. Even when he had robbed Blackbeard's tribute, he had only managed to obtain 1,000 star essence. As expected of a large organization, they were able to take out so much money so easily. Right, there was also another 1,000 star essence, which was the price he had paid for selling Kay's star essence skin to the Northline flow zone. He had only asked for 1,000 star essence as a token of his gratitude. Hey, let me leave this place. I'll go grab some star essence skins for you. Don't worry, I won't take a single cent. I'll give them all to you. Haichichi looked at Luin expectantly, as she felt that it was more useful to talk with him with money. However, she was disappointed, as Luin did not agree. Why? You can get 1,000 star essence for any one of them. That's 1,000 star essence. Think carefully. Haichichi shouted. Luin sighed. You won't be able to get them. Haichichi was unconvinced. You're looking down on me. Let me tell you this seriously, if we really fight, you won't be my opponent. Do you believe me? Luin did not reply. Haichichi ran in front of him. Do you believe me? Luin was helpless. Let's put it this way. Do you have 3 feet of white silk and a stool? What do you mean? Haichichi was stunned. Luin casually replied, hanging yourself is better than bragging. Haichichi was enraged, as she had been insulted. She was confident that she was invincible, but someone had actually dared to insult her. Alright, idiot. Just you wait, Sister Chi will let you know the consequences of insulting me. Just you wait. Luin regretted his words as soon as he said them, as he had not been able to hold back from insulting her. His following days would not be easy. The monkey gloated. 7th bro, I think it's best if you stay away from her. Over the next 2 days, Luin was subjected to an overwhelming amount of merciless ridicule, which was almost unbearable. He swore that he would never insult Xianxia again, and he would pretend that he had not heard anything she said. In the sky, a spacecraft crashed outside the mountain range. Northgate Lai walked out in front of everyone from the Northline flow zone, and many people cheered. Thank you. Cyrus, thank you for your brother's reward. Thank you for your brother's reward. The third update is to thank all the brothers for their support and rewards. Thank you. Northgate Gang was so excited that he was about to cry. He had been living a life worse than death on planet Pyrolite. Before Luin had arrived, he had faced multiple life and death crises, and after Lu Yin's arrival, he had been insulted by Xianxia to the point where he doubted his life. He had been forced to run out and face dangerous enemies. After Luin had guarded the mountain range, Northgate Gang had become a miner. It had been more than a month, but he had not taken a single step out of the mine because he was afraid of being caught by Xianxia. Finally, his big brother had arrived. Northgate Lai looked at the red-eyed Northgate Gang, who was in a sorry state, and the mining tools in his hands. He nodded inwardly. Northgate Gang had grown up, and he knew how to share the burden of his family. He had even personally mined. It wasn't easy. Luin guessed that the newcomer was Northgate Lai, as K's star essence skin had been given to him. Thank you, Brother Lu, Northgate Lai said solemnly. The two had once been enemies, and Northgate Lai had been confident that he could suppress this person. However, it wasn't until the Sea King's son-in-law selection that Northgate Lai realized how laughable his thoughts had been. This person had long since surpassed him. Luin casually replied. Northgate Lai took out 2,000 star essence from his cosmic ring. Brother Lu, I know that this isn't enough to compensate for the star essence skin, but this is all we can offer for now. We'll definitely pay you back in the future. Luin was stunned. Just give me 1,000. Didn't I say that I'm only selling it for 1,000? Northgate Lai seriously replied, that star essence skin is definitely worth more than 1,000. 3,000 is more like it. Northline Flow Zone doesn't want Brother Lu to suffer a loss. You saved my brother's lives, so Northline Flow Zone already owes you a lot. Since someone was offering him money, Luin had no reason to refuse. He did not stand on ceremony and stored the 2,000 star essence into his cosmic ring. Now, he had 4,000 star essence, which was perfect. He wondered how much more money could upgrade the money bomb and universal armor, and he was looking forward to it. Northgate Lai's arrival made the various powers even more anxious. In the outerverse, many spacecraft arrived from the innerverse, transporting a huge amount of star essence. Outside of planet Pyrolite, the various powers were even busier. Not only did they have to produce star essence skins, but they also had to purify Pyrolite. Pyrolite's purification process was more difficult than expected. Pyrolite was an extremely compressed material, and it represented the universe's definition of destructive power. The slightest mistake, and it would explode. The ratio of Pyrolite to Pyrolite was also far lower than what the major powers had expected. Right now, the Sword faction was the one who had mined the most Pyrolite ore. They had occupied Pyrolite Mountain much earlier than the other factions, and their equipment was complete. They had already purified no less than 300 grams of Pyrolite. What kind of concept was 300 grams of Pyrolite? Based on its destructive power, it was equivalent to a combat power of 3 million. If they were to explode at the same time, it would be enough to turn an entire region of space into a black hole. The greatest use of Bai was not to fight with the strong, because the strong could divert Bai's destructive power. Bai was born for war, and its enormous destructive power was enough to make anyone fear. Elder Viletree had originally planned to transport the Pyrolite back to the Sword sect, but he didn't feel at ease when he thought about it. He still planned to wait until all the Pyrolite had been extracted before asking for an even stronger expert from the sect to escort them. Currently, 2/3 of the Pyrolite ore in Pyrolite Mountain was left. If all of it was purified, it would probably be close to 1,000 grams. In addition to the Pyrolite found in other parts of the unknown star region, the amount of Pyrolite in the Sword sect might be around 1,100 grams. This was the Sword sect's weapon of deterrence. Once a large-scale war broke out, these pyrolites were enough to change the situation of the war. Fortunately, the Innerverse and the Neoverse were separated by the Cosmic Sea, which prevented the Neoverse from quickly finding out what was happening on Pyrolite Mountain. Otherwise, the Sword Sect would not be competing with the Innerverse powers, but rather the Neoverse behemoths. A few days after Northgate Lie entered planet Pyrolite, an enormous beast roared as it charged into the planet from outer space. It smashed apart a spacecraft that had just taken off and snatched the pyrolite ore that was about to be sent to outer space. It then galloped across the mountain range and headed northwest. This scene shocked the various great powers. That's Zaylin? He's ranked 67th on the top 100 rankings, and he's a genius from the Divine Grade Hall. That's right, it's Zaylin. That's an oolong horse that's famous throughout the universe. The second grade hall actually managed to gather enough star essence for Zaylin to enter planet Pyrolite so quickly. It should be the Divine Grade Hall's doing. They've always been rich. I never thought that Zaylin would enter planet Pyrolite. Luin is in trouble now. Can he stop an expert ranked 67th on the top 100 rankings? Legend has it that Zaylin's innate gift allows him to fuse with beasts, and he's a natural-born beast tamer. The Divine Grade Hall even fought with other powers to obtain him. His strength is unquestionable. Zaylin intentionally stepped over the mountain range to humiliate Luin. On the mountain range, Northgate Lie looked up with a shocked expression. It was actually Zaylin, 67th on the top 100 rankings. This was going to be troublesome. Luin watched as the oolong horse disappeared into the northwest, and his expression turned solemn. This person had intentionally stepped over his head. Was this a show of force? Hey, you were trampled by a horse, Hai Chi mocked as she happily pointed at Luin. Lu Yin's expression darkened, and he stood up. Then I'll trample it back. Hai Chi's eyes lit up. Really? Let's go train the horse. Northgate Lie's eyelids twitched. Brother Lu, please reconsider. Zaylin is very strong, and his oolong horse can devour planets. His innate gift allows him to fuse with his oolong horse, making it even stronger. He also avoids the weakness of all beast tamers, which is their own defense. Don't be rash. Luin calmly replied, even if I don't go looking for him, he'll still come looking for me. Northgate Lie fell silent. Based on Zaylin's attitude, he would definitely come looking for trouble. The Divine Grade Hall would not let this mountain range go, and Zaylin was a hurdle that they had to cross. I'll go with you. Northgate Lie looked at Luin solemnly. Luin shook his head. No need. You take care of the mountain range. He then soared into the sky and flew towards the northwest. 67th on the top 100 rankings? Luin wanted to see if this person could force him to use his full physical strength or even his Fatesan. Luin had too many trump cards, such as his universal armor, money bomb, and so on. Although the various great powers were rich, they did not have an ability like Luin who could use Enhance to infinitely increase his strength. Thus, they did not have any external items that could help them defeat powerful enemies. Luin had plenty of such items. Hai Chi excitedly followed behind Luin, her face full of joy. In outer space, within the second grade hall's warship, Karthika's expression was extremely ugly. Before Zaylin had entered planet Pyrolite, he had instructed Zaylin not to provoke Luin. It was not that he was worried that Zaylin would not be able to defeat Luin, but rather that there was no need to do so for the time being. He had allowed the other powers experts to exhaust Luin first, as the other powers experts would soon be able to enter the planet. Whoever expended more energy would easily be at a disadvantage in the following battles. However, this brat had not listened and even dared to provoke Karthika. Zaylin was helpless as well. How could he have imagined that Luin would attack him just by passing by the mountain range? In his mind, Luin should be doing his best to avoid fighting him. Where did this brat get the confidence to challenge an expert ranked 67th on the top 100 rankings? However, this question was already meaningless. Luin had already arrived, and there was even a little girl beside him who was staring at him provocatively. This made Zaylin very depressed, but he could not show it. He had only just arrived at planet Pyrolite, and he did not know what had happened before. The Pyrolite mine that the second grade hall occupied was not too far from the Day-Night clan's Pyrolite plains. The second-grade hall had robbed several powers of pyrolite mines, and they had barely been able to mine until now. Outside the mine, Quang Wang looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, Lu Ying was actually able to fight against Zai Lin. "Hey, hand over the horse." Lu Ying and Zai Lin were still observing each other when Hai Chi spoke up first, startling the two of them. Zai Lin's brows jumped, and he glared at Hai Chi. "What did you just say, brat?" Hai Chi pointed at the oolong horse beneath Zai Lin. "Hand it over. I want to train it." The oolong horse was enraged. It was an astral beast that could devour planets, and it was quite intelligent. This brat in front of it actually wanted to train it? It could not take it any longer, and it wanted to devour her. Zai Lin hurriedly pacified the oolong horse and then looked at Lu Ying. "Who gave you the guts to challenge me?" Lu Ying retracted the star energy in his eyes, and he could clearly see that Zai Lin's body was nothing special, but the oolong horse beneath him contained a terrifying amount of rune lines. As expected of the 67th on the top 100 rankings, the oolong horse was not something that Case could compare to. This battle would be a little difficult, but of course, that was under the premise that Lu Ying unsealed most of his physical strength. "Let me ask you a question." Lu Ying looked at Zai Lin curiously. "How much star essence did that star essence skin of yours consume?" Zai Lin was stunned. "Why do you ask?" "I'm just curious." "When I sell it, I'll at least know the price," Lu Ying replied. Zai Lin's face sank. "How dare you?" He no longer restrained the oolong horse. The oolong horse roared and viciously charged towards Lu Ying and Hai Chi. Lu Ying pushed Hai Chi aside and raised his right hand to slap the oolong horse. There was a thump, and the void distorted before countless cracks appeared. The thunderous sound of the collision formed visible ripples that not only swept through the ground, but also the void. Countless people, including those in outer space, watched this scene unfold. The oolong horse's charge had been blocked by Lu Ying. Zai Lin's pupil shrank. How was this possible? A Lammeter had actually blocked the oolong horse's charge? Karthika was shocked, as he was well aware of the oolong horse's terrifying charge. Even though he knew that Lu Yin's physical body was strong, who would have thought that it would be this strong? This was a monster. Kaze was the only one who wasn't surprised, as he had been crushed by that monstrous strength before. Lu Ying and the oolong horse were very close to each other, and he placed his palm between the oolong horse's eyes. His muscles bulged, and he suddenly took a step back. The oolong horse's eyes were filled with rage, and it was almost scarlet. It could feel the provocation of Lu Yin's physical strength, and this was something that it could not accept no matter what. With a loud roar, the oolong horse actually grew larger and stronger. Lu Ying was pushed back, and two large spatial cracks appeared beneath his feet. He immediately raised his other hand and exerted strength in both arms, using his strongest strength to forcefully resist the oolong horse's charge. Zai Lin could feel the oolong horse's unwillingness, and he sat on its back and raised his hand to slap Lu Ying. The oolong horse suddenly roared, as it wanted to stop Zai Lin and compete with Lu Ying in terms of strength. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The Fates in his heart and left arm had already been transferred. He had unsealed most of his physical strength, but he was still unable to suppress the oolong horse. As expected of the powerful beast that had brought Zai Lin to 67th place on the top 100 rankings. The fact that it could devour a planet meant that it had yet to display its full strength. The next moment, the oolong horse's body trembled, and under the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, its body grew infinitely larger. It went from a normal horse to the size of a mountain, and its enormous strength spread outwards, shaking the void, the earth, and even the entirety of planet Pyrolite. Zai Lin looked down at Lu Ying from above. You can't compete with the oolong horse in terms of strength. Even the top 50 of the top 100 rankings, who are renowned for their physical strength, wouldn't be able to do so. Lu Ying was being suppressed. This was the first time he had been suppressed in terms of physical strength since he had left the Blue Ocean. He felt excited as he sensed the oolong horse's intense provocation. He took a deep breath and then invisibly shook his right leg. The Fates that had fused into his right leg had been transferred. There was a soft whooshing sound, and Lu Ying suddenly looked up and stared into the oolong horse's large eyes. Let's see who's stronger. He was also excited. There was a thump as the earth split open, and fiery red magma spewed out. Luin withstood the oolong horse's push, and not only that, but his strength also multiplied as he pushed the oolong horse back. At this moment, even Karthika and the other enlighters were stunned. No matter how strong a Lammeter was, there should still be a limit to his strength. What was this? Some people who were too strong would be labeled as monsters, just like the 10 arbiters. Their strength was unimaginable, so there was no way to compare them. After Luin displayed all of his strength was no longer comparable, as it had already surpassed everyone's understanding. Even Elder Ren, an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, could not understand how Luin had managed to achieve this. How had he cultivated his strength? In outer space, Avery suddenly appeared, and he looked at Luin with excitement and fanaticism. Interesting, interesting. This is true power. Kid, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the day that you become an explorer. I'll wait for you to challenge me. Planet Pyrolite trembled, and Northgate Lai and the rest, Shiyu, Lu Xiaoqiu, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others all felt the boundless power that was passing through the earth and through the air. The oolong horse was unwilling to give up and wanted to increase its size, but Zaylin stopped it. This was planet Pyrolite, not some other planet. If planet Pyrolite was damaged, the Pyrolite would explode, and everyone would die. However, even Zaylin could not appease the oolong horse. Left with no choice, Zaylin could only use his innate skill to merge with the oolong horse. The next moment, the oolong horse's gaze changed. Luin could feel that the one controlling the oolong horse was Zaylin. The oolong horse was no longer competing with him in terms of strength. Luin immediately dodged and used Flash to appear on top of the oolong horse's head. He pressed a hand on its back, 30 stacks, 50-fold shockwave palm. Bang! A violent tremor tore through the void. The oolong horse was so large that Lu Yin's palm could not penetrate its body and affect the ground. However, it was reflected back into space by the horse's body, which tore through planet Pyrolite's atmosphere. It even caused a few spacecraft that had yet to leave the planet to explode. Not only was the oolong horse strong, but its body was also quite strong. Lu Yin's palm did not cause much damage to it, and because it was so large, it was like being stabbed by a needle. The oolong horse turned around and rammed its huge body into Lu Yin, but he still managed to dodge. Being too large had its disadvantages, and it was helpless against nimble people. Lu Yin retreated 1,000 meters and panted slightly as he looked at the oolong horse. His attacks were not very effective, and it was indeed difficult to deal with. The oolong horse stared at Lu Yin, but its attacks were also useless against him. Both of them felt like they had nowhere to attack. Seventh bro, this thing is too difficult to fight. Let's retreat. It can't deal with you, the monkey said. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up, and he stared at the oolong horse's eyes. His eyes lit up, and he used Flash to appear in front of the oolong horse. He raised both his palms and used Skybeast Claw. 2 Skybeast Claw attacks viciously clawed at the oolong horse's eyes, but it immediately dodged. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, all living creatures had weaknesses, and the oolong horse's eyes were one of them. Its entire body was strong, but its eyes could not compare to its physical defense. As long as he focused on its eyes, it would be fine. Zaylin was furious. He could only shrink his body when he saw Lu Yin continuously attacking the oolong horse's eyes. However, unless he shrunk to a normal size, the oolong horse's eyes would still be Lu Yin's target. If he shrunk to a normal size, he would lose his advantage. This was a dilemma. In the end, Zaylin shrunk the oolong horse to a normal size. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he used Flash to appear behind the oolong horse and pressed down with his palm. However, the scene of the oolong horse being hit did not occur. Instead, a humanoid creature appeared in front of him. It was Zaylin, and his body was branded with the color of the oolong horse. Zaylin's innate gift could be fused with the oolong horse's body, but he could also fuse with the oolong horse's body. Lu Yin looked at Zaylin in amazement. Zaylin actually had such an innate gift. At this moment, Zaylin had no weaknesses. He could use battle techniques in his human form, and he also had the strength of the oolong horse. This was the first person that Lu Yin had met who could compete with him in terms of strength. Zhe Lin's strength also made Lu Ying realize that his own power level was comparable to the 60th to 70th places on the top 100 rankings. This was a very terrifying ranking, as the top 100 rankings only contained the strongest explorers of the younger generation. Lu Ying truly deserved to be called an unequaled leader. Once he broke through to the explorer realm, he would be comparable to those in the top 50. It should be known that even someone like Northgate Lai, who had gathered all of the Northline Flowzone's resources, could only hover near the bottom. Zhe Lin stretched out his arms and charged towards Lu Ying. Five-lined battle force appeared around his body as he punched out. With the physical strength of the Oolong horse, he was not afraid of facing Lu Ying head-on. Five-lined battle force also appeared around Lu Yin's body, and he excitedly charged towards Zhe Lin and punched out. Bang! There was another thunderous collision that shook the heavens. The shockwaves from the collision distorted the void and spread out into outer space, tearing apart planet Pyrolite's atmosphere. The two punched out 100 times at the same time and did not retreat a single step. The violent shockwaves from the collision forced Kuang Wang and the rest to continuously retreat. In the distance, above Pyrolite Plains, Zhanglong Day Night, Night Queen Yanqing, and the rest were all shocked. This was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and he had only displayed it at this moment. There was another bang, and the two simultaneously retreated. Zhe Lin's eyes flickered. A Lemaitre had actually been able to fight him to a standstill, which somewhat toppled his worldview. Lu Ying panted heavily, as it would be difficult to suppress Zhe Lin with just his physical strength. He did not want to use his Fates in right now, as there would definitely be more powerhouses behind him. He had to think of a way. Lu Ying was anxious, but Zhe Lin was even more anxious. The fact that Zhe Lin had been able to enter this place meant that the explorers from the Sword Sect and Day Night clan would be arriving soon. If he continued to waste time with Lu Ying and allowed others to take advantage of him, he would become a sinner of the Beast Tamer's Flowzone. He then looked at Lu Ying with a resolute gaze. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I admit that in terms of true strength, it will be difficult to determine a victor between us. However, in this universe, one's own strength is not the only thing that matters. Zhe Lin then took out a dagger that had a strange grey luster circulating around it. The moment it appeared, it actually tore through the void. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as the dagger gave him a sense of danger. The monkey cried out, "Not good. It's a power vessel." Lu Ying was puzzled. What is it? Seventh bro, do you remember when you tried to kill that Lu Xiaoga in East San Dios? Do you remember the power he used? The monkey asked solemnly. Of course, Lu Ying remembered. With his strength at the time, he should have been able to deal with Lu Xiaoga. However, Lu Xiaoga had used a power that Lu Ying could not understand to evade the attack. That power had been black and white, and it had definitely been the Day Night clan's power. I wanted to say it back then, but I forgot about it later. I remember reading in a powerhouse's autobiography that some people can transfer their own power. Lu Xiaoga should have received the power of a powerhouse, which gave him the ability to protect himself from you, the monkey said. So you're saying that this dagger has also been fused with a powerhouse's power? Lu Ying found this somewhat inconceivable. Lu Xiaoga was still a human, and this dagger was just a cold weapon. The monkey sternly replied, that's right. In fact, there are very, very few powerhouses in the universe who are capable of fusing their own power into another person's body. It can be said that the number of powerhouses who are capable of doing so is infinitely close to zero. It has little to do with one's own strength, and it might be related to one's cultivation technique, destiny, or even one's innate talent. However, in this vast universe, there will always be some monsters. The person who fused their own power into Lu Xiaoga's body is a monster, and such monsters have appeared since ancient times. Lu Ying looked at the dagger in Zhe Lin's hand and narrowed his eyes. This was troublesome, as he did not know what kind of power that dagger possessed. It felt like he was facing off against a powerhouse with an unknown innate gift. It seems like you know about the existence of power vessels. Zhe Lin saw Lu Yin's serious expression and stared at him. I don't want to use the power vessel against you. Leave that mountain range on your own, or else you might die to it. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Seventh bro, power vessels are scary, but you can treat them as another type of innate gift. Furthermore, most power vessels can only be used once. This guy definitely isn't being kind by not attacking you, but rather because he doesn't want to waste the power vessel. Can Fates unblock a power vessel's attack? Luin asked in a low voice. I don't know. Nobody knows what kind of power vessel it has. The monkey was unsure. Zaylin frowned and stared at Luin. I'll say it won. Last time. Leave the mountain range, and I'll let you go. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If he retreated just because of a power vessel, then the various great powers would use it to threaten him in the future. This was not his style. Besides, while a power vessel was powerful, it could not surpass a hunter's power level of 100,000. Luin had his universal armor, and that armor was conservatively estimated to be able to withstand a power vessel with a power level of 150,000. You can try. Luin stared at Zaylin. He was about to attack, and it was better to strike first. Zaylin's heart sank, as his power vessel could only be used once. Before coming to planet Pyrolite, the Elder had warned him not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, it seemed that he had to use it. You're courting death, so don't blame me. He then brandished his dagger and charged at Luin. Luin stared at him, and suddenly, Zaylin's speed increased by several times. The dagger stabbed out at a trajectory that Luin could not see. This was the dagger's ability to increase one's speed to the limit, and it instantly increased Zaylin's speed by a large margin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his eyes filled with star energy. He retrieved the Giant Emperor's third eye from his cosmic ring and activated his domain with all his might. In the nick of time, he dodged to the side and moved 10 centimeters to the side. The dagger stabbed out at the same spot where he had been standing, tearing a spatial tear that spanned 10 kilometers. Zaylin looked at Luin in disbelief. Had he dodged? At this moment, it wasn't just Zaylin who was shocked, countless people in outer space were shocked. Zaylin had actually dodged the attack. Even a hunter would find it difficult to avoid Zaylin's speed. Karthika was the most shocked of all. He had given Zaylin that dagger so that he could compete with the Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, Wind Family, and other great powers. He had thought that he would be able to win with a single attack, but Zaylin had actually dodged. Furthermore, the speed at which Zaylin had dodged. No, that wasn't speed. That was secret sidestep. The words secret sidestep appeared in countless people's minds, and many suddenly recalled that Luin had used it during his battle with Mu Rong at the Sea King's Dome. Secret sidestep was a supreme footwork technique that lockbreakers revered, as it was a footwork technique that allowed one to avoid unseen dangers. It could even avoid unseen dangers, let alone visible ones. Although Zaylin was fast, he was not so fast that he could not be seen. Luin had 4 statuses: Sirius, Domain, Eyes filled with star energy, and the Giant Emperor's third eye. As long as he used 3 of these statuses, he would be able to use secret sidestep. Luin heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the spatial crack gradually close up. So, it was speed. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so worried. He had almost put on his universal armor. Seeing Zaylin staring at him in shock, Luin pressed a palm against Zaylin's chest. It's over. He didn't even wait for Zaylin to react before unleashing a 30 stacks, 70 times shockwave palm. With a bang, Zaylin spat out a mouthful of blood as his clothes were torn apart. A deep palm print was imprinted on his chest, and he was sent flying like a meteor. Luin seized the opportunity to snatch the dagger. If not for his carelessness, Zaylin would not have been hit so easily. It could only be said that there were pros and cons when using a power vessel. Lu Yin's evasion had caused Zaylin to lose focus, which was why he had been hit head-on. This attack had severely injured him and sent him crashing into the ground. In outer space, the various great powers fell silent. Even with a power vessel, Luin had still been defeated. This Luin was simply too heaven-defying. Hai Chi-Chi shouted excitedly. In the distance, Kuang Wang and the rest were bitter, as even brother Zaylin had been defeated. Even further away, Zhanlong Day-Night and the rest had also witnessed this scene. They could only helplessly turn around, as this huge mountain continued to press down on their heads. Lu Yin's eyes were still filled with star energy as he looked at the ground. The rune lines that represented Zaylin were already very few, which proved that he was seriously injured at this moment. Even his fusion with the oolong horse had disappeared, and Zhe Lin's face was deathly pale as he was pressed into the ground. Luin exhaled. This battle had been rather difficult, and even a power vessel had appeared. He had previously thought that the great powers definitely had their own trump cards. If a Lemaitre did not use one, then an explorer would. Zhe Lin would not be the last. Would he have to wear his universal armor to sleep peacefully? That was a problem. Hai Chi excitedly ran over to Luin and stared at the dagger in his hand. Let me see. Luin grabbed the dagger and touched it. It felt like a normal dagger, and with a bit of force, it broke with a crack. Hai Chi was disappointed. It's a one-time use item. Boring. You know about power vessels as well? Luin looked at her. Hai Chi rolled her eyes. Nonsense. Of course I know. My Sea King's dome doesn't lack anything. Does your Sea King's dome have many power vessels? Luin asked with interest. Hai Chi's lips curled up, and she looked at Luin proudly. That's right. Beg me, and I'll tell you. Luin shook his head and ignored her. You're so boring. My Sea King's dome has a power vessel that you've touched before. Hai Chi pretended to be profound. I know. It's the Sea King's trident. Hai Chi's eyes widened. How did you know? I guessed, Luin casually answered. Hai Chi turned her head away. Boring. After saying that, she flew directly towards where Zhe Lin had landed. Luin hurried over. What are you doing? Don't you want a star essence skin? I'll help you, Hai Chi said politely. Luin pulled her aside. Don't cause trouble. He hasn't lost yet. Hai Chi stuck out her tongue and then ran off. The ground trembled, and then it cracked open. Zhe Lin leapt out and stood on the ground, looking extremely wretched. The deep palm print on his chest brought him endless pain, and he could not even stand properly. He was half kneeling on the ground. Luin approached him step by step. Let me ask you a question. Zhe Lin panted heavily and looked down at his chest. Even the slightest movement caused him intense pain. At this moment, Lu Yin's shadow enveloped him, and he looked up. You won. Luin stared at him. How much did your star essence skin cost? Zhe Lin's eyelids twitched. Luin, don't go too far. My divine grade hull is not to be trifled with. You should know that the Beast Tamer's flow zone is a unified entity, and offending us won't do you any good. Luin shrugged. Sorry, it's too late. Actually, I wanted to coexist peacefully with you guys, but I can only blame fate for messing with me. He then grabbed Zhe Lin and found a spacecraft. He peeled off the star essence skin from Zhe Lin's body and tossed him inside. Let's go back. We probably won't meet again on planet Pyrolite. Zhe Lin looked at Luin helplessly, as he regretted provoking this person when he had first arrived on planet Pyrolite. This person was a monster, and Zhe Lin was heavily injured. The next time they met, Luin might have already broken through to the Explorer realm, and once that happened, Zhe Lin would definitely not be Lu Yin's opponent. Luin watched the spacecraft take off and put away the star essence skin. It was worth at least 5,000 to 7,000, but he was not sure if he should sell it. If he did, then a powerhouse who could rival Zhe Lin would appear while wearing it, and if such a powerhouse turned out to be an enemy, it would be troublesome. However, he would not be satisfied if he did not sell it, as it was a considerable amount of wealth. Luin looked around and saw that most of the pyrolite ore had been mined by the second grade hall. When he saw Hai Chi rushing towards Kuang Wang and the others, he picked her up and left. Zhe Lin's defeat had given the various great powers a deeper understanding of Lu Yin's strength. Without reaching the top 60 of the top 100 rankings, there was no hope of defeating Luin. This was the common understanding of the various great powers. Among the younger generation, there were not many explorers who could reach the top 60 of the top 100 rankings, and they were scattered throughout the universe. However, the various great powers did have explorers from the older generation who were at the same level of strength, and they were likely to be the next batch of powerhouses to descend. Luin returned to the mountain range and was greeted by Northgate Lai's astonished gaze. Lily. And had also arrived. Northgate Lai was wearing the Star Essence skin that Luine had sold to them, and the one that Northline Flowzone had manufactured was given to Lily Ann. Brother Lu, you've shocked the heavens with that battle. From now on, you will be invincible among the Lemeters. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Lily Ann smiled at Luine. Northgate Lai looked at Luine with a complicated expression, and the shock in his eyes had yet to fade. Luine smiled. The universe is too vast. It's still too early to say that I'm invincible. I've never heard of a Lemeter possessing Brother Lu's power level since ancient times. Even when the 10 Arbiters were Lemeters, they might not have been able to reach Brother Lu's level of power. Brother Lu, your name will be recorded in history, Lily Ann praised. Everyone else was shocked. History was a heavy word, and countless people wanted to leave their names in history, but they did not have the ability to do so. Luine, on the other hand, had already done so. At least in the written records, no one had ever reached Lu Yin's level of power when he was a Lemeter. Lu Yin's expression changed. History? With the power that he had just displayed, had he already touched upon the level of history? The various great powers no longer dare to casually send people here, Lily Ann said. Lu Yin's heart trembled. He had single-handedly changed the standards of the various great powers when it came to descending on planet Pyrolite. This was his current strength. In that instant, Luine felt as if he had truly reached a new level. Who in the Lemeter realm could be his opponent? Ling Ke? No, not even Mu Rong. Not even Zhe Lin, who was on the top 100 rankings. Once upon a time, he had looked up to the elites of the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy. He had surpassed them. He had looked up to the Astral Combat Academy's Area Masters. He had also looked up to the Astral Combat Academy's Realm Masters. He had also looked up to the freakish geniuses of his generation, but he had still surpassed them all. Now, he stood at the peak. When he thought of this, Luine felt a ball of fire rise in his chest. Green lines suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. These were the signs of six-lined battle force, green stripes. Lily Ann, Northgate Lai, and the others were all stunned. What was going on? As he spoke, he actually made a breakthrough? Luine stretched out his hands as the Sandmaster's words echoed in his mind. Battle force was used for cultivation, and it was also used for one spirit. Luine had never possessed the spirit to look down on the world, which was why he had been unable to break through to the next level. But now, he had defeated Ling Ke, Mu Rong, and Zhe Lin, shocking the heavens, and becoming an unrivaled Lemeter. He could feel the spirit, which was why his battle force had changed accordingly. However, the green stripes only appeared for an instant before quickly disappearing. His breakthrough had not been successful. Northgate Lai subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Luine was already very strong, and if he had broken through again, Northgate Lai would not even have the courage to chase after him. Brother Lu, it's such a pity. You dashed before Lily and could finish speaking. Luine leaped up and charged towards Pyrolite Lake. Had his breakthrough failed? No, it was just that his spirit was not enough. He needed to face his own strength and use battle to strengthen his belief in being unrivaled. Right now, the most suitable people for him to strengthen his belief were Ling Ke, Mu Rong, and the other powerhouses. Ling Ke was the closest to the mountain range, so he would look for him first. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Silas, for your tip. The mountain breeze. Brother's tip, I'll update at 3 p.m., thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. In outer space, the various great powers watched Lu Yin's actions in confusion. Wen Kitchen and the others' expressions changed. Not good. This kid is going to Pyrolite Lake. Hurry up and spread the news. In outer space, a group of spacecraft formed words that read, Lu, calm down, and Wen, be careful. Luine did not look up as he rushed towards Pyrolite Lake as quickly as he could. At that moment, when Xianxia looked up from Pyrolite Lake and stared at the sky with a strange expression. Was the family sending a warning? With Lu Yin's speed, as long as he did not delay, he would reach Pyrolite Lake in 20 minutes at most, unlike when he had taken Hai Chi and traveled for several days. Not only had the Wen family sent a warning, but they had also sent a Lemeter to planet Pyrolite on a spacecraft. When Xianxia and the others found out that Luyin was rushing towards them, their hearts sank. Who on planet Pyrolite could stop him? Ling Ke subconsciously wanted to run, but when Xianxia held him back and refused to let him go. They could not give up on Pyrolite Lake, as it was one of the largest pyrolite mines on planet Pyrolite. Ling Ke was in a miserable state, as he could not attack when Xianxia. He could only hope that Luyin would not act rashly. Luyin was also afraid that Ling Ke would run away. Based on his understanding of Ling Ke, it was very likely that the guy would try to escape. Thus, Luyin continued to increase his speed and even moved all of his fates and away as he used flash to advance. When he finally reached Pyrolite Lake, he saw Ling Ke and the others staring at him blankly. "What are you doing, Luyin?" Ling Ke braced himself and shouted at Luyin. Luyin raised a fist. "To strengthen my faith." Ling Ke's mouth fell open. You came here to look for confidence?" Luyin did not deny it. Instead, he raised a hand and pressed down. Ling Ke's expression changed. "You're going too far." He then split his spirit, and 3 Ling Kes simultaneously shot out their K's mighty slashes. The 3 blades merged into one and collided with Luyin's palm. There was a boom, and Pyrolite Lake disappeared. Luyin's palm had completely evaporated the lake and shattered the 3 K's mighty slashes at the same time. He then pressed Ling Ke to the bottom of Pyrolite Lake. When Xianxia and the others were stunned. There was indeed a gap between Ling and Luyin, but was it that huge? Actually, Ling Ke and Luyin had never fought head-on. Back at the mountain range, Ling Ke had been forced back by a single palm strike from Luyin and had thus been forced out of the battle. As for Mu Rong, his battle with Luyin had taken a long time before a victor had been decided. Thus, everyone had assumed that the difference between the two was not that great. After all, they were both among the 4 unrivaled Lemeters. But now, they truly understood the difference between them. It was only at this moment that Ling Ke realized the difference between them. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken. This attack had not been light at all. Luyin retracted his hand and headed towards Pyrolite Mountain without looking back. Next up was Mu Rong. Luyin had never unleashed his full strength during his battle with Mu Rong. At most, he had moved 2 grains of fate sand to break free from the farmer boy's song. This had caused everyone to misunderstand Luyin's strength, and only Zhe Lin had a clear understanding of it. At this moment, Luyin wanted Mu Rong to understand as well. He wanted to strengthen his belief in being invincible, break through to 6-lined battle force, and become even stronger. At Pyrolite Lake, when Xianxia and the rest heaved a sigh of relief, she immediately arranged for a spacecraft to send Ling Ke to the Wen clan's warship for treatment. Ling Ke lamented, "I told you to let me go, but you just had to stop me." When Xianxia kept apologizing, Ling Ke sighed. "That freak. But at least it's alright. From the looks of it, Mu Rong is going to be unlucky as well. At least I'm not the only one, cough, cough." In outer space, when Kitchen's expression turned ugly, he understood that Luyin was about to break through. Although he did not know what he was about to break through, since it was a breakthrough, it meant that Luyin's strength had increased. How troublesome. A mere Lemeter was enough to render them helpless. The powerhouses from the other powers also understood what was going on. The Sword Sect immediately used their spacecraft to form a text message, telling Mu Rong and Lu Xiaoqiu to retreat. However, the two did not leave Pyrolite Mountain. Retreating meant that they were afraid, and it went against their beliefs. If they retreated, then they would forever have Luyin as a mountain above their heads. The Yo Quartz cultivators tried to persuade Zhou Yi to leave, but she did not. She was very curious about Luyin, and she felt that there was something about him that attracted her, though she did not know what it was. Furthermore, she was not afraid. If she could, she really wanted to use her true strength to test Luyin and see who was the true invincible Lemeter. Could this person withstand the Yo secret technique? The so-called strongest Lemeters excluded the 3 Dark Hands and the people from the Neoverse. The sky rippled as a suffocating pressure descended. Both inside and outside of Pyrolite Mountain, the Sword Sect, Yo Court, and many other cultivators who had secretly approached to watch felt their breath stagnate. When they looked up again, Luyin had already appeared. Mu Rong flipped the wooden flute in his hand with a solemn expression. Lu Xiaoqiu took a step forward and released his force field as he immediately unleashed the fourth sword. He had previously wanted to use the fifth sword to fight against Lu Yin, but reality had proven that he had not reached the same level as the fifth sword and could only use the fourth sword. The force field condensed into an enormous sword qi that slashed down. Space itself boiled as countless sharp forces tore through the void, forming visible cracks. Lu Yin raised his head and stood in place without moving. He raised his right hand, grabbed the enormous sword qi, and exerted force. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword collapsed. Even though everyone knew that Lu Xiaoqiu would lose, they had not expected him to lose so miserably. He could not even force Lu Yin to take a single step back. He could not even make Lu Yin get serious. Elder Viletree, Lu Sanjian, and the other experts from the sword sect all had ugly expressions. The moment the fourth sword collapsed, blood flowed from the corner of Lu Xiaoqiu's mouth. He had been injured. Mu Rong raised his wooden flute, causing the ground, the void, and the grass to spread out. The cowherd's song rang out as the cowherd boy rammed into Lu Yin. If the cowherd boy's song had been able to affect Lu Yin slightly when he had been moving 2 grains of Fate Zan and had needed him to break free, then now that he had moved 3 grains of Fate Zan and released all of his physical strength, the cowherd boy's song was just a song that could calm one's mind. It did not affect Lu Yin at all, and the impact of the cowherd boy's attack was dispersed by Lu Yin's right hand. With a thump, Mu Rong's entire body was smashed into the ground. Although Lu Yin's palm had not been aimed at Mu Rong himself, it had still passed through his force field and caused Mu Rong to receive an indirect attack, just like Lu Xiaoqiu. Yo Yi frowned. How powerful. Mu Rong's strength should be at the top even in the Neoverse, but he could not even withstand a single palm strike. This Lu Yin was stronger than she had imagined. After defeating Mu Rong and Lu Xiaoqiu, Lu Yin had not taken a single step and had only raised his right arm. Everyone could clearly see the difference between them. They were shocked by Lu Yin's strength, but Lu Yin himself was not satisfied. Mu Rong and the others had not given him the confidence to break through to six-lined battle force, and his spirit was still lacking by a bit. At that moment, a spacecraft crashed down towards Pyrolite Mountain from the sky. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at the spacecraft and saw a boundless amount of rune lines. The number of rune lines actually surpassed Zeylin's. Through the spacecraft, Lu Yin could clearly see the person descending. It was Long Yun, an expert from the sword sect who had appeared in the Outerverse Shenwu continent trial. It was because of him that Wu Shang of the Neo-Human Alliance had managed to escape. His existence had also prevented Crown Prince Ming Hao from directly attacking the people in the Tower of Resonating Light, allowing them to escape unscathed. Long Yun's name was not on the top 100 rankings, but he was a hidden expert from the sword sect. It was no wonder why Crown Prince Ming Hao was so afraid of him. Lu Yin landed on the ground with a solemn expression. He could not avoid Long Yun's arrival. Long Yun represented the sword sect in seizing the mountain range, and there would definitely be a battle between them. Boom! The spacecraft crashed outside of Pyrolite Mountain, and Mu Rong, Lu Xiaoqiu, Yo Yi, and the others looked over. When the hatch opened, a youth wearing a felt hat, short-sleeved shirt, and jeans walked out. There was a faint smile on his face as he looked around curiously. When they saw the youth, Lu Xiaoqiu and the other sword sect disciples were shocked. Senior Brother Long? Yo Yi blinked, as she did not recognize this person. It's Long Yun, a disciple from the previous generation of the sword sect, an expert from the Yo court whispered. Yo Yi was curious. How do you know him? Is he very famous? The Yo court cultivator whispered, this person is from the same generation as the sword sect's 10 arbiters, and their relationship is not simple. Among the sword sect disciples of that generation, this person can be ranked in the top 3. However, after that arbiter broke through to the explorer realm, this person quieted down, and there hasn't been anything worth talking about since. I didn't expect the sword sect to send this person here. Long Yun's timely appearance allowed the sword sect disciples to breathe a sigh of relief, but they were also rather apprehensive. In the minds of most of the sword sect disciples, Long Yun was a bold and unrestrained wastrel, and his exact strength was unknown. However, since the sect had sent this person here, they believed that he would not be weak. Long Yun's gaze swept across everyone before finally landing on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze also met Long Yun's. We've met before, right? Long Yin beamed at Lu Yin as his star energy vibrated in the air. Lu Yin calmly replied, in the outerverse, during the trial on the Shenwu continent. We met once. Long Yin nodded. It seems like you were the one who saved those people in the Tower of Resonating Light. When I heard about this, I knew that you weren't simple, but I didn't expect that you would possess such terrifying strength as a mere Lemeter. Lu Yin looked at Long Yin solemnly. You're not simple either. Your true strength surpasses Zhe Lin's. That one sentence shook the entire sword sect and even the various great powers in outer space. Not many people had heard of Long Yun's name before, and those who did were from the same generation as the 10 Arbiters. Long Yun had been rather famous in the past, but he had gradually fallen into obscurity. Who would have thought that this person was actually comparable to an expert ranked around 60 on the top 100 rankings? He had hidden his strength far too well, as the sword sect still had someone at the top of the top 100 rankings. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flickered. He knew that Long Yun's strength was not simple, but he had never tested Long Yun's strength. Long Yun did not like fighting in the sect, and he did things as he pleased. Lu Xiaoqiu had never been able to find an opportunity to spar with him, but he had never expected Lu Yin's evaluation of him to be so high. Long Yun was astonished. How did you know? Only a few old fellows in the entire sword sect know of my strength. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I guessed. Long Yun nodded. It doesn't matter how you found out. In any case, you won't be able to avoid it today. Long Yun then pulled out a very ordinary longsword from his cosmic ring. Following that, under everyone's shocked gazes, green stripes intertwined around the sword while a dark golden radiance illuminated the void. A majestic, stifling pressure swept out. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being squeezed as they stared in shock at Long Yun's dazzling dark golden radiance. His sword was also intertwined with green stripes. This was six-lined battle force. Ever since the battles on planet Pyrolite began, the highest level of battle force cultivator that had ever appeared was five-lined battle force. However, Long Yun had raised this limit, and his green six-lined battle force was displayed before everyone's eyes. Everyone knew that battle force was a very powerful force, but it was also very difficult to cultivate, just like a domain. At present, there were at least a few thousand outstanding disciples on planet Pyrolite, but there were less than 100 who cultivated battle force and domains. These were the elite disciples of the various great powers, which showed just how difficult it was to comprehend battle force and a domain. The moment Long Yun's six-lined battle force appeared, the hearts of the various great powers sank. This was an overwhelming strength. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as five-lined battle force coiled around his body. He had to release all of his strength just to resist Long Yun's six-lined battle force. A difference of one line was still very large. With a whoosh, Long Yun swiftly appeared in front of Lu Yin and slashed down with his long sword without any intention of dodging. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy, and he retrieved the giant emperor's third eye with his left hand. He used secret sidestep to easily dodge Long Yun's sword and struck out with a palm, just like how he had dealt with Zhe Lin. It was the same attack, but Zhe Lin had been defeated. Long Yun's lips curled up, and he did not dodge. Instead, he slashed out with his long sword. If Lu Yin's palm struck him, his sword would also strike Lu Yin. This was a battle where both sides would perish together, and Long Yun was extremely confident in his battle force. Lu Yin could retreat, as his secret sidestep could guarantee that Long Yun would not be able to hit him. He believed that Long Yun could not surpass his secret sidestep speed, but at this moment, a heroic spirit rose in his heart. He did not want to retreat, as he felt that if he did, his boldness would disappear. There was a thump as Long Yun's abdomen forcefully endured Lu Yin's 30 stacks, 70 tenfold shockwave palm. His clothes were torn apart, and the palm imprint was deeply embedded into his skin. Lu Yin's chest was also slashed by the sword, and scarlet blood splattered onto the ground. Both of them simultaneously retreated 100 meters. Long Yun exhaled and looked down at his abdomen. The deep palm imprint caused him intense pain, and his organs felt as if they had been crushed. His six-lined battle force had collapsed, and he was shocked. A Lemeter had actually forcefully collapsed his six-lined battle force. If such an attack was unleashed again, he would definitely be defeated. It was no wonder why Zhe Lin could not even withstand a single attack. Those able to cultivate battle chi to 6 lines, their fleshy body strength was not weak either. Even so, Lu Yin's palm nearly crippled Long Yun. However, Lu Yin was not in a good state either. The horizontal slash wound on his chest had sunk deep into his bones. Not only had it shattered his 5-lined battle force, but it had also torn his physical body apart. If Mr. Mu had not helped Lu Yin raise his physical strength to the limit and transformed his body's toughness, then this slash would have cut him in two. Both of them had left an extremely deep impression on each other after just a single exchange. Lu Yin looked at Long Yun, and his lips curled up in excitement. As expected of 6-lined battle force. Its strength isn't something that 5-lined battle force can compare to. Long Yun exhaled and pressed down on his abdomen. You care about 6-lined battle force a lot? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he did not reply. Long Yun stretched his neck. 6-lined battle force is indeed incomparable to 5-lined battle force. The higher you go, the greater the disparity. The limit you can withstand is 6-lined battle force, right? Well then, this battle is over. As he spoke, the dark golden radiance on his body was replaced by a green radiance. Blue lines appeared on his longsword and illuminated the sky. Countless people were stunned. This was 7-lined battle force. This was Long Yun's true strength, he was a wielder of 7-lined battle force. In the younger generation, there were very few people who could raise their battle force to 7-lined battle force, as it was too difficult. Lu Yin had only reached 5-lined battle force during the Astral Combat Tournament, and it was only now that he showed signs of breaking through to 6-lined battle force. This showed just how difficult it was to raise one's battle force. He had even raised his physical body to the limit, but Long Yun had actually comprehended 7-lined battle force. At this moment, even the various great powers in outer space could not believe their eyes. Mira was shocked as she looked at planet Pyrolite. Moore walked out of his spacecraft and stared at Long Yun. He was a counselor from West San Dios and ranked 12th on the top 100 rankings. Avery also walked out of his spacecraft and looked at Long Yun. Within the Ross Empire spacecraft, a youth who had been sleeping suddenly opened his eyes and looked at planet Pyrolite in astonishment. 7-lined battle force illuminated the heavens. On Pyrolite Mountain, Long Yun raised his sword and pointed it at Lu Yin. Leave planet Pyrolite. I know that you have the secret sidestep, and I can't catch. Up to you. However, I can shatter the void. Can your secret sidestep guarantee that you can avoid me? That range will be very large. Lu Xiaoqiu and the others stared at Long Yun in shock. The current Long Yun was comparable to the top 50 of the top 100 rankings. He had hidden his strength too deeply. Once he broke through to the cruiser realm, his strength would increase even further. At that time, even the top experts on the top 100 rankings would be wary of him. Furthermore, no one could guarantee that he would not be able to comprehend 8-lined battle force. Once he successfully comprehended 8-lined battle force, he would instantly possess the strength to threaten the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. The universe's greatest powers were domains and battle force. When one reached the pinnacle of either, they would possess unfathomable strength. This was a path for ordinary people to surpass those with innate gifts. It was a path that led to the peak of powerhouses. Long Yun did not have any innate gifts, and battle force was what he relied on to challenge the many freakish geniuses. No one believed that Lu Yin could block Long Yun, as he definitely could not block 7-lined battle force. 6-lined battle force was more than enough to break through his defenses. 7th bro, this is trouble. 7-lined battle force. That's 7-lined battle force. Humans are truly abnormal. Even a random person can be so powerful, the monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin stared in shock at Long Yun, who was wrapped in a green light that flickered with blue stripes. He raised a hand and felt as if he could touch the power of blue battle force. Was this 7-lined battle force? It was so powerful. Are you going to retreat or not? Long Yun's sword spun. As long as Lu Yin said that he would not retreat, Long Yun would definitely destroy the void with a single slash. This was his confidence. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I'm always one step behind you. Long Yun was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Everyone else also looked at Lu Ying in confusion. One step behind? What did that mean? The Lu Xiaoqiu's brows rose. Could it be? Lu Ying suddenly looked up as a dark golden light shot into the sky from the surface of his body. The green stripes intertwined like ribbons and released a tyrannical fluctuation that shook people's hearts. This was six-lined battle force. After forcefully receiving Long Yan's attack, Lu Ying had not only been left with a large wound, but he had also gained six-lined battle force. His spirit had also reached a certain level. The various great powers in outer space were speechless. How was this possible? Had this brat been hiding his strength all this time? Wen Kitchen's brows twitched. So this brat wanted to break through to battle force. This brat actually used Ling Ke and the others to gain confidence. In the sword sect, Elder Viletree was so angry that his beard curled up. What a pity. If Long Yan had been one step behind, then this brat might not have been able to break through to six-lined battle force. What a pity, what a pity. The other Enlighters had already guessed what was going on, and they all looked at Planet Pyrolite strangely. Long Yan had appeared to snatch the mountain range, but in the end, he had helped Lu Ying improve his battle force. Now, there was no one in the Lamita realm who could be his opponent. Perhaps even no one in the Neoverse could compare to him. Long Yan stared at Lu Ying in a daze. You just broke through? Lu Ying nodded and smiled. I still have to thank you. Long Yan smiled wryly, but he quickly composed himself. The higher the level of battle force, the harder it is to cultivate. Similarly, the gap between battle force and battle force increases. Six-lined battle force and seven-lined battle force are two completely different levels. The same question, should I retreat or not? Lu Ying raised his hand and felt the strength of his six-lined battle force. He looked at Long Yun. If I had five-lined battle force, then I definitely wouldn't be able to stop you, but I'm not so sure about six-lined battle force. I might not be able to defeat you, but I can at least protect myself. With the speed of the secret sidestep and the defensive power of my six-lined battle force, your sword's destructive power won't be that great. However, there's no need to continue fighting. Sorry, let's call it a day. Long Yan did not hesitate to slash out with his sword, and his attack covered an entire region of the void. He wanted to keep Lu Ying here and completely eliminate this hidden danger. Lu Yin's flash and secret sidestep were still unable to escape from Long Yan's attack range. This attack was a battle technique, and Long Yan was getting serious. Lu Ying turned around and fled towards the west. In front of him, Long Yan's sword chi was getting closer and closer. He raised a hand and wrapped his six-lined battle force around it as he struck out with all his strength. The sword chi collided with sparks from 10,000 meters away, and countless cracks appeared in the void. On the ground and in the sky, everything was collapsing. Blood flowed from Lu Yin's palm, and his six-lined battle force barely managed to hold on. Even at the very last moment, his defenses were still broken through. Fortunately, he was still able to escape. The sword chi supported by seven-lined battle force did not have enough range to keep Lu Ying here. Pyrolite Mountain was silent as the sword sect disciples looked at Long Yun in adoration. Ever since Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, it had been like a huge mountain had been pressing down on everyone's heads. Finally, an expert who could defeat that person had appeared. Long Yun fell silent. Defeat? Not necessarily, as Lu Ying had escaped very easily. Furthermore, with his many years of battle experience, he could sense an indescribably dangerous aura from Lu Yin's body. This aura made him instinctively not want to chase after Lu Ying. This person had not been defeated, and he still had a trump card. How troublesome. When did a Lamiter become so difficult to deal with? Even seven-lined battle force could not deal with him. Long Yin sheathed his sword and returned to his lazy and leisurely self. He looked at his clothes and immediately changed into a new set, but it was still exactly the same. He then looked at Lu Xiaoqiu and raised a hand to greet him. Hey, junior brother. Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Long Yin seriously, deep in thought. Long Yin raised an eyebrow and was somewhat wary. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Let me tell you, your senior brother will definitely not fight with you. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flashed, and he walked over to Long Yin and bowed solemnly. Senior brother, please teach me how to improve my battle force. Long Yin frowned and clutched his head in distress. Junior brother, you really don't know how lucky you are. Lu Xiaoqiu continued to bow. Long Yin turned around. In the entire sword sect, there are hundreds of thousands of disciples, but only you and her have inherited the 13 swords. There's no need to mention her, she's a complete freak, but what about you? Ever since you inherited the 13 swords, you've been number one among your peers. No one can rival you, but you've lost your way. Lu Xiaoqiu was puzzled. Long Yin sighed. You've lost yourself in battle. You believe that you lost to Lu Yin because of the 13 swords and not because of yourself, so you want to cultivate your battle force and use it to strengthen the 13 swords to challenge Lu Yin. You think that you can win by cultivating your battle force, right? Lu Xiaoqiu did not deny it, as he had indeed thought so. Long Yin's battle force and Lu Yin's battle force had stimulated him greatly. Long Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Actually, if you can inherit the 13 swords, who would want to cultivate battle force? Lu Xiaoqiu's body trembled. Thank you. Thank you for your tip, brother Silas. The mountain breeze. Thank you for your brother's tip. Since ancient times, the sword sect's 13 swords have been famous throughout the universe, and they're known as the paragons of the sword. Do you think that's just for show? I don't know anything else, but I do know one thing. The inheritor of the 13 swords can be defeated, but they will never retreat. Even in the end, the 13 swords will always be the strongest. This is the path of the strongest. If you lose, it'll be because you didn't cultivate it well. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flickered, and he stood in place, deep in thought. Long Yin didn't say anything else and left. Actually, what he had just said was just nonsense. He didn't want trouble, and he didn't want Lu Xiaoqiu to pester him. However, it wasn't exactly nonsense. The 13 swords were truly invincible, but that was only in comparison to history. Sometimes, the 13 swords would run into freakish geniuses, which would cause them to be suppressed for the rest of their lives. Of course, Long Yin would never say this aloud. In the sky, he absorbed star energy from the star essences while using Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine to treat the wounds on his chest and hands. This was especially true for his chest, where the horizontal cut was very deep and had dyed half of his clothes red. 7th bro, don't do this kind of thing in the future. You're not alone. If you die, I'll die too. The monkey was unhappy. As long as I cultivate, these kinds of things can't be avoided. He then sighed. It's been a long time since I've been injured like this. What, do you want to do it a few more times? The monkey asked. Lu Yin laughed. If he could break through his battle force every time, then he might as well try it. His 6-lined battle force had made him even stronger, but when would he be able to break through to the Explorer realm? He still didn't feel like he was going to break through to the Explorer realm. The 5-stage formcast model was still in his body, and he needed to upgrade it to a 6-stage formcast model before he broke through. That would be perfect. He recalled that upgrading a 4-stage formcast model to a 5-stage one required 300,000 star crystals. How much would it take to upgrade a 5-stage formcast model to a 6-stage one? It would probably be a lot, as 6-stage formcast models were too rare in the universe. A normal formcast model could be created by a hunter, and a 5-stage formcast model could only be created by an enlighter at the very least. A 6-stage formcast model was of a different level, and it would probably involve monsters like Northgate Ticeway. I wonder if there is a 7-stage formcast model. If there is, will it involve emissaries with combat power above 500,000? He didn't know if the Sea King could create a 7-stage formcast model, but he had to find an opportunity to test Hai Chi-Chi. She definitely had a formcast model in her body. The mountain range came into view, and Lu Yin took a step forward. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he sensed an extreme danger. There was no time to retrieve the giant emperor's third eye, so he reflexively activated the Sirius technique. His eyes filled with star energy as he used the secret sidestep to move to the side. Dozens of strange weapons wrapped in green streaks pierced through the void, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Yin broke out in a cold sweat. He had been too careless and had been ambushed. The black-robed figure stared at Lu Yin in shock, as if he had not expected his sneak attack to fail. However, he did not stop and instead reached out to grab Lu Yin. Lu Ying was furious, as this person had almost succeeded. If he had succeeded, Lu Ying would have been pierced by those weapons, and he would have died without a doubt. This person had to be killed, but Lu Ying did not act rashly. He had seen that this person's rune lines were about the same as Long Yun's, which meant that this person was another top-tier expert. In outer space, none of the great powers had noticed this person's appearance. When this person had appeared and which power he belonged to, nobody knew because he was wrapped in a black robe. The figure reached out to grab Lu Ying, but Lu Ying retreated as six-lined battle force erupted from his body. He flicked his finger, and a gust of wind that was powerful enough to injure Ling Ke, Mu Rong, and the others. However, a strange weapon suddenly appeared in the figure's hand that was also wrapped in six-lined battle force, and it blocked Lu Yin's attack. The figure then raised another hand, and Lu Ying felt a chill run down his back. He used the secret sidestep to retreat again, but the void was pierced by numerous weapons once more. What are those things? Lu Ying was stunned. Where did these weapons come from? Seventh bro, look, the monkey shouted. Lu Ying looked at the figure, and the figure's black robe suddenly split open to reveal an unfamiliar face and eye-catching black and white hair. He was from the Day-Night clan. No one had expected the Day-Night clan to silently send a top-tier expert to planet Pyrolite, and this person had almost killed Lu Ying in a sneak attack. The Day-Night clan was too ruthless. Lu Yin's gaze turned sharp, and he used flash to rush towards the Day-Night clan man before slamming down with a palm. The man from the Day-Night clan raised his head. Celestial armor. In the next moment, many strange weapons appeared around his body and wrapped around him. At the same time, each weapon was wrapped in a green-striped six-lined battle force. Lu Ying was shocked, as these weapons were transformed from his innate gift. In outer space, someone exclaimed, "I remember now. It's Xianxia Day-Night, a top-tier expert ranked 55th on the top 100 rankings. He's a genius from the Day-Night clan." The various great powers also recognized him one after another. This person's innate gift was too unique, and he could transform anything he touched into a sturdy weapon. His battle technique did not originate from the Day-Night clan, but rather an ancient battle technique that he had inherited from the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, celestial armament. A Day-Night clan expert who did not use any of their battle techniques was indeed very eye-catching. On planet Pyrolite, Lu Ying stared at the colossus in front of him in shock. Xianxia Day-Night's body had absorbed countless weapons, turning him into a monster armed to the teeth. These weapons were all wrapped in six-lined battle force. In Lu Yin's eyes, Xianxia Day-Night's rune lines were not any weaker than Long Yun's, who had displayed seven-lined battle force. Although Xianxia Day-Night also had six-lined battle force, his battle technique and innate gift made up for the difference. He was a top-tier expert who was on par with Long Yun. With a whoosh, Xianxia Day-Night raised his hand and pressed down on Lu Ying. In the sky, a giant weapon arm wrapped in green streaks viciously pressed down. Lu Ying gritted his teeth and punched out. There was a thump as the void distorted and then collapsed. Lu Ying was pressed into the ground by Xianxia Day-Night, and half of his body was numb. This was the power of someone ranked 55th on the top 100 rankings. It was not something that Case could compare to, and it far surpassed Zaylin's. Xianxia Day-Night did not give Lu Ying any time to catch his breath. He slammed into the ground, intending to smash Lu Ying to death. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. He had not expected to use Fate Zen in the end. Boom! There was a loud explosion as Xianxia Day-Night's two giant weapon arms twisted together and slammed into the ground. All of planet Pyrolite trembled, and a giant crack split the ground that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Another violent explosion followed, but Xianxia Day-Night did not stop there. He attacked dozens of times until the ground completely disappeared, and the ground was filled with magma. In outer space, everyone watched in a daze. This was too brutal. Xianxia Day-Night had no intention of giving Lu Ying a chance to live. Eldarin watched calmly while Hai Dashao clenched his fists. Lu Yin's chances of survival were slim against the attack of someone ranked 55th, even if he had comprehended six-lined battle force. Not far from where the battle had occurred, the mountain range had completely cracked open. Northgate Lai and the rest did not dare to interfere, and they could only stare at Xianxia Day-Night in fear. No one knew where Hai Chichi had run off to, but she was no longer on the mountain range. Long Yun and the rest looked in the direction of Pyrolite Mountain and were shocked. This pressure came from a top-tier expert. Zhangbing Day Night slowly rose into the air like a giant monster overlooking the ground. He looked at the churning magma with a cold gaze. His mission was to kill this person, and he had been certain that all of his attacks had landed on Lu Yin's body. Zhangbing Day Night turned to look at the mountain range and raised his weapon-wielding arm, aiming it at Northgate Lai. Dozens of weapons then swept out. Northgate Lai was shocked, and he immediately used his phantom disc in an attempt to block all of the weapons. However, he had overestimated his own strength, and while he had blocked most of the weapons, the remaining ones still caused heavy casualties among the Northline Flowzone's people. Even Lily and was heavily injured and fell to the ground. Northgate Lai had a weapon stuck in his leg, and he looked at Zhangbing Day Night in despair. Was the difference between them really that great? This was an expert ranked 55th on the top 100 rankings. No one had expected that after Lu Yin and Long Yun's battle at Pyrolite Mountain, they would be attacked by Zhangbing Day Night after comprehending six-lined battle force. It was unknown whether Lu Yin was dead or alive, and the mountain range would soon be occupied by the Day Night clan. Zhangbing Day Night's strength was impeccable, and he was certain that Lu Yin would definitely die. Lu Yin was just a Lamiter, and it was impossible for him to block so many attacks. Did Lu Yin really want to defy the heavens? Outside of planet Pyrolite, a personal spacecraft charged towards the atmosphere and landed exactly where Zhangbing Day Night was. The area around planet Pyrolite had already been sealed off, and no one could enter without the consent of the various powers. This spacecraft had taken advantage of the fact that the various powers were distracted by Zhangbing Day Night to directly enter the planet. Some people had wanted to stop the spacecraft, but in the end, they did not. If it was a Lamiter, then it would be pointless to enter planet Pyrolite. If it was an explorer, then he would definitely die without a star essence skin, so there was no need to stop him. Zhangbing Day Night stood high in the sky as Night Queen Xianxia and the others appeared in the distance. They smiled, as the mountain range was still theirs in the end. At this moment, the spacecraft that had entered planet Pyrolite appeared before everyone's eyes. Zhangbing Day Night casually swept out with his weapons that were wrapped in six-lined battle force and tore through the void. He had thought that he could easily destroy the spacecraft, but the moment his weapons got close to the spacecraft, they all shattered and turned to dust. Zhangbing Day Night's expression changed, and he raised his giant weaponized arm and smashed it down. The spacecraft continued to crash towards the ground, but a beautiful figure appeared in midair. The void distorted under Zhangbing Day Night's attack, and Zhangbing Day Night and the people in the distance could faintly see a white coat with golden edges, a silver-white scabbard, and long black hair that reached her waist. With a whoosh, a sword light flashed past, and Zhangbing Day Night's giant weaponized arm was split in two. His six-lined battle force immediately crumbled. This scene shocked everyone, including the various great powers in outer space. This was Zhangbing Day Night, an absolute expert ranked 55th on the top 100 rankings. Zhangbing Day Night's mind trembled, and he hurriedly retreated. In that instant, he felt a terrifying sense of danger. He had encountered a terrifying powerhouse. A gale blew past, stirring up dark red dust that drifted past. High up in the sky, a beautiful and pure girl appeared before everyone's eyes. Wendy Yushan? In outer space, Moore was shocked. The others recognized her as well. She was ranked 18th on the top 100 rankings and was one of the rare explorers in the top 20. She was Wendy Yushan. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Hillis, for your tip. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. The scope of the battle on planet Pyrolite grew wider and wider, and even Wendy Yushan, who should have been overseeing East San Dios, had appeared. Her appearance had exceeded everyone's expectations. She had not allied herself with anyone, which meant that she did not have a star essence skin. Zhangbing Day Night's expression turned grave as he watched her cautiously. Above the planet, the various great powers all had complicated expressions. Without a star essence skin, even the strongest explorer would self-destruct. This woman was too reckless. The various great powers had sealed off all information regarding the battle on planet Pyrolite. Although some videos had been leaked, no one knew the specifics, including Wendy Yushan. This was the use of information. Whoever had the most information would have the upper hand. Wendy Yushan was powerful, but she did not know the specifics of the situation on planet Pyrolite. She looked down at the ground. She had rushed out because of Luin, the only person she had acknowledged as her family. She did not want him to die. There was a thump as the ground cracked open, and Luin leapt up into the sky. Everyone was shocked. He's not dead? Xianxia Daynight's pupils shrank. Impossible. All of his attacks had landed on this person, so there was no way he was still alive. How could this be? Had he blocked it? Luin did not have time to care about the others. He rushed to Wendy Yushan's side and took out a star essence skin. Put it on. This star essence skin belonged to Zaylin, and Luin was glad that he had not sold it. Otherwise, Zaylin would have died without a doubt. Wendy Yushan did not understand, but she did not hesitate and put it on. Zaylin's star essence skin was not enough to completely protect Wendy Yushan, but as long as she did not use too much power, it would not be a problem for the time being. Luin relaxed and glared at her. How could you be so reckless? Don't you know that explorers cannot enter planet Pyrolite as they please? The air on planet Pyrolite is filled with energy, and if it is inhaled, it will cause a self-destruct. Wendy Yushan looked into Lu Yin's eyes, and Luin looked back at her, his eyes filled with anger. Wendy Yushan calmly looked away. Got it. Don't speak. Use your star energy to vibrate the air and make sounds, Luin growled. Wendy Yushan grunted and did not say anything else. Everyone stared blankly. The 18th on the top 100 rankings was being lectured just like that? Not to mention the others, even Luin himself was stunned. He had been prepared for Wendy Yushan's cold treatment, but she hadn't. In fact, she seemed to be very obedient. No one could understand what Wendy Yushan was thinking. Ever since Luin had given her the secret art, he had become her only family in the world, and he was also the only person she could vent her anger on. Back at East San Dios, when she had heard that Luin had been threatened by an enlighter, as well as the various events that had transpired on planet Pyrolite, Lu Yin's position in her heart had risen once again. This was because Luin truly treated the Great Yu Empire as his home. This home was not only Lu Yin's, but also hers. Wendy Yushan looked very calm after losing everyone from the Yushan family, but her sorrow was hidden too deeply. Luin was her only hope now. This was also why she had rushed to planet Pyrolite without any regard for her own safety. She didn't want to lose any more family members. The universe was vast, dark, and cold. She needed to preserve the last bit of warmth in her heart. Why are you here? Luin asked curiously. Wendy Yushan looked at the distant Xianxia Daynight's. I'm just passing by. Luin was speechless. This was the astral wilderness, so where was she supposed to go? He looked at Wendy Yushan and saw the anxiety and worry in her eyes. She must have come because of him. Something stirred in Lu Yin's heart. Since he had started cultivating, how many people had risked their lives for him? How many people had worried about him? This was kinship. Wendy Yushan took a step forward. What should I do? Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Xianxia Daynight. Kill him. Xianxia Daynight's actions had caused Luin to want to kill him. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Luin would not show mercy. So what if the other party was from the Daynight clan? Luin would not let someone who wanted to kill him go just because he was afraid of the Daynight clan. Wendy Yushan unsheathed her sword, and Xianxia Daynight's pupils shrank. He immediately charged into outer space. The difference between the 55th and 18th on the top 100 rankings was too great. He had no confidence that he could block Wendy Yushan's attack, even if she could not use her true strength due to her star essence skin. With a whoosh, Wendy Yushan's sword was completely unsheathed, and a cold light instantly illuminated the heavens. This sword light covered an area of 10,000 kilometers, and no matter how fast one was, even if they escaped into the void, they would not be able to avoid it. This was 10,000 swords as one. The myriad swords peak's attack was very simple, it was just a single sword strike. Xianxia Daynight's body stopped in midair, and his eyes went blank. His weapon disappeared from the surface of his body, and his entire body fell to the ground, lifeless. A single sword strike had killed Xianxia Daynight. This was Wendy Yushan's strength. This was the strength of someone in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. Everyone was stunned, as Zhangbing Day Night was the first expert on the top 100 rankings to die. Even someone with such strength would not be safe on planet Pyrolite. In outer space, Night Queen Xiuyu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could not threaten Wendy Yushan. The Frost Wave Weave was protected by the Sea King's Dome, and Wendy Yushan was a member of the Great Yu Empire. Unless the Day-Night clan declared war on the Sea King's Dome, the elders could not intervene, and the younger generation could only deal with this matter themselves. With Wendy Yushan's strength, how many people in the Day-Night clan could be her match? Who could possibly kill her? Wendy Yushan's appearance made her the indisputable strongest person on planet Pyrolite. There were very few explorers in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. Unless a cruiser was sent to planet Pyrolite, Wendy Yushan would remain the strongest. However, there was one thing that puzzled the various great powers about that battle. Lu Yin had blocked Zhangbing Day Night's attack without sustaining any injuries. This was very strange, but because Wendy Yushan's appearance had been too shocking, the various great powers did not have time to discuss it. However, that did not mean that they had forgotten about it. Night Queen Yanqing and the others immediately fled, not even bothering to collect Zhangbing Day Night's corpse. Lu Yin saw them and thought about it. He did not pursue them, as there was no need to offend the Day-Night clan too much unless he really joined the Sea King's Dome. Lu Yin obtained Zhangbing Day Night's star essence skin, and he immediately had Wendy Yushan change into it. Wendy Yushan did not refuse, and she returned Zhe Lin's star essence skin to Lu Yin, but he did not want it. Wear them all. These two aren't enough to completely protect you, so it's safer to wear another layer. Also, you can't use too much power in battle. Wendy Yushan nodded. Actually, I think you should go back. It's too dangerous here, Lu Yin said. He was not worried about Wendy Yushan's strength, but rather that she would self-destruct. It's fine. I know what to do, Wendy Yushan replied. Lu Yin did not force her, and he brought her back to the mountain range. In outer space, Hai Dashao heaved a sigh of relief. They had made it in time, as Wendy Yushan's information had naturally been relayed to her by the Sea King's Dome. Otherwise, how could she have known that all of this had been part of Elder Tong's plan? Elder Tong's plan had included all sorts of unexpected factors. If Lu Yin did not have the star essence skin, then Elder Ren would have forcefully pulled Wendy Yushan out of planet Pyrolite. To Elder Ren, all rules were dead, and he would not allow Wendy Yushan to die. Thus, the current situation was for the best. This girl's innate talent is amazing. She's a good match for you, Elder Ren praised as he looked at Wendy Yushan. Hai Dashao also looked at Wendy Yushan. She was indeed beautiful, and she was also his type. Elder Ren was still looking at planet Pyrolite when his expression suddenly changed, and his face sank. Go and play with Avery. Hai Dashao's eyes flashed. He wants to enter planet Pyrolite? Elder Ren nodded. Everything is within Elder Tong's expectations. This girl is no longer someone that just anyone can deal with. The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Dire Barbarian clan have decided to work together to forge a star essence skin for Avery. Hai Dashao's lips curled up. Got it. He then vanished. On planet Pyrolite, Lu Yin discovered that Hai Chi-Chi had disappeared. He asked Ah Fan and the others, but they did not know where she had gone either. It was no wonder why he had not seen her during the battle. She had run off somewhere to play. Lu Yin was not worried about her, as there were elders from the Sea King's Dome on planet Pyrolite. She herself was not weak, and she had many defensive techniques. Since the Sea King had solemnly vowed that Lu Yin did not need to protect her, then her ability to protect herself would not be any weaker than Lu Yin's. Northgate Lai and the others looked at Wendy Yushan curiously. She was an absolute powerhouse in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings, and she was also very young. She was even a generation younger than the 10 Arbiters. Once the 10 Arbiters generation left the younger generation, then Wendy Yushan would definitely be in the top 10. The Northline Flowzone's people had never come into close contact with such a powerhouse before. Lillian tried to flatter Wendy Yushan with her elegant and intellectual demeanor, but unfortunately, Wendy Yushan was unmoved. Lu Yin chased the others away and quietly asked Wendy Yushan, "How's your training going?" Wendy Yushan looked at him. "What about you?" Lu Yin was helpless. "I can't train until I'm an explorer. Wendy Yushan nodded, but she did not reply. How's East San Dios? Lu Xiaoga didn't do anything, did he? I don't know. How's Zhao Ran? Is she still losing her memories? I don't know. Has Puyu been bothering you? Wendy Yushan looked at Luyin seriously. I don't know. Luyin was speechless. What do you know? Wendy Yushan did not reply. Seventh bro, almost all of her subordinates have been roped in by Puyu. Don't you know? The ghost monkey shrieked. Luyin immediately blocked the monkey. He thought about it for a moment, and he actually wanted to ask who had sent Wendy Yushan to Myriad Swords Peak, but he did not know how to broach the subject. From now on, you'll still be in charge of the Great Yu Empire's affairs, Wendy Yushan suddenly said. Luyin was about to speak when the heavens distorted, and a terrifying pressure descended like a gale that almost destroyed the atmosphere. Wendy Yushan's expression turned solemn. There's a battle in outer space. Luyin could sense it as well, as neither side was weak. At the very least, he could not compare to them. After a long while, the pressure finally disappeared. It's over, Luyin said. Wendy Yushan frowned and stared at outer space. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, in outer space, Avery was angrily glaring at Hai Dashao. Both of them were in a sorry state. I don't want to fight with you right now. Get out of my way. Avery was furious. Hai Dashao was very serious. I want to challenge you. I want to enter the top 5 of the top 100 rankings. We'll talk about it later. No, now is the time. Hai Dashao, you're too despicable. You don't want me to enter planet Pyrolite on purpose. You want both of us to suffer. Hai Dashao replied seriously, Avery, what do you take me for? What do you take the top 100 rankings for? I must defeat you today and enter the top 5. Bastard, you're despicable. I'm just being hot-blooded. Let's fight. The dire barbarian clan's Lei Long was just as angry as Avery. He had just convinced the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire to fully support Avery's entry to planet Pyrolite, but Hai Dashao had already stirred things up. He had no choice but to accept the challenge since Elder Ren was still nearby. This made him feel rather sullen. Hua Hao's expression was similarly gloomy. Avery can't go. Hai Dashao won't let him off. Then what do we do? Who else do we have that we can use? Lei Long's tone was gloomy and irritated. Hua Hao had wanted to expose Lily Rose, as she was the 31st ranked expert on the top 100 rankings, but after thinking about Wendy Yushan, he decided against it. Let Sleeping Prince go, Scholar Newmoon suddenly said as he appeared. Lei Long and Hua Hao were stunned. Sleeping Prince? Scholar Newmoon nodded and smiled. Sleeping Prince is ranked 100th on the top 100 rankings, but his true power is terrifying. How do you know? Lei Long asked. Although they were enlighters, that only represented their power level. Being able to see through someone's strength had nothing to do with their power level. Scholar Newmoon replied, I know the technique he cultivates. If I'm not wrong, his power shouldn't be any weaker than Wendy Yushan's. Lei Long and Hua Hao exchanged glances. Scholar Newmoon was very knowledgeable, and since that was the case, they might as well take a gamble. They could also estimate Sleeping Prince's power through the amount of star essence skin. Alright, we'll fully support Sleeping Prince, Hua Hao said. Scholar Newmoon grunted in acknowledgement. The graceful mercenary group had been hired by the Ross Empire. Since Sleeping Prince had made a move, he naturally represented the Ross Empire. If they could occupy the mountain range, the Ross Empire would definitely get the lion's share. Hai Chi-Chi didn't return for 5 days in a row. Although he wasn't worried about her safety, it was obvious that she had gone overboard. On the 7th day, Hai Chi-Chi returned to the mountain range. The moment she returned, she made a fuss. What happened? What happened? Was there an earthquake? What's going on? Luyin had originally wanted to ignore her, but he suddenly thought of the Formcast model and spoke up politely. There was a huge battle a few days ago. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wendy Yushan, the actual ruler of the Great Yu Empire. Hai Chi-Chi followed his gaze and saw Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan also saw Hai Chi-Chi. In the past few days, she had heard a lot of rumors about Hai Chi and was curious about her. Hai Chi sized up Wendy Yushan. I know you. Bao Bao has always wanted to surpass you. Wendy Yushan looked at her in confusion. Hai Chi blinked. What do you mean by that look? Don't tell me you don't know who Bao Bao is? Wendy Yushan silently turned her head away. Hai Chi exaggeratedly said, Blue Bao Bao, 25th on the top 100 rankings. She's very close to you. Don't tell me you don't know her. Wendy Yushan still didn't speak. Hai Chi ran in front of her. Hey, say something. Wendy Yushan looked up into space. Hai Chi waited for a while and stared at Wendy Yushan for a while, but the latter still didn't say anything. She didn't even look at her. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he looked at Wendy Yushan with admiration. She was truly worthy of being in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. She had a way of dealing with Hai Chi, and this sort of disregard could drive someone crazy. Sure enough, Hai Chi grew irritated and kept talking to Wendy Yushan. However, Wendy Yushan didn't say anything and even closed her eyes to cultivate. Hai Chi spoke for half an hour until her mouth was dry, but Wendy Yushan still didn't say anything. She didn't seem to be anxious at all. Hai Chi felt an intense sense of defeat, and she looked at Lu Yin for help. She only had one goal right now, and that was to get Wendy Yushan to say something to her. Just one sentence would do. As long as she could get this woman to speak, Hai Chi would have a way to retort. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. This brat doesn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder, does she? He waved at Hai Chi. Hai Chi ran over and looked at him expectantly. Just get her to say something to me. Just one sentence is enough. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Just one sentence? Hai Chi nodded eagerly. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Sure, but you have to answer a question of mine. Ask away. Hai Chi was very anxious. How do I know if you're lying to me? Hai Chi grew anxious. No, Sister Chi is the princess of the Sea King's dome. I won't lie to people like you. Lu Yin frowned. Her words were unpleasant, but he wasn't in the mood to argue. He looked at Hai Chi seriously. Let me ask you. How many times has your formcast model been used? Hai Chi was stunned. Why do you ask? Lu Yin replied, I have a 5-time formcast model, and I want a 7-time one. Hai Chi's eyes widened. 7 times? Are you crazy? How can there be a 7-time formcast model? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at her. You don't have a 7-time one? Hai Chi shook her head. I've never heard of one. Then how many times has yours been used? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi raised a finger and gestured 6. Mine has 6 times. My father made it for me. 6 times? Why not 7 times? Lu Yin was puzzled. Hai Chi was even more puzzled. Why 7 times? Hey, do you know how a formcast model is formed? It's made by a super powerhouse who uses their own strength to form a formcast model to help others change their physique. My father is an emissary, but he can only make a 6-time formcast model. 7 times? Dream on. Lu Yin had originally thought that a 6-time formcast model could only be made by someone at Northgate Taisui's level, but that didn't seem to be the case. Only an emissary could make a 6-time formcast model. It was no wonder why he couldn't find anyone with a 6-time formcast model on the internet. Emissaries were probably only the heirs of superpowers, such as the Sword Sect, the Day-Night Clan, and the Wen family. If Lu Yin didn't have his dai, then he would have to steal from these heirs if he wanted to obtain a 6-time formcast model, but which one of them was weak? Even Lu Xiaoqiu probably didn't have a 6-time formcast model, only the legendary Sword Sect's 10 arbiters had one. Alright, I've already told you. Quick, get her to talk to me, Hai Chi said anxiously. Lu Yin had a strange expression. Do you have OCD? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. No. Then why do you insist that she talk to you? If she doesn't talk to you, won't you feel like there's a thorn in your heart? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi glared at Lu Yin. You're shameless. Keep your promise. Lu Ying pursed his lips and walked behind Wendy Yushan with a pensive expression. He whispered something to her, and she opened her eyes and looked at him helplessly. She then looked at Hai Chi. You're called Hai Chi? Of course. Who else in the universe has such a bright name besides me, Sister Chi? Hai Chi replied without hesitation. After finishing her sentence, she relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Ying looked at her meaningfully. She definitely had OCD, and he would have to find a way to deal with her in the future. Wendy Yushan only said a few words before losing interest. She looked up into space, wondering how long the battle on planet Pyrolite would take to end. Once it was over, where would the Great Yu Empire's future lie? How far would the Sea King's dome fulfill its promise? She subconsciously looked at Lu Ying. Leave it to him. Boom. There was a loud crash as a spacecraft crashed to the ground below the mountain range. Everyone looked over. Northgate Lai and the rest did not feel uneasy. With Wendy Yushan around, there were very few explorers in the universe who could pose a threat to them. Even the explorers of the older generation were no exception. Those who could enter the top 100 rankings were all freaks, and the older generation's powerhouses would not be able to close the gap with time. Of course, there were some very powerful explorers of the older generation, but there were too few of them. The cabin door opened, and a very familiar figure walked out, Mira. The moment he saw her, Lu Ying suddenly recalled everything that had happened on that large spacecraft when he had first left Earth. At that time, Mira had been unreachable to him, like a goddess. There had been an insurmountable gap between them, and he had not even been able to comprehend Mira's strength. At that time, Mira had even promised Lu Ying that as long as he made some achievements in the Astral Combat Academy, she would recommend him to the Youth Council. But now, only 4 years had passed, and everything had changed. There was no longer such a huge gap between them. With his current strength, even if he could not defeat Mira, he would not lose so easily. Mira was ranked 53rd on the top 100 rankings, while Zhanbing Day Night was ranked 55th. Zhanbing Day Night could not break through Lu Yin's defenses, and neither could Mira. In other words, Lu Yin's strength was comparable to Mira's. At the base of the mountain range, Mira looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that a youth with a bit of talent would stand at the peak of the universe? And now, he was even on par with her. How many years had she cultivated for? How many resources had she accumulated? This youth's talent was too terrifying. Scenes from Earth replayed in her mind, as well as the border warfront in the erudite flow zone. She had known that this youth would catch up to her sooner or later, but she had not expected it to be so soon. Furthermore, he was only a Lamiter. Arbiter Wen had hoped that Lu Ying would defeat Mu Rong and dampen that person's spirit, but how could he know that Lu Ying had not only dampened that person's spirit, but that he might even be able to speak with the 10 arbiters in the future? Arbiter Wen had looked down on Lu Ying with arrogance and had not taken him seriously. But now, Lu Ying was already standing at the peak. Once he broke through to the explorer realm, he would definitely enter the top ranks of the top 100 rankings. The second volume will be out soon. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Thanks for the Silas Brothers tip. I'll update at 3 p.m. To Lu Ying, Mira was his benefactor. If it weren't for her, the trial on Earth might not have been fair. She had also helped him many times, which was why the Wen family had invited her. Unfortunately, Lu Ying could not control this mountain range. He was just a puppet, and the mountain range was truly under the Sea King's control. Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed when she saw Mira appear. Mira soared into the air, her feet sparkling like white jade. She was more than 10 centimeters above the dark red ground, and her long white hair fell to her waist. A refreshing fragrance wafted about her, and she smiled at Lu Ying. You still came. Lu Ying nodded and pointed at the sky. I didn't want to. Mira's eyes lit up. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse are wary of the Sea King's dome, they are not afraid. The Sea King's dome's existence is just a point that disrupts the balance, and it is not a colossus that can crush the Innerverse and Outerverse. If you are willing, I can represent the Wen family and formally offer to protect you and Frostwave Weave. Hey, white-haired ghost, what did you say? Hai Chi was unhappy. Although she had not participated in Lu Yin's scheme to steal the pyrolite ore, she would not allow anyone to slander the Sea King's dome and ruin her plans. Mira smiled at Xianxia. Daughter of the Sea King, will you marry him? Xianxia's face turned red. Who? Who would marry him? I won't. If you don't marry him, then his status as the Sea King's son-in-law will never be confirmed. How long can the Sea King's dome protect Frostwave Weave? I don't want to be disrespectful to Senior Sea King, but from what I know, he's already very old. Xianxia's face sank, and she stared at Mira. You have no right to judge my father. Mira bowed to Xianxia. I wouldn't dare be disrespectful to Senior Sea King, but I'm just speaking the truth. Please forgive me if I've offended you. Xianxia snorted and turned to leave. Luin frowned. How could he not know this? Was the Sea King really that old? Did Mira mean that the Sea King was nearing the end of the year? Xianxia's reaction also confirmed this point. His eyes flickered. Myra's lips curled up as she smiled at Luin. This is the second time that Arbiter Wen has extended an invitation to you, and it's also the most sincere one. With the Wen family's abilities, we're more than capable of protecting Frostwave Weave. The Sea King's dome will not interfere in the struggles of the Innerverse and Outerverse, so you don't have to worry about them doing anything to you. As for the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan, the Wen family will naturally deal with them. Wendy Yushan looked at Luin. Luin looked at her and smiled. Miss Mira, I've always been grateful for your help. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you this time. Mira sighed. Looks like I'm not a qualified lobbyist. No, it's just that the situation is very clear, and even the best lobbyist would be useless, Luin said. She looked at him seriously. Can you tell me the reason? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Since ancient times, there has never been an invincible power. The Wen family is powerful, but they also have their own enemies. Frostwave Weave cannot afford to offend anyone who can oppose the Wen family. Mira nodded. That's right. She then smiled at Luin. You've matured. Since that's the case, the next time we meet, we might be enemies. Luin shrugged. I won't be too ruthless against you. Mira covered her mouth and giggled. You're really confident. However, your enemy might not be me. Perhaps it's Arbiter Wen. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, but he did not say anything. Mira waved a hand and then turned to leave. What did she mean by that? Why would Arbiter Wen become your enemy? Wendy Yushan looked at Luin in confusion. Luin was also thinking about it. With his current status, Arbiter Wen would definitely not become his enemy. There were only two possibilities. The first was that Arbiter Wen had either been the one to judge the case when the tragedy with the surname Liu had been discovered, or he was on good terms with one of the 10 arbiters. The second possibility was that the Wen family had already made preparations to become enemies with the Sea King's dome. Both possibilities were possible, and Luin watched Mira head towards Pyrolite Lake with complicated thoughts. He did not know which possibility he was leaning towards. He had always treated the 10 arbiters as imaginary enemies, and the closer he got to them, the more he could feel how terrifying they were. Up until now, he had only seen Wen Sansi take action, and he had blocked Yao Gu, who was on the Astral Beast Domain Skymitter list. Furthermore, he had severely injured Ming Zhaotian on Shenwu continent and almost destroyed the 5 sealing planets. That kind of strength had shocked Luin, and it definitely surpassed that of an ordinary hunter. Sooner or later, Luin would be able to find out who the 10 arbiters were. When that time came, would he be able to defeat that Arbiter Wen? What kind of power was behind that Arbiter? Suddenly, Luin felt a sense of urgency. As his reputation grew, the outside world would investigate him in greater detail, and that tragedy would be uncovered sooner or later. At that time, he would no longer have the initiative, and it was very likely that he would be ambushed by that Arbiter Wen. He might even be targeted right now. What are you thinking about? Why is your face so pale? Wendy Yushan frowned and looked at Luin in confusion. Luin looked at her. I'm thinking about when I'll be able to catch up to the 10 arbiters. Wendy Yushan's expression changed, and she looked up into the sky. I once challenged one of the 10 arbiters. The one you followed? Luin could not help but ask. Wendy Yushan nodded, and her eyes flashed with reminiscence. That was the first time I issued a challenge after I became 18th on the top 100 rankings. Luin looked at her. I couldn't even draw my sword, but it collapsed. Wendy Yushan lowered her head and looked at her sword. Her words made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat. You didn't even have a chance to draw your sword? Luin did not believe her. Even if he faced an ordinary Lemmeter, as long as that Lemmeter had the slightest bit of strength, it was impossible for him to not even have a chance to draw his sword. Wendy Yushan smiled bitterly. He gave me a chance to draw my sword, but I still couldn't do it. Under his strength, everything was suppressed. Who is he? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan looked at Luin. He's from the 10 Arbiters' Spirit Palace. People call him White Knight. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Spirit Palace? Someone from the Lingling clan? Wendy Yushan nodded. The Lingling clan's most talented and oppressive powerhouse since ancient times. Up until now, Luin had already learned the names of 4 of the 10 Arbiters, Scholar Wen Sansi, Night King Jinwu, Divine Fist Lan Si, and White Knight Spirit Palace. As for the other 6, he knew of 1 from the Sword Sect, 1 from the Phoenix family, and 1 from the War King. You should know all of the 10 Arbiters, right? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan nodded. That's one thing, but I can't tell you. This is an agreement between the 10 Arbiters. Their names can only be found through their own abilities, and it cannot be revealed by others. When you find out all of their names on your own, perhaps then you'll have the right to speak with them. Luin fell silent. The 10 Arbiters used this method to maintain their authority and mystery, as well as to encourage the younger generation. Of course, if you want to know, I can tell you. Wendy Yushan looked at Luin, her eyes bright. Luin rolled his eyes. Forget it. Wendy Yushan turned away and stopped talking. So, what about the White Knight? Luin finally asked, especially since the title of the 10 Arbiters, White Knight, was too coquettish, and it made him feel inexplicably unhappy. Wendy Yushan looked at Luin with a puzzled expression. Luin coughed. That's right. What's his personality like? Also, how are you getting along with him? Wendy Yushan was still puzzled. What do you mean? Luin blinked. He couldn't just ask that person if he had any thoughts about her, right? He was conflicted for a long time. Judging from Wendy Yushan's appearance, she probably didn't understand much about relationships and was only focused on her cultivation. Helpless, Luin said, nothing. He then turned around and left. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin's back and pondered for a moment. Then, a strange expression appeared on her face, and there was even an indescribable smile on her face. Half a month passed once again. During this time, very few explorers descended, and even if they did so in secret, not daring to be discovered by Luin. The various great powers were still rather vigilant about Lu Yin's ability to strip star essence skins. During this half a month, the pyrolite mines in many places had been completely extracted, and the battles grew more intense. The pyrolite mines in Pyrolite Mountain, Pyrolite Lake, and Pyrolite Plains were nearing completion, and a new round of battles was brewing. No one dared to provoke the mountain range that Luin was overseeing. In outer space, in the distant Starfall Sea, the Sea King's dome was as bustling as ever, and a constant stream of spacecraft docked at the harbor. On this day, an old man arrived at the harbor aboard a merchant ship from the Sea King's dome. The old man's face was ruddy, and his white beard reached his knees. He wore a long white robe without a single blemish, and he held a wooden cane in his hand that supported his hunched back as he stepped onto the land of the Sea King's dome. How many years has it been? Is this the place? My memories are blurry. The old man sighed ruefully as he looked at the Sea King's dome. Behind him, a young man impatiently pushed the old man away, almost pushing him over. Old man, hurry up and leave. Don't block the way. The old man supported himself with his cane and looked at the young man's back with a faint smile. Even on the path of cultivation, you still need to respect your elders. As a punishment for your rudeness, you're not allowed to use star energy for the next 10 years. The moment he finished speaking, the young man who had been walking in front of the old man suddenly froze, and his face turned deathly pale as he looked at his hands in horror. Where's my star energy? Where's my star energy? Why is it gone? He yelled frantically. The star energy in his body was gone, and he couldn't sense any outside star energy at all. What was going on? What had happened? The young man grabbed a passerby and yelled at him, but the passerby easily tossed him into the sea. A person without star energy would have their cultivation future destroyed. In the Sea King's dome, any random passerby could surpass this young man in terms of strength. The old man didn't look at the young man again as he walked towards the teleportation device at the Sea King's dome. At the highest level of the Sea King's dome, the Sea King opened his eyes. Earlier than expected. He then vanished. The old man entered the teleportation device, which sent people to the waist of the Sea King's dome. However, the old man did not appear at the teleportation device there. Instead, he appeared at the highest level, right in front of the Sea King. The old man was not surprised, and his murky eyes suddenly became clear. He looked at the Sea King and slowly said, "You finally made me appear." The Sea King looked at the old man indifferently. "I didn't invite you. Was it the head Inquisitor's idea to come to the Starfall Sea, or was it someone else's?" The old man smiled. "If I said that it was the head Inquisitor's idea, you would have chased me out." The Sea King sneered. "He didn't dare to come himself, so he sent you here to be scolded." The old man sighed. "I have no right to ask about the grudges between the two of you. You should know why I'm here. Tell me the truth so that I can report back." The Sea King narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man seriously. "I can tell you, but no more than 3 people can know about this, especially the 2 who are as famous as you." The old man nodded. "I promise you." The Sea King stared at the old man for a while before retracting his gaze. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. "I'm older than all of you, and this universe can no longer hold me." The old man trembled, and he looked at the Sea King in disbelief. "What do you mean?" The Sea King raised a hand. "My power is declining." The old man's expression was solemn. The Sea King lowered his hand and looked into the distance. "As long as I'm alive, no one will dare to provoke the Sea King's dome, and no one will dare to casually step into the Starfall Sea. But if I die, who will protect this place?" "So you want to use pyrolite to protect the Sea King's dome?" The old man stared at the Sea King. The Sea King was helpless. Pyrolite can only serve as a deterrent. A powerhouse like you won't care about it at all, or else the Hall of Honor wouldn't have allowed it to happen. However, pyrolite can at least prevent any troublemakers from harassing us. That's enough. Sometimes, troublemakers are even harder to deal with. The old man fell into deep thought. The Sea King did not speak. After a while, the old man said with difficulty, "I believe you. I can also promise that I will do my best to protect the Sea King's dome. I only hope that you won't lie to me." The Sea King replied, "Thank you." The old man left in the blink of an eye, leaving the Starfall Sea behind. It seemed that he had only taken the merchant ship to sightsee the Starfall Sea. After the old man left, a figure appeared beside the Sea King. It was the Sea King's eldest son, Haifeng. "Father, who was that?" "The Hall of Honor's Interstellar Arbitration's head, Muen," the Sea King replied. Seabreeze was shocked. "The presiding judge has actually come personally. This situation is even more serious than we thought." The Sea King was cold and arrogant. "You're wrong. His appearance was within my expectations. Anyone who wants to negotiate with me has to be at least at his level, but it's fortunate that he's here. If it was the head judge, then things would have been troublesome. I have some grudges with that old man, so there's no need to talk when he shows up." "Muen already believes your words. Does that mean the Hall of Honor is no longer an obstacle?" Seabreeze asked. The Sea King sneered. "The Interstellar Arbitration Institute's 3 presiding judges and 1 head inquisitor aren't stupid. They'll have a backup plan." "Then, are you still insisting on this matter?" The Sea King's expression was solemn. "From now on, you don't need to know about this anymore. The less you know, the better." Haifeng still wanted to say something. The Sea King looked up. "The falsehood of this universe must be torn apart, or else there will never be a day where we can rise again. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, I'll bear the responsibility alone." Whether I, the Sea King, will be spurned or worshipped in 10,000 years will depend on fate. In outer space, Muin put down his gadget and looked back at the Starfall Sea. He had to give face to the Sea King. Since the Sea King wanted pyrolite, then whether or not it was for that reason, these old fellows could not interfere. In that case, there would be no problem with a reasonable competition. Who knew if the younger generation of the Innerverse and Outerverse would be able to stop those from the Neoverse? The Sea King's guess was correct. The Hall of Honor had prepared for both sides. They had long since selected a group of experts from the Neoverse to head to planet Pyrolite to participate in the competition for Pyrolite and prevent it from being snatched away by the Sea King's dome. However, neither the Hall of Honor nor the Sea King could have imagined that the group of experts who had headed to the Innerverse from the Neoverse were still in the Cosmic Sea. They had gotten lost. The Neoverse had to pass through the Cosmic Sea to reach the Innerverse, and most of the safe routes there were controlled by the 4 pirate lords. This time, the group of experts wanted to use Leon's Armada's route to reach the Innerverse. According to the original plan, it would take at most half a month for them to reach the Innerverse. However, it had already been a month since that group of experts had set off, which was when Luin had exposed his identity and occupied the mountain range. Now, a month had passed, and they were still in the Cosmic Sea. Above the Cosmic Sea, a battleship was drifting. Lightning filled the sky as waves swept past. On the battleship, more than 10 Neoverse experts stared at the Cosmic Sea with gloomy expressions. Leon's Armada still hasn't found their way. They're definitely doing this on purpose. They're deliberately delaying us from entering the Innerverse. Those Innerverse trash are afraid that we'll appear. That shouldn't be the case. They're looking for Leon's Armada because Hyzage Leon is the Pirate King. He doesn't have any connections with the Innerverse great powers, so he can't possibly help them. But how do we explain this? Leon's Armada has dominated the Cosmic Sea for so many years, but they've actually gotten lost. Even an idiot would know that something is wrong. Are you calling me an idiot? Lightning flashed past, illuminating the battleship and a sinister-looking man. Who are you blaming for jumping out? Someone across from the man lowered their head and sneered. All right, shut up. A crisp voice rang out as a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the battleship, igniting a huge fire that illuminated the speaker. It was a beautiful woman with an indescribable coldness and arrogance in her eyes. No matter what, we'll leave this matter to the higher-ups. They'll naturally negotiate with Leon's Armada. The fire was quickly extinguished, and the battleship sank into darkness once more. Elsewhere, at the bow of the ship, 2 figures faced each other. The Hall of Honor trusts Leon's Armada, which is why we paid the price to have you lead the way. However, you intentionally caused us to get lost. The Hall of Honor will not let this matter slide, and the Interstellar Court will not sit idly by. The other figure sighed. How many times do we have to repeat ourselves? We're really lost. The Cosmic Sea is huge, and it changes every year. Today's changes are a little exaggerated, and even we haven't found a better direction. You should trust Leon's Armada's integrity. You want me to trust a pirate's integrity? It looks like you want to. Provoke Leon's Armada. Who gave you the guts? The Interstellar Court? Or the Hall of Honor itself? The Cosmic Sea is not your backyard. You'd better watch your words. Alright, just you wait. This matter isn't over. Soon, only one person remained at the bow of the ship, and he sneered, how could I let you cause trouble for little Ian? A few days later, in the Starfall Sea, the sky suddenly darkened at the Sea King's dome. Everyone looked up and felt a heavy pressure. The Sea King looked up and curiously looked into the distance. Why is he here? Thousands of kilometers away from the Sea King's dome, a figure stood high in the sky. He was 3 meters tall and wielded a giant blade as he faced the ocean currents. As the ocean currents roared past, the figure raised his blade and slashed down. The ripples spread far and wide, and even old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands would be afraid of being split in two. It was boundlessly terrifying, and the powerful force caused the nearby planets to tremble. Even the powerhouses with power levels over 300,000 were trembling. Hyzage Leon, are you trying to show off in the Starfall Sea? The Sea King's trident pierced through the void. The figure looked up and grinned. It was Hyzage Leon. Long time no see, old man. He then slashed out with his overlord blade, which collided with the Sea King's trident. The entire Starfall Sea seemed to tremble, and everyone's minds felt heavy. The Sea King's trident was knocked back and landed in the Sea King's hands. The Sea King held the weapon and faced Xianxia. What are you doing in the Starfall Sea? Xianxia pointed his blade at the Sea King. Let me ask you a question. What do you want with Pyrolite? The Sea King raised his brows. That's none of your business. When did you become the Hall of Honor's lackey? Xianxia spat. The Hall of Honor has nothing to do with me. I'm just curious, so I came to ask. The Sea King was furious. Are you crazy? Pyrolite isn't a threat to you or me. Why did you come to the Starfall Sea just for this? Xianxia looked up. That's right. Hurry up and answer me. What do you want with Pyrolite? The Sea King was furious. That's none of your business. Xianxia snorted. I haven't fought in a long time. My hands are itching. Come on. The Sea King stabbed out with his spear. Come. For 2 consecutive days, the Starfall Sea trembled. Countless people were stunned, and even the Greyweed continent, which was second only to the Sea King's dome, did not dare to watch the battle. The entire Starfall Sea was the battlefield between Xianxia and the Sea King. 2 days later, the Starfall Sea regained its calm, and Xianxia left. No one knew the outcome of the battle, as no one was able to approach the battlefield. News of what had happened in the Starfall Sea could not reach planet Pyrolite, as there was no network in the astral wilderness. However, even if news of the battle reached planet Pyrolite, Lu Yin and the others did not think too much about it. The Day-Night clan had finally sent a truly important person to the Starfall Sea, and their target was the mountain range. At almost the same time, the Ross Empire, the Blaze Realm, and the Dire Barbarian clan had joined forces and sent experts to the mountain range. 2 streaks of fiery red light approached from afar. Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan stood atop the mountain range while Hai Chi-Chi and the others were protected by Northgate Lai. Their expressions were solemn as they looked up into the sky. Above the planet, all of the great powers were watching. The hatch to the Day-Night clan spacecraft opened, and a skeletal hand appeared. Then, a black-haired man walked out. He was so thin that he looked like a skeleton, and a single strand of gray hair stood out among his black and white hair. He was from the Night King clan. Countless people gasped when they saw this person. Night King Gu was ranked 15th on the top 100 rankings. The Day-Night clan had sent a true expert. The moment she saw Night King Gu, Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold. She unsheathed her sword, and a cold gleam illuminated the void. Lu Yin suddenly grabbed her arm, and under her puzzled gaze, he solemnly said, unless it's a matter of life and death, don't use that. If the mountain range can't be defended, then so be it. Wendy Yushan's eyes flickered, and she nodded before taking a step forward. Night King Gu's appearance caused everyone to overlook the other spacecraft. Even if someone had thought of it, they might not have cared. According to their calculations, the star essence skin that had been produced for such a long time could only support someone at Night King Gu's level. If the top 10 of the top 100 rankings wanted to enter planet Pyrolite, then it would take even longer to produce the star essence skin. In other words, the strongest person on planet Pyrolite was definitely Night King Gu. Thank you. Cyrus. Thanks for your support, thank you for your support, thank you. Night King Gu did not care about the other spacecraft, as he only glanced at it. That one glance was enough to determine the other's strength. It was a weakling. Sleeping young master was inside that spaceship. At that moment, he was sleeping. Wendy Yushan appeared in front of Night King Gu. One was ranked 18th on the top 100 rankings, while the other was ranked 15th. The difference did not seem that great, but Lu Yin could still see it with his eyes. Night King Gu's rune lines surpassed Wendy Yushan's. Without wasting any time, Night King Gu raised his skeletal face, and his sunken eyes flickered with a cold light. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Wendy Yushan. He punched out, and at the same time a grayish-white stream of energy swept out. Lu Yin had seen a similar scene before. This was the Night King's body. Wendy Yushan slashed out with her sword, and the tip of her sword sank deep into the bone. The might of 10,000 swords in one broke through Night King's body, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Instead, Wendy Yushan's entire body was smashed deep into the mountain range by Night King's punch. Countless people were shocked. Wendy Yushan had killed Zhanbing Day Night with a single slash, which had been extremely powerful. However, such a slash was actually ineffective against Night Gu. It could not be said that it was ineffective, as she had broken through Night Gu's defenses. However, this heavy defense was still not enough to harm him. Lu Ying used flash to appear behind Night Gu and struck out with a palm. Night Gu saw it, but he did not dodge and allowed Lu Ying to strike him. 30 stacks, 70 tenfold shockwave palm. Boom! The ground cracked open, and the two of them sank into the ground. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as his palm force could not break through the Night King's body. Night Gu turned around and looked at Lu Ying with cold eyes. He raised his left hand to grab at Lu Ying, but Lu Ying did not dare to let him grab him. He quickly retreated, but Night Gu was not slow either. Anyone with a powerful physical body would not be slow, and Night Gu chased after Lu Yin's retreat. His fist trembled, causing the space around it to collapse. Lu Ying felt his chest tighten, and just as he was about to use his Fate San, sword chi swept out from beneath his feet and slashed towards Night Gu. Night Gu's fist smashed downwards, colliding with the sword chi. There was a thump, and shockwaves shot out in all directions, causing the void to scatter. Thunderous cracks in the void, and Night Gu's strike left a huge crater in the ground. Wendy Yushan leapt out and stood in front of Lu Ying, looking at Night Gu with a grave expression. Night Gu straightened his body, and his skeletal face sent a chill down everyone's spine. Don't interfere. This person's attack isn't something you can block, Wendy Yushan whispered. Lu Ying looked at her seriously. We definitely can't use that. At worst, we'll just give the mountain range to him. Even if we work together, we won't be able to defend the mountain range, and the Sea King won't be able to blame us. Wendy Yushan nodded, and then she turned her sword and swept it towards Night Gu. Night Gu's body distorted the void. He clearly did not have any muscles, but he gave off a feeling of unparalleled strength. This strength even caused Wendy Yushan's sword to become sluggish. Night Gu faced Wendy Yushan's sword, but he did not dodge at all. He allowed the sword to slice into his body as he struck out with a palm. Wendy Yushan's face changed as Night Gu's palm struck her abdomen. She spat out a mouthful of blood as her entire body was sent flying into the distance. Night Gu charged forward and punched out again. Wendy Yushan's eyes turned cold as she forcefully twisted her body to avoid Night Gu's attack. She then stabbed out with her sword and stabbed it into Night Gu's body. This time, blood dripped down the blade. She had injured Night Gu, but Night Gu did not seem to care. He grabbed the sword with one hand and allowed it to slice into his palm while his other hand viciously swatted towards Wendy Yushan's forehead. If this attack connected, then Wendy Yushan would definitely die. Lu Ying appeared at the critical moment and kicked out with six-lined battle force wrapped around his leg. The enormous strength caused Night Gu to raise his eyebrows, and he had no choice but to redirect his palm strike towards Wendy Yushan to meet Lu Yin's attack head-on. Lu Yin's leg twisted, and then there was a cracking sound as his bones broke and his battle force collapsed. However, his strength had still forced Night Gu back by 2 steps, allowing Wendy Yushan to escape from certain death. Lu Ying crashed into the ground with a thump, and his right leg was bent at an irregular angle. Intense pain assaulted him, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. When he saw that Wendy Yushan had escaped danger, he finally relaxed. However, the pain from his broken right leg soon followed. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had rarely been at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. Now, he was facing Night Gu in a head-on clash of physical strength, and he had no way of retaliating. This was a super expert ranked 15th on the top 100 rankings. Fortunately, he had only broken his right leg, and this sort of injury would heal quickly. Lu Ying touched his cosmic ring. It seemed like it was time to use external items. Wendy Yushan appeared beside Lu Ying and crouched down to press a hand on his leg. Lu Ying was puzzled. What's wrong? It's not that serious. Wendy Yushan did not reply. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, but her gaze was serious. Lu Ying saw a faint hazy halo emanate from her palm, and after that, his right leg no longer hurt, and it returned to normal. This was an innate gift of healing. Back at East San Dios, Lu Ying had guessed that Wendy Yushan might have an innate gift, but he had never expected her to be a healer. This sort of innate gift was 1 in 10,000, even among all cultivators with innate gifts. There was no need to elaborate further on the effects of healing. When Wendy Yushan had displayed her innate gift of healing, the various great powers in outer space had become envious. If a cultivator with a healing innate gift was present in a battle, it would greatly reduce the number of casualties, and it would also increase the chances of victory. Furthermore, such a cultivator with a healing innate gift would not be weak. "You can actually heal," Lu Ying exclaimed. Wendy Yushan stood up. "Alright, let's see how it goes." Lu Ying stood up and moved his right leg. He looked at Wendy Yushan in admiration. "I was wondering why the difference between you and that person was so huge. If you added in your healing innate gift, then the difference wouldn't be that great. You could even exhaust him to death." Wendy Yushan's expression turned serious, and she turned to look at Night King Gu. "I won't exhaust him to death. He's very strong, and the damage I inflicted on him was only because he wasn't willing to dodge. If he fought seriously, then I might not have been able to hit him." "What if I joined in?" Lu Ying asked. Wendy Yushan gripped her sword tightly. "Don't interfere. He's not someone you can touch." Across from her, Night King Gu stared coldly at Wendy Yushan. He clenched his bloodied hand and frowned. This woman was a little troublesome, and he needed to end this quickly. With that thought in mind, Night King Gu charged towards Wendy Yushan, and a spiral of air erupted from his body. Wendy Yushan's expression changed, and she slashed out with her sword. However, the edge of her sword was obstructed by the air currents, and by the time it touched Night King Gu, it was unable to break through his Night King's body. Night King Gu was afraid of Wendy Yushan's innate gift, so he was fighting seriously. Wendy Yushan's sword was ineffective, and she subconsciously moved to block in front of her. Night King Gu's fist slammed into the edge of her sword, causing it to distort. The shockwave that passed through the sword's edge shook Wendy Yushan, injuring her once again. She was sent flying into the distance like a meteor. Night King Gu charged forward again and appeared above Wendy Yushan's head. He clasped his hands together and viciously smashed down. He would not give Wendy Yushan any time to heal herself. However, Wendy Yushan was ranked in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings, so she would not be defeated so easily. Night King Gu's attack seemed heavy, but Wendy Yushan was still able to withstand it. She dodged to the side, causing Night King Gu's attack to miss and shatter the ground once again and distort the void. The two of them moved faster and faster, and sword chi and fist winds collided, causing the surrounding void to collapse. Countless onlookers were shocked. Lu Ying narrowed his eyes and filled them with star energy. Others might not be able to see it, but he could clearly see that Wendy Yushan had been attacking more than defending at the start, but now, she was attacking more than defending. She was on the verge of collapsing, and Night King Gu's continuous attacks had made it impossible for her to heal herself. As he watched Wendy Yushan's injuries worsen, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened. The Giant Emperor's third eye appeared in his left hand, and he fully activated his domain as he stared at the two of them. He then used Flash to rush between them and raised his hand, causing 3 grains of Fate Sand to merge into one to form a block of earth that covered his entire body. This block of earth happened to be right in the direction that Night King Gu had attacked Wendy Yushan. Bang! There was a loud explosion as a giant spatial tear swept out and tore through the void. Night King Gu's fist had landed squarely on the Fate Sand, but it had been completely blocked. The next moment, Wendy Yushan's sword stabbed into Night King Gu's body, causing another penetrating injury. Fresh blood dripped down from the tip of the sword, creating a glaring scarlet color. Everyone stared at the battlefield in disbelief, as Lu Ying had actually blocked Night King Gu's punch. It wasn't just Night King Gu himself who was shocked, even Wendy Yushan stared at Lu Ying in astonishment. What was that? Back then, the Fate Sand in Lu Yin's heart had awakened, and it had helped Lu Ying block Feng Mo's attack. Although it had only been a casual attack, Feng Mo was a bona fide hunter. With the defensive power of 1 grain of Fate Sand, Lu Ying estimated that it could defend against an attack from an expert who was around 50 on the top 100 rankings. With 3 grains of Fate Sand combined, it was not impossible for Lu Ying to block Night King Gu's punch. There was a loud thump, and the 3 of them separated. Night King Gu retreated more than 10 steps and clutched his abdomen. For the first time, there was shock in his eyes as he looked at the block of earth in front of Lu Ying. What was that? It had actually blocked Night King Gu's punch. Very few people recognized Fate Sand, including Night King Gu and Wendy Yushan, the 2 elites of the younger generation. Only the Enlighters in outer space, and not just any Enlighter at that, could recognize it. Elder Ren had been the first to recognize it, and he was astonished. How could this brat have Fate Sand? That was a supreme treasure of the universe, and even the Sea King's dome would find it difficult to obtain one. Night Queen Xiaoyu was astonished. It's actually Fate Sand. The Sea King actually gave something so important to him. It seems like he's determined to make him his son-in-law. Clearly, Night Queen Xiaoyu had misunderstood, but she was not the first to do so. The other Enlighters who recognized Fate Sand all guessed that it had been given to Lu Ying by the Sea King. Otherwise, how could Lu Ying possibly have such a precious item? Not all Enlighters could recognize it, and some did not. After all, Fate Sand was extremely rare, and even the powerhouses of the Innerverse had not come into contact with it. On planet Pyrolite, Wendy Yushan looked at the block of earth in front of her in confusion. What's that? Fate Sand. It's a precious treasure that can block that guy's attacks. Let's work together. I'll block and you'll attack. Eventually, we'll exhaust him to death. Lu Ying gritted his teeth. Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed, and she nodded. All right. Then, under countless gazes, Lu Ying grabbed Wendy Yushan's waist and charged towards Night King Gu. Wendy Yushan did not refuse, and although she felt uncomfortable, she still allowed Lu Ying to grab her. She then raised her sword and slashed at Night King Gu. Night King Gu hurriedly dodged and tore through the void to appear behind Lu Ying and Wendy Yushan. He punched out, but it was still blocked by the soil. Wendy Yushan stabbed out with her sword using the same method, but Night King Gu was not hit. He had dodged quickly, but he was helpless against Lu Ying and Wendy Yushan. With the 2 of them working together, they were undefeatable. Night Queen Xiaoyu was furious. The Day-Night clan had gone to great lengths to awaken Night King Gu from his cultivation, but they were still unable to seize control of the mountain range. Helpless, she left the Day-Night clan spacecraft and appeared inside the sword sex. After a while, Lu Ying and Wendy Yushan were panting heavily as they cautiously stared at Night King Gu. Night King Gu was no longer as calm as he had been in the beginning, and his body was covered in wounds that reached deep into his bones. Unfortunately, none of them were fatal, and even the sword that had pierced through his body had not affected him. This was a monster. Again. We'll definitely exhaust him to death. Lu Ying shouted. Due to Wendy Yushan's innate gift, he had not been injured at all. Wendy Yushan was also under his protection, so she had time to heal herself and was similarly uninjured. Compared to Night King Gu, the 2 of them were just too tired. Under these circumstances, Lu Ying was completely confident that he could exhaust Night King Gu to death. 7th bro, go. Let's fight, the ghost monkey shrieked. He had inexplicably become hot-blooded. The temptation of defeating an expert ranked 15th on the top 100 rankings was too great. Even if Lu Ying could not rely on this battle record to enter the top 20, he would definitely reach the top 60. Lu Ying was also excited. We'll kill him today. Wendy Yushan raised her sword and was about to attack when there was a whoosh. A ray of sword chi swept over from the distance, but it was not aimed at Night King Gu. Instead, it was aimed at Lu Ying and Wendy Yushan. The 2 of them hurriedly retreated as this ray of sword chi had almost succeeded in its sneak attack. A figure appeared in front of them, wielding a long sword and emitting a shocking blue battle force. It was Long Yun. Long Yun's appearance caused Lu Ying and Wendy Yushan's expressions to change. One Night King Gu was already enough to tire them out, and now that Long Yun had joined the fray, even with the Fate Sand's defenses. The Fate Sand was too small, and it could not protect the 2 from all directions. Forget it, we can't hold on, Wendy Yushan whispered. Long Yun's appearance had extinguished their hopes. Long Yun's appearance meant that they would not be able to win. Even a fool would know that Long Yun was helping Night King Gu, as the Day-Night clan and the Sword sect had joined forces. On the mountain range, North Gate lie side. In the end, they would still have to hand over the Sea King's dome. Fortunately, they had already extracted quite a bit. Even if most of it was handed over to the Sea King's dome, the rest would be enough to report back to his family. In outer space, Night Queen Xianxia had an ugly expression on her face. If she had a choice, she would not have been willing to share with the Sword Sect. However, Night King Gu alone was not enough, so they could only work together. Although Long Yun was far from being comparable to Night King Gu, he was still qualified to work together with Night King Gu. No matter how heaven-defying Lu Yin was, it was impossible for him to withstand the combined attacks of two super experts. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He could have won, and he could have done so, but he had been overturned in a single move. This was not a pleasant feeling. Back in the universe, the great powers of the Innerverse had coiled around him like a giant python, making it difficult for him to breathe. But now, in this place, these great powers could also join forces as they pleased, and he was being toyed with like an ant. What was the point of fighting until now? The other party could easily send two people to defeat him. Although he had been schemed against by the Sea King's dome, he had still managed to persevere until now. The various great powers had also arrived, and this suffocating pressure was enough to drive him crazy. Lu Yin could not bear it any longer. How could a random decision from the various great powers make all of his efforts go to waste? He did not want to experience the sorrow of being an ant. Wendy Yushan's pale and exhausted face reminded him of the helpless Great Yu Empire that could be threatened and toyed with at will. Lu Yin wanted to resist, even if he knew that it was unwise and that the Sea King would not blame him for retreating under these circumstances. However, he did not want to be forced to retreat by a random decision. He wanted to resist, even if it was just once. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin worriedly. She could feel his unwillingness, and his body trembled in anger. You don't want to give up? Lu Yin did not answer. He looked up and looked at Night King Gu and Long Yun. He then looked up and saw the various great powers, including Night Queen Xianxia, Viletree, and the others, looking at him with smug expressions. If you don't want to give up, I'll help you, Wendy Yushan said, her gaze resolute. Lu Yin placed a hand on her shoulder. There's no need. I can do it alone. Wendy Yushan was stunned. Lu Yin lifted his foot and walked forward. At the same time, he handed her a money bomb. This thing can instantly kill a hunter, so it should be enough to protect yourself. He then walked towards Night King Gu and Long Yun under countless shocked, confused, and perplexed gazes. Countless people were baffled and thought that he had gone mad. On the mountain range, Hai Chi frowned with a trace of worry in her eyes. Lily and could not help but shout, Brother Lu, that's enough. You've done enough. In the distance, Night Queen Yanqing and the others appeared and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. On the other side, the Sword Sect's group also appeared. Mu Rong, Lu Xiaoqiu, Yo Yeer, and the others all looked at Lu Yin. In outer space, Hai Daxiao was puzzled. This kid hasn't given up yet? Elder Ren looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Lu Yin stopped about 100 meters away from Night King Gu. This battle isn't over. He then donned his universal armor and a spear appeared in his hand. The appearance of this armor was very strange. For cultivators, the higher their realms, the less likely they would wear universal armor or ring armor. Not only would they not provide much of a defensive effect, but they would also hinder one's movements. This was also the reason why no one had worn ring armor since the battles on planet Pyrolite began. An opponent's battle techniques could penetrate the armor and attack the body, but the effects were not great. As for the spear, some people were even confused. Duns were something that many people had not seen for a long time, such as Night Queen Xianxia. She had not seen a spear for many years, so she could not immediately tell what it was. Long Yun had a strange expression, and Night King Gu's eyes narrowed. He then charged towards Lu Yin and punched out. No matter what this person did, defending against Night King Gu's attack was already his limit. It was impossible for him to injure Night King Gu. If Lu Yin attacked, then Long Yun would attack as well. Wendy Yushan subconsciously raised her sword, wanting to attack. Night King Gu's fist slammed into Lu Yin's universal armor. Everyone was shocked, as Lu Yin had not used his Fate Zen. There was a loud explosion as Night King Gu's fist landed on the universal armor without any obstruction. Everyone had thought that this punch would either be blocked by the Fatesan or send Luin flying. However, no one had expected that this punch would not harm Luin at all. Luin raised his spear and aimed it at Night King Gu's heart. Bang! Planet Pyrolite fell silent as everyone stared blankly at Luin and Night King Gu, as well as the large amount of blood that flowed out from Night King Gu's heart. Countless people were stunned. Long Yun's pupils shrank as he watched this scene in shock. Luin changed the direction of his spear, and this time, he aimed it at Night King Gu's forehead. Just as he was about to fire a second time, Night King Gu twisted his body and quickly dodged, leaving behind a large amount of blood. Luin did not fire, and he only watched silently. No one knew what had happened, but a single spear had pierced through Night King Gu's heart. This spear had been extraordinarily powerful. Could a spear release such power? This was Night King Gu, a powerhouse who had used his Night King's body. If this spear had been aimed at planet Pyrolite, it would have definitely been able to pierce through it. Luin was very glad that he had bought this spear back then, as each of its shots had a power level of 80,000. Night King Gu was very strong, and he was far stronger than the average cruiser, but he would have been seriously injured if he had been hit by a spear with a power level of 80,000 at close range. If he had not run away quickly, the second spear would have blown his head apart. Wendy Yushan stared at Luin in disbelief. He actually had such a powerful trump card. Just what had he experienced in the past few years? Night Queen Qiuyu found it hard to believe that someone had relied on an external item to heavily injure an expert from the Day-Night clan. That was the Day-Night clan, a powerful clan with endless resources. The moment they had entered planet Pyrolite, she had offered some external items to Night King Gu, but he had rejected them. She had not tried to force him, but reality was ironic. A Lameter had been able to heavily injure an expert ranked 15th on the top 100 rankings. In the universe, there were very few external items that were so powerful. How had this kid obtained them? Could it be the Sea King again? He had given Luin his Fatesan and so many other life-saving treasures. At the base of the mountain range, Night King Gu clutched at his chest, and his skeletal body looked even more withered than before. He stood in the distance and stared at Luin with vigilance. Luin was flabbergasted, as Night King Gu had not died even after having his heart pierced. He filled his eyes with star energy and looked at Night King Gu. Night King Gu's rune lines were already very low, which meant that he had truly been heavily injured. Unfortunately, his heart had not been hit, and the power of the spear had only brushed past his heart. What a pity! Luin raised his gun and aimed it at Long Yun. Long Yun felt his scalp go numb, and he instantly retreated 1,000 meters as he stared at Luin with vigilance. Luin did not fire, as these experts were already prepared. A single shot with a power level of 80,000 might not be able to cause any damage, but at the very least, they would be able to dodge it. With that in mind, Luin turned his gun around and aimed it at Night King Gu. Night King Gu's eyes were filled with fear, and he retreated just like Long Yun. Not only that, but he also wanted to escape. He had been so heavily injured that he had no choice but to leave. However, he was also afraid that Luin would shoot him, and he did not want to expose his back to Luin. Coincidentally, he saw a spacecraft that had crashed into the ground at the same time as he had. The people inside had not come out, and it seemed that they were too afraid to show themselves. Night King Gu faced Luin and retreated step by step until he was outside the spacecraft. He wanted to pry open the cabin door and use the spacecraft to escape into outer space. Luin kept his gun aimed at Night King Gu, but he did not intend to fire because it would not be very effective. Night King Gu was also afraid that Luin would fire, so he kept a vigilant eye on Luin. When Night King Gu forcefully opened the cabin door, he did not even look at the person inside. Instead, he grabbed the person and threw him out like a rock. Luin saw the figure being thrown at him, and he quickly moved a few meters to the side to avoid it. However, he still kept a vigilant eye on Night King Gu. By then, Night King Gu had already boarded his spacecraft and charged into outer space. Luin relaxed. The powerful enemy had left, and only Long Yun was left. He was not Wendy Yushan's opponent. In outer space, most people were looking at Luin and Long Yun. Only the Ross Empire, Blaze Realm, and Dire Barbarian clan stared strangely at Sleeping Prince, who had been thrown out by Night King Gu. How he gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard. Why is he still sleeping at this time? Is this person even useful? Scholar Newmoon was helpless, as he did not know what to say. Lei Long spoke up. This person's consumption of star essence skin is huge, far surpassing K's. He should be able to rival the top 30 of the top 100 rankings. Scholar Newmoon replied, not only that, but his technique is definitely not ordinary. His power level might only be comparable to the top 30, but once someone is caught off guard and gains the initiative, even that expert from the Night King clan won't be his match. Lei Long and Hua Haoyu were astonished. What technique is that? The Dreaming Heart. Sutra, Scholar Newmoon calmly said. Hua Haoyu and Lei Long were confused, as they had never heard of such a technique before. Scholar Newmoon did not explain any further, and he just stared at the screen. He had only read about it in the ancient letter, but he was not very sure. If it really was that technique, then Sleeping Prince's power was not as simple as it seemed. But even if it was not that technique, this person's true power was enough to rival the top 30 of the top 100 rankings. Why had he always remained at the 100th position? Was it really as he had said, that he liked the number 100? On planet Pyrolite, Long Yin saw that Night King Gu had left, so he left as well. He could not even defeat Wendy Yushan by himself. Luin put away his gun and let out a tired breath. The most difficult hurdle had passed, and even stronger experts would be sent over. Based on the time it took to create the Star Essence skin, it would take at least half a month. By then, more than half of the pyrolite ore in the mountain range would have been mined. Luin looked towards the south. He had been worried that Mira would take advantage of this opportunity to attack, but she had held back. Luin put away his universal armor and was about to return to the mountain range when he suddenly felt sleepy. Very sleepy. Was he tired? His eyelids grew heavier, and his body swayed a few times. He was about to fall asleep. Something was wrong. Suddenly, Luin felt his scalp go numb. He saw an enormous amount of rune lines converging towards his left. He turned around and saw Sleeping Prince. At that moment, Sleeping Prince opened his eyes and lazily looked at Luin with a smile. In the void, an invisible attack transformed into an indescribable killing intent that enveloped Luin. This killing intent was very similar to Jieyu's. Luin wanted to use the secret sidestep to avoid it, but he was too tired. His body could not keep up with his thoughts, and even moving was difficult. He was so tired that he wanted to sleep. The sky seemed to darken, and even though Luin could not see any killing intent, he could still see countless rune lines approaching him. This killing intent's power was enough to bury him, as this was Sleeping Prince's attack. At this moment, no one could save Luin, as no one had expected that Sleeping Prince would suddenly attack. Furthermore, Luin did not even have the strength to resist, and he could not even put on his universal armor once again. The countless rune lines grew closer and closer, and just as they were about to descend, Luin completely gave up. He heard Wendy Yushan's voice in his ear, "You secret art, void transfer." In the distance, the ground was covered by an invisible attack. It didn't seem to have any destructive power, but all living creatures underground died instantly. However, Luin was completely unscathed. Sleeping Prince's expression changed, and he turned to look to the west. There, he saw Wendy Yushan staring at him with an icy gaze. He seemed to have heard an incredible attack. "You secret art? Turning the void? Is that a secret technique?" Sleeping Prince wasn't the only one who was shocked. In outer space, Elder Ren stared at Wendy Yushan in shock. "That's a secret technique. She used a secret technique." Haidasha was shocked. "Secret technique? How could she have a secret technique?" Night Queen Xiaoyu was shocked once again. She had already been shocked many times today, but none of the previous times added together could compare to this. She had personally seen Sleeping Prince's attack being diverted in another direction, which could only be accomplished by a secret technique. Elder Viletree, Wen Kitchen, Lei Long, Scholar Newmoon, Hua Haoyu, and the rest of the Enlighters appeared in outer space and looked at Wendy Yushan with grave expressions. Secret techniques were much more precious than Fate Zan, as they were on a completely different level. Fate's End could be obtained through luck, but secret techniques were different. All secret techniques had been created by progenitors, and they were all passed down to only one person. Even so, most of them had been lost because secret techniques were too difficult to cultivate. Even among the various great powers of the Innerverse, there were very few who possessed secret techniques, and it could even be said that they did not even exist. This was because none of the great powers had ever revealed their secret techniques. But now, they had actually seen a secret technique being used by an Outerverse girl, and this girl was related to a progenitor. The various Enlighters' expressions changed, as the appearance of a secret technique made Pyrolite unimportant. They were all thinking about how to obtain this girl. The Myriad Swords Peak had also sent someone, but they did not send an Enlighter. At this moment, that Myriad Swords Peak expert immediately headed to North Castle Weave to contact his sect through the network. His sect's senior sister actually possessed a secret technique, which was too shocking. They had to invite a super powerhouse from their sect. However, the Myriad Swords Peak's people were unable to leave the astral wilderness, as they had been intercepted. The various great powers would not let Wendy Yushan off, and they would not allow the Myriad Swords Peak to interfere. On planet Pyrolite, Lu Yin's heart sank. He was glad that he had not died, but he also sighed that his secret technique had been exposed. Sleeping Prince stared at Wendy Yushan. Was that a secret technique? Wendy Yushan raised her sword and did not speak any nonsense. She slashed out, and the sword chi swept toward Sleeping Prince. Sleeping Prince casually waved his hand, and a formless shockwave swept out. However, it was unable to block the sword chi, and it still managed to scratch his arm. His shockwave swept past Wendy Yushan, causing her body to sway, and she almost fell asleep. This power was too strange. Sleeping Prince looked at the wound on his arm, and his expression turned solemn. He stood in place, and his body released a strange power that could cause others to fall asleep. Lu Yin saw it. He could not see that power, but he could see that the number of rune lines was increasing. He could not help but say, "Stop him." Wendy Yushan suddenly appeared in front of Sleeping Prince, and her left hand swept out. "You secret art, void transfer." At the same time, she stabbed out with her sword, and the power that Sleeping Prince had released was forcefully diverted elsewhere. His shoulder was pierced by Wendy Yushan's sword, and blood splattered everywhere. Sleeping Prince's face was pale, and he stared at Wendy Yushan. As expected of a secret technique. Even my power can be forcefully diverted. I admit defeat, but it's a pity that you've become everyone's target. He then retreated and leapt into outer space. Wendy Yushan lowered her sword, which was still dripping with blood. This sword had been stained with the blood of quite a few experts today. Sleeping Prince left, and Lu Yin regained his vitality. He walked behind Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan looked up. A secret technique. It's very powerful, isn't it? Lu Yin nodded. As expected of a secret technique. With it, you can challenge the top 15 experts on the top 100 rankings. Wendy Yushan put her sword away. Yes, that's why it's so valuable. Lu Yin, do you think that we can escape safely? Lu Yin knew what she meant. After exposing her secret technique, she had become the target of all the powers. Let's try, Lu Yin said solemnly. At this moment, many powerhouses were watching them, and there were at least 10 Enlighters. Escape? He did not know if the Sea King's dome would help, but if not, he would have to ask Mr. Mu for help. Do you regret it? Lu Yin could not help but ask. Wendy Yushan shook her head. You're my only family. I don't regret saving you. Don't worry, I'll definitely send you away safely, Lu Yin assured her. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin and nodded, but she did not say anything else. In outer space, the various Enlighters looked at each other and did not speak. However, they were getting closer and closer to planet Pyrolite, and they were all thinking of ways to capture Wendy Yushan. At this moment, Elder Ren appeared, and his terrifying power level of several 100,000 caused the various Enlighters to tremble. Everyone, the Sea King's dome has promised to protect Frostwave Weave, and this woman belongs to Frostwave Weave. I hope that everyone can give the Sea King's dome some face and not touch her, Elder Ren said as he swept his gaze across all the Enlighters. Night Queen Qiuyu was the first to retreat, followed by Elder Vile Tree, Wen Kitchen, and the rest. After that, all of the Enlighters retreated without a single word. Hai Dashao's heart sank when he saw this scene. They won't give up. They'll definitely ask the powerhouses from their sects to help. Elder Ren nodded. Yes, but it won't be that easy. A ripple spread out from beneath his feet, further and further away until it completely sealed off the area around planet Pyrolite. He would not allow the powerhouses from the various great powers to leave, at least not for now. The Enlighters from the various great powers did not show up, and it was pointless to say anything now. They had to think of a way to leave and report back to the powers behind them. Wendy Yushan's value had already exceeded the value of Pyrolite. Elder Ren could obstruct them for now, but once the Pyrolite ore was completely extracted, he would no longer be able to stop them. At that time, whether or not they could obtain Wendy Yushan would depend on the strength of the various great powers' powerhouses. Wendy Yushan revealed a secret technique while Lu Yin revealed a strength that could heavily injure Night King Gu and force Long Yun to retreat. The two of them worked together, and with Avery being held back by Hai Dashao, the competition for Pyrolite ore came to an end. No one could take the mountain range away from them. Many of the smaller powers had already finished their exploration of planet Pyrolite and wanted to leave, but they were still trapped by Elder Ren. A month later, the Pyrolite ore in the mountain range was completely extracted. Only then did the various great powers relax and look at Elder Ren. Elder Ren had clearly stated that they would have to wait until Northline Flow Zone finished refining the Pyrolite ore before removing the seal on planet Pyrolite. Until then, Lu Yin, Wendy Yushan, and Hai Chi-Chi could leave first. This was to protect Lu Yin and the others and prevent them from being ambushed by powerhouses on their way back. However, this protection would only last for a while. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he looked at his cosmic ring. Everyone looked around, and even the Sea King's dome could not protect Wendy Yushan. They could only ask for Mr. Mu's help, but not here. Mr. Mu had become a legend on Xinyu Star, and the various great powers feared him. Right now, the most important thing was to return to Xinyu Star. Now that the Pyrolite ore had been completely extracted, the star essence skins no longer had any value. The powerhouses of the various great powers could then attack planet Pyrolite and disperse the gas from the planet, exposing the entire planet to outer space and greatly changing its environment. Planet Pyrolite had begun to collapse. Lu Yin took out his collapsible spacecraft, which could fit 3 people at a time. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, and the Lameters who had been fighting on planet Pyrolite either entered their spacecraft or donned their universal armor. They were no longer protected by planet Pyrolite's atmosphere, and their entire bodies were exposed to outer space. Thank you, Cyrus. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Thank you for your support. At this moment, the explorers who had been sent to planet Pyrolite felt much more comfortable. Only by being in the universe could they display their advantage. So what if Lu Yin was an unequaled Lameter? Could he still roam the universe? However, when the explorers recalled how Lu Yin had heavily injured Night King Gu while wearing his universal armor, their psychological advantage vanished. They hoped that Lu Yin's universal armor would be destroyed and that he would die in outer space. They could not be blamed for their viciousness, as Lu Yin had done quite a few disgusting things over the past month. The most serious of them all was stealing Star Essence skins. Aside from the 2 sets that he had given to Wendy Yushan, he had stolen a total of 11 more. With his strength, his universal armor, and that terrifying gun, there was no skin that he could not get his hands on. Of the 11 skins, 5 had been sold, and there were only 6 left. The 5 skins had been sold for 5,000 Star Essence, which wasn't much, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The explorers he had robbed were all from small organizations, and none of them could compare to the top 80 of the top 100 rankings. The remaining 6 skins were the same. The ground beneath Lu Yin's feet cracked open, and Hai Chi-Chi had already entered the spacecraft. Wendy Yushan had also given the 2 Star Essence skins to Lu Yin before entering the spacecraft as well. Lu Yin waited for Hai Dashao, as he knew that the young man had something to say to him. Soon, the void tore apart, and Hai Dashao appeared. When he saw Hai Dashao, Lu Yin instinctively felt disgusted. No one liked being used, and this time, he had been completely used by the Sea King's dome. Hai Dashao wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's attitude. Your betrothal gift is pretty good. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Don't worry, the Sea King's dome will honor its promise. From now on, Frostwave Weave will be under the Sea King's dome's protection, and it will be incorporated into the Sea King's dome, Hai Dashao said proudly. Is that pyrolite enough? Lu Yin asked. Hai Dashao smiled. You don't have to worry about that. You've already done what you can, and you can't care about the rest. Hurry up and become an explorer. Father admires you. Lu Yin fell silent. Hai Dashao's lips curled up. Do you mind what happened this time? Lu Yin sneered. Do you like being used? Hai Dashao shook his head. I don't know how to enlighten others, and you don't have the qualifications for me to enlighten you. I only have one thing to say, one day, you'll realize how wise you've made the right decision. He then looked at the collapsible spacecraft and at Wendy Yushan. What's your relationship with her? That's none of your business. Hai Dashao sighed in admiration. There aren't many people in the entire universe who know a secret technique, and even I don't know it. It seems like her identity isn't as simple as it seems. I can ask Elder Ren to escort her to the Sea King's dome so that Father can protect her. There's no need for that. We'll settle our own matters. Lu Yin was disgusted, as the Sea King's attitude was too arrogant. After using Lu Yin, the Sea King's attitude was still giving off the feeling that Lu Yin should feel honored. This made Lu Yin instinctively resist, and he really wanted to punch Hai Dashao in the face. Hai Dashao retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yin. Do you know what a secret technique represents? She's already been targeted, and even the Sea King's dome's promise might not be able to completely protect her. For her own good, let her come with me to the Sea King's dome. I won't go to the Sea King's dome. Wendy Yushan's voice rang out. Hai Dashao frowned. Hai Chi-Chi shouted at Hai Dashao through the spacecraft, Second bro, you're too stupid. How can you chase a girl like that? You should be laughing. You should be inviting her to the Sea King's dome as a guest and protecting her while you're at it. You're stupid. Hai Dashao met Wendy Yushan's eyes and said, the Sea King's dome's promise will keep you safe for now, but no one can predict what will happen in the future. Take care of yourself. My promise to you will always be valid. He then gave Wendy Yushan his gadget's contact information. Hai Dashao had taken a liking to Wendy Yushan. Both Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi could tell. Lu Yin was unhappy. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, you can leave. Hai Dashao glanced at Lu Yin one more time before tearing through the void and leaving. After Hai Dashao left, the second person to appear was Lily Ann. It could be said that she had set her sights on Frostwave Weave the first time she had met Lu Yin. At that time, she had already determined Frostwave Weave's importance. This woman was very far-sighted. Brother Lu, Granny Chan asked me to represent Northline Flow Zone. Thank you for your help. No matter how much pyrolite we obtain, Northline Flow Zone will never forget Brother Lu's kindness, Lily Ann said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. If you really want to thank me, then take these. He then took out the remaining 8 star essence skins. I'll sell them to you at a fixed price of 5,000 star essence. This was a very fair price. Although the star essence skins were useless, the amount of star essence that could be extracted was still more than 5,000. Lily Ann seemed to have been prepared for this, and she took out 5,000 star essence from her cosmic ring before taking out another 3,000. That's 8,000 star essence in total. We can't let Brother Lu suffer a loss. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. To Northline Flow Zone, this amount of star essence was a lot, but they did not care too much about it. However, to Lu Yin, this was a huge sum that he had never seen before. Even when he had used the Sea King's medallion to reimburse himself for items in the Sea King's dome, the total cost had only been around 15,000 star essence. Now, he had more than 17,000 star essence in his cosmic ring. He was too rich. He could not help but sigh at how rich he was. More than 10,000 star essence required a lot of space in a cosmic ring. Fortunately, the cosmic ring that Northgate Lai had given him had enough space. However, as he had more and more money in the future, this cosmic ring might not have enough space. Others could store their money in their cards, but Luin could not, as he needed to use it at any time. This was a problem that gave him a headache. Lillian left, but before she left, she promised Luin that Northline Flowzone would do its best to help Frostwave We's economy recover. At the same time, Northline Flowzone recognized Lu Yin's position in the 10 Arbiters Council, which meant that he had the authority to judge and supervise the younger generation of Northline Flowzone. This meant that Lu Yin's current status was above Northgate Lies. Luin smiled bitterly. What was the point of having these things? When he returned to Xenu Star, the various powers would react and send their old undying powerhouses to capture Wendy Yushan. He would then have to ask Mr. Mu for help. At that time, not only would Wendy Yushan leave, but he would also leave the Great Yu Empire and the Sea King's Dome. He would then join Leon's armada in the Cosmic Sea. At that time, he might even become a glorious pirate. But before that, he wanted to make a trip to Shenwu Continent and help Ming Yan settle down. This was also a problem that gave him a headache, but it was not too difficult to solve. The strongest person on Shenwu Continent was only a hunter, and with Lu Yin's abilities, he should be able to escape from a hunter. What he needed to consider now was time. He had to take Ming Yan away before the various powers fell out with the Sea King's Dome over the secret technique. With Mr. Mu's abilities, it would be safe for him to head to the Cosmic Sea. The only problem was that he did not know how strong Mr. Mu was. If even Mr. Mu could not stop Luin, then he would have to send Wendy to the Sea King's Dome. It was a pity that he would have to leave Earth, which was the most peaceful place he had ever been. It would be very difficult for him to return to his homeland. Luin had forgotten that Wendy Yushan's secret technique was very attractive to the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan, but that was only because of the technique itself. At the very least, Viletree and Night Queen Qiuyu could not recognize the Yu secret art. However, things were different for the Yo Court and the Neo-Human Alliance, as they had recognized the technique. In outer space, Yo Year looked at Wendy Yushan through a spacecraft. I never thought that the Yu secret art would reappear in a French weave. You family, you can't avoid it. In the darkness, a pair of inhuman eyes also stared at Wendy Yushan. A few days later, Luin brought Hai Chi-Chi and Wendy Yushan back to Xenu Star. Hai Chi-Chi had a reluctant expression on her face, as she still wanted to go somewhere else to play. However, she did not cause any trouble for Luin, as she was aware of the existence of the secret technique. At present, Luin and Wendy Yushan were in an extremely difficult situation. The various powers were still sealed off around planet Pyrolite, and they were unable to send out any news. Once the seal was lifted, what awaited them would be a storm. Wendy Yushan had originally planned to head to the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak, but Luin stopped her. The Myriad Swords Peak would not give up on the Yu secret art, and no one would be able to protect her. The only possibility was to head to the Cosmic Sea, where Lu Yin's family, Big Sis, Uncle Ruben, and the others were. Luin gave some instructions to Hua Qingshan and the others before contacting Barley in East San Dios. He had asked Barley to keep an eye on the situation on Shenwu Continent. Luin had originally planned to head to Shenwu Continent after making arrangements on Xenu Star and find a way to bring Ming Yan out. However, Barley had given him some very bad news. Shenwu Continent was divided internally, and the Reverend King Ming Jiaoshu had allied with the powers of the outside world. Many powers had stationed powerhouses outside Shenwu Continent, and aside from those who belonged to those powers, no one else was allowed to enter. Some of those powers belonged to the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's heart sank, as he had not expected this. Actually, he should have. The Day-Night clan was tyrannical, and so were the great powers of the Innerverse. Since Ming Jiaoshu was willing to cooperate with them, they naturally would not give the other powers a chance to take advantage of the situation. They would definitely seal off Shenwu Continent. It would be difficult for Luin to enter Shenwu Continent now, and even if he did, he would have to deal with the Day-Night clan and the other powers if he wanted to leave. By that time, Planet Pyrolite's seal might have been lifted, and he would be safe with the Sea King's Dome's protection. However, Wendy Yushan would not have anyone to protect her. The Sea King's Dome's promise was not as important as the secret technique. Luin locked himself in King Zishan's palace and pondered for a long time. In the end, he decided that he would not go to Shenwu Continent for now. Aside from Ming Jiaoshu, no one else knew about his relationship with Ming Yan, and for the time being, no one could use this to make an issue out of it. Ming Xiaoxu would not easily use Ming Yan as a bargaining chip, so she should be safe. What Luing needed to do now was wait for the situation to develop on Xinyu Star. Besides, even if he wanted to bring Ming Yan out, she might not be willing to do so. If the great powers were to fall out with the Sea King's dome over the secret technique, then Luing would have no choice but to ask Mr. Mu for help. A few more days passed, and as Northline Flow Zone finished refining pyrolite, Elder Ren lifted the seal on planet Pyrolite. Immediately, many spacecraft rushed out. Elder Ren watched this scene with a calm expression. Many thanks. Cyrus. This is a reward from a brother. Update at 3 p.m. Thank you. The second volume is about to be released, Overcast Scroll. Thank you all for your support. Elder Hai Dashao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Elder Ren slowly said, the Sea King's dome can intimidate them for the time being, but it won't last for long. During this time, they will try to find out more about that little girl and make their own arrangements. If they can't resist the temptation of the secret technique, they will make their move. Isn't she in danger? Hai Dashao couldn't help but ask upon hearing Elder Ren's words. Elder Ren glanced at him. Do you really like her? Hai Dashao nodded and raised his head. I want to marry her. Elder Ren smiled. That's not bad. She possesses a secret technique and is qualified to marry into the Sea King's dome. Alright, I'll ask the Sea King for instructions. If it's possible, the Sea King will probably make a trip for his daughter-in-law and future son-in-law. I hope that those old bastards are truly dead. Otherwise, the universe will be thrown into chaos. They did not know that the Neoverse had been unable to sit still for a long time. Unfortunately, it had lost its way and had been led by Leon's armada all over the cosmic ocean. After planet Pyrolite's seal was lifted, the various great powers each escorted Pyrolite back to the Innerverse and remained vigilant against each other. However, the Day-Night Clan, Sword Sect, Wen Family, and other organizations weren't too worried, as no one dared to rob them. Instead, it was the smaller organizations that received news that they had been attacked not long after leaving the astral wilderness. At the beginning of the battle on planet Pyrolite, someone had already offered a high price to purchase Pyrolite. There was no lack of desperados in the universe, and Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave, and other forces were also coveting Pyrolite. As such, it was only natural that these forces would be attacked. However, when the Wen family was robbed, everything became abnormal. Night Queen Xiuyu put down her gadget with a solemn expression. The Wen family had actually been robbed. Who would be so daring? Wen Kitchen was not someone to be trifled with. Only an enlighter with a power level of around 250,000 would be able to rob the Wen family, and that did not even include the Pyrolite. It should be known that the Wen family had mined quite a bit of Pyrolite, and Pyrolite itself was a deterrent to outsiders. It was impossible that Wen Kitchen did not even have the time to detonate the Pyrolite. Now that it was snatched away, it could only prove one thing: Wen Kitchen did not even have the time to detonate the Pyrolite. The person who snatched it away was a horrifying elite with over 200,000 combat power. Speed up! Night Queen Xiuyu immediately shouted. However, not long after she finished speaking, the entire spacecraft, no, the entire region of space, froze. Night Queen Xiuyu's expression changed, as the power that had frozen the void caused her to tremble in fear. This was a super powerhouse. In less than a minute, the spacecraft returned to normal. Night Queen Xiuyu hurriedly tore through the void and headed towards the storage area of Pyrolite, but all she saw was a blank space. Right after the Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect was robbed. Even with an enlighter like Viletree, the Sword Sect's Pyrolite had still been stolen. However, during this period of time, an event that shook the entire universe occurred. An elder from the Sea King's dome had been severely injured, and Northline Flow Zone's Pyrolite had also been stolen. This news shook the Innerverse and Outerverse. Elder Ren was an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Since he had been heavily injured, it could only mean that the one who had stolen Pyrolite was a terrifying powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000 or even 500,000. The various great powers had spent countless resources on Pyrolite, and many of their disciples and successors had lost their lives. However, it had been stolen at the last moment, which completely infuriated them. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral land, the ground cracked open as a pair of eyes opened. They looked through the void and into the endless distance. In that instant, all of the Day-Night clan members within the ancestral land felt their scalps go numb. All of the gadgets that could detect a person's power level had exploded, and the gadgets belonging to several hunters had also exploded. Their gadgets had detected a terrifying power level. The sword sect had a wine hut, and swordsmen were blessed with wine. Countless sword experts loved to drink, and many sword techniques were comprehended while drunk. At this moment, within the wine hut, an old man stood up from beneath dozens of empty wine jars. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sighed before disappearing with a jar in his arms. In the erudite flow zone, the sound of reading resounded through the sky. Students hugged their books and swayed their heads as they read. Among the many young students, an old man with a head full of white hair was particularly eye-catching. He had been studying with this group of students for more than 10 days. The students' initial curiosity gradually turned into sympathy, and they gradually stopped paying attention to the old man. They thought that he was a scholar who had failed multiple times and was unwilling to give up, so they wanted to continue studying. The old man suddenly put down his book and looked up at the sky before disappearing. This scene shocked many of the students, and they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Not long after, a piece of news shook the Outerverse, causing the entire Outerverse to panic. An old freak with a power level of over 400,000 had appeared in the Day-Night clan, and he was investigating the matter of pyrolite being stolen. He had even said that if he found the culprit, his entire family would be annihilated, which fully demonstrated the tyranny of the Day-Night clan. It wasn't just the Day-Night clan, the Sword sect and the Wen family also had old freaks with power levels of over 400,000. Among them, the drunken elder from the Sword sect had been the first to find Northgate Ticeway from the Northline flow zone. This was because Northgate Ticeway could stealthily steal all of the pyrolite. Northgate Ticeway and the drunken elder from the Sword sect had battled in the Northline flow zone, and their battle had caused the heavens to collapse. No one knew who had won or lost. Luin did not care about what was happening in outer space, he was only concerned about Wendy Yushan. Over the past few days, Wendy Yushan had received many messages from various great powers. They had all offered tempting rewards to invite Wendy Yushan to join them, and the Myriad Swords Peak had also asked her to return to her sect. They had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, as they were both wary of the Sea King's dome and wary of each other. Wendy Yushan was like another planet pyrolite that had been placed on a platter by various great powers, ready to be enjoyed at any time. Under Wendy Yushan's radiance, Lu Yin's presence was almost non-existent. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before someone would appear on Xinyu Star. At this moment, many unknown spacecraft had already appeared outside the star. Hai Dashao had also tried to contact Wendy Yushan over the past few days, but she had not picked up. Luin felt very satisfied when he saw this. After more than 10 days, the 3 old freaks that had appeared were unable to find anything. Elder Ren insisted that the culprit had come from the Neoverse. In the end, when Xianxia stepped forward and invited the Starsabelle sect out. Back then, Starsabelle had said that when Xianxia's answer would receive the Starsabelle sect's support. At the time, Luin had known that the Starsabelle sect's support was very important, but he hadn't had a clear idea of what it meant. Only now did he truly understand what the Starsabelle sect's support meant. The Starsabelle sect's target was the Starfall Sea, or more accurately, the Sea King's dome. When Hai Chi received the news, her expression changed. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Was this for real? Was the Starsabelle sect really that godly? How could he predict the cause and effect of a single move? Luin didn't believe it. He didn't believe it, but everyone else did. The various powers of the universe did as well. Even though both the Innerverse and Outerverse were apprehensive of the Sea King's dome, that was because they were worried that the Sea King would favor one side over the other. They weren't truly afraid of the Sea King. In terms of strength, whether it was the Day-Night clan, the Sword sect, or the Wen family, none of them were weaker than the Sea King's dome. Once they joined forces, even the Sea King would not be able to withstand them. When the Starsabelle sect discovered that it was the Sea King's dome, the 3 great powers joined forces with many other powers of the Innerverse and headed towards the Starfall Sea. Among them, there were at least 10 old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, and there were even envoys among them. I want to go back and find my father, Xianxia anxiously said when she found Luyin. Luyin immediately comforted her and contacted Xianxia. Was it really your Sea King stone that stole it? Luyin asked. Xianxia did not answer. Xianxia anxiously said, second brother, say something. Xianxia calmly replied, take good care of Qiqi and don't let her get hurt. This matter has nothing to do with you. Luyin did not understand why the Sea King's dome needed pyrolite so much. To the various powers, pyrolite was only a deterrent, and it was not enough to pose a threat to powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. This was also the reason why the various powers had not mobilized their old freaks. If there really was something that could threaten a powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, those old freaks would have appeared long ago. However, the Sea King's need for pyrolite was too strange. It was so strange that it was unimaginable, and it was even willing to anger the various powers. Second brother, I want to go back to the Sea King's dome. I want to find my father. Xianxia shouted. Xianxia calmly replied, there's no need to come back. No one dares to start a war with my Sea King's dome. Don't worry, even if all the powers of the Innerverse join forces, they still won't be able to defeat my Sea King's dome in the Starfall Sea. He then cut off the call. Xianxia still wanted to go to the Starfall Sea, but Luyin stopped her. Even with the speed of a collapsible spacecraft, it'll take a long time to reach the Starfall Sea. By then, everything will have been settled. Your second brother is right. For the sake of pyrolite, the various powers will not go to war with the Sea King's dome. Also, don't forget that aside from the Sea King's dome, there's also the Greyweed continent and other planets in the Starfall Sea. Those planets all have old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands overseeing them. Xianxia's body trembled, and she slowly crouched down and buried her head in her arms. At this moment, she finally understood what Luyin had been feeling. She recalled that Luyin had once asked her what she would do if the Sea King's dome fell into chaos. Who would have thought that this day would come so quickly? Xianxia was a jumpy person, but she was not stupid. Pyrolite was very important to the various powers of the Innerverse, and they valued their reputation even more. The Sea King's dome had slapped those powers in the face. This time, regardless of whether it was the Sword Sect or the Day-Night clan, neither would tolerate this, and a war would break out at any moment. More importantly, Xianxia had a vague feeling that her father was hiding something from her, which made her feel uneasy. She suddenly understood why her father had agreed to let her out so easily. It was because he had been afraid that she would be implicated, and everything had already been arranged beforehand. Luyin, can we go to the Sea King's dome? Xianxia looked up at Luyin with a pleading expression. Luyin had never seen Xianxia like this before, and it was as if she had become a completely different person. He raised a hand and placed it on her head. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the Sea King's dome. Have you forgotten about Elder Tong? Didn't you say that his strategy is unparalleled? With him around, everything will be easily resolved. Xianxia buried her head in her arms again, looking very pitiful. Luyin raised his head and looked in the direction of the Starfall Sea. Sea King, what are you trying to do? Outside the Starfall Sea, there was an unprecedented change. Countless experts swarmed in, and there were even envoys that flitted past. The entrance to the Starfall Sea trembled, and the seaweed split open. Everyone prostrated themselves as they looked at the countless powerhouses that blotted out the sky. With the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan leading the charge, they aggressively charged into the Starfall Sea. Perhaps they had all been waiting for this moment for a long time. The various powers of the Innerverse had joined forces to deal with the Starfall Sea for some reason. It was neither pyrolite nor pyrolite. The Innerverse did not allow powers that had completely broken away from the structure to exist, and the Starfall Sea was no exception. Countless people were watching this battle, and at the same time, countless people were worried about it. No one knew how it would end, and even when Xianxia, who had invited the Starsibyl sect, regretted his decision. He had never thought that it would lead to such a huge problem. Thank you. Saira's brother's support, the third chapter will be presented. Tomorrow, the second volume will be released, Overturn the Heavens. Thank you, brothers, for your support. During this time, the Starfall Sea had been bustling with activity. Pirate King Leon had just come to cause trouble, and now, there were even more powerhouses. However, the people of the Sea King's dome had already become indifferent, as the Sea King was not even at the Sea King's dome. He was at the edge of the Starfall Sea, beneath a waterfall that was rumored to have no end. Legend had it that the river of the Starfall Sea originated from an incomparably huge waterfall. The beginning could not be seen, and the end was another waterfall that flowed in reverse. Similarly, the end could not be seen. The Starfall Sea was like a depression in a huge river. It was just that no one knew where the beginning and end were. Along with the waterfall, the Starfall Sea would have currents that could drown planets and destroy everything. Similarly, along with the waterfall, many strange objects would appear, and no one knew where they came from. These objects had attracted countless people to search for them, and this was one of the reasons why the Starfall Sea had attracted so many powerhouses from the Innerverse and Outerverse. The Undying Manual had once been born in the Starfall Sea, and there were many other things that were similar to it. The Sea King stood beneath the waterfall when a group of people appeared in front of him. Halt! The Hall of Honor has ordered that no one is allowed to approach without permission. The Sea King ignored the group and leaped up, charging upwards along the waterfall. The people from the Hall of Honor were enraged, and they all attacked. There were 12 of them, and all of them were in lighters. Above them, a pair of eyes opened and looked at the Sea King in shock. "Brother Sea King, why are you forcing your way in?" The Sea King waved his hand, and the 12 in lighters spat out blood as they were sent tumbling into the waterfall. The Sea King's trident appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. "Brother Sea King, have you forgotten your agreement with the Hall of Honor? You're not allowed to approach this place." A middle-aged man then walked out of the waterfall and attacked the Sea King with his arms. The Sea King's eyes were cold. "Scram! You can't stop me." There was a boom, and a huge gap appeared in the waterfall. However, compared to the entire waterfall, this gap was only a small crack. The Sea King, whose power level was over 500,000, clashed with another powerhouse whose power level was also over 500,000, but he was only able to create a small crack in the waterfall. Soon, the middle-aged man spat out blood as he crashed into the waterfall. He roared, "Sea King, are you betraying this region of space?" The Sea King's face was grim. "Instead of living under a hypocritical starry sky forever, it's better to die with dignity. I don't care how my descendants judge me, your Hall of Honor is too conservative." He then leapt up like a fish leaping over a waterfall. The middle-aged man hurriedly contacted the Hall of Honor. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen. With the Sea King's personality, he would not make a move unless he was fully prepared. "Quick, get elders in. The Sea King is going to open the upper 3 gates," the middle-aged man shouted into his gadget. High up in the sky, the Sea King's speed became faster and faster. As he flew higher and higher, his gaze became more and more resolute. There were no records of exactly how tall the waterfall was. However, this waterfall created the sea of fallen stars, drowning a part of the starry sky. Even planets were like grains of sand. The higher they went, the more powerful the waterfall became. However, the Sea King was still able to withstand it. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Even with the Sea King's speed as an emissary, he still flew for a long time. When he finally stopped, all he could see was the boundless waterfall. The Sea King took a deep breath and wielded the Sea King's trident. With a loud roar, the trident tore through the waterfall, revealing a giant stone gate behind it. The gate's size was indescribable, and the moment it appeared, the entire sea of fallen stars trembled. Everyone looked in the direction of the waterfall and felt a tremor that came from the depths of their hearts. At the same time, within the sea of fallen stars, 2 elders stopped at the same time and looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them was from the Day-Night clan while the other was from the Sword sect. Both were emissaries with power levels over 500,000. They had originally planned on denouncing the Sea King's dome, but at this moment, they stopped. It wasn't just them, all of the experts from the Innerverse's great powers who had followed the Sea King's dome stopped as well. They trembled as they felt an unparalleled pressure, as if they were facing their natural enemy. Below the waterfall, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Too late. It's still too late. In a corner of the Sea of Fallen Stars, the Sea King's eldest son's eyes were filled with grief. "Farewell, father." Far above the waterfall, the Sea King panted heavily as he stared at the giant stone gate with shock and determination. Only a few people in the entire universe knew what this stone gate was isolating. Today, he would blast it open. The Sea King's trident stabbed at the stone gate, but it did not budge. The Sea King's eyes narrowed. As expected, he devoutly took out a package from his chest. It was a very ordinary package, and then he took out a blood-stained robe from within. The moment the robe appeared, the void began to boil. Countless cracks spread out from above, as if the void could not withstand the robe's pressure. The Sea King's eyes were filled with mockery. The hypocritical heavens really can't withstand Senior's strength. "Senior, please lend me a hand and blast open this hypocritical sky so that Diwu can have a bright future." He then took out all of the pyrolite, wrapped it in the robe, and smashed it against the stone gate. In the Sea of Fallen Stars, an elder suddenly appeared. He only took one step before taking a second step and appearing above the Interverse powerhouses. Even the two emissaries were shocked when they saw the elder, and their faces paled. With his third step, the elder appeared above the Sea King's dome and casually glanced at it. With his fourth step, he appeared above the waterfall. When the elder appeared, he happened to see the robe smashing against the stone gate. The elder wanted to stop it, but he seemed to be afraid of something. He could have stopped it, but he still hesitated, and with that one step, the robe smashed against the stone gate. At that moment, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The Sea of Fallen Stars split apart, and the stone gate also split apart. Behind the stone gate, an old woman with a fierce gaze appeared. When she saw the robe, her expression changed. This is. She only managed to say a few words before the robe brushed past her. Half of her body was destroyed, and she died. Even before she died, her eyes were filled with endless terror. Behind the old woman, there was a second stone gate. The robe did not slow down and smashed into the stone gate once more. As the gate split apart, the same scene occurred. However, this time, not only the Sea of Fallen Stars, but even the Chaos Flow Zone and the astral river that separated the innerverse and outerverse trembled. This time, there was another person behind the stone gate. It was an old man, and when he opened his eyes, everything in sight was destroyed and turned into nothingness. The Sea King felt a chill run down his spine, as this power was not something that he could contend against. However, the old man's dignified gaze only lasted for an instant. When the robe appeared, his expression changed just like the old woman's. "Progenitor Chen's robe. How dare you?" The old man tried to grab the robe, but at that moment, the pyrolite within the robe erupted. The Sea King had personally taken action and seized more than half of the pyrolite. All of the pyrolite exploded and combined with the robe's power, staining the robe with its blood. Even though the old man's power level was monstrous, he still could not block this explosive power. In terms of power level, this explosive power was in the millions or even higher. The robe was torn apart by the pyrolite's explosive power, and it finally smashed into the third gate behind the old man. The old man shouted, "Ants! The ancestors were merciful enough to let you live, but now you dare to bite the hand that fed you." The Sea King stared at the third gate behind the old man and screamed inwardly, "Open, open, open." The old man turned around and stared at the third gate as well. Crack! There was a soft sound as the robe turned to dust. The pyrolite's explosive power gradually disappeared, and the third gate cracked open. Even though it was only a tiny crack, it emanated an aura that was completely different from this region of space. This aura caused the heavens to change. The Sea King laughed maniacally. "That's it. This is the true heavens. This is the fifth. This is the fifth." The old man was furious. "Ants, you're courting death." He then reached out to grab the Sea King. The Sea King continued to laugh, but he had no intention of resisting. This old man possessed an incomparably terrifying strength, and he was not someone the Sea King could resist. Just as the old man was about to grab the Sea King, the other old men who had arrived at the Starfall Sea acted at the same time. They pulled the Sea King back and raised their palms to meet the old man guarding the stone gate. The shocking attack caused the Sea King's mind to explode. He was pulled back by the old man, and he looked up. Elder Chan? Elder Chan's expression was solemn. The old man guarding the stone gate raised his hand again. Ants. Even if we're at the same realm, we can still easily suppress you. You're doomed. The Sea King's expression turned serious. Elder Chan, leave on your own. I'll hold him back. Elder Chan did not reply. Instead, he stared ahead, or more accurately, behind the old man guarding the stone gate. He stared at the third stone gate, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a beautiful, jade-white finger that had crushed the stone gate that had been cracked open. The finger then pointed at the old man guarding the gate. The old man's scalp went numb, and he turned around. His face drained of color. Who's there? The finger easily tapped the old man's head, and the old man's head was almost pressed into his chest. His entire body was blasted downwards, and after that, the finger retracted. Elder Chan and the Sea King looked on in shock. Through the crumbling stone gate, they saw an unfamiliar expanse of space. They saw a pair of clear eyes that were so beautiful. And so unattainable. The third stone gate finally crumbled, and an endless stream of energy swept through the Starfall Sea at an indescribable speed. Then, it swept through the Innerverse, Astral River, Cosmic Sea, Outerverse, and so on. In the Starfall Sea, countless people looked up in confusion. Why did it feel like the sky had brightened? The powerhouses of the Day-Night clan, Sword Sect, and various other great powers looked up and felt that something had changed. Space had changed. Following that, the sky shattered. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the sky in disbelief. They saw the sky crack open and disappear, and then, another sky appeared. At the same time, the Astral River suddenly underwent a drastic change. The liquid energy surged upwards and overturned the Astral River Arkansas. It was as if someone had lifted the gigantic Astral River arc and smashed it into the Outerverse. In the Innerverse, the Astral River tributaries were in the same situation. The Astral River had completely isolated the Innerverse and Outerverse. Thank you for your support, brothers. The second volume is now open. The Overturning Heaven scroll is now entering a new chapter in the universe. Thank you for your support. In the Outerverse, on Xenu Star, Lu Yin stared at the sky in shock. What was going on? The sky was gone. He had just seen the sky crack open and shatter like a mirror, and then another sky had appeared. This scene suddenly reminded him of the words he had heard on the island at the end of the Ocean of Death. The sky has changed, the sky has changed, and this sky is now 6. 5 has changed the sky, and 5 has become 6. From now on, this universe is covered in a veil of hypocrisy. We are unwilling to accept this. This reminded him of the monkey's description of the rune-line civilization. One sky changes for another. Hai Chi suddenly cried out in fear, "Father, I can't feel Father's strength." Lu Yin was shaken, and he had a bad premonition. Had something happened to the Sea King? In the Starfall Sea, beside a waterfall, the Sea King was ecstatic. I did it. I did it. Elder Chan stared at the shattered third door, and his bright eyes disappeared. Not long after, the third door actually closed on its own. The Sea King's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and his face paled. Why? Why did it close? Elder Chan sighed in relief. They don't want to have anything to do with us. That's good, that's good. The Sea King roared and raised his Sea King's trident, about to smash it against the stone door. However, without bloodstained robes, his attack was unable to cause any damage to the stone door. Elder Chan barked, "Enough. Do you really want this universe to be destroyed?" The Sea King looked at Elder Chan with a resolute gaze. I'm unwilling to accept this. If we don't open this door, we'll always be beneath them. We'll always be ants. Elder Chan closed his eyes. Even if you open the stone door, you'll only lead to another hopeless situation. This has already happened before, and I won't allow it to happen again. The Sea King seemed to have lost all of his strength, and he closed his eyes. Archelder Chan looked at him. Today's result is for the best. We've torn apart the hypocrisy of the universe, and we won't attract any more powerful enemies. However, he then looked down at the waterfall. War is coming. This will be a war that will sweep across the entire universe. Whether it's us, the astral beast domain, or the technocracy, none of us can escape. Beneath the waterfall, the old man who had been guarding the stone gate screamed, "You ants, we won't let you off. We'll make this part of the starry sky flow with blood. We'll make your ancestors weep. We'll make this part of the starry sky disappear." The old man's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head. A spear had pierced through his chest, and blood was dripping into the water. The old man slowly turned his head and saw a black warhorse with blue flames under its feet. On the warhorse, there was a ghost-like silhouette. The silhouette was wearing armor and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He could only see two balls of flames through the armor. Those were his eyes. His eyes were so cold that it made people shiver. The spear was pulled back, and the old man's organs were pulverized. His eyes lost their vitality, and he fell into the sea. Archelder Chan appeared in the sky with the Sea King. He looked at the silhouette on the warhorse. "I didn't expect you to appear. It must feel good to kill an old enemy." The two balls of flames on the warhorse looked at Archelder Chan. "It would have been very difficult to kill him if I hadn't been injured. Does your appearance mean that the burial grounds will reopen?" Archelder Chan asked solemnly. The figure on the warhorse turned around and said, "The burial garden has been reopened. The living cannot be seen, and only the dead can be seen. You can enter the burial garden. A calamity is coming, so you should focus on them." After that, the ghostly figure disappeared. Archelder Chan sighed. The burial grounds will reopen, and the dead will reappear. So what? No one can escape the calamity that's coming, and the burial grounds will be no different, the Sea King said. Archelder Chan looked at him. "How did you get Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes?" The Sea King replied, "There's nothing in the Starfall Sea, but I found them by chance." Archelder Chan shook his head. "Everything is the will of the heavens. No, it's Progenitor Chen's blessing. Our ancestors hoped that we would resist and not wait for death without dignity." Archelder Chan looked at him for a while. "It's too late to say anything now. I hope that you're right." He then took a step forward. "The calamity is coming, and we can't afford any more internal strife. The Hall of Honor will help you shoulder this matter, and I hope that you will shoulder your own responsibilities." Archelder Chan then vanished. The Sea King gripped his spear tightly and bowed to Archelder Chan's back. If not for Archelder Chan, he would already be dead. Luin did not know what had happened in the Starfall Sea, but he had just received shocking news. The astral river had been reversed, and the innerverse and outerverse had been completely separated. Even the astral river arc had been overturned. When he first received the news, he could not believe it. Why had the astral river changed so drastically? But when he thought about how the heavens had been torn apart, something incredible had probably happened in the depths of the universe. Beep 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 beep. Luin opened his communicator. "Royal Regent, an explosive energy has appeared in the third filament, and it's completely isolated from the other regions." "How strong is the energy?" Luin asked. "It's equivalent to a catastrophic cosmic event, but after some investigation, this energy has already begun to decline. It'll probably disappear completely within a month." Luin expressed his understanding. Not long after, he received many more similar reports. He put down his gadget. Many places in the Great Yu Empire had been isolated by the explosive energy, but these energies did not last long. The longest would take about a year to fade, and this was just the Great Yu Empire. Luin believed that the rest of the outerverse would be the same, and there would be many areas isolated by the explosive energy. Since the astral river was liquid energy, it made sense for it to explode. With the astral river's energy intensity, how long would it take for it to fade? Luin could not guess, but it might take a very, very long time. In other words, the innerverse and outerverse had already been separated. Luin grew excited. No matter what, the various great powers of the innerverse had coiled around him like pythons, making it difficult for him to breathe. He had already prepared himself for the worst, but he had not expected such a drastic change in the heavens. If the innerverse had truly been isolated, then he would not have needed to escape. At this moment, Wendy Yushan appeared with a solemn expression. "Sense the void." Luin raised his hand and exerted a bit of force, causing the air to tremble. His expression changed, and he exerted more force, but the air still trembled. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he waved his hand. His enormous strength should have been able to tear through the void, but now, it only caused the air to distort and create a strong wind that swept through the void. Space itself did not change at all. How can this be? Lu Yin was stunned. Wendy Yushan solemnly replied, "Space has changed." She unsheathed her sword and slashed out. A visible sword chi tore through the air and slashed into the distance, but space remained unchanged. "The space has stabilized," Lu Yin said. Solemnly. Wendy Yushan nodded. "Even with my strength, it's difficult to tear through the void. Perhaps only a hunter's destructive power can do so." "Lu Yin, the world has changed." "Where's Hai Chi? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin sighed. "She's hiding by herself. The innerverse and outerverse are separated, so she can't return to the Starfall Sea. She can't feel the Sea King's power either." Wendy Yushan's expression dimmed. She had experienced this feeling before, and it was very uncomfortable. "You should comfort her. Perhaps there's a gap in the astral river that she can travel back and forth." "It's useless. The astral river arc has already been overturned. Even if the astral river returns to its original state, it'll still be very difficult to travel back and forth. At least, we can't do it with our current strength. We'll need to be at least an enlighter." Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. Enlighters could not travel back and forth from the astral river, and similarly, those enlighters had been left behind in the astral wilderness. Not all of the enlighters had returned to the innerverse, and there should still be some who had not. Lu Yin's heart sank when he thought of this. Once he confirmed that the innerverse and outerverse had been completely separated, it would mean that he had lost the protection of the Sea King's dome. Then, those enlighters would be able to act against Frostwave Weave without restraint. After all, he had stolen quite a few star essence skins on planet Pyrolite, and there was also the temptation of a secret technique. Lu Yin felt apprehensive, and beside him, Wendy Yushan seemed to have thought of something as well. The Great Yu Empire entered a state of alert, and all foreign spacecraft were strictly inspected. This was Lu Yin's order. The first few days should have been fine, as even enlighters would need some time to confirm the situation in the astral river. However, after a dozen days, the atmosphere in the outerverse changed. First, the dark mist weave, which was closest to the astral river, experienced a huge change. One of the organizations was destroyed by an enlighter, and soon after, several more organizations were destroyed. This incident was like a primer that led to the beginning of the upheaval. Lu Yin's heart sank when he heard the news, and he immediately returned to King Zishan's palace to roll his die. He wanted to roll enhance so that he could upgrade his money bomb, universal armor, and gun to the point where they could threaten an enlighter. Hua Qingshan and the rest were all waiting on Xinyu Star, and it wouldn't be long before an enlighter appeared. Back in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin stayed in a secret room and blocked the monkey. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, causing it to spin rapidly. When it stopped spinning, Lu Yin saw -6. His vision suddenly darkened, but then it suddenly became clear again. Lu Yin sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had placed his cosmic ring to the side in advance. If he rolled enhance and ran out of star crystals or star essences, he would withdraw. Now that he had rolled enhance, it wouldn't be easy for him to roll enhance. He used a cube of star crystals to restore the die and then tapped it again. The die spun rapidly and finally stopped at enhance. Lu Yin sighed. Indeed, after rolling enhance, it wouldn't be easy for him to roll enhance again. There was a thump, and he randomly obtained an item from a cosmic ring. Lu Yin had obtained many strange things in the past, including women's clothing and stones. This time, however, he obtained a blood-red bell the size of a thumb. Lu Yin frowned as he looked at the bell on the ground. He felt very uncomfortable, as if his entire body had been grabbed by something, and his blood was boiling. He picked up the bell, and the moment it touched his hand, his body trembled. His entire body turned cold and stiff, and he hurriedly stored it away in his cosmic ring. What the hell was this? It seemed even stranger than progenitor Wushang's hide. However, it should be something good. At least it was better than the stones and women's clothing. Thank you. Silas. Thank you, brother. Cool breeze. Brother's tip, I'll update at 3 p.m., thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. He still had 2 more chances, and he would roll either 4 pips or 3 pips. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a while. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Both times, he rolled a pip, and the first time, he obtained a weapon with a decent design. The second time, he obtained a pair of pants, which made him so angry that he burned them. He had already rolled 4 times, but his luck was too bad. He could only wait for 10 days and hope that nothing would happen during that time. In the astral wilderness, a flaming warship headed towards Frostwave Weave with cultivators from the Blaze Realm on board. The Blaze Realm had only managed to obtain a limited amount of pyrolite during this contest for pyrolite, and the most fundamental reason for this was that Luin had killed Jared, which had caused the Blaze Realm's late-stage experts to be unable to keep up. Furthermore, the person who was supposed to be there did not show up, which infuriated Huahui. That person had only arrived after the contest on planet Pyrolite had ended. Lily Rose was that person. She was beautiful and ruthless, and more importantly, she was ranked 31st on the top 100 rankings. Unfortunately, Luin and the others had already left by the time she arrived at planet Pyrolite. At this moment, Lily Rose was lazily leaning against the wall of the warship, revealing her long, snow-white legs as she stared into space. The weather has changed, and I can't go back to the Innerverse. I wonder if there are any interesting people in the Outerverse. She then thought of Huahui and smiled. Wendy Yushan will probably disappear from the top 100 rankings soon, and I'll be able to enter the top 30. Unfortunately, Luin is an interesting man. Senior sister? A surprised voice rang out, and Lily Rose turned around to see a fair-skinned youth with a strange look in his eyes. Senior sister, it's me. Do you remember me? You were the one who brought me to the Blaze Realm when I was young. The youth happily ran over to Lily Rose and looked at her fervently. Lily Rose blinked and licked her lips, revealing a seductive expression. Is that so? The youth's heartbeat quickened, and he gulped. There were 1,000 of us back then, so it's normal that you don't remember. Senior sister, where have you been all these years? There has been no trace of you in the Blaze Realm. Lily Rose smiled and raised a finger, and under the youth's shocked gaze, she lifted his chin and slowly approached him. Junior brother, I'm very tired. Can you let me lean on you for a while? The young man's eyes glazed over, and he swallowed again. His eyes unconsciously swept over Lily Rose's body. Her exquisite curvy figure released a tempting fragrance, and her bright red dress was extremely beautiful, making the young man speechless. With a faint smile, Lily Rose's lips moved closer. The young man only felt warmth and was wrapped in indescribable beauty. His hands unconsciously wrapped around Lily Rose's slender waist. At the border of Frostwave Weave, a fleet was patrolling. Everything seemed normal at first, but in the next instant, endless flames spread out and burned the entire fleet to ashes. A figure flitted across the void and stared ahead with a fierce gaze. On Xenu Star, Luin felt a headache coming on as he looked at the pile of memorials in front of him. He had no idea how Undying Yushan had dealt with all of this in the past. The Great Yu Empire was huge, and it spanned 13 filaments. Countless incidents had occurred, and now, more than half of Frostwave Weave had been affected. Luin had already handed over most of the memorials to the others, but there were still a lot left for him. He couldn't find Wendy Yushan, which was a result of her experience. She must have known that he would face such a situation and left him behind while she ran off. Luin sighed and opened one of the memorials. It required Lu Yin's approval on whether or not he needed to use military force to suppress the rebels on a certain planet. Luin could do so without further ado. The next one was for him to approve reinforcements to a certain filament, which gave him a headache. He really couldn't take it anymore. If he was trapped in a pile of memorials, he wouldn't be able to do anything. No, he had to find someone to deal with this. However, most of the Great Yu Empire's courtiers were still the same batch as Undying Yushan's, and aside from a few people, the rest of them were disgusting to Luin. Luin could not accept their ugly behavior when they faced Karthika. It's time for a test to pick out talented people to handle government affairs, Luin muttered to himself before burying himself in the pile of memorials once more. Suddenly, his gadget beeped. Luin looked at it, and his expression changed. He immediately contacted Banjo to activate Xianxia's defenses. Luin leaped into the sky, followed by Xianxia, Peach, Rocky Anna, and the rest. They all looked at the sky with solemn expressions. They had all received reports that all of the fleets along the line from North Castle Weave to Frostwave Weave had been annihilated and devoured by a sea of flames. That line was headed straight for Xianxia. The situation that they had been most worried about had finally occurred. A powerhouse had attacked Frostwave Weave, and it had already caused great losses. It was unrealistic to try to evacuate the people on Xianxia at this time. If the other party was an enlighter, they would be able to move very quickly. Lu Yin's expression darkened, and he rubbed his cosmic ring. It seemed that he still couldn't avoid it. The powerhouse who had attacked this time was very likely an enlighter. The flames were most likely from the Blaze Realm's enlighter, Huahui. Wendy Yushan appeared and looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Next, Banjo appeared, and an invisible energy barrier appeared around Xianxia. Even the three-ring continents were enveloped by this energy barrier. This was Xianxia's strongest defense, and it had been created by Undying Yushan when he was still in power. It was said that it could even block a peak hunter's attack. Along the way, we've detected the power level feedback. The enemy isn't far from Xianxia, Banjo said solemnly. The entire Xianxia entered a state of combat readiness. A few hours later, the energy barrier around Xianxia turned bright red, and an incomparably terrifying pressure spread out and roasted the entire planet. The people on Xianxia trembled in fear as the temperature of the atmosphere rose, and even the oceans began to evaporate. Huahui stood in outer space and looked down. He raised a hand, and a giant palm of flames pressed down. With a boom, the three-ring continents began to crumble, and the energy barrier shattered. Lu Yin donned his universal armor and took out his money bomb, aiming it at Huahui. At the same time, Xianxia, the blind monk, and the rest acted at the same time, sending countless attacks towards Huahui. Huahui sneered. I'll show you what it means to be an enlighter. He then swept his hand through the void, causing layers of ripples to appear. Suddenly, the void split open, and all of the attacks were sucked into the void and disappeared. Although the sky had changed, an enlighter could still tear through the void. This was the power of an almighty being. At that moment, all of the devices on Xianxia that were used to measure power level exploded. Huahui had displayed an unparalleled strength. The Great Yu Empire had never provoked an enlighter before. Even Lu Yingxishan, Peach, and the others had never encountered such a terrifying power. The pressure that this power brought about made them lose the courage to resist. Lu Yin's money bomb attack was also useless against Huahui. Huahui stepped forward and appeared in front of Lu Yin and the rest. He waved his hand, causing flames to burn the void. The two hunters, Xianxia and the blind monk, immediately stepped forward to block the attack, but they were blasted away by the flames. Lu Yin stood in front of the group and stared at Huahui. A jade stone suddenly appeared in his hand. As long as he crushed it, Mr. Mu would appear. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. Could Mr. Mu appear? When he thought of this, his face turned pale. If Mr. Mu could not appear, then he could only try to contact Granny Chan from the Northline Flow Zone. Northline Flow Zone owed him a promise. Huahui looked at Lu Yin coldly. Brat, weren't you very arrogant on planet Pyrolite? You killed my Blaze Realm's experts, chased away the Day-Night clan and Sword Sex experts, and even fought against someone on the top 100 rankings. What now? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he was bewildered. Wendy Yushan spoke up. Huahui, you want the secret technique, right? Huahui looked at Wendy Yushan with desire and greed in his eyes. That's right. I'll go with you on the condition that you don't hurt anyone else. Otherwise, I'd rather kill myself so that you can never obtain the secret technique, Wendy Yushan said indifferently. Lu Yin pulled Wendy Yushan back. No. Peach and the rest spoke up as well. Wendy Yushan pushed Lu Yin away and stared at Huahui. Huahui thought about it for a moment. Compared to the importance of the secret technique, these people's lives were worthless to him, and he was also afraid that something would go wrong. Fine, I agree. I won't hurt anyone else. Come with me. Wendy Yushan's eyes dimmed, and she looked at Lu Yin. Take care of yourself. Lu Yin's expression was resolute, and he was about to crush the jade when Hai Chi-Chi, who had been hiding, appeared. She calmly looked at Huahui. Frost Wave Weave is under the protection of the Sea King's dome. Have you forgotten? Huahui smiled and shook his head. Little girl, I know that you're the Sea King's daughter, but now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, the Sea King's dome can't extend its reach into Frost Wave Weave. Besides, even if the Innerverse and Outerverse weren't separated, the Sea King would still have offended the entire Innerverse by stealing Pyrolite. The Sea King's dome won't have a good time either. Hai Chi-Chi looked up. The Sea King's dome is a man of his word. He said that Frost Wave Weave is under the protection of the Sea King's dome, so he won't allow anyone to act presumptuously. Then, a blue light bloomed from her body, and the Sea King's trident appeared in her hand. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he recognized the Sea King's trident. What had appeared in Hai Chi-Chi's hand was definitely the Sea King's trident, even if it was just an illusion. The moment the Sea King's trident appeared, everyone on Xinyu Star felt an unparalleled power. This power far surpassed Huahui's, and it dispersed the heat waves that had been roasting Xinyu Star. Huahui stared at the Sea King's trident in shock. This is the Sea King's power. Hai Chi-Chi raised her spear. Retreat or die. Huahui immediately retreated without hesitation, as he had sensed a fatal danger. This was definitely the Sea King's power, and he had never thought that the Sea King could merge his own power into another person's body. This power was enough to kill Huahui. Sometimes, the longer a person lived, the more they did not want to die. Huahui was one such person. Regardless of whether or not Hai Chi-Chi had the power to kill an enlighter, he did not dare to take the risk. It was no wonder why the Sea King had said that Hai Chi-Chi did not need his protection. It turned out that she had the Sea King's power within her body. Wait, didn't she say that she could not sense the Sea King's power? Could it be that the reason why she could sense the Sea King's power was because of the power that the Sea King had merged into her body? If that was the case, then this power was as much as it had been consumed, and there was no way to replenish it. Lu Yin hurriedly had Hai Chi-Chi withdraw her power. Third update, thank you. Hai Chi-Chi's body swayed, and the blue halo disappeared. Her face was pale, and she looked much weaker than before. Lu Yin hurriedly supported her, but she pushed him away and left on her own. Banjo stepped forward. That person is already heading towards North Castle Weave. He didn't stop. Lu Yin nodded. Huahui had been scared out of his wits, and he was too afraid of death. Wendy Yushan said, "Go comfort her. She saved us." Lu Yin grunted. "I'll leave the rest to you." He then chased after Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi arrived at the shore, which had already collapsed. Much of the sea had been evaporated by Huahui's power, and it was still steaming. Hai Chi-Chi reached into the sea with a melancholic expression. Lu Yin appeared behind her, as this was the first time he had seen Hai Chi-Chi like this. She had grown up overnight after the Sea King's accident. Just like before, she had shouldered the promise of the Sea King's dome, and she was no longer the venomous girl who liked to insult others. In the past, I always thought that father was the greatest person in the universe. There was nothing that he couldn't solve, and there was no one who dared to oppose him, Hai Chi-Chi said dejectedly. Lu Yin sat down beside her and looked at her. The Sea King is indeed powerful, but the boundaries of the universe can never be seen. No one is invincible, but I believe that nothing will happen to the Sea King. Hai Chi-Chi raised her hand, and the blue halo flickered before disappearing. Father's power is gone. Lu Yin was puzzled. The Sea King only fused that much power into your body? Hai Chi-Chi hugged her knees. That person was an enlighter. Lu Yin understood. The Sea King had indeed fused a lot of power into Hai Chi-Chi's body, but her body's ability to withstand it had to be considered. At most, he could fuse power that could threaten an enlighter, and it would be gone after a single use. Before I left, I asked father what would happen if his power was gone. Hai Chi-Chi looked up with red eyes. Father told me that he would know if it was gone, and he would come and get me. She paused as tears streamed down her face. I also asked second brother what would happen if father didn't come. second brother said that regardless of whether it was father, eldest brother, or himself, as long as I said the word, they would immediately appear. No matter how dark the universe is, I'm not afraid. Hai Chichi raised her gadget and tried to contact Hai Dashao, but she could no longer contact him. The innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and the network had been cut off as well. All connections with the innerverse had been severed. Hai Chichi buried her head in her arms, appearing very helpless. She no longer had a home, especially when the Sea King's dome was facing a crisis. She could not do anything, and she did not know anything. Luin had experienced this feeling before, and he understood her helplessness. However, there was nothing he could do, as he did not have the ability to make any promises. Even an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands would not be able to break through the Astral River's seal, let alone Luin. Perhaps this parting would last for countless years, and Hai Chichi would never be able to return to the Sea King's dome. She knew it herself, so she grew up. Luin placed a hand on her head. I promise you that I'll send you back to the Sea King's dome, even if there's only the slightest possibility. Hai Chichi was silent. News of Huahao's retreat from Xinyu Star had been purposely spread by Lu Yin's subordinates to intimidate other enlighters. Huahao was not the only enlighter who coveted the secret technique, and the Blaze Realm was not the only organization that had a grudge against Luin. He wanted to use this matter to stabilize himself for a period of time. 2 days later, Banjiu found Luin and took the blueprint that Luin had given him. His expression changed as soon as he looked at it. Royal Regent, where did you get this blueprint? It had been dropped when the die had been rolled. Luin calmly replied, it was a coincidence. How is it? Is it useful? Banjiu excitedly replied, do you know what this blueprint is? This is the blueprint for the most advanced androids in the universe. There are 9 androids in total, and it describes their strength and manufacturing methods in all aspects. Luin was puzzled. You've always been in the Great Yu Empire, so how do you know that this is the most advanced androids in the universe? Because of this. Banjiu pointed at the bottom right corner of the blueprint, where there was a symbol that Luin could not understand. Banjiu excitedly explained, this is the symbol of a research team in the technocracy that was left behind. When I was traveling the universe, I went to the edge of the technocracy and accidentally learned of some things. There are many research teams in the technocracy, and each of them has their own armed forces. They are similar to the various large organizations in the human domain, and this symbol represents one of the more advanced research teams. Luin nodded. Are the androids powerful? Very powerful. According to the blueprint, these androids can be upgraded without limit, unlike the current androids that are heavily restricted. These androids are not restricted, and they can be upgraded as long as they have the materials. Banjiu was excited, but there was also a trace of disbelief in his voice. This manufacturing method was too novel and full of illusions, but it had actually succeeded. Luin did not understand this, but he had seen the technocracy's androids, and they were indeed powerful. However, they were the crystallization of the technocracy's most advanced technology, and he did not believe that this blueprint represented the most advanced technology. If it did, how could it be casually placed in a cosmic ring? Then go ahead and research it. If you can create androids, then it will also increase the Great Yu Empire's strength. Banjiu could sense that Luin did not have high expectations, but he was not anxious either. As long as he could create androids, then the royal regent's attitude would definitely change. Only someone like Banjiu, who could understand the blueprint, would know the results in advance. Banjiu was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned solemn. Royal Regent, the outerverse is about to descend into chaos. Please make early preparations. Luin was puzzled. How do you know that the outerverse is about to descend into chaos? Banjiu replied, space exploring powerhouses have a period of decline. Before the innerverse and outerverse were separated, the innerverse powerhouses had their own organizations to support them, so they did not have to worry about the resources they would need during this period of decline. But now. Banjiu did not finish his sentence, but Luin had already guessed it. That's right, those explorers, cruisers, hunters, and even enlighters did not have the resources of their organizations to support them, so they would face a period of decline. In order to avoid that period of decline, they would crazily plunder resources. Why hadn't he thought of this before? No space-exploring powerhouse would want to face a period of decline. Only by seizing a certain amount of resources would they be able to safely wait for the innerverse and outerverse to reconnect. Ordinary powerhouses would be fine, but enlighters required a terrifying amount of resources. If that was the case, then the outerverse would indeed descend into chaos. Even the Great U Empire's resources might not be enough to satisfy an enlighter. How many enlighters were currently trapped in the outerverse? Even if a weave supported just one, the surrounding weaves would be crippled. Furthermore, how could the surrounding weaves be willing to support these enlighters? If they could not obtain resources, then these powerhouses would only have one method, which was to plunder them, which would be equivalent to declaring war. Previously, Luin had only considered the allure of secret techniques to enlighters, but now, he had to consider resources as well. Hai Chi-Chi's deterrence would not be enough to protect the Great U Empire for too long, and it was only a matter of time before the Great U Empire would face the plundering of other powerhouses. Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave, and other weaves might already be facing plundering. No, he had to quickly gain the ability to protect himself. A few days later, while Luin was waiting for his die to recover, he received news that Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect had been destroyed. The sect's strongest hunter had been killed, and the rest had been scattered. The sect's resources had also been plundered clean by an enlighter. Not long after, there were other tragic cases of other organizations being plundered. Aside from Frostwave Weave, the surrounding weaves had all fallen into a quagmire of war, and it had all been one-sided. Against an enlighter, those organizations were like paper and were easily destroyed. Luin grew more and more anxious, and he finally returned to King Zishan's palace after 10 days. He took out his die and tapped it with a look of intense anticipation. Aside from the battle with Qingyu on Earth, he had never been so excited before, as this was a matter of life and death. This time, his luck was quite good, and he immediately rolled 3 pips. When he saw the 2 screens appear, Luin heaved a sigh of relief. It was time to go all out. As he thought about it, he took out his remaining 4 money bombs. He had upgraded 3 money bombs in the past, and he had given one to Wendy Yushan and one to Huahui. He still had one left, but this time, he wanted to upgrade all of them to the peak. He remembered that upgrading the money bomb had made him feel uneasy, and he had spent dozens of star essence. He tossed the upgraded money bomb onto the screen and then tossed in 100 star essence. He was rich, and he could do whatever he wanted. The money bomb dropped twice, and it had been upgraded twice. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy, and he saw that the rune lines had become extremely large. This proved that this money bomb had a huge effect on the universe, but it was still far from reaching Huahui's level. He tossed in another 100 star essence, but unfortunately, the money bomb did not upgrade completely. He gritted his teeth and tossed in 1,000 star essence. The money bomb had been upgraded twice, which meant that it had been upgraded 4 times. At this point, the number of rune lines within the money bomb was about the same as Huahui's, which meant that this money bomb had the destructive power of an enlighter. Luin was excited, as the money bomb had been upgraded from its initial state to its current state. He had already spent 1,250 star essence, but it still wasn't enough. He needed a destructive power that could instantly kill an enlighter. As he thought about it, he tossed in 2,000 star essence and upgraded the money bomb twice. As he looked at the money bomb, Luin saw a terrifying number of rune lines. He had never seen so many rune lines in his entire life, and in terms of power, he estimated that it could rival 270,000 to 80,000. If he caught an enlighter off guard, it should be able to heavily injure or even kill him. Luin carefully put the money bomb away and calculated that upgrading it to its current state had cost him 3,300 star essence. He still had 3 more money bombs, and upgrading them all would require over 10,000 star essence. No, he didn't have enough money. He was speechless, as no matter how much he earned, it would never be enough. However, he had no other choice, as he had to change his target to an enlighter. There was no such expert in the entire Frostwave Weave, and he had to pay 3,000 star essence to fight against an enlighter. This was the price he had to pay. He suppressed his desire to upgrade all of the money bombs and instead took out his universal armor. Compared to offense, defense was also very important. His current universal armor was not strong enough to defend against an enlighter's power, so he had to furiously upgrade it. The universal armor had been upgraded 5 times, but it still wasn't enough to withstand an enlighter's attack. Luin placed the universal armor on the upper screen and then tossed in 1,000 star essence. He realized that he was spending more and more extravagantly. He had risked his life to rob the Blackbeard pirates, but he had only managed to obtain a few thousand star essence, and now, he was spending it all in an instant. 1,000 star essence had only been enough to upgrade the universal armor once, which was far more than what Luin had expected, which was that it would only take 1 or 200 star essence to upgrade it. The cost of upgrading the universal armor from being able to withstand attacks with a power level of over 100,000 to over 200,000 was not a simple one. He tossed in another 2,000 star essence, which upgraded the universal armor by 1.5 times. It was stuck in the middle, so he tossed in another 700 star essence to upgrade the universal armor twice. Now, the universal armor's appearance had changed, and it gave off a cold aura. As for the number of rune lines, since the universal armor wasn't an offensive weapon, he couldn't tell how many there were. However, Luin guessed that it should be able to withstand attacks with a power level of around 250,000. After all, he had spent almost 4,000 star essence on it. Still, this wasn't enough for Luin, as he had a strong desire to survive. He tossed in another 2,000 star essence, but this time, the universal armor hadn't even been upgraded once. He tossed in another 300 star essence to upgrade it once, which should be enough to withstand attacks with a power level of 270,000 to 280,000. That should be enough to deal with the outerverse. Lu Yin's heart ached as he checked his cosmic ring. He still had 7,520 star essence left. He was spending money too quickly, and his heart ached. He had gone from 10,000 star essence to 7,000 star essence, but he had only upgraded 2 items. At this moment, he was very envious of Lulu. If the Mavis family's money was given to him, then he could upgrade the universal armor to the point where even the collapse of the universe wouldn't be able to harm him. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. He didn't know if the Mavis family was looking for a son-in-law, but he couldn't help but think about it. The last item to be upgraded had already been decided, and it was the gun. This gun had never been upgraded before. Every bullet had around 80,000 attack power, and there were still 20 bullets left. Upgrading the gun meant that there would be an overall increase of 20 attacks. He placed the gun on the upper screen, gritted his teeth, and tossed in 3,000 star essence. The gun had been upgraded 4 times, which meant that it consumed more star essence than the money bomb or the universal armor. Even after upgrading the gun 4 times, Luin could tell that its rune lines were only comparable to a hunter's. His heart sank, as it seemed that he didn't have enough money to upgrade the gun to the point where it could threaten an enlighter. Luin tossed out another 4,000 star essence and upgraded the gun 3 times. The number of rune lines now rivaled that of the money bomb. In other words, each attack had a power level of around 150,000, which was enough to instantly kill a normal hunter. He had spent more than 10,000 star essence to upgrade 3 items. He watched as the 2 screens disappeared, and he felt a little dizzy. His money was gone, and he only had 500 star essence left. Actually, there was one more thing that he really wanted to upgrade, and that was his formcast model. His current formcast model had been upgraded 5 times, and he wanted to upgrade it to 6 times. Otherwise, the formcast model would disappear the moment he became an explorer, but he had no money. Money, money, money. He wasn't the only one who needed money, all of the powerhouses trapped in the outerverse needed money. Money was the goal that everyone strived for. Those powerhouses needed money to survive, while Luin needed money to protect himself. If he wanted to protect himself, then he would have to threaten those powerhouses' lives. This was a vicious cycle that he couldn't break free from. It was time for him to participate in a money-grabbing operation. As he walked out of King Zishan's palace, he bumped into Wendy Yushan. She didn't look too well, but her eyes lit up when she saw Luin. "I'll leave those matters to you. I don't care." She then ran off. Luin knew what she was talking about, but he didn't have the time to care. The next day, Luin announced that the Great Yu Empire's defenses would be completely reduced, and no one objected. The surrounding weaves had been attacked, and some had even been wiped out. Frostwave Weave was temporarily safe because of the incident with Wahowie, but that didn't mean that it would be safe forever. Powerhouses would appear sooner or later, and for now, they could only reduce their defenses. The court session lasted for 3 hours, and everyone in the Great Yu Empire was in a state of panic. The situation in the surrounding weaves made them apprehensive. After the court session, Luin asked Xianxia, Banjiu, and the others to send people to the surrounding weaves to gather information. The network was still intermittent, so they couldn't get any information. They only knew that the surrounding weaves had been attacked, but no one knew the specifics or who had occupied them. Xianxia and the others assumed that Luin was worried about being attacked, but in reality, Luin was planning to participate. He couldn't be passive if he wanted to preserve his life, and only by participating could he protect himself. If a sheep transformed into a wolf, then a pack of wolves would be afraid of it and wouldn't easily attack it. However, the prerequisite was that the pack of wolves had to know that the sheep had transformed. Luin was now waiting for the moment to transform into a wolf. He believed that it wouldn't be long before an enlighter attacked Frostwave Weave. That would be the moment he transformed into a wolf, and it would also be the time for him to participate in the plundering of resources. Frostwave Weave had been peaceful for a few months, but Luin had already been cultivating for 5 years. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he had gone from an ordinary youth on Earth to a powerhouse at his current level. Everything had changed in the span of 5 years. A year ago, he had still been climbing a mountain in the space with the Golden Ocean, and then he had met Mr. Mu, who had increased his physical strength. Now, the innerverse and outerverse had been completely separated, and he could only stay in the Great Yu Empire. He didn't know if he would ever be able to return to the innerverse or if he would ever meet Mr. Mu again. A month ago, he had felt like he was about to break through to the Explorer realm, but he had forcefully suppressed it. His previous experience had made him feel uneasy, and he didn't dare to break through without an absolute powerhouse by his side. However, there were no absolute powerhouses in the outerverse at this moment. Luin took out the jade and sighed. Perhaps even Mr. Mu couldn't travel through the Astral River. Xianxia had recovered over the past few months and was no longer sad, but she had also changed. The biggest difference from before was that she was no longer as sharp-tongued. Luin missed the time when the monkey had mocked him for being cheap. "7th bro, I want to break through," the monkey suddenly said. Luin was shocked. "You want to break through to the Explorer realm?" "Yes, I've been stuck as a Lameter for a long time, and it's time for me to break through. If I do, you'll be able to roam the universe even without your universal armor because I'm your tamed beast." Luin calmly replied, "If you want to break through, then break through. It doesn't matter. Even if you become a cruiser or a hunter, I can still easily suppress you." The monkey was speechless. "7th bro, can't you say something encouraging?" "I'm warning you not to try anything funny," Luin said coldly. The monkey sighed. "7th bro, I've been with you for so many years. Why don't you trust me? I'm your tamed beast, and my life and death are in your hands. There's no need to threaten me. Besides, you block me off every once in a while, which is immoral. You should really go to the Beast Tamer's flow zone and ask around to find out when tamed beasts can resist their masters." Luin didn't want to listen to the monkey's nonsense. Other tamed beasts were controlled by the human, but the monkey was the opposite. Who knew if there would be any problems? Luin wasn't willing to take such a risk. "7th bro, let's find a place so that I can break through," the monkey said. Luin nodded, and just as he was about to head to a more remote location, his gadget suddenly rang. He glanced at it, and his expression changed as his gaze turned cold. What had to come had finally come. Xianxia's deterrence had lasted for a few months, which was pretty good, but he still couldn't escape this day. Ever since the Great Yu Empire had withdrawn all of its defenses a few months ago, Luin had been well aware of all the happenings within the empire. Just now, he had received a report that there was an extremely powerful presence that exceeded 200,000. This meant that an enlighter had appeared in the Great Yu Empire and was heading straight for Xinyu Star. There was even an image in the report, and although it was blurry, Luin could still recognize it. It was an astral beast, and there was only one enlighter who had an astral beast, Karthika. Luin immediately ordered his troops to not approach Karthika. He then contacted Hua Qingshan and put on his universal armor. Not long after, Hua Qingshan appeared with a solemn expression. An enlighter has appeared. I'll take care of this matter, so take me to outer space, Lu Yin said. Hua Qingshan didn't say anything, and he silently led Lu Yin into outer space. At the same time, Xinyu Star activated its defenses once more, and Banjiu and the rest were ordered not to leave the star. Wendy Yushan looked worried, and she couldn't help but look for Hai Chi-Chi. However, Hai Chi-Chi's answer was the same as it had been a few months ago. The Sea King's power had been used up, and she was powerless to fight against an enlighter. Wendy Yushan also rushed into outer space. Without the Sea King's power, there was no way they could stop an enlighter. She planned to sacrifice herself in exchange for the safety of Frostwave Weave. In the dark depths of outer space, all sorts of spacecraft were ordered to land on nearby planets, and the area around Xinyu Star was cleared. Lu Yin and Hua Qingshan quietly looked towards the north, and Wendy Yushan appeared behind them. Lu Yin knew that he couldn't stop her. Let me try first. If I can't stop them, then I'll listen to you. Wendy Yushan looked at him and nodded. All right. In the distance, there was a ripple in outer space as an intense pressure swept out. Many asteroids shattered and turned to dust. As a colossal creature rapidly approached from afar and let out a deafening roar. Lu Yin's face turned solemn. Karthika had a tamed beast, which was a manifestation of his strength. His tamed beast had the power of an enlighter, and Karthika himself also had the power of an enlighter. Fighting against him was equivalent to fighting against two enlighters, which was much more troublesome than fighting against Huahui. As the giant astral beast approached, layers of ripples appeared in the void and spread out, causing the three rings around Xinyu Star to become unstable. To the people on Xinyu Star, this was the end of the world. Soon, Lu Yin and the rest saw the astral beast clearly. It had the appearance of a continent, but it had no limbs. The roar came from within, and it really did seem like a continent was crushing down on them. Karthika stood on the astral beast's back and looked at Lu Yin's group with a smile. Little brat, I told you that I would come looking for you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Huahui was almost killed. Didn't he tell you? Karthika sneered. So what? You're just a limiter. Even if you borrow the strength of a powerhouse, there's still a limit. Do you really think that we're so easily fooled? Today, I'll massacre Xinyu Star and make you pay for your previous actions. Lu Yin stepped forward. What if I tell you a secret? Karthika shook his head. Junior, I've lived for so long. Do you think that you can fool me with just a few words? Aside from secret techniques, I'm not interested in anything else. It's a secret technique. Lu Yin shouted. To the side, Wendy Yushan's body trembled, and she looked at Lu Yin. Secret technique inheritances were not like battle techniques that could be recorded without limit. Every secret technique had a specific inheritance method, and only by using a specific method could the secret technique be preserved for the inheritor to learn. For example, Undying Yushan had only been able to create 2 inheritance chips for the U secret art, and he was unable to create any more. The O secret art was a secret technique that could only be passed down to a single person. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Did he have more U secret art inheritance chips? Her father had not left behind 2, but 3? Karthika's eyes lit up as he stared at Lu Yin. The giant astral beast was less than 10,000 meters away from Lu Yin's group, and to the beast's enormous size, this distance was nothing more than an inch. In Karthika's eyes, Lu Yin's group was nothing more than ants. Karthika was a cautious person, and he would not give even ants a chance to turn the tables. He thought about it and shouted, if you hand over the secret technique and all of the Great U Empire's resources, I'll let you go and guarantee that the Blaze Realm will not cause trouble for you. Lu Yin's heart sank. This old man had allied himself with the Blaze Realm, which was troublesome. Even if he could deal with this old man, he would not be able to deal with Huahui. This was Karthika's goal. He wanted Lu Yin to be wary, even if he did not think that Lu Yin had the ability to threaten him. Is this a promise from Senior? Lu Yin asked loudly. Karthika laughed. Senior? Kid, you've only just learned to respect the strong, but it's not too late. Hand over the secret technique, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Lu Yin shouted, all right, I'll hand over the secret technique. He then leapt up and charged at Karthika. Karthika looked at Luin warily. Kid, don't try anything funny. Otherwise, countless people in the Great U Empire will be buried with you. Luin took out a wrapped chip. This junior wouldn't dare. He slowly approached Karthika, stopping when he was 1,000 meters away. He then tossed the wrapped chip at Karthika. When Karthika saw that Luin was no longer approaching him, he let down his guard. Even if this brat still had the Sea King's strength, it was impossible for him to instantly kill him without any time to react. Enlighters were not made of clay, and it was only when Luin stopped and tossed the chip out that Karthika completely believed him. Without the protection of the Sea King's dome, this brat was just a Lameter. At this moment, Karthika suddenly felt a sense of appreciation for talent. If he could recruit this kid into the second grade hall, then he would definitely become an absolute powerhouse in the future. Karthika reached out and grabbed the chip. He then tossed aside all distracting thoughts and eagerly opened the package to look at the chip. The moment the package was completely opened, Karthika's mind trembled, and his mind went blank. Luin suddenly accelerated towards Karthika, raised a hand, and took out a money bomb. He aimed it at Karthika and fired. A beam of light exploded from the money bomb and pierced through Karthika's head. The remaining power of the bomb didn't diminish at all as it shot into the astral beast's body. A deafening hell shook the heavens, and Luin was unable to stand still. He looked up and saw Karthika's headless corpse. He grabbed progenitor Wushang's hide that was wrapped around the chip, but he did not care about it at all. He then leapt up and charged towards Xianxia and the others. The giant astral beast's hell reverberated throughout the heavens, causing an indescribable shockwave that caused hundreds of nearby planets to explode. Xianxia and Wendy Yushan immediately acted to block the shockwaves, but how could the shockwaves of an Enlighter's attack be so easily blocked? Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and Wendy Yushan immediately used a secret technique to reverse the attack and attack the astral beast's body. However, the area in front of them was completely empty as the giant astral beast had disappeared. Everything had happened too quickly, and Xianxia did not even have time to react before Karthika died. That astral beast had been Karthika's tamed beast, and now that Karthika had died, the astral beast had naturally disappeared as well. Outer space was silent as Xianxia stared at Luin in shock. A Lameter had killed an Enlighter. Wendy Yushan was just as shocked. On Xenu Star, Banjo, Shiwashan Anna, and the others were all shocked speechless. An Enlighter had died, just like that? Luin panted heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had tricked Karthika to death, and he had mainly relied on progenitor Wushang's hide. He had used the hide to wrap up the chip and toss it to Karthika. No matter who it was, as long as they faced progenitor Wushang's hide, they would be stunned, but only for an instant. Since they had been 1,000 meters away, that instant was more than enough time for Luin to kill Karthika. That money bomb had contained rune lines that could rival Huahaui's, so killing Karthika, who had mostly relied on his tamed beast, would not be a problem. This was the use of progenitor Wushang's hide. There was nothing that progenitor Wushang's hide could not stun, and if there was, then Luin would use 2 pieces. In the distance, Karthika's headless corpse floated in outer space. Luin did not have time to think, and he quickly rushed over and took out Karthika's cosmic ring. He dripped a drop of blood into it and opened it. He then took out everything from the ring, and his eyes lit up with joy. Karthika's cosmic ring was very large, much larger than Luyin's own. There were many things inside, but the most important thing to Luin was the star essence. There were more than 30,000 star essence inside, which meant that Luin had struck it rich. If an Enlighter wanted to safely survive their waning period, they would need at least 60,000 star essence for each cycle, which was the minimum. If the second grade hall wanted to support an Enlighter like Karthika, they would have to spend an astronomical amount of resources, and this was based on how long it would take for Karthika to complete his cycle. Normal explorers would take 100 years, but Karthika had become an Enlighter, which meant that his innate gift was extremely high, and he could complete his cycle in less than 100 years. In other words, even if he only completed his cycle once every 100 years, the second grade hall would have to invest at least 60,000 star essence into him. Now that the second grade hall no longer existed, it would be far too difficult for Karthika to obtain enough star essence to support his cycle. This was also why the second-grade hall was so eager to plunder the resources. The outerverse was different from the innerverse, and star essence rarely appeared in the outerverse. As he looked at the star essence that filled the void, Luin hurriedly put it away. Most of the other items were medicine from Shamrock Enterprises, as well as many other items that he did not recognize. As an enlighter, Karthika did not travel around often, so the items he had brought with him were not too complicated. Luin had Xianxia send someone to pack up the items before returning to Xenu Star. From start to finish, Xianxia was in a state of shock. In the outerverse, enlighters were extremely rare, and there was not even one in Frostwave Weave. Now, one had actually been killed, which was too inconceivable. After returning to Xenu Star, Luin said to Wendy Yushan, "I know that you have many questions, but I'll answer them in the future. For now, you just have to trust me." Wendy Yushan looked at Luin. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he did not reply. "That's not an outerverse weapon. There are no weapons in the outerverse that can instantly kill enlighters." "You have someone backing you, right?" Wendy Yushan asked. She had been pondering this question for a long time, ever since she had met Luin in East San Dios. Luin answered, "It's called a gold coin grenade. It's a weapon that one of Astral 10's mentors sold me." Wendy Yushan looked into Lu Yin's eyes and then turned around. "You didn't answer me directly." She then left. Luin watched Wendy Yushan's disappearing figure and fell into deep thought. How was he supposed to answer her? Was he supposed to tell her that he wasn't a descendant of the Zishan bloodline? He would think about it in the future. She only suspected that he had someone backing him, but she did not doubt the authenticity of his identity as a descendant of the Zishan bloodline. After all, the blood test from back then had been verified. Luin would not hide the fact that Karthika had been killed. He had sent someone to spread the news of Karthika's death in order to intimidate the enlighters. Karthika's death had been caused by the Sea King's strength. Huahui was the first to hear the news, and his first reaction was disbelief. He tried to contact Karthika, but to no avail. When he thought back to Hai Chi-Chi's strength, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had not gone, or else he would have been the one to die. The Sea King's strength was unfathomable, and even an enlighter could be killed in an instant. However, there shouldn't be anyone else. Huahui wasn't sure, and he didn't want to take any risks for the time being. However, even if he didn't go himself, he could still find a hunter to try. Not many people had left the outerverse at the time, and many powerhouses from the various great powers had remained in the astral wilderness. One after another, they found out that Karthika had been killed, and they were all shocked by the great Yu Empire's strength. Lu Yin's goal had been achieved, and he had joined the pack of wolves to plunder resources instead of being plundered. The Great Yu Empire had already scouted out the situation in the surrounding weaves. Luin planned to roll his die again and roll enhance, which would completely increase the gun's power to the point where it could threaten an enlighter. 20 shots would be equivalent to 20 enlighters' destructive power, and at that time, he would have nothing to fear. Luin decided to roll his die first. A few months ago, he had only rolled it once before running out of money. Now that a few more months had passed, he should be able to roll enhance again. The longer the interval, the greater the chance of rolling a rare point. 3 enhance and 6 enhance were the most difficult to roll. This time, Lu Yin's luck was pretty good, and he rolled enhance for the 4th time. The first 3 times, he rolled enhance for the first time, which resulted in a useless token. The second time, he rolled enhance, and the third time, he rolled enhance as well. Strangely, he didn't roll enhance for the 4th time. This thing depended on luck. 2 screens appeared. Luin had originally planned to upgrade the gun in one go, but after thinking about it, he decided to play it safe and upgrade a money bomb first. A single money bomb was upgraded to the point where it could kill an enlighter, and it required a total of 3,300 star essence. Luin still had 3 money bombs left, and after upgrading one, he still had 29,000 star essence left, which should be enough to upgrade the gun. He threw in 5,000 star essence and upgraded the gun twice. The third upgrade got stuck in the middle, and Luin threw in another 2,000 star essence to complete the third upgrade. At this point, the number of rune lines within the gun was close to Karthika's own. Karthika was an enlighter, and his power was mainly reflected in his tamed beasts. Even so, he was still a bona fide enlighter. This gun already had the power to threaten an enlighter, but it still needed to be upgraded to the same level as the money bomb, which could instantly kill enlighters. It had already been upgraded 10 times, and the 11th upgrade had consumed more than 4,000 star essence. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as it was too expensive. 4,000 star essence was equivalent to 4 billion star crystals, and this was only the most basic exchange rate. 4 billion star crystals could not even be exchanged for 4,000 star essence. If this amount of money was converted into universal currency, it would be enough to cover the Great Yu Empire's military expenses for an entire year. In other words, Lu Yin had casually used up an entire year's worth of the Great Yu Empire's military expenses. Fortunately, I didn't count on the Great Yu Empire to make money. Otherwise, even if I emptied the entire empire, I wouldn't be able to upgrade it even once. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the number of rune lines within the gun. No, it still wasn't enough. He needed to upgrade it even more. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and threw in another 6,000 star essence to upgrade the gun once more, but it still wasn't enough. Each attack was definitely powerful enough to threaten an enlighter, but it still wasn't enough to instantly kill Karthika. The 13th upgrade cost Lu Yin more than 10,000 star essence, and his hands were trembling. At this point, the number of rune lines within the gun had already reached an enormous level. Even if his eyes weren't filled with star energy, Lu Yin still felt terrified when he touched the gun. Each attack's power was equivalent to an upgraded money bomb, and if he caught Karthika off guard, he would be able to instantly kill him. This was the most cost-effective upgrade. A single money bomb had cost 3,300 star essence to upgrade to this level, and 20 attacks were equivalent to 20 money bombs. If he wanted to upgrade all of them, he would need more than 60,000 star essence. At this point, he had spent a total of 27,000 star essence to upgrade the gun, which was a huge savings. He had no more money to upgrade the gun. Lu Yin was speechless when he realized that he was out of money again. He only had 2,000 star essence left. Since when had 2,000 star essence become the standard for being poor? He remembered that he hadn't even earned that much when he had robbed the Blackbeard pirates, but it was still too little for what he wanted to upgrade. However, this money should be enough to upgrade his formcast model. When he'd first upgraded his 4-stage formcast model to a 5-stage one, it had only cost him 300,000 star crystals. He took out a formcast model from his body and placed it on the upper screen. He then tossed in 100 star essence, which was equivalent to 10 million star crystals, which should be enough. However, reality was completely different from what he had expected. The formcast model had only dropped a little, and it was almost invisible. Lu Yin's eyes widened. How was that possible? Was it that difficult to raise it from 5 times to 6 times? Hai Chichi had mentioned that the Sea King was the one who had created the 6-stage formcast model. At the time, he had guessed that perhaps only an emissary could create a 6-stage formcast model, but the difference was too great. The difference was already more than 30 times that of a normal formcast model, yet the difference was so small. Could it be that there was a fundamental difference between a 6-stage formcast model and a 5-stage formcast model? Only envoys could create them. If a 5-stage formcast model was considered a rare treasure among the major factions, then a 6-stage formcast model was considered a peerless item that many factions did not possess. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the 7-stage formcast model, and now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that Hai Chichi's reaction had been so exaggerated. There might not even be a 7-stage formcast model in the entire universe. He put the formcast model away, as he did not have enough money to upgrade it. He would need at least 10,000 star essence to upgrade it, which was too ridiculous. After spending so much money to upgrade the gun, the universal armor, and the money bomb, Lu Yin's confidence had swelled to the point where he felt like he could challenge an enlighter in a one-on-one battle. It was time to deal with this hidden danger. He walked out of King Zishan's palace and took a step forward. His body appeared in midair, and with another step, he was outside the Hua family's residence. Outside the Hua family's residence, Lu Yin coincidentally saw Hua Xiaoling and her younger sister, Hua Xiaoxiao. There was also a young man who was politely speaking to Hua Xiaoling. Hua Xiaoling was annoyed, and Lu Yin's appearance startled the three. Who's there? The young man stared at Lu Yin warily, and with a wave of his hand, a dozen cultivators immediately surrounded him. Lu Yin's brows rose as he looked at Hua Xiaoling. Hua Xiaoling looked at Lu Yin in astonishment, but she did not say anything. Instead, she pulled Hua Xiaoxiao back. Lu Yin felt strange. The young man glared at Lu Yin. Who are you, kid? Don't you know that flying is prohibited in the capital? Lu Yin looked past the young man and said to Hua Xiaoling, I'm looking for your father. Hua Xiaoling did not say anything, which angered the young man. Kid, I haven't even seen Uncle Hua yet. You dashed before he could finish speaking. He was pulled back by a cultivator behind him and whispered into his ear. The young man's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin in fear. He slowly knelt down. Read your highness. Lu Yin waved a hand. Go. The young man felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly led the other cultivators away. Hua Xiaoling felt that it was a pity, but she still took a few steps forward and whispered to Lu Yin, Your Highness, please follow me into the residence. Lu Yin nodded. Hua Xiaoxiao was pulled along by Hua Xiaoling, and she looked at Lu Yin curiously with bright eyes. Lu Yin followed beside Hua Xiaoling and entered the Hua family's residence. Is that your suitor? Hua Xiaoling was apprehensive. She had purposely not exposed Lu Yin's identity in hopes that the person would offend Lu Yin and be punished. She had also used Lu Yin, so she whispered, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Lu Yin was amused. It's fine. Let's go. The moment they entered the Hua family's residence, Hua Qingshan sensed Lu Yin's aura, and he had a strange expression. Whenever Lu Yin had matters to attend to, he would send Hua Qingshan to meet him instead of coming to the Hua family's residence himself. The current Lu Yin was completely different from the Lu Yin of the past. Back when Undying Yushan had died and several relatives were fighting for power, Hua Qingshan had thought that whoever wanted to control the Great Yu Empire would have to have a good relationship with the Hua family. At that time, Hua Qingshan had taken a liking to Lu Yin and even wanted to marry Hua Xiaoling to strengthen their relationship. Now, however, he no longer dared to harbor such thoughts. Lu Yin had even killed an enlighter, so Hua Qingshan's strength was not even worth mentioning. To the current Great Yu Empire, Lu Yin was equivalent to an enlighter. Not long after they entered the residence, Hua Qingshan appeared and bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. Uncle Hua, please forgive my intrusion. Hua Qingshan smiled. Your Highness is too serious. It's an honor for the Hua family to have you personally visit us. Lu Yin nodded and smiled as he looked around. Hua Qingshan had Hua Xiaoling take Hua Xiaoxiao away while he stayed by Lu Yin's side. Your Highness, may I know why you've come? Lu Yin smiled. It's nothing. I'm just curious about a question that I'd like to ask Uncle Hua. Please ask, Your Highness, Hua Qingshan hurriedly replied, his attitude extremely respectful. It wasn't just him, in the entire Great Yu Empire, whether it was a cruiser or a hunter, was nothing more than an ant in front of Lu Yin. This was something that had been decided the moment Karthika had been killed. They no longer had an advantage in terms of cultivation, and facing Lu Yin was no longer like facing a junior. Lu Yin raised a hand and used his star energy to draw a symbol. It was an azure sphere with a pair of wings. The moment he saw the symbol, Hua Qingshan's expression changed. Lu Yin suddenly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Hua Qingshan's head. Uncle Hua, tell me. What does this symbol mean? Hua Qingshan stared blankly at Lu Yin. Your Highness, this subject does not know. Is that so? Lu Yin's gaze was icy. I can kill Karthika, and I can kill you as well. I remember that the Hua family has very few members. If you die, then there won't be many people left in the Hua family. Do you think that I'll let them off? Hua Qingshan's face went deathly pale, as he could feel the power of the gun. The moment it was aimed at him, he felt as if his entire body had been encased in ice. This gun had the power to instantly kill him. After thinking about it for a while, Hua Qingshan sighed. Your Highness, how do you know about this symbol? Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. I comprehended a domain. Hua Qingshan's body trembled, and he dejectedly replied, Yes, a domain allows you to see everything. I underestimated Your Highness. Lu Ying did not speak, and he merely stared at Xianxia cautiously. With his current strength, even Xianxia would not be able to kill him easily. He did not even need to wear his universal armor to threaten Xianxia. This symbol is called Hidden Earth, and it represents Earth, Xianxia said. Lu Ying was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, and he had even considered the possibility that this symbol represented some power in the Innerverse. The Hui family had been sent by an Innerverse power to monitor the Great Yu Empire, but he had never imagined that this symbol actually represented Earth. An azure sphere. Yes, Earth was an azure sphere. Your Highness, I don't know why you changed your surname to Lu, but Lu is a primeval surname. Do you know what the primeval surname carries? Xianxia looked at Lu Ying seriously. Lu Ying frowned. What does it have to do with the primeval surnames? Xianxia's response was complicated. There are many people on Earth with the primeval surname. Even though it's already legal, this surname still carries heavy shackles and an ancient agreement. Our Hui family originates from Earth. Lu Ying was not surprised. This symbol represented Earth, so it was normal for Xianxia to originate from Earth. I don't know how much time has passed, but in the distant past, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, this symbol already existed when a certain civilization on Earth was wiped out. What accompanied this symbol was an ancient agreement. Xianxia solemnly looked at Lu Ying and continued, the primeval surname alliance. Lu Ying's expression changed, and he stared blankly at Xianxia. Earth's human civilization was wiped out several times, and no one knew why. It was only when a cultivator from one of the erased civilizations accidentally saw this symbol on Jupiter that he realized what it meant. That cultivator went into hiding, and by the time he reappeared, that civilization had already been wiped out. Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing, even though the civilization was wiped out, the spark of humanity did not disappear. It was just that the civilization was pushed back to the primitive era, and the surnames did not disappear either. They were branded into the blood and soul, until one day, the primeval surnames reappeared, accompanied by cultivators with extremely high innate gifts. Then, countless years later, the civilization was wiped out again, and the cycle continued endlessly. Lu Ying frowned. Didn't the Great Yu Empire notice? Xianxia bitterly replied, so what if they did? They can't change anything, and nobody can change anything. They can only save themselves. That cultivator who was lucky enough to escape would secretly travel to Earth every once in a while and pick out a few talented cultivators to join the Hidden Earth Society to preserve their legacy. It's passed down from generation to generation, just like how Earth's civilization was wiped out. It's an endless cycle. Wait, what about the primeval surname alliance? Lu Ying asked. Xianxia replied, it's an ancient alliance, and the Hidden Earth Society hasn't been able to find it for countless years. Just like Earth's civilization, it's been wiped out. How many people are there in this alliance? It's not people, it's a symbol. There are 18 symbols in the agreement found on Jupiter, and the Hidden Earth Society's symbol is one of them. However, we haven't been able to find any of them after countless years. I traveled the universe in search of this alliance and met His Majesty, Undying Yushan, to represent the Hidden Earth Society to the outside world. Xianxia sighed in relief. This matter had been hidden for too long, and nobody had listened to him speak. Does the Great Yu Empire have any records of Earth being wiped out? Lu Ying asked. Xianxia shook his head. No. No one knows how Earth's previous civilization was wiped out, but all of us are certain that it was man-made. Someone is killing the primeval surnames. Lu Yin's heart sank. How can I be sure that you're telling the truth? Xianxia's expression was complicated. The Hidden Earth Society is hidden on Jupiter. You'll find out once you go there, but they won't meet you. The mastermind behind Earth's destruction hasn't appeared, and the Hidden Earth Society definitely won't appear. I'll never be able to return to the Hidden Earth Society either. Xianxia then looked at Lu Ying. Your Highness, Earth has already entered an era of cultivation, and it won't be long before it's wiped out. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he lowered his gun. I'll believe you for now. What experts does your organization have? Xianxia smiled bitterly. There aren't any experts. The Hidden Earth Society only exists to preserve Earth's humanity and abide by the ancient agreement. They can't leave the heavens, and their cultivation conditions are limited. There aren't any experts. Even if you find the alliance, it's useless. Luin obviously didn't believe him. Xianxia replied, I don't know about that. Perhaps the ancient agreement has some other meaning. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. He wanted to make a trip to Earth and find this hidden Earth organization. He wanted to see what sort of ancient agreement they had. Xianxia thought that he was a descendant of the Zishan clan and thought that his surname was fake. However, his surname was real. Even though he had lost his memory, Big Sis and the others knew that his surname was Lu the moment they saw him. It was not as simple as being imprinted in his blood. The surname Lu was him. If the so-called alliance was real, then his birthplace might have been destroyed like Earth. Only by searching for the truth of the primeval surnames could he search for his memories. Have you looked into the other primeval surnames all these years? Xianxia replied, I did. The Great Yu Empire has a lot of primeval surnames in the Outerverse, but it's the same as on Earth. Once these primeval surnames grow stronger, they'll immediately be wiped out. However, the power that wiped out the primeval surnames won't be completely wiped out. This feels like. Raising, Luin muttered. Xianxia immediately replied, that's right. Rearing them is like being reared. Once they reach a certain scale, the slaughter will begin. Where are the primeval surnames that were recently wiped out? Luin asked. Xianxia replied, in the 12th filament, the Wang family. This family ruled over several planets and gave birth to many talented disciples. The strongest person was extremely close to becoming an enlighter, but they were wiped out 10,000 years ago. Now, the entire Wang family has changed their surname. They've left the primeval surnames. Luin suddenly thought of Zhang Dingtian and the others. Were you the ones who took Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Susan, and Saruzan? Xianxia shook his head. You could say that, but not necessarily. The people who took them were indeed from the Hidden Earth Society, but they weren't in hiding. Not everyone in the Hidden Earth Society agreed to go into hiding. Some left the Frost Wave Weave in search of a chance to survive. These people were also looking for talented disciples. Zhang Dingtian, Susan, and Saruzan aren't primeval surnames, but they're from Earth. Bai Shui is one of them, and all four were taken away separately. Luin nodded, as his suspicions from all those years ago had finally been resolved. He had been wondering why all four of them had disappeared at the same time. However, if they had been able to take Zhang Dingtian to the Starfall Sea, then their strength was definitely not simple. They were much more daring than the members of the Hidden Earth Society who had gone into hiding. Who were the people who took them away? Luin asked. Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. Over the years, many members of the Hidden Earth Society have left Jupiter. Some are dead, and some are still alive. We don't know who they are, but they left behind the symbol of the Hidden Earth Society. However, one thing is for sure, these people will never be able to return to Jupiter. Those who aren't recognized by the Hidden Earth Society can't enter Jupiter. They can't enter Jupiter, or are they not allowed to? Luin stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Xianxia solemnly replied, they can't enter. Jupiter should be the final hiding place for the people who founded the Hidden Earth Society. They can see it, but they can't enter. As for what level of powerhouses they can stop, I don't know. Luin frowned. It seemed that it was impossible to enter Jupiter. His weapon could kill enlighters, but it couldn't raise his own strength to that level. Xianxia was useless, as he couldn't enter the planet himself. After chatting with Xianxia for a while longer, Luin left the Hua family's residence. Xianxia watched Lu Yin's departing figure and relaxed. In the end, Luin had revealed the truth. Earth had already entered an era of cultivation, and after so many years, they had discovered a common point: once the primeval surnames became stronger, they would be exterminated. There were no exceptions, as Earth had already produced a few talented disciples. Once a powerhouse who was close to becoming an enlighter appeared, the entire planet would be exterminated. And this powerhouse who was closest to becoming an enlighter was Luin. He might very well be the fuse that led to Earth's extermination. But so what? The Hidden Earth Society had watched as Earth's civilizations were exterminated generation after generation without intervening. They had already become numb, and they didn't even dare to take a look at who the culprit was. They only wanted to passively wait for the so-called ancient agreement to be fulfilled. Although Xianxia was a member of the Hidden Earth Society, he would never be allowed to step onto Jupiter. He had long since accepted that extermination was nothing he could do to stop it. He could only hope that this person could bring about a different outcome. Luin walked out of the Hui clan's residence. He didn't completely believe Xianxia's words, but they still had a certain degree of credibility. He headed to the Imperial Capital's database to search for information on Earth, and the results were not unexpected. It was recorded that Earth's civilization had been exterminated, and it had happened more than once. However, there was no detailed explanation as to why it had been exterminated. He also searched for information on the Wang family in the 12th filament, and it was the same as what Xianxia had said. He couldn't get any more information from the database, so it seemed like it was time for him to make a trip to Earth. That seemingly ordinary planet seemed to be hiding a huge secret. But why wasn't anyone looking for him? If those who had left the Hidden Earth Society had been able to bring Zhang Dingtian to the Starfall Sea, then they definitely had the ability to find him. Could it be because of his current identity? Luin felt helpless, as his identity as a member of the Zishan family had deceived everyone. Innate gifts were 1 in a billion, and it was abnormal for multiple people to appear on Earth at once. Luin summoned the blind monk and had him tear through the void to head to the first ring of the continent where Yu Academy was located. He wanted to meet the youths from Earth. Luin looked at the tower in the distance with a sigh. It had been a long time since he'd been here. Wait here, Luin instructed before charging towards the tower. He remembered that the tower was Jerbaka's territory, and that he'd fought him there. Several years had passed in the blink of an eye. The tower was surrounded by the ocean, so Luin didn't move too quickly. Not far away, several students from Yu Academy had charged into the ocean and were fighting with the creatures there. The surface of the ocean was quickly dyed red. Luin casually glanced around, but just as he was about to leave, he heard a cry of surprise, "Luin?" Luin stopped, as the voice sounded familiar. He turned around and saw a woman leaping out from the sea, standing on the surface of the water as she looked at him excitedly. "Zhao Yu?" Luin was stunned. This girl was Zhao Yu, one of the 3 snow maidens of Camp Blue who had been under Bai Shui's command on Earth. During the early days of the apocalypse, she had traveled across the continent from Camp Blue to Jinlin and had fought with Luin. This girl had left a deep impression on him. The people around Zhao Yu watched as Luin slowly descended, their eyes filled with excitement. It was actually the royal regent, the strongest leader in the universe, who had instantly killed an enlighter and created a legend. To the people of the Great Yu Empire, Luin was a legend, and his experiences had been filmed by many film companies. Being able to see Luin up close was a huge blow to these youths. Luin hadn't expected to see Zhao Yu here, but he remembered that she had been one of the people who had entered Yu Academy from Earth. It wasn't just her, there were also Feng Hong, Huan Sha, Luo Yi, Qin Xian, and a few other familiar faces. Zhao Yu looked at Luin excitedly. "It really is you." Luin sized her up. "I didn't expect to see you here. How have you been?" "Greetings, Your Highness." The Yu Academy students around Zhao Yu immediately bowed. Zhao Yu pursed her lips, remembering that the person in front of her was no longer the same cultivator from Earth. He was the ruler of the Great Yu Empire, the strongest leader in the universe, and a legend who could instantly kill a powerhouse. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Luin had the Yu Academy students leave and then looked at Zhao Yu. "I didn't expect you to leave Earth." Zhao Yu gritted her teeth and slowly bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Luin laughed. "You've changed. I still remember your heroic spirit when you traversed the apocalypse alone." Zhao Yu looked at Luin with a complicated expression. "Your Highness, can you tell me where Luo Sheng, or Bai Shui, is? Many of our sisters in Camp Blue want to know about her." Luin thought about it. "I don't know." Zhao Yu was disappointed. She had heard that Bai Shui, Zhang Dingtian, and the others had gone missing on Earth, which was why she had come to Yu Academy. She wanted to find out if they had really gone missing or if they had met with some accident, but there had been no progress. The Great Yu Empire was much more complicated than she had imagined. Even the first ring of the continent was difficult for her to leave, let alone find out about Bai Shui's whereabouts. I don't know where Bai Shui is, but she should be safe, Luing couldn't help but say when he saw Zhao Yu's sad expression. Zhao Yu trembled and looked at him hopefully. Your Highness, you know where she is, right? Please tell me, I beg you. Luing shook his head. I don't need to lie to you. I really don't know, but I saw Zhang Dingtian. He's doing well. Luo Xing is with Zhang Dingtian? Zhao Yu was delighted. Luing thought about it, should be. Zhao Yu sighed in relief. Luing was too vague. Zhang Dingtian was more real to Earthlings, and as long as Luo Xing was with him, she should be fine. Thank you for telling me, Your Highness, Zhao Yu said gratefully. Luing helped her up. How's Earth? Zhao Yu respectfully replied, the zombies have been completely cleared out, and Earth has entered a new state of development. Many people have embarked on the path of cultivation, and the Great Yu Empire has also set up schools on Earth to select talented students. We are the first batch of candidates. Can we keep up with Yu Academy's progress? Luing asked. Zhao Yu's gaze dimmed. We can't keep up, but the others will soon surpass the other students. Oh? Zhao Yu was only a sentinel, and her strength was mediocre, which was normal compared to the Outerverse. She also had no innate gift and would probably remain a melder for the rest of her life. Moreover, she would be a wandering soldier without a formcast model. She had only joined Yu Academy because of him, but Luing was curious about the others, especially those who had awakened innate gifts. It was too abnormal for a planet to have several cultivators with innate talents to awaken. Moreover, there was a monster like Zhang Dingtian. Putting aside what kind of fortuitous encounters Zhang Dingtian had in the Greyweed continent, his current strength was definitely close to Lu Xiaoqiu's. It was quite abnormal. One had to know that Lu Xiaoqiu had been cultivating since young and had endless resources, but Zhang Dingtian had only started cultivating halfway. Zhao Yu replied, Qin Xian is the strongest in our group. She's awakened her innate gift, solution. Although she's only a sentinel, her body has been remodeled, and she's regained her strength through cultivation. I'm sure she'll break through to the Melder realm soon. Next is. After listening to Zhao Yu speak for a while, quite a few people approached from the distance. One of them flew through the sky towards Luing and landed not far from him. Greetings, Royal Regent. Luing smiled. There's no need to be polite. You didn't go easy on me back then. Gerbok immediately protested. I didn't take advantage of you back then, Your Highness even learned the Skybeast Claw. Luing smiled and asked, Where's Jerlin? Gerbok pointed into the distance. Luing looked over and saw Jerlin looking at him curiously. Beside her was a green-skinned fellow called Ballerer, a weirdo who could stimulate plant attacks. Luing raised a hand in greeting, but Ballerer's face was filled with panic and his eyes were filled with fervor. Jerlin rolled her eyes at him, but she quickly recovered and looked at him nervously. Luing laughed. This girl was still so interesting. Your Highness, you hid it from me for a long time. So you robbed her during Earth's trial, Gerbok complained. Luing shrugged. You can't blame me for that, I forgot to tell you. She was the one who hid it from you. Gerbok grinned. Thank goodness, or I might have offended Your Highness. On the other side, a rather powerful force quickly flew over, one that was on a completely different level from Gerbok's. Even though they were both Lameters, the difference was huge. It was Schutz. Luing had allowed him to return to the Great Yu Empire a long time ago to manage Yu Academy. During this time, the students of Yu Academy had grown stronger, and their fighting style had changed as well. They now relied more on star energy instead of relying on external forces. Schutz landed a few meters in front of Luing. Greetings, Your Highness. Luing looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry that you can't roam the Innerverse. Schutz's expression was solemn. It's my wish to return home. Luing nodded and looked at him seriously. The Outerverse isn't the same as the Innerverse. The cultivation environment and resources are much worse. He then passed a cosmic ring to Schutz. Use the things here, I'll thank you on behalf of the Empire. Schutz didn't refuse and accepted the cosmic ring, standing silently to the side. Luing gave Schutz 100 star essence, which was a huge sum. However, compared to Schutz's inability to roam the Innerverse, this amount wasn't much. Even if he was short on money, he wasn't unwilling to spend it. Schutz's cultivation talent wasn't high, but his ability to absorb battle experience was astonishing. If he could roam the innerverse, he would definitely have a bright future as long as he didn't die. Lu Yin's compensation wasn't much. There were 5 hall masters in Yu Academy, and Lu Yin met with Jirbok and Schutz outside the tower. After chatting for a while, he headed to the other hall masters' residences. The first ring of the continent was huge, and he had to ask the blind monk to tear through the void and bring him around. Now, the weather had changed, and explorers could no longer tear through the void. Only hunters and above could do so. There were pros and cons. The good thing was that the destruction caused by battles wasn't as great as before, but the bad thing was that it wasn't as convenient for many people. Countless people were trying to find out the reason for this change, and some had even asked Lu Yin about it, but he didn't know. Not long after, Lu Yin appeared outside the formcast pool. The hall master here was Tianming, and Tianming was currently inside the pool. The formcast pool was very important, and there were space-exploring powerhouses overseeing it. When Lu Yin appeared, the 2 explorers immediately saluted him, and Lu Yin dismissed them. He then looked at Tianming and felt that something was strange, as there was something off about Tianming's expression. "Sinner Tianming greets your highness, the royal regent." Tianming bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Sinner? What do you mean?" Tianming lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Your highness, this sinner comes from Grand Top Weave, and according to the Empire's records, he was an abandoned disciple of Grand Top Weave's 9 Stacks sect. However, this is fake." Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at Tianming. Tianming looked up. This sinner was ordered by the 9 Stacks sect to steal the Skybeast Claw. Lu Yin's brows rose, and behind him, the blind monk's gaze turned cold. An enormous pressure suddenly appeared and pressed Tianming to the ground. Lu Yin waved his hand to disperse the pressure and looked at Tianming. "Why did you admit it? Even if you continue to hide it, no one will know. The 9 Stacks sect is already extinct." Tianming bitterly replied, "With the 9 Stacks sect around, this sinner had no choice but to steal the Skybeast Claw due to promises and threats. However, now that the 9 Stacks sect is gone, this sinner no longer wishes to betray the Empire and is willing to confess." Lu Yin fell silent, as he had not expected to encounter such a scene in Yu Academy. Just as he had said, if Tianming did not say anything, no one would know that he was a spy. However, he had still admitted it, and his expression had not been fake. He truly did not wish to betray the great Yu Empire. Just like how Lu Yin had developed feelings for Earth after spending some time there, Tianming had also developed feelings for the great Yu Empire. If you had to choose between the great Yu Empire and the 9 Stacks sect, which would you choose? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Tianming did not hesitate. The great Yu Empire. Why? Lu Yin looked at him. Tianming solemnly replied, "In the 9 Stacks sect, I was just a loser who had never experienced any warmth. However, in the great Yu Empire, I was highly valued and held the position of Yu Academy's hall master. I was even entrusted with the important task of guarding the formcast pool. This is a privilege that only the direct descendants of the 9 Stacks sect have. This sinner has no attachment to the 9 Stacks sect." Lu Yin looked into Tianming's eyes. He was trying to determine if Tianming was sincere or if he had made this choice because the 9 Stacks sect had been destroyed and he had no other choice. In the end, Lu Yin forgave Tianming. It was not that he trusted Tianming, but rather that he had other uses for him. The 9 Stacks sect was the leading power in Grand Top Weave, and Tianming was a disciple there. Lu Yin wanted to use Tianming as a key to opening Grand Top Weave. He could not act rashly, or else he would become a bandit in the eyes of others. If he wanted to plunder Grand Top Weave's resources, he needed a suitable reason. He could not be like those enlighters, who represented the great Yu Empire and a power. Tianming was still a hall master of Yu Academy, but Lu Yin had punished him by not allowing him to take a single step out of the academy. Tianming gratefully accepted the punishment. Here, Lu Yin saw a few faces from Earth. One of them was a young man named Fu Xiaoxiu, who had a pretty good innate gift. He was an illusionist, which reminded Lu Yin of Shuodai Knight's legendary battle technique, Night's End, Daybreak. Of course, Fu Xiaoxiu's illusions could not compare to Night's End, Daybreak, but if Fu Xiaoxiu could one day become an enlighter, then his illusions would still be very terrifying. Night's End, Daybreak allowed Lu Yin to see the ultimate power of illusions. He patted Fu Xiaoshu's shoulder and encouraged him, saying, when you cultivate illusions to the end, you won't be able to create illusions, but rather, you'll sink into them. Even if you know that it's an illusion, you'll still sink into it, and you won't be able to escape. These words shocked Fu Xiaoshu, and the way he looked at Luyin changed. He almost knelt down and kowtowed to Luyin, calling him master. Luyin had successfully acted, which made the monkey sigh in admiration. Seventh bro, I've realized that you're becoming more and more like an expert. The monkey sighed. Cut the crap. When are you breaking through? Luyin asked. The monkey replied, I'll wait for another 2 days. 2 days at most. Luyin had the blind monk take him to Huazhong's residence, where he saw many familiar faces. Xianxia and Xianxia were both there. The Hu family was from Earth, and they took special care of Earthlings, so it was normal for them to be here. When Luyin had first applied to learn the Sky Beast Claw, Huazhong had immediately agreed. Luyin had found it strange, as he had offended Hu Shaoling. Now, everything made sense. Unfortunately, Feng Hong was not around, as he had gone out to train. Luoyi had also gone out to train. Luyin had an impression of Qin Xian, she was a researcher in Jinlin. And one of the captains. She had supported Zhou Shan and had been very wary of Luyin back then, but he had never expected her to awaken an innate gift. Xianxia had also awakened an innate gift, simulation analysis. Luyin was confused when he heard the name, as he didn't understand it at all. Xianxia explained, simulation analysis can analyze dozens or even hundreds of situations in one's mind at the same time. Combining all the information one has, one can obtain the most accurate data as quickly as possible. Huazhong spoke up, Your Highness, Xianxia has caught the eye of Captain Banjiu and is about to be recruited into the 12th Squadron. No, she can't go, Luyin immediately rejected. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, he fervently looked at Xianxia, Can anything be analyzed? In theory, as long as there's data, Xianxia replied. This wasn't her first time meeting Luyin, they had met back on Earth, but they hadn't interacted much. She was still very curious about him, and of course, she wanted to know where Zhang Dingtian was. Like Zhao Yu, she had come to Yu Academy to look for Zhang Dingtian. Luyin looked at Xianxia in admiration, I remember now. You were the one who helped Zhang Dingtian deal with matters back in the capital on Earth. Xianxia's eyes lit up, Does your highness know where Zhang Dingtian is? Luyin nodded, I met him in the Innerverse. He's doing well. Xianxia relaxed, That's good, that's good. Luyin looked her up and down, If you can help Zhang Dingtian deal with matters, then you can help me as well. How about it? I'm now formally inviting you to join the Lu Ministry of Staff and help me deal with matters handed in by the ministers. Xianxia, Huazhong, and the others were stunned. Dealing with matters of the Great Yu Empire was equivalent to wielding power. How could he just give it to someone else so casually? And what was the Lu Ministry of Staff? They had never heard of it before. The Lu Ministry of Staff is a new department that I've established. It specializes in dealing with matters that aren't too important. Don't worry, it won't be too troublesome. The important matters will be sent to the cabinet ministers. How about it? Xianxia fell silent. She didn't want to join the 12th Squadron either. Dealing with matters was her specialty, or she wouldn't have been valued by Zhang Dingtian back then. Furthermore, she needed to be close to the center of power to get close to Luyin and find Zhang Dingtian's whereabouts. Thank you, Your Highness, Xia replied respectfully. Luyin nodded and was rather delighted, as he had finally found someone to help him deal with government affairs. The mountain of memorials was giving him a headache. Of course, just as he had said, the important government affairs were all handed over to the cabinet ministers, and Xianxia's authority was limited. Furthermore, the cabinet ministers had the authority to temporarily restrict the members of the Lu Ministry of Staff. Only when Luyin confirmed that Xianxia had no ill intentions and that she had the ability to do so would he remove the restrictions on the Ministry of Staff's authority. For the time being, Xianxia was just someone who helped him deal with the miscellaneous items. SS. He tyrannically announced the establishment of the Lu Ministry of Staff, and he had even chosen the location, King Zishan's palace. He wanted to observe Xianxia for as long as possible to determine her ability and loyalty. Sure enough, after the news of the establishment of the Lu Ministry of Staff spread, it was immediately opposed by many ministers, especially the cabinet ministers. They felt that their power was being dispersed. Luin did not take the call. That was how he did things. Since he had started something, he would see it through to the end. There was no reason for him to take it back. Aside from Sha Huan, Luin also saw a young man named Xianxia, who looked at him with adoration. Luin was pleased, and with a wave of his hand, he decided to bring a few people to Earth. He wanted to see Earth, which was very important to him, and he also wanted to investigate Jupiter. While Luin had his subordinates prepare a large spacecraft for him to head to Earth, he had the blind monk tear through the void and bring him to the Anna family's residence. Luin had not seen Jenny Anna since the bride kidnapping incident in East San Dios, and he felt guilty towards her. Jenny Anna's words kept popping up in his mind. Was it wrong to pursue love? Yes, humans were selfish, and the wrong thing to do was to stand on the wrong side. News of Lu Yin's appearance alarmed the Anna family, and Xianxia Anna hurriedly appeared to welcome him. He did not even dare to tear through the void and instead jogged over. Rocky Anna, Tori Anna, and the rest of the Anna family were all present. Greetings, Your Highness. Everyone bowed. Luin raised a hand to dismiss them, leaving Xianxia Anna behind while everyone else withdrew. Your Highness, if there's anything you need, just give the order. We wouldn't dare to trouble you to come personally, Xianxia Anna said respectfully. His attitude was 100 times more respectful than the last time they had met. Previously, he had been respectful towards Luin because of his status, but now, it was because of his strength. After all, Luin had insta-killed an enlighter. As a veteran hunter, Xianxia Anna was well aware of how terrifying an enlighter was. The fact that this young man in front of him had insta-killed an enlighter terrified him, and he did not dare to be impudent. He was also glad that he had made the right decision. You're saying the same thing as Uncle Hua. Why, can't I come? Luin smiled. Xianxia Anna hurriedly replied, of course you can. The Great Yu Empire belongs to you, Your Highness, so the small Anna family naturally belongs to you as well. Luin was increasingly experiencing the thrill of being high above others and the superiority of power. Every time he saw Xianxia Anna, the man's attitude changed. This was the fundamental reason why everyone pursued power, it was too addictive. How's she doing? Luin asked. Xianxia Anna knew who Luin was referring to, and his expression changed. She's fine. She doesn't leave her room. Luin fully activated his domain and saw Jenny Anna. Compared to the dazzling beauty he had seen in East San Dios, the current Jenny Anna seemed to have aged by 10 years. There's no need to put her under house arrest. She can go wherever she wants. The world has changed, so there's no need to care about anything else. Xianxia Anna nodded. I understand. Thank you, Your Highness. Luin looked at Xianxia Anna. What about the person from the Royal Frost Continent? He's still sealed in ice. Don't worry, Your Highness. Once he wakes up, I'll immediately contact you, Xianxia Anna said. When Luin had attacked Fire's Melt Planet, an expert from Fire's Melt Planet had sealed himself in ice after the planet had been destroyed. Xianxia Anna had confirmed that he was from the Royal Frost Continent, which was why Luin had recognized Che Han during the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Luin nodded and then left. Xianxia Anna only relaxed after Luin had left. The Anna family's attitude had wavered, and Xianxia Anna had been afraid that Luin would seek revenge later. Fortunately, nothing had happened. In outer space, a large spacecraft headed north. Luin was aboard along with a group of cultivators from Earth. Hai Chi had not tagged along, as she had stayed behind on Xinyu Star. To these cultivators, this was a return home in glory. Luin had concealed his identity and headed to Earth to investigate Jupiter's situation. He felt that the Hidden Earth Society might have information that he needed, and he might even be able to pry into the secrets of the primeval surnames from them. After a period of interstellar travel, Earth came into view. It was still that familiar azure planet, and Lu Yin's eyes were filled with reminiscence. He had many beautiful memories here, memories of being an ordinary person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had stayed on Earth for 2 years, which was more than the time he had spent with Big Sis and the others. He had already gotten used to life there, and to someone without memories, that was everything. However, this trial had changed everything. A space station had been built on Earth, and spacecraft would pass by from time to time. To the Great Yu Empire, Earth had a special status because it was the home of the royal regent. It wasn't just the Great Yu Empire, people from other places in the Frostwave Weave would visit Earth from time to time. Even people from Grand Top Weave and the surrounding weaves would occasionally visit Earth. Lu Yin's fame in the universe was so great that even the Outerverse could not bear it. He was the strongest Lemmeter, and this was an honor that the Outerverse had never received before. Inside the spacecraft, Fu Xiaoshu, Songshi, and the rest looked at Earth with excitement. They had been away from Earth for quite some time, and although it had not been long, they felt as if they had been away for a very long time. Now that they had returned home in glory, they could not wait to reunite with their friends and family. Luin looked outside Earth and towards a yellowish-brown planet. It was Jupiter, a gaseous planet where the hidden Earth society was hidden. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at Jupiter, and he immediately saw an enormous number of rune lines. Lu Yin was shocked, as the number of rune lines exceeded that of Xianxia and Xianxia. However, although there were a lot of rune lines, they were not concentrated together. This proved that there was more than one hunter on Jupiter, but there was no one close to being an enlighter. Lu Yin relaxed. As long as there were no enlighters, everything would be fine. He looked at all of the planets around Earth, and he discovered that aside from Jupiter, all of the other planets were normal, and there were no signs of any powerhouses. Zhao Yu walked out from the spacecraft and saw Lu Yin. The next moment, Lu Yin covered himself in universal armor and stepped out of the spacecraft, heading towards Jupiter. Zhao Yu was envious, as even with universal armor, she would not be able to fly freely in outer space. Jupiter was enormous, and its exterior was composed of gas. Earth had studied its interior for many years, but even Earth itself had not been able to fully understand it, let alone Jupiter. The Great Yu Empire had the technology, but they were not interested. Lu Yin donned his universal armor and appeared outside of Jupiter. He quietly looked at the planet and saw an enormous number of rune lines approaching him from the other side of the planet. The Hidden Earth Society had discovered him. Lu Yin, requesting entry, Lu Yin called out from outer space, his voice echoing through the void towards Jupiter. There was no response from Jupiter. The rune lines that were approaching him should have come from a hunter. At this moment, that hunter was definitely looking at him, but he was not paying any attention to him. Lu Yin called out a few more times, but it was still the same. The hunter did not even move. Lu Yin frowned. Xianxia had said that he could not enter Jupiter either, as there were ancient defenses left behind on the planet. However, Lu Yin could not see through them. He decided to force his way in and pulled out his gun. Perhaps it had sensed the threat, but the next moment, Jupiter changed. A giant vortex formed on the planet's surface, and Lu Yin was shocked to discover that the number of rune lines on the planet had increased without limit. It had far surpassed a hunter's, and it had even surpassed Karthika's. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated and sized up Jupiter in shock. It was just as Xianxia had said, Jupiter really did have some ancient defensive measures that surpassed an enlighter's, and they might even be able to block powerhouses with power levels above 300,000. Lu Yin could not break in with his current strength. Uncle Hua, I've arrived at Jupiter. Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Xianxia. Xianxia asked, Your Highness, can you enter? Lu Yin fell silent. Your Highness, the Hidden Earth Society has watched Earth's civilization develop and decline for countless years, but they have never interfered. They only wish to preserve the ancient secrets. Anyone who leaves Jupiter will never be able to return, and the same goes for me. It's impossible for you to enter, and it's also impossible for you to communicate with them, Xianxia said. Lu Yin looked at Jupiter unwillingly. The secret of the primeval surnames was right in front of him. Was he going to give up now? Your Highness, there have always been people from the Hidden Earth Organization on Earth. Like me, that person will never be able to return. That person's mission is to find talented children and send them to Jupiter. Perhaps that person will know more than me, said Xianxia. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How do we find that person? I don't know. Ever since I left Jupiter, I have never asked about the Hidden Earth Society, and they have never contacted me. Although I have the symbol of the society, I am no longer a member of the society, Hua. Xianxia said helplessly. Luin looked at Jupiter helplessly. It was like a giant tortoise shell, and this group of people was forever holed up inside. It was truly troublesome. He had no way to threaten this organization. Expose them? After countless years, he believed that the culprit who had destroyed Earth must have known about the Hidden Earth Society's existence. He did not believe that this organization could remain hidden forever, and exposing them would not be a threat. Furthermore, even if the culprit knew, he could not do anything about it. This organization was like a dead pig that did not fear boiling water. I am Luin, and I have the primeval surname. I wish to abide by the ancient agreement, so please allow me to enter. Luin shouted. The hunter did not move. Luin pursed his lips. Earth's civilization has been destroyed many times. Do you plan to hide it forever? I, Luin, am confident that I am an unparalleled leader, and I will shake the universe. You must also show some sincerity. No one bothered with him. Do you guys want to be cowards forever? Luin shouted. Still, no one bothered with him. Luin was speechless. Seventh bro, this group of people can even watch as their homeworld was destroyed, so how could they be moved by just a few words from you? I think that you might as well look for that Hidden Earth organization from Earth. Although it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, at least there's a needle for you to find, the monkey said. Luin shook his head. If that person is able to hide on Earth, then that means that his strength is average. He might not even know as much as Xianxia. That's true. It's a primeval surname, a primeval surname. Since ancient times, the human domain has been hunting down those with primeval surnames. It's very strange, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. What do you know? I don't know. Although a powerhouse's notes have mentioned primeval surnames, there's no secret about them. I suggest that you start with the Lockbreaker Society. I remember reading a note from a human powerhouse that was filled with resentment towards the Lockbreaker Society. That powerhouse had a primeval surname, Wang. He had no legal status, and his lockbreaking talent was extraordinary, but he was unable to join the Lockbreaker Society, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, he had forgotten that the Lockbreaker Society had a rule that stated that those with a primeval surname could not join. This rule had never been broken, and since they had such a rule, it meant that they had some understanding of the primeval surnames. Since he could not find a way to break through this Hidden Earth organization, then the Lockbreaker Society was another option. The Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, but there were still Lockbreaker Society branches in the Outerverse, so perhaps he could find something. It seemed like it was time for another round of lockbreaking so that he could reach the perceptive intermediate as soon as possible and enter the upper echelons of the society. Luin looked at Jupiter. You guys can hole up forever. Sooner or later, that culprit will be able to break through Jupiter's defenses. At that time, you guys will also be exterminated. Don't come begging me for help then. The hunter on Jupiter did not move, nor did he seem to have any intention of speaking to Luin. Just as Luin was about to return to Earth, the monkey suddenly said, Seventh bro, I'm about to break through. Quick, let's find a place. Luin looked around and then took out a collapsible spacecraft. He boarded it and instantly arrived at Neptune. He donned his armor and said to the monkey, break through. The monkey's figure floated out of Lu Yin's right arm. If anyone else saw this, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits. The monkey had been stuck at the Lammeter realm for a very long time. Back then, Luin had only been a melder, but now, the monkey had reached the critical point. Luin looked at the monkey strangely. It was strange that a phantom that had been branded onto his body could break through without needing any star essence. He had forgotten to ask Kuang Wang if their tamed beasts had this ability as well. Astral beasts were different from humans in that they did not need formcast models to break through. Some astral beasts could become explorers as soon as they matured. It was very easy for the monkey to break through to the explorer realm, as all he had to do was release it and let it roam around. There was no movement at all, which made Luin wonder if the monkey was just toying with him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched the monkey's figure fuse back into his right arm. You broke through? Yes, I did. The monkey was pleased with himself. Luin frowned. You really broke through? Why didn't I feel anything? The monkey's figure floated out, and a powerful fluctuation swept across the area as it looked at Luin proudly. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy, and he could see the number of rune lines within the monkey's body. The monkey was indeed an explorer, and it was much stronger than the average explorer. But how had it broken through so quickly? It was like a game. Luin was a little envious. It would be great if he could break through to the explorer realm so easily. Seventh bro, astral beasts are innately different from humans. Our bodies are destined to reach a certain level of cultivation unless there is a mutation. You humans are different. You are destined to never reach our heights from birth, and you can only change your body to meet the needs of the universe. This is actually equivalent to us astral beasts mutating. That's why I'm telling you that we astral beasts are favored by the universe. You humans are just products of failed evolution. But there's no limit to our cultivation, Luin calmly replied. The monkey wanted to argue, but it found that there was no way to do so. Humans were mutating from the very first step of cultivation, and there was indeed no limit to their cultivation. Given enough time, they could even cultivate to the progenitor realm. Throughout history, the number of human progenitors surpassed the number of astral beasts, and this was something that could not be changed. Luin had originally wondered if the monkey's breakthrough would cause a huge commotion, but who would have thought that it would happen so quickly? Now that the monkey had become an explorer, it meant that even without the universal armor, Luin could still wander the universe with the monkey's help. It was just that he had to be dragged around by the monkey. However, if he ever encountered a place like planet Pyrolite, then he would have to shield his right arm and not let the monkey come into contact with star energy. Luin turned on his gadget and contacted the Great Yu Empire's army stationed near Earth. He had them monitor Jupiter and immediately capture any lifeforms that came out of the planet. He also ordered them to prevent anyone from approaching the planet. He did not believe that these people would be cowards forever. Neptune had a special meaning to Earth. It was Bai Qian who had discovered Qingyu on Neptune, which had led to the apocalypse on Earth. Bai Qian herself had stepped into outer space, and it was likely that she had borrowed Starsabil's invitation. As for Qingyu, Luin had asked Lu Xiaoge about it back at East San Dios, and Lu Xiaoge had told him that Qingyu had been imprisoned for stealing an inheritance stone. Qingyu was a hidden danger. He had been an explorer back then, but his strength had been greatly reduced due to his serious injuries. Even so, he had still been able to rely on his various battle techniques to suppress them. As for Qingyu's innate gift, it had never been revealed. Luin did not know if Qingyu had an innate gift, but he would rather consider the worst-case scenario. Qingyu had an innate gift, but due to certain restrictions, he could not use it. His imprisonment was limited, and once it ended, he would definitely come looking for Luin. Unfortunately, the innerverse and outerverse were now separated, so Qingyu would not be able to come. Instead of using his universal armor, Luin had the monkey drag him through outer space. The monkey was rather excited as well. Once an astral beast broke through to the explorer realm, their physique would naturally change, and they would be more suited to survive in outer space. There was no need for them to adapt at all. The monkey transformed into a shadow and leapt up. Luin was dragged along by the shadow as they left Neptune and appeared in the darkness of outer space. This feeling was similar to when his spacecraft had exploded and appeared in outer space. The only difference was that he could only float in outer space and could not move at all. Now, he was being dragged along by the monkey, and he could go wherever he wanted. His speed was not slow, and no one could tell that he was moving because the monkey was a shadow. It was very convenient to hide in his shadow. Luin was dragged along by the monkey towards Earth. Outside of Earth, the Great Yu Empire's army quickly discovered Lu Yin's tracks, and they stared at him in shock as he leisurely floated through outer space. Wasn't the royal regent a Lemiter? How was he able to roam outer space? Had the royal regent broken through? Luin did not encounter any obstructions, and he directly entered Earth's atmosphere before landing above the ocean. After determining the direction, he headed towards Jinling in China. He wanted to meet an old acquaintance. Because of Luin, Earth had changed greatly, and many people had embarked on the path of cultivation. Because Luyin had once cultivated in Jinling, the Great Yu Empire had specially set up a cultivation school in the suburbs of the city. The headmaster of the school was Zhou Shan, but he was essentially an honorary headmaster. All of the cultivation resources of the school were controlled by people sent by the Great Yu Empire. After several years of development, not only had the zombies been cleared out, but Jinling had also become much more prosperous than before. Aircraft could now roam the skies, and there were even more people on the ground who were clearly different from those on Earth. Luyin stepped onto the soil of Nanjing and sighed. Things had remained the same for 5 years, but the people had changed. The desperate situation from before had completely changed, and Nanjing now looked like a city on a bustling planet. He released his domain to search for Zhou Shan, and his gaze quickly locked onto Zhongshan. Back when Earth had ended, Zhou Shan had been one of the 7 sages and had been in charge of Nanjing. He had settled down in Zhongshan and was in charge of 80,000 cultivators. Although Nanjing had returned to its former glory, Zhongshan was still the same. Luyin appeared in Zhongshan without concealing his presence. Within Zhongshan, dozens of people stared blankly at the screen as Luyin leisurely entered the mountain. One of them trembled as he asked, "Why does this person look so familiar?" "Savior, Luyin." "He's Luyin, the Great Yu Empire's royal regent," another exclaimed. Soon, everyone grew excited and someone immediately reported to Zhou Shan. Because Luyin had defeated Qingyu, he had been hailed as the savior of Earth. Zhou Shan and the others had greatly exaggerated his achievements, and Luyin had a large number of fanatical worshippers on Earth. The Great Yu Empire's army on Earth had also cooperated with the propaganda, causing Luyin to become a god in the hearts of almost everyone on Earth. The Astral Combat Tournament had imprinted his image in the hearts of everyone on Earth, and the Tournament of the Strongest had made him a true god. Luyin himself did not know how much influence he had on Earth. All of Zhongshan's troops quickly gathered, and the entire city of Nanjing sounded an alarm that shocked 1 million people. Everyone looked at Zhongshan in confusion. Was there an enemy? Luyin looked up and laughed. He knew that he had been discovered. Within his domain, many people were looking at him fervently. He was in no hurry to leave, as his current location was exactly where he had stayed when he had first used a formcast model to embark on the path of cultivation. This was where he had rolled his die and obtained the serious art. It was also here that his path to becoming a legend had begun for countless people on Earth. This place had long since been cordoned off and no one was allowed to enter, with only a few exceptions. Luyin even saw the tent that he had stayed in for 5 years, and it had not changed at all. He sighed ruefully. It was worth it to entrust his emotions to Earth. Although this place had given him a weakness, he was willing to bear it. Zhou Shan appeared in the sky and descended while laughing maniacally. Luyin looked at him with a smile. "Zhou Shan, commander of Earth's Jinlin Defense Force." "Greetings, Your Highness." Zhou Shan immediately bowed, and Luyin smiled as he supported him. "Do you need this?" Zhou Shan laughed heartily. "You can't ignore the etiquette, but after you perform this etiquette, you can let go of your status as the regent. You're just an earthling now." "That's right, I'm an earthling." Luyin was very happy. Returning to Earth and seeing old acquaintances gave him a warm feeling. This was a feeling that could not be experienced anywhere else. Perhaps it could only be experienced when he was with Big Sis and the others, but it was a different kind of feeling altogether. Luyin didn't have many acquaintances on Earth. The 2 years before the apocalypse had been very dull, and he didn't have many friends to talk to. Zhou Shan was one of his few friends, and although they hadn't spent much time together, he had been of great help to Luyin. After chatting with Zhou Shan for a while, Luyin noticed that many people had gathered around them through his domain, and they were all looking at him with fanatical gazes. Luyin was not used to such fanatical gazes. Was he really that popular? Even when he had defeated Qingyu and saved Earth, that had been 5 years ago. At this time, Luyin saw a little girl in his domain. She looked to be about 2 or 3 years old and bore a slight resemblance to Zhou Shan. He looked at Zhou Shan with a strange expression. "You have a daughter?" Zhou Shan was stunned. "How did you know?" Luyin smiled. "I saw her." "How about it? Do you have a formcast model?" Zhou Shan was embarrassed. "Someone gave one to me, but I didn't accept it." "Why? Are you afraid that people will say you took bribes?" Lu Ying joked. Zhou Shan replied seriously, everyone in the empire knows that you're from Earth, and you have some sort of relationship with me. If I took bribes, you'd be the one losing face. Lu Ying tossed a crystal card to Zhou Shan. There's some money in here, enough to buy a formcast model. Don't reject it, just treat it as a gift from me to your daughter. By the way, what's her name? Zhou Shan smiled as he accepted the card. She's called Cici, Zhou Cici. Not a bad name. It means hope, and she was born in an era of peace. Not bad. If there's a chance in the future, send her to Yu Academy to study. For cultivators, a few decades pass in the blink of an eye. Zhou Shan nodded. He knew that the gap between him and Lu Ying was too great. Even if they had once been friends, their friendship would be gone once he died. He wasn't stupid, and while he didn't accept bribes, he was still willing to use his relationship with Lu Ying as long as it was reasonable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the position of honorary principal. He had always wanted to send his daughter to Xinyu Star, and with Lu Yin's words, it was much more stable. There was a saying that when one reached the Tao, even his friends and dogs would ascend to the heavens. For those who reached the Tao, the benefits they provided were also emotional sustenance. Not only would their friends and family benefit, but they would also benefit themselves. Zhou Shan was special to Lu Ying because he was the first sentinel he had met. After the final battle on Earth, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui had left with Lu Ying. Lu Xiaoge had left with Qingyu, while Wang Yu and Tong Zhan had been killed by Lu Xiaoge. Only Zhou Shan and Wu Xing had stayed behind. Lu Ying wasn't familiar with Wu Xing, so he didn't look for him. Zhao Yu and the others who had followed Lu Ying to Earth had been given a break, and they could spread the news of Yu Academy's situation back on Earth. Lu Ying wouldn't leave with them either. He took a collapsible spacecraft and headed straight back to Xinyu Star. Jupiter was like a thorn that had pierced into his heart. He didn't have the ability to deal with it now, but he would definitely find a way to deal with it in the future. He also wanted to use the Hidden Earth Society to uncover the secrets of the primeval surnames. On the way back to Xinyu Star, Lu Ying had planned to recite the Stonewall Scriptures, but not long after leaving Earth, his gadget rang. It was Madame Naylan. Lu Ying was surprised, he hadn't contacted her in a long time. Hello, Madame Naylan. Lu Ying opened his gadget and greeted the beautiful Madame Naylan on the screen. Not only had the innerverse and outerverse been cut off, but many weaves in the outerverse had also been cut off. The network signal was intermittent, but Madame Naylan's image was still very clear on the screen. This proved that her current location wasn't separated from Frostwave Weave, and she shouldn't be too far away. Long time no see, Student Lu. Your name has been ringing in my ears all this time, and it's hard not to hear it. Madame Naylan smiled. She had only put on a little makeup, but her charm was enough to cause Lu Yin's heart to flutter even through the screen. What a vixen, Lu Yin thought to himself. It's my fault. I shouldn't have disturbed Madame's peace. Madame Naylan giggled. Then how do you plan on compensating me? Lu Yin felt awkward, this vixen really knew how to continue the conversation. Madame Naylan looked at Lu Yin's awkward expression with interest and smiled. Student Lu, we're friends, right? Lu Yin nodded. When he thought about how rich the Naylan family was, he immediately replied, we're very good friends. Then if a friend is in trouble, will you help? Madame Naylan asked with an aggrieved expression and a trace of helplessness. Even though he knew that she was faking it, Lu Yin still could not bear it. Did something happen to the Naylan family? Madame Naylan sighed. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, and the Sword Sect, which was once our backer, can no longer be relied on. Not long ago, the four major corporations of Tyrannical Weave met, but due to the great changes in the universe, Tyrannical Weave was almost completely isolated. An enlighter from my Naylan family was trapped in Tyrannical Weave, and now, my Naylan family no longer has an enlighter to protect them. Lu Yin was shocked. You guys already met? Madame Naylan's eyes flashed, and she looked at Lu Yin. Student Lu, do you know about the meeting between the four major corporations? I've heard about it, Lu Yin replied. He had heard about it from Lu Xiaoge, who had told him the location of the meeting but had not confirmed the time. He had not expected the meeting to have already taken place, and it had probably happened while he was trapped in the Sea King's dome. Madame Nayland smiled. It looks like Student Liu has a lot of connections. Although the meeting between the four major corporations is not a secret, very few people are qualified to know about it. Most of them are in the business circle, so how did Student Liu find out? Is that important? Luin asked. Nayland Yao's expression became aggrieved once again. That's right, it's not important anymore. Right now, my Nayland family is the best cake for the Enlighters left behind in the Outerverse. Out of the four major corporations, my Nayland family is the closest to these Enlighters. Student Liu, can you help me? Luin was puzzled. I remember that the Sword Sect has an Enlighter elder outside. Madame Nayland smiled bitterly. My surname is Liu, and although the Sword Sect is controlled by the Liu family, there are still many people who are unhappy with the Liu family. This elder Viletree who was left behind in the Outerverse is one of them. He won't care about the Nayland family's survival. Luin understood. The stronger a power was, the more serious the internal disputes would be, which was normal. Student Liu, I know what it means to ask you to protect the Nayland family. Right now, those Enlighters are crazily plundering resources, and my Nayland family is the most tempting to them. Protecting us means becoming enemies with many Enlighters, but I really have no other choice. Madame Nayland pursed her lips and looked at Luin pitifully. Lu Yin's heart swayed once again. Too tempting. It's not just the Nayland family, you're also very tempting. He wanted to say this, but he felt that it would be inappropriate. If Student Liu is willing to protect the Nayland family, then my Nayland family is willing to help the Great Yu Empire recover its economy. We'll also provide the Great Yu Empire with military funds to unify Frostwave Weave and even conquer other weaves, Madame Nayland said solemnly. Luin was tempted, as the Nayland family was too rich. If Madame Nayland was willing to provide him with resources, then he was confident that he could raise the gun's attack power by several levels. He might even be able to threaten old freaks with a power level of 300,000. To the Outerverse, a power level of 300,000 was definitely the limit. At that time, he would be practically invincible in the Outerverse. Furthermore, he also had the money bomb, progenitor Wushang's hide, and his universal armor. These external items were enough to protect anyone, but the prerequisite was that one had money, and the Nayland family fit the bill perfectly. To Luin, the richer one was, the stronger one was, and the stronger one was, the more money one needed. He planned to use battle to support battle, or else he would never be able to gather enough money to upgrade his gun and universal armor. All right. Madam, you can seek refuge in the Great Yu Empire. I don't dare to guarantee that I can protect you, but I will definitely do my best to protect you, Luin promised. Madame Nayland was delighted. Thank you, Student Liu. We're already on our way to Frostwave Weave, and we'll reach Xinyu Star in at most a month. Please take care of us then. Luin nodded and ended the call. With the Innerverse and Outerverse separated, the pressure and threats from the Innerverse's great powers instantly disappeared. Luin was filled with pride, as he wanted to make use of this time to achieve something. At the very least, he wanted to establish a power that the Blaze Realm's great powers would fear. Frostwave Weave was definitely not his final destination. On the other end, Madame Nayland put down the call with a solemn expression, as the pressure she was facing was even greater than what she had shown. She had known that things were not good the moment the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and she had immediately contacted the Enlighter from the Nayland family. However, she had discovered that she could not reach them. Tyrannical Weave had been isolated, and the Nayland family had lost the protection of an Enlighter. She was well aware of what it meant for the wealthiest corporation in the Outerverse to lose their protection. Thus, when she had learned that Luin had forced Huahui to retreat and killed Karthika, she had immediately decided to head to Frostwave Weave to seek protection. She was not sure if Luin would protect the Nayland family, but this was their only hope. It was better than placing her hopes on those insatiable Enlighters. She had interacted with Luin a few times, and she had saved his life. She was betting that he would not be ungrateful. I hope we can escape this calamity. Madame Nayland looked into the dark sky. The future of the Nayland family depended on Luin. She smiled bitterly, as she had never thought that there would be a day when she would have to rely on this person. She had once saved his life, but now, she had to rely on him. On Xinyu Star, in the Imperial Palace's palace, all of the ministers who were qualified to participate in the court session had gathered. Only Undying Yushan's throne was empty. Luin slowly sat down next to the throne and scanned the ministers. Ever since he had killed Karthika, Lu Yin's status in the Great Yu Empire had completely changed. If Undying Yushan had relied on His Majesty to govern the empire, then Luin had relied on his invincible strength. He was even more powerful than Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan's decisions were opposed by some, but Lu Yin's decisions were not opposed by anyone. For example, the establishment of the Lu Ministry of Staff had been vetoed by all 5 cabinet ministers, but Luin had ignored it. This was the power that came with strength, and it was completely different from Undying Yushan's. After the routine report, the meeting was already halfway through. Garop stood up. Your Highness, I would like to request that you abolish the Lu Ministry of Staff on behalf of the Imperial Cabinet. We request Your Highness to abolish the Lu Ministry of Staff, the other 4 cabinet ministers said in unison, bowing to Luin. Luin coldly replied, there's no need to discuss this matter. Leave. Garop was helpless. The royal regent was too tyrannical, and his words were absolute. There was nothing they could do. The establishment of the Lu Ministry of Staff had split the authority of the Imperial Cabinet, and it had already become an established fact. Fortunately, the woman named Huan Sha still did not have the qualifications to attend the meeting. The Lu Ministry of Staff was more like an aide to the royal regent, and she had not yet entered the official ranks. This was something that the cabinet could accept for the time being. After Garop, no one else reported anything. Luin calmly asked, is that all you wanted to say? That's all. Everyone fell silent. Since that's all, it's my turn. Lu Yin's gaze swept past everyone before finally settling on Xianxia and the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons. I need to unify Frostwave Weave within a month. His words shook the entire court, and all the ministers looked at Luin in shock. In actuality, the Great Yu Empire had already unified more than half of Frostwave Weave, which had a total of 125 filaments. The Great Yu Empire had already occupied 100 of them and had even appointed officials, but in the end, they had withdrawn from those areas due to economic problems. The Great Yu Empire's military budget could not keep up, and forcefully occupying those areas could cause the empire's economy to collapse, which would lead to serious consequences. After that, the Innerverse various powers had occupied North Castle Weave, and the Great Yu Empire's military had not dared to leave. Your Highness, the military budget is not enough to unify Frostwave Weave, Finance Minister Gavin said nervously. Luin calmly replied, put all of our expenses into the military and postpone everything else. Someone will pay for us in a month. Gavin was shocked. Does Your Highness mean that someone will pay for the military? Luin did not deny it. All right. According to Undying Yushan's previous strategy, we'll unify Frostwave Weave within a month. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, Your Highness. Xianxia was the first to express his opinion. After that, the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons all expressed their opinions. Even Peach had a serious expression on her face, which made her look rather comical. In the eastern region of the Outerverse, more than 10 weaves were embroiled in chaos. Enlighters had wantonly plundered resources, causing public outrage. However, those weaves' powers had been unable to resist. In comparison, Frostwave Weave was much more peaceful. However, following Lu Yin's orders, Frostwave Weave was plunged into the flames of war. The Great Yu Empire's military poured out in full force and swept through the entire Frostwave Weave. The Great Yu Empire had already occupied 100 filaments in the past, and now, it was like they were revisiting their old stomachs. This was too easy for the Great Yu Empire's military. As for Luin, he summoned Tianming. After pleading guilty, Tianming had been imprisoned by Luin in the Yu Academy on the first ring, and he was not allowed to leave. He had thought that he would be imprisoned for a long time, but he had not expected Luin to summon him after just a few days. Sinner Tianming greets Your Highness, the Royal Regent. Tianming bowed to Luin. Luin looked down at him. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you do well, you'll be a citizen of the Great Yu Empire from now on, and everything that happened in the past will be written off. Tianming excitedly raised his head. Thank you, Your Highness. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. This matter isn't that easy. Lu Yin then had Tianming stand up and say, I need you to use your status as the successor of the Nine Stacks sect to summon all of the surviving experts from the sect and start a war to retake the sect. Tianming was shocked. Your Highness, what do you mean? Lu Yin looked at Tianming. The one who destroyed the Nine Stacks sect was Lei Long of the Dire Barbarian clan. I need you to take revenge and retake the Nine Stacks sect. Of course, I know that you won't be able to do it, so I'll help you. Tianming was not stupid, and Lu Yin's intentions could not be any simpler. He wanted Tianming to gather the people from the Nine Stacks sect to deal with Lei Long, and then use Lei Long to destroy those people. Then, Tianming would publicly request Lu Yin's help as the successor of the Nine Stacks sect. This would truly destroy the people from the Nine Stacks sect, and it would also give Lu Yin an excuse to openly meddle in Grand Top Wee's affairs. This was using Lei Long to destroy those stubborn disciples of the Nine Stacks sect in Grand Top Weave, and then using the excuse of righteousness to invade Grand Top Weave. If Tianming did this, then he would become a sinner of Grand Top Weave, and he would be the one who had lured Lu Yin into Grand Top Weave. He would also be the one who had personally helped Lu Yin find the surviving disciples of the Nine Stacks sect, and he would also be the one who had destroyed any hope of the Nine Stacks sect's revival. Tianming's expression fluctuated, as he had not expected Lu Yin to ask him to do such a thing. Lu Yin looked at him. What, you're not willing? Tianming's gaze was complicated, and he lowered his head. The Nine Stacks sect has already been destroyed, and you know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to confess. I'm taking revenge for the Nine Stacks sect, so you should thank me. Tianming took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he patted Tianming's shoulder. Very good. I'll pass on the Nine Stacks technique to you. With this, no one will doubt your identity as the successor of the Nine Stacks sect. After a period of time, Tianming left for Grand Top Weave. Lu Yin was not worried that Tianming would betray him, as where could he go if he betrayed Lu Yin? There was no place for him in Grand Top Weave or Frostwave Weave. The fact that Tianming had taken the initiative to confess proved that he could not abandon Frostwave Weave. He was afraid that he would be found out in the future, which was why he had taken the initiative to confess. Such a person could not be abandoned. What Lu Yin needed to consider now was how to deal with Lei Long. Killing Karthika was not enough to satisfy Lu Yin, as the benefits of killing Karthika were enough to make him jealous. Lei Long should be wealthier than Karthika, as he had plundered the Nine Stacks sect's resources for countless years. With these resources and the support of the Nalan family, Lu Yin was confident that he could challenge a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. Of course, that was only if such a powerhouse existed in the Outerverse. In other words, if he could kill Lei Long, not only would he be able to seize control of Grand Top Weave, but he would also be able to instill fear in other Enlighters who would not dare to provoke him. He would also be able to increase his strength, killing many birds with one stone. However, Lu Yin had once killed Karthika, so Lei Long would not be careless in front of him. Lu Yin raised his gadget, as it was time for someone to fulfill their promise. Most of the Enlighters who had participated in the battle on planet Pyrolite had been left behind in the Outerverse. Northline Flowzone's Lily family's Granny Chan was one of them, and Lu Yin was looking for her. During this period of time, the Great Yu Empire had sent out people to investigate. Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan had now occupied Flaxen Weave, and she had destroyed the Weave's former ruler. Flaxen Weave was separated from Frostwave Weave by Lars Weave, which was not too far away. Lily had already returned to the Innerverse, and Lu Yin could not contact her. However, it was not difficult for him to contact someone from Northline Flowzone. Half a day later, Lu Yin clicked on the call, and a screen appeared in front of him. Granny Chan's weathered face appeared. Junior Lu Yin has disturbed Senior, Lu Yin said respectfully. Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin in amazement. She had heard that this person had killed Karthika and forced Huahui to retreat. Although he was only a Lemiter, he was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, even if he had relied on external items. You don't have to be so polite. Back then, my Northline Flowzone made a promise that as long as you helped me, I would help you to the best of my ability. Are you planning on using that promise? Granny Chan asked, getting straight to the point. Louis nodded and solemnly said, the dire barbarian clan's Lei Long has invaded Grand Top Weave, and his next target will be my Frostwave Weave. Junior boldly asked Senior to join forces with me to eliminate Lei Long and relieve Frostwave Weave of its worries. Granny Chan's gaze turned solemn. You want to eliminate Lei Long? Louis nodded and stared at Granny Chan without showing any signs of weakness. Granny Chan frowned. Little brother, an enlighter isn't that easy to deal with. Louis was helpless. I know, but Lei Long has already made Frostwave Weave his next target. If I don't act, then I'll just be waiting for death. Rather than waiting for death, I might as well take a gamble. With Senior's help and the weapon that my master gave me, I'm 90% certain that I can kill Lei Long. Granny Chan's expression changed. Master? Which powerhouse is your master? Louis smiled bitterly. I don't know. I only know that my master once threw me from Tempest Flow Zone to Chaos Flow Zone. Granny Chan was shocked, and she even found it hard to believe. This was a distance that spanned half of the Innerverse. Not even Northgate Ticeway could do such a thing, let alone her. Crossing the Innerverse was not as simple as crossing the Outerverse. There were countless powerhouses in the Innerverse, and they could pierce through the void. To be able to cross half of the Innerverse under the watchful eyes of countless powerhouses meant that one's strength was unimaginably terrifying. When she saw Lu Yin's confused expression, Granny Chan was certain that this brat had no idea how difficult it was to accomplish such a feat. It was no wonder why this brat's weapon could kill an enlighter. To such a powerhouse, enlighters were like ants. Unfortunately, the Innerverse and Outerverse were now separated, and no matter how strong his master was, it was useless. Of course, no one could be certain of the future, and the Astral River might recover after a while. Granny Chan suppressed her shock and smiled. Many reclusive seniors don't want to reveal their names, and that's normal. Little brother's master is one of them, but now that the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, no one can come out. What a pity. Lu Yin sighed. Yes, or else I would have asked my master to take action. Granny Chan pondered for a moment before meeting Lu Yin's expectant gaze. Alright, I'll accompany you, but not to deal with Lei Long. I'll just intimidate him. I'll make him retreat, but at the same time, I hope that you won't provoke the dire barbarian clan again. She had not forgotten Lu Yin's ability to cause trouble. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, this brat had offended most of the Innerverse powers. Otherwise, Karthika would not have been in such a hurry to deal with him. Lu Yin hurriedly assured her, and only then was Granny Chan satisfied. The two agreed to visit Grand Top Weave in a month's time. After ending the call, Lu Yin relaxed. With Granny Chan around, he could finally act without worry. Even if he couldn't kill Lei Long wouldn't be able to do anything to him either. With progenitor Wushang's hide, Lu Yin was confident that he could create an opportunity for himself, just like Karthika. Karthika had also been on guard against Lu Yin, but he had still been ambushed by progenitor Wushang's hide. Lei Long was no exception. However, Lu Yin needed to first take a look at Lei Long's rune lines. There was a difference between a power level of 210,000 and a power level of 290,000. Lu Yin didn't know what Lei Long's power level was, but he would know in a month's time. In the worst-case scenario, Lu Yin wouldn't be able to kill Lei Long, but Lei Long would also be intimidated by Granny Chan and not dare to make a move against Frostwave Weave. A month passed by very quickly, and during this time, Frostwave Weave was not peaceful at all. The Great Yu Empire's army rampaged through the Weave and started a war. The captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were invincible, and even hunters were intimidated by Lu Yin's battle record of killing enlighters, so they were forced to retreat. The war against Frostwave Weave was progressing smoothly. A month later, the entire Frostwave Weave was nominally under the Great Yu Empire's control. However, after unifying Frostwave Weave, a problem arose. The Great Yu Empire did not have enough people to manage the various regions, which gave Lu Yin a headache. Helpless, he could only temporarily recruit talents from various regions to manage the military and political affairs, but this was not a long-term solution. These people did not belong to the Great Yu Empire in the first place, and it was easy for them to rebel. Furthermore, they were not under control. Lu Yin asked the cabinet to think of a solution, but the cabinet could not come up with any good ideas for the time being. However, they did come up with a solution that was not really a solution, and that was to bring the immediate family members of the appointed officials of the various regions to Xianxia and arrange for them to live and study there. These people were hostages. Luin did not want to use hostages to threaten them, but Frostwave Weave was just too large, and the slightest lapse in management could lead to unpredictable events. This was just Frostwave Weave, and in the future, Lu Yin's territory would not be limited to just Frostwave Weave. It should be known that Undying Yushan had not only formulated a strategic plan to unify Frostwave Weave, but he had also set his sights on the surrounding weaves. It was just that he had not had the time to come up with a proper plan. The Great Yu Empire needed to nurture military and political talents as quickly as possible, and this was a top priority for the empire. Another emergency was the economy. Since the empire's treasury had allocated most of its resources to the military, the empire's economy was unable to operate normally, and many departments were even paralyzed. If this continued, it would lead to even greater chaos. There were already many merchants who were deliberately raising the prices of their products in order to earn huge profits. This situation would only worsen, and they needed to have a huge economy to keep the prices down. Luin contacted Madame Nayland several times, and finally, the Nayland family arrived at Xinyu Star. In outer space, the Nayland family's enormous spacecraft appeared. Luin personally welcomed them, and behind him, Finance Minister Gavin whispered, "Your Highness, the Nayland family must be deliberately delaying their arrival. They know that the Empire's economy is in danger, and they're using this to raise their status." Luin did not reply, as if Gavin could understand what was going on. There was no way that he could not. This was just a ploy, just like how many people would only appear at the last moment to save someone's life in order to emphasize their importance. As long as the consequences were not too severe, such a ploy would not affect the big picture. "You understand the Empire's economy better than I do. If we talk about this later, you'll be the one to explain," Luin said. Gavin softly acknowledged. Xinyu Star Space Station. On this day, all of the spacecraft had been cleared out to welcome the Nayland family. This was Lu Yin's way of showing respect to the Nayland family. Within the giant spacecraft, Madame Nayland's lips curled up into a smile. The spacecraft shuddered, and the hatch opened. Madame Nayland was the first to walk out, and Luin immediately went up to her. "Madam, did your journey go smoothly?" After Luin left, the group that had followed him to welcome the Nayland family was stunned by her beauty. This woman had never acted coquettishly, but her attractiveness had not diminished in the slightest. Madame Nayland smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. She listened to him introduce the group of people from the Great Yu Empire, and when he was done, she waved her hand and a maid from the Nayland family stepped forward and handed Gavin an exquisite box. Gavin was astonished. Luin looked at Madame Nayland. She smiled. "Your Highness Royal Regent, this is a small token of our Nayland family's appreciation for the Great Yu Empire. Please accept it." Luin had not expected Madame Nayland to be so straightforward, but he did not refuse. He nodded at Gavin, who immediately accepted the box. Inside the box was a Mavis Bank crystal card. Given the Nayland family's wealth, they would definitely not be cheap. Furthermore, Madame Nayland had promised to support the Great Yu Empire in unifying the Frostwave Weave. Gavin was excited, as he finally had money. However, Luin did not care too much about it, as he was more concerned about whether or not the Nayland family would support him. This was not something that the Great Yu Empire's military could compare to. Although the Great Yu Empire had unified the Frostwave Weave, how much military funding could they possibly have? He still had more than 3,000 star essence on him, which was equivalent to about 3 billion star crystals, which was more than enough to support the Great Yu Empire's military. However, he could not use the money he had earned to supplement the Great Yu Empire's military unless there was a crisis. He was someone who had seen the bigger picture, and he had spent tens of thousands of star essence during this period of time. These were star essence, not star crystals. If converted to star crystals, it would be enough to support the Great Yu Empire's military for decades. It should be known that the Great Yu Empire's military was funded in cosmic dollars, not in star crystals. The difference between the two was simply too great. This was the outer verse, and if it were the inner verse, then any random power's military spending would be far more than this. The inner verse military food, weapons, and Cultivation resources were all incomparable to the Outerverse. The Nayland family expressed their sincerity, and Luin personally brought Madame Nayland to tour Xenu Star. To be honest, even he himself had not visited much of the planet before. After sending the others away, Madame Nayland stretched lazily beside a cliff by the shore. Her exquisite curves caused Luin to swallow his saliva. She was too alluring. "I'm so tired. I really want to sleep," she said in a languid voice as her eyes glazed over. Luin licked his lips. "Your residence is not far from the palace. It used to be the residence of the vice-treasurer, but it's been renovated." She beamed at Luin. "You're now the royal regent and are in charge of an entire nation. Student Lu, your temperament has changed a lot since the first time I saw you." "Is that so?" Luin looked at her. "How have you changed?" She rolled her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. "I don't know how to put it. You used to be a student, but now, you're a leader." Luin shrugged. "It's just a fringe weave of the Outerverse." She looked at him. "I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the current you is starting to take off." Luin laughed. "You must be tired. Go and rest." "Don't worry, I'll do my best to protect you here." She stared into Lu Yin's eyes and suddenly approached him. Her fragrance assaulted his nostrils, and he subconsciously retreated. However, there was a cliff behind him, and he had nowhere else to go. Madame Nayland moved closer until she was less than 10 centimeters away from him. If he moved a little closer, he would be able to kiss her. "Do you know? If you say something like that to a woman, she'll misunderstand." Madame Nayland's lips parted slightly as she spoke in a gentle voice. Lu Yin's heart raced. Madame Nayland's allure was too great, and at that moment, he forgot about everything else. She was the only thing in his eyes. His breathing quickened, and he subconsciously wanted to kiss her. However, Madame Nayland smiled and retreated just as he was about to kiss her. She then gave Luin a beautiful smile and turned to leave. Luin panted heavily as he watched the fairy leave. He felt even more tired than when he had fought against an enlighter. What kind of feeling was this? He couldn't control himself and had the urge to push her down. This feeling was too wonderful. "Your Highness, I'll be staying on Xenu Star. Don't worry, I'll pay the rent, hee." Madame Nayland's voice gradually faded into the distance. Luin took a deep breath and then exhaled. He smiled bitterly as he looked into the distance. At that moment, Luin received a message from Gavin on his gadget. The bank card that Madame Nayland had given him contained 5 billion star crystals. This was enough, but it was only enough to cover the Great Yu Empire's military expenses. He had to think of a way to obtain more money from the fairies and increase his power. Elsewhere, Xianxia was withdrawing money from a Mavis Bank 1 filament away from Xenu Star with Gavin. The Mavis Bank on Xenu Star had long since been taken away by many people. The two had just walked out when Xianxia's expression changed, and he grabbed Gavin and shot into the sky. The next moment, a man in front of them raised his head and charged towards the Mavis Bank, blasting open the ground with a single palm. Gavin's face paled as he looked down in shock. "This person? Robbing a bank." "He's a hunter," Xianxia said. Gavin's heart trembled when he heard that this person was a hunter. There were less than 10 people in the entire Frostwave Weave who were at this level, and there were only 2 or 3 who served the Empire. He had never expected to meet someone who would rob a bank. This person must have come from the Innerverse and had been left behind in the Outerverse. The moment the hunter attacked, the entire planet shook. A powerhouse with a power level of over 100,000 was not something an ordinary planet could withstand. The Great Yu Empire's army on the planet immediately moved, but they were stopped by Xianxia. This person was a hunter, and even he was not confident that he could deal with him. However, this hunter was too stupid, and he had actually dared to rob a Mavis Bank. Mavis Banks were spread throughout the Innerverse and Outerverse, and if they could be robbed so easily, they would have long since ceased to exist. Even though this was just a branch on an ordinary Outerverse planet, it was still not a place that could be casually robbed. The ground beneath the Mavis Bank shattered, and the hunter shot up into the sky in less than half a minute. His eyes were filled with excitement, and it was obvious that he had gained something. However, the moment he emerged from the ground, the Mavis Bank's large tree filled with universal coins moved. Its branches pierced through the void and wrapped around the hunter. The hunter bellowed and took out a long blade to slash at the branches, but it was useless. The branches did not break, and they continued to wrap around the hunter with increasing force. The hunter howled, "Spare me, I won't do it again, I won't do it again." Within the bank, the manager looked on coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Countless people had tried to rob the Mavis Bank over the years, but how many had succeeded? This person had assumed that the innerverse and outerverse were separated, and that the Mavis Bank was nothing. However, the bank had already considered such a situation. There was a crack, and the hunter was cut in half at the waist. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground and onto the universal currency, dyeing the ground red. Outside the bank, many people watched this scene with horrified expressions. When they looked at the Mavis Bank again, their attitudes had completely changed. This bank had the ability to kill a hunter. Shalash. 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 Shalash's faces. Shalash. Shalash's face turned solemn. That tree was rather terrifying, but what was even more frightening was that it did not display any power level. Even though it had killed a hunter, there was still no power level indicator. This was strange, as this was the Mavis Bank's hidden trump card. Even if they were isolated from the outerverse, the Mavis Bank still had the ability to protect itself. Fit. As expected of the powerful force in charge of the human economy. But now that the outerverse was isolated, could the Mavis Bank's reserves hold out? Xianxia's Mavis Bank's reserves of universal currency and star crystals had almost all been used up, and the other planets were not far behind. Luin had Gavin talk to the Mavis Bank's manager on Xinyu Star to find out more about the bank. He then went to look for Hai Chi-Chi, as it had been a while since he last saw her. The lively Hai Chi-Chi was a headache to deal with, but the current Hai Chi-Chi was heart-wrenching. Luin looked at her curled-up body as she stared at the ocean. She had been like this all this time. Luin walked behind Hai Chi-Chi and said, "According to the information I received, the outerverse isolated weave is weakening, which means that the astral river is also gradually weakening. One day, it will return to its original state." Hai Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and she looked at Luin expectantly. "Really?" Luin nodded. "How long will that take? How long before I can return to the Sea King's dome?" Hai Chi-Chi asked anxiously, looking at Luin with both apprehension and anticipation. Luin thought about it. "About 10 years. When she heard that, Hai Chi-Chi seemed to have lost her soul, and her face paled. Luin sighed. 10 years is already pretty good. It's better than never being able to return. Hai Chi-Chi nodded and sat down again. Got it. Thank you. Luin patted her head and turned to leave, sighing to himself. He had lied to Hai Chi-Chi. The outerverse isolated weave was indeed weakening, but it was very, very slow. At this rate, it would be impossible for the astral river to return to its original state, let alone 10 years. 10 years was just to give Hai Chi-Chi some hope so that she could accept reality. Hai Chi-Chi missed her home, but Luin missed others as well. Big Sis, Uncle Ruben, his classmates from Astral 10, and even people like Mu Rong, Ling Ke, Lu Xiaoqiu, and Zhanglong Day Night would occasionally appear in his mind. After the battle on planet Pyrolite, they had all returned to the inner verse, and it was likely that they would never meet again. Luin sometimes sighed with emotion. In the past, the various powers of the universe had coiled around him like pythons, making it difficult for him to breathe. Now that he was completely free, he missed that feeling. He missed the battle of wits with Night King Yuanjing and the days when he competed with Lemaitre geniuses. Unfortunately, those days would never come again unless the astral river was restored. By that time, everything would have changed. The most unfortunate thing was that he had not been able to find out who his enemy was. A single piece of paper with the surname Liu and 72 lives would be difficult to settle. To the east of Frost Wave Weave was a weave called Grand Top Weave. Grand Top Weave had once been led by the Nine Stacks sect, but 3 months ago, when the dire barbarian clan had appeared in Grand Top Weave, the Nine Stacks sect had been completely annihilated. Most of the sect's experts had been killed, and only a few had managed to escape. The Nine-Stack sect had been built on a giant meteorite that was even larger than Xinyu star. The meteorite was not fixed in one place, and it was controlled by the Nine-Stack sect. It drifted all over Grand Top Weave, which was one of the reasons why the Nine-Stack sect was able to control Grand Top Weave. Historically, the Nine-Stack sect had coveted Frostwave Weave, and they had fought a war with the Great Yu Empire. However, they had been repelled, and both sides had been enemies. There was no sunlight on the meteorite, and there was no ecology. The Nine-Stack sect had hollowed out the interior of the meteorite and built a habitat there. There were mountains, rivers, and cities on the meteorite's interior. Lei Long sat cross-legged in a gloomy secret room. As an enlighter, he did not interfere with the clan's internal affairs and had left everything to his subordinates. Ever since the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, he had only acted once, and that had been to eliminate the Nine-Stack sect's strongest expert, who had been infinitely close to becoming an enlighter. Thousands of kilometers away from the Nine-Stack sect's headquarters, a group of people had gathered. They were cultivators who had been lucky enough to escape, and there were 2 hunters among them. Tianming was one of them. Tianming, is what you said true? There's really someone who's willing to help our Nine-Stack sect deal with Lei Long, a hunter asked as he stared at Tianming. Tianming answered, this is a favor left behind by the sect's ancestors. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in the ancestors. That's right. Tianming has inherited the sect's 9 stacks, and he's even selflessly imparted it to everyone. Everyone should be able to understand his sincerity, another hunter spoke up. She was a woman with average looks, and she looked at Tianming with an unusual gaze. The hunter's eyes flickered, and he nodded. He then looked around at everyone. Since that's the case, we'll wait for that enlighter to appear and deal with Lei Long. Tianming did not say anything else. He turned around and looked at the Nine-Stack sect's headquarters with a complicated expression. After this day, the Nine-Stack sect would no longer exist in the universe. At this moment, the female hunter walked over to Tianming's side and whispered, as an elder of the sect, I don't usually get involved in matters between disciples, but I know about your situation. Tianming's body trembled, and he looked at the woman in shock. The woman replied, the girl you once liked is my niece. Tianming lowered his head and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. If the sect had truly given its inheritance to you, then it wouldn't have sent you to the Great Yu Empire as a spy. It wouldn't have broken you up with my niece and made you hate the sect. You're not even a descendant of the sect. The woman's tone became stricter as she stared at Tianming. Tianming retorted, I inherited the sect's 9 stacks. 9 stacks is just a method to circulate one's strength, and it's not the only inheritance. From what I know, the Great Yu Empire's royal regent can use 30 stacks. I believe that it won't be difficult to impart 9 stacks to you, the woman said softly. Tianming's eyes flickered, but he could not quibble. The woman glanced behind her and then approached Tianming. She whispered, what's your goal? Or let me rephrase my question, what is the Great Yu Empire's royal regent's goal? Tianming stared at her and slowly clenched his fists. She sneered. You want to attack me? Tianming's eyes trembled. He remembered that this woman looked young, but she was a hunter. He was only a Lemiter, and the difference between them was too great. What do you want? Tianming asked. The woman looked in the direction of the Nine-Stack sect. The Nine-Stack sect has already been destroyed, and I want to join the Great Yu Empire. Introduce me to Royal Regent Luin. Tianming had already guessed her intentions, or else she would have exposed him long ago. This woman was ambitious. All right. The woman nodded in satisfaction. What are you waiting for? The Dire Barbarian clan, Tianming replied. The woman was shocked. You want to use the Dire Barbarian clan to eliminate us? Tianming nodded. This is an order from His Highness. The woman remained where she was, deep in thought. Although she had given up on the Nine-Stack sect, these people were still her fellow disciples. Before the woman could think any further, a powerful wave swept across the distance, shocking everyone from the Nine-Stack sect. What's going on? Have we been discovered? There really are survivors of the Nine-Stack sect. How dare they come back? They're courting death, an ugly middle-aged man shouted from the sky. He opened his mouth, and his voice transformed into a whistling sound that swept across the land. Tianming was grabbed by the woman and quickly retreated. Another hunter from the Nine Stacks sect soared into the sky and fought the hunter from the Dire Barbarian clan. The remaining cultivators from the Nine Stacks sect were surrounded by the Dire Barbarian clan, and another great battle broke out. Kaze was among the Dire Barbarian clan members. After the battle on planet Pyrolite, Avery had returned to the inner verse, but Kaze had remained behind. His innate gift was very useful. Kaze also noticed Tianming and the female hunter in the distance, and he found it strange that she had not made a move. "Where's Luin? When is he coming out?" the female hunter asked. Tianming stared at the sky, watching the battle between the hunters. Only one hunter from the Dire Barbarian clan had come, and even though he was stronger than the male hunter from the Nine Stacks sect, he still could not take down the hunter. The hunter from the Nine Stacks sect had been suppressed the entire time, and when he saw that the woman was not making a move, he shouted, "Lan Wu, what are you looking at? Attack!" Lan Wu looked at Tianming anxiously. Suddenly, the meteorite trembled, and an indescribable stifling pressure swept over them. This was the strength of an enlighter. Everyone stopped fighting when they sensed this power, and those from the Nine Stacks sect looked at the sky in shock. Lei Long had appeared at some point. The cultivators from the Nine Stacks sect felt their hearts sink. It was over. The male hunter looked at Tianming, as he wanted to know why the enlighter that Tianming had mentioned had not yet arrived. When Tianming saw Lei Long appear, he relaxed. Lan Wu stared at Tianming. If Luin did not appear, then they would all be dead. Lei Long looked down arrogantly. There really are people who don't know what's good for them. He then raised his hand. To him, killing these people was too easy. The first to bear the brunt of his attack was the male hunter, who was pierced through by Lei Long's voice. His corpse fell to the ground, and the shockwaves from the attack instantly killed more than 10 cultivators from the Nine Stacks sect. Suddenly, someone shouted from below, "The Nine Stacks sect requests assistance from the Great Yu Empire." Lei Long looked in the direction of the voice, which had come from Tianming. After he finished speaking, the void in front of Lei Long tore open, and 2 figures walked out. One of them was Northline Flowzone's enlighter, Granny Chan. The other was Luin, who was wearing universal armor. When he saw Granny Chan and Luin appear, Lei Long's expression darkened. The surviving members of the Nine Stacks sect heaved a sigh of relief, as an enlighter had truly appeared. Lan Wu was shocked. She had assumed that Luin would be the only one who had appeared, and she had never expected that there would be another enlighter. It was no wonder why Luin had been able to kill Karthika, as that enlighter must have contributed to his victory. "Granny Chan, why have you come to Grand Top Weave?" Lei Long asked as he stared at Granny Chan. His gaze swept over Luin, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Grand Top Weave and Frost Wave Weave bordered each other, and he had long since wanted to make a move against Frost Wave Weave. However, ever since he had learned that Luin had killed Karthika, he had not made a move. Karthika's power level surpassed his own, and even if Luin was just a Lammeter, Lei Long did not dare to underestimate him. Granny Chan did not speak, as she was only there to serve as a foil to intimidate Lei Long. Luin was the one who truly made the decision. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy as he stared at Lei Long. After a while, he relaxed. This person's rune lines surpassed Karthika's own, but they were lower than Karthika's tamed beast. "Senior Lei Long, may I know how the Nine Stacks sect has offended you to the point that you're so angry that you've annihilated the entire sect and caused rivers of blood to flow?" Luin asked. Lei Long's brows rose. "Junior, it's not your place to interfere with my matters. Don't think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me just because you killed Karthika. Don't think that I don't know that you relied on an external object to kill Karthika. That should have been the Sea King's power, right? How many times can you use that power?" Luin raised his head. "That's right. I don't have the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. However, you're an innerverse powerhouse, and you've publicly annihilated an outerverse power. I'm worried that your next target might be the Great Yu Empire. I've heard that you do have such a plan." Lei Long sneered. "So what if I do?" "Scram, I don't have time to waste with you." He then looked at Granny Chan. My dire barbarian clan has never interacted with your Northline flow zone, so I hope that you won't provoke me. Even if the innerverse and outerverse are separated, it will be restored one day. When that time comes, will Northline flow zone be able to withstand my dire barbarian clan's fury? Granny Chan slowly replied, I'm here because I hope that Brother Lei will give me some face and not touch Frostwave Weave. Lei Long's eyes narrowed as he looked at Luin. Kid, you've got quite the reputation. Luin smiled. Senior Lei, I don't dare to interfere with your matters. Senior Granny Chan isn't provoking you for no reason, and I don't want to become your enemy. How about we make a deal? Lei Long's eyes flashed. What kind of deal? I have a relationship with the Nine Stacks sect, and I can't just watch them be annihilated. I'm willing to use a power vessel in exchange for the safety of these people. Please allow me to take them away, Luin said. Lei Long and Granny Chan looked at Luin in shock. A power vessel was not something that an ordinary person could obtain. Every power vessel had its own independent power, just like Zhe Lin's dagger. If used properly, it could turn the tide of a battle. There were very few power vessels in the universe, and even enlighters like them were unable to obtain one. You have a power vessel? Lei Long was astonished. Luin nodded. It's just a small toy that won't be of much use to you, senior. However, you can give it to a junior as it can be considered a life-saving item. Lei Long stared at Luin, as this made sense. If a power vessel was useful to Luin, then Lei Long did not believe that Luin would be willing to exchange it for the trash below. However, even if it was useless to Lei Long, he could still study it. He did not doubt that Luin had a power vessel. This person even had a supreme treasure like Fate Zan, so it would not be strange for him to have a power vessel as well. Alright, I'll make the decision to spare their lives, Lei Long said. Luin pointed at the Nine Stacks sect's headquarters. Senior, I don't just want to exchange for their lives. I also hope that Senior will return the Nine Stacks sect's headquarters. That's why I'm here. Lei Long's gaze turned cold. Kid, don't push your luck. I'm already being generous by sparing their lives. I won't touch your Frostwave Weave either, but don't test my patience again. Granny Chan looked at Luin. Quit while you're ahead. Don't worry, he won't touch Frostwave Weave again. Luin was helpless. Alright, thank you, senior. He then took out a box from his cosmic ring and tossed it to Lei Long. After all that had been said, even though Lei Long still had his guard up, he had relaxed quite a bit. Furthermore, he did not believe that Luin could kill him with an unmanned weapon, and the box did not give off any dangerous aura. Every enlighter had their own judgment of danger, so he opened the box and saw progenitor Wushang's hide. Then, his mind buzzed, and he fainted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was the moment. He pulled out his gun and aimed at Lei Long. Bang. The void trembled, and in the next moment, blood spurted out from Lei Long's heart. Half of his body was pulverized, and the intense pain woke him up. However, it was quickly followed by powerlessness as half of his body was gone, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground. He stared at the mangled flesh around his heart in disbelief, and the box fell from his hand. This unforeseen event shocked everyone, including Granny Chan. No one had expected Luin to directly attack and severely injure Lei Long. Lei Long's eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Luin. He growled and charged forward. Despicable. He would definitely die, but even if he died, he would drag this person down with him. Luin retreated a few steps, allowing Granny Chan to pass. She was still in shock, and when she saw Lei Long's attack, she subconsciously blocked it and easily extinguished Lei Long's last trace of life. Lei Long's corpse crashed to the ground, shocking everyone. Luin landed and put away the box. He then took out Lei Long's cosmic ring and some of his blood. He would open it when he returned. He then looked up at Granny Chan and bowed. Thank you for your help, senior. Everyone was silent, and the members of the dire barbarian clan looked at Luin in fear. This person had killed their enlighter. The people from the Nine Stacks sect were similarly shocked. Were enlighters that easy to kill? Lan Wu gulped, and she looked at Luin with unprecedented fear. He was the only person in the outerverse who had killed an enlighter while chatting. Granny Chan stood high up in the sky and stared at Luin. This person made her heart turn cold. She slowly descended and faced Luin. You never planned on letting Lei Long off from the start, did you? Luin sighed. Senior, how can I allow others to sleep on my bed? You know the dire barbarian clan's nature. If I didn't kill Lei Long, he would have killed me sooner or later. I just made the first move to gain the upper hand. Granny Chan looked at Luin with a complicated expression and did not speak for a long time. Even in the Innerverse, enlighters were not easily killed, but this person had already killed two. Granny Chan had never even killed an enlighter in her entire life. In comparison, this person was too terrifying. Granny Chan looked at Luin and suddenly had a premonition that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and a monster had been released. Luin looked past Granny Chan to Tianming, and then at Lan Wu, who was beside Tianming. He understood and waved his hand. Destroy the dire barbarian clan. When Lan Wu heard Lu Yin's command, she did not hesitate and immediately attacked the dire barbarian clan members. The other cultivators from the Nine Stacks sect also attacked at the same time. The situation had reversed. The hunter from the dire barbarian clan saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and immediately fled. Senior, please help me keep that person here, Luin said respectfully to Granny Chan. Granny Chan did not refuse, and she did not know why she did not refuse. Her heart was filled with boundless fear of Luin, and this fear turned into motivation to help Luin. She subconsciously did not want to become enemies with this young man. The hunter from the dire barbarian clan had also died. All of the dire barbarian clan members had died, and only one person had been left behind by Luin, Kaze. Not long after, Granny Chan left. She needed to properly consider her relationship with this young man. Luin did not care. He had killed Lei Long, and with the Nayland family's help, he should be able to obtain enough money to upgrade the gun to a level that could threaten powerhouses with a power level of 300,000. With this kind of strength, even if Granny Chan ignored him, it would not matter. Besides, she probably would not ignore him, as enlighters were all very smart. There weren't many members of the dire barbarian clan on the Meteorite continent, and most of them were former members of the Nine Stacks sect who had surrendered to the dire barbarian clan. This group of people should be punished, but Luin spared them. Compared to the cultivators who were loyal to the Nine Stacks sect, these fence-sitters were more beneficial to him. He wasn't actually trying to rebuild the Nine Stacks sect, it was just a name. The Nine Stacks sect should disappear at this moment. Tianming, Lan Wu, and Kei stood in front of Luin. Luin said to Tianming, "From today onwards, you are the sect master of the Nine Stacks sect." Tianming was shocked. "Your Highness, I want to return to the Great Yu Empire." Luin smiled. "Stay in Grand Top Weave for now. Once Grand Top Weave has stabilized, I'll let you return." Tianming nodded. Luin looked at Lan Wu. "Why are you willing to join me?" She respectfully replied, "I want a way out." Luin nodded and praised her. "You're smart. Stay here and help Tianming stabilize the Nine Stacks sect. In the future, I'll rebuild the 13 Imperial squadrons, and you'll have a chance to become a captain." Lan Wu was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." Luin knew that she was faking it. Compared to being a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons, it was much better to live a carefree life in Grand Top Weave as a border official. However, he did not have anyone available for the time being, so this was the only thing he could do. However, things would change soon, and she would be transferred to the Great Yu Empire. He had Tianming and Lan Wu leave and reorganize the Nine Stacks sect before looking at Kaze. Kaze lowered his head. The dire barbarian clan had been completely wiped out, and he was the only survivor. It was all thanks to this person in front of him, who had even killed an almighty enlighter. Kaze did not have any thoughts of revenge, as that was unrealistic. He just wanted to survive. "I heard that your innate gift is very special," Luin asked curiously. Kaze hurriedly replied, "Yes, my innate gift allows me to determine a person's strength through their voice." Luin was surprised. "You heard about my strength back then?" Kaze nodded. He felt that this person was useful, but he didn't know how to use him. He also didn't know how to get this person to willingly help him, which made him feel very conflicted. After all, the dire barbarian clan members were known to be despicable, which was a problem. 7th Bro, there's a method in the Innerverse Beast Tamer's flow zone that prevents your enemies from betraying you. That method is to brand your enemy's tamed beast. As long as you can guarantee that your tamed beast is loyal to you, then it can be used as a tool to monitor that person, the monkey suddenly said. There are also some technologically advanced countries that place things on their enemies to ensure their loyalty. I've met such people on the border battlefield. It's very sad, but it's very useful. Luin fell into deep thought. Kaze waited nervously, and not long after, Luin decided to temporarily let Kaze join the 1st Imperial Squadron. He wanted to turn the 1st Squadron into his personal guards. Lei Long's death shook the surrounding weaves. After the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lei Long was the second Enlighter to die. The first, Karthika, had also died at Lu Yin's hands. This fact caused the remaining Enlighters in the Outerverse to tremble in fear. They had no choice but to admit that Luin had the ability to instantly kill Enlighters. Because of this, Luin had gained a nickname, Enlighter's Bane. When Luin found out about this nickname, he was speechless. Now that he had a nickname like this, it would be impossible for him to scheme against Enlighters in the future. Perhaps those people would not even dare to touch the things that he had given out. Fortunately, no one knew the true method that he had used to kill Karthika and Lei Long. Even Granny Chan, who had witnessed the entire process, did not know the reason behind it. She only knew about the gun and not progenitor Wushang's hide, so she did not ask. After returning to Xinyu Star, Luin went straight to King Zishan's palace and used Lei Long's blood to open Lei Long's cosmic ring. These Enlighters were afraid that they would not be able to obtain enough resources and would enter a period of exhaustion, so they would store all of the resources they had obtained in their own cosmic rings. Lei Long's cosmic ring had about 20,000 star essence, which was 10,000 less than Karthika's, and there were also hundreds of thousands of star crystals. Luin was disappointed, as Lei Long's was 10,000 star essence less than Karthika's. Unfortunately, it seemed like the Dire Barbarian clan was not as wealthy as the Second Great Hall, and Lei Long had not obtained many star essence from the Nine Stacks sect. That shouldn't be the case, as the Nine Stacks sect shouldn't be so poor. Luin immediately contacted Tian Ming and asked about the Nine Stacks sect's resources. Lan Wu told him that most of the Nine Stacks sect's resources were used to maintain the sect's operations, and the sect's treasury did not have many star essence. However, there were tens of billions of star crystals. Those star crystals were still in the Nine Stacks sect's headquarters. Luin was speechless, as he had forgotten to use his domain to check the situation. Lei Long's cosmic ring could not hold that many star crystals. Tens of billions of star crystals were equivalent to tens of thousands of star essence, which was a terrifying amount. However, it was not convenient to use, as the screen that appeared on his die's 3 pips was not very large. It was more suitable to store star essence, but if he used star crystals, his hands would probably become sore, and he would not be able to upgrade it even once. Star crystals could not be used, but he could not allow the Nine Stacks sect to benefit from them. Luin immediately ordered Lan Wu to escort these star crystals to Xinyu Star so that they could be added to the Great Yu Empire's treasury. As for Grand Top Weave, it would slowly recover. Aside from money, there were many other things in Lei Long's cosmic ring. Just like Karthika, there were also many healing medicines. Luin suddenly discovered something good that had been stored in the ring, and it had been preserved by spiritual threads. This material was most suitable for storing one type of item, a source box. He had not expected Lei Long to have a source box. Luin looked at the box that was several meters wide and thought for a moment. He then put on his universal armor and slowly opened the box. Suddenly, an invisible force swept past the armor and pierced through King Zishan's palace, shooting into the void. Many people below the palace saw a giant crack extend into space before slowly dissipating. Luin immediately closed the box, and his eyes widened in shock. He raised a hand to touch the area where the source box had touched his universal armor, and he could clearly see a white mark. The source box's formless killing intent had actually been able to damage this universal armor, which was something that could withstand an Enlighter's attack. Luin hurriedly put the box away. Outside the palace, Bronson rushed in, but Luin stopped him. He touched the box and found that the invisible killing intent had damaged the universal armor. This source box was probably a boundless advanced source box, and it might even contain the power of a predecessor. This sort of sourcebox was not something that he could come into contact with. Luin put the box away and then looked through the other items. Frostwave Weave was located near the edge of the Outerverse Astral Wilderness. It was bordered to the south by Dark Mist Weave, to the north by Northcastle Weave, to the east by Grand Top Weave, and to the west by Lars Weave. The moment news of Lei Long's death spread, the Blaze Realms organizations that had been in Lars Weave immediately left. The second Great Hall that had occupied Northcastle Weave also retreated north. All of the Enlighters in the weaves that bordered Frostwave Weave felt their hearts tremble. This was especially true for Huahui, as he felt that Luin would cause trouble for him. Faced with Lu Yin's thunderous killing intent, Huahui did not dare to meet Luin until he had a clear understanding of Lu Yin's methods. Enlighters could not be blamed for being so cowardly, as anyone who could become an Enlighter was a genius. These people had many ways to preserve their lives, and it was not easy for them to die. It was very rare for someone to die in a battle, but Luin had killed 2 of them in one go, which made many Enlighters feel uneasy. Even Enlighters from large organizations like Night Queen Qiuyu, Viletree, and Wen Kitchen were shocked, and they did not dare to rashly make contact with Frostwave Weave. The 9-stack sect had been handed over to Tianming, which was equivalent to Frostwave Weave merging with Grand Top Weave. Their territory had instantly doubled, and although they had not completely occupied the weave, it was only a matter of time. At present, the lack of talent was becoming more and more serious. There was a severe lack of troops and experts, which gave Luin a headache. He had already handed over many memorials from the cabinet to Huan Sha of the Lu Ministry of Staff, but even with Huan Sha's innate gift, she was too busy to handle them all. Many of the memorials were still transferred to King Zishan's palace. Luin also wanted to transfer the memorials to Wendy Yushan's residence, but the residence was not open at all. Even the courtiers could not enter, which made him very helpless. After half a month passed like this, Luin finally could not take it anymore. He was not cut out for government affairs, and coincidentally, Madame Naylan requested an audience. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, Madame Naylan. How could he have forgotten about her? The Naylan family was one of the wealthiest corporations in the Outerverse, and their businesses spanned all 72 weaves. In terms of influence, they were much stronger than the Great Yu Empire, and the matters that they had to deal with were far more complicated than those in the Great Yu Empire. Madame Naylan would definitely be able to handle such matters. She was quickly brought into King Zishan's palace. The moment he saw her, Lu Yin's breath caught in his throat, and he was stunned once again. This woman always gave him a sense of novelty. She was naturally charming, and she exuded a seductive aura from the inside out. When paired with her white, tight-fitting dress that revealed her smooth, white calves and her feet that were painted with red nail polish, she was simply too beautiful. Luin knew that he had a certain level of resistance to women's charms. After all, there were so many beauties around him, including his beloved Ming Yen, Bai Shui, Starsabil, Wendy Yushan, and so on. All of them were absolute beauties, but his resistance to Madame Naylan continued to decrease. She was too seductive, and most importantly, she was not doing it on purpose. Luin could not imagine whether he would be able to control himself if she was trying to seduce him on purpose. Madame Naylan looked at Luin, and her eyes curved into crescents. Your Highness, you're making me feel uneasy with you staring at me like that. Luin hurriedly retracted his gaze and apologized. My apologies, madam. I was distracted. Madame Naylan smiled. She had seen too many gazes that were infatuated with her beauty, so she did not find it strange. No matter how talented or invincible this person was, he was still a man, and a hot-blooded one at that. Your Highness, what are you worried about? You can tell us, and the Naylan family will definitely help if we can. End of chapter 544. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.